Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates lost again to the Kansas City Royals yesterday. It was another 4-3 final score for the Pirates. So after they went on their homestand and won 6 in a row, they have now lost 6 in a row on this road trip. Pirates have 3 more games left on this road trip, however. It's a 9-game road trip in total. They're going to play the Minnesota Twins. That series is going to start tomorrow in Minnesota. It's going to last throughout the weekend. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and my name is indeed Nicholas Harry Callis. A morning, it is a morning that's not quite pleasant for a couple reasons. First one is this is the coldest I can remember it being for a little while. Right now it's 65 degrees across the greater Pittsburgh area. Of course, it's going to warm up. It's been kind of rainy these last few days. We've had hot mornings followed by rainy afternoons. It's like it was the third day in a row yesterday that happened. I kind of like watching thunderstorms, out my window. I don't know if you're like that. They scare me at night. I don't like getting woken up to thunder and lightning, but, if it's the middle of the day, why not just look out at the rain? It's kind of fun. It's like a little light show. I was coming home from my second job the other day. I think it was Monday. I was trying to drive home, and it was just like, it was bad. Like, it's the worst I've ever driven in rain. Usually I like to stay off the road when it's raining. But I had to get home for something, and I couldn't wait. And it was rough. Yeah, I mean, it's no good. Some of the rain's been heavy these last couple of weeks. Rain's finally coming down. But now we got a cool morning. So just be prepared for that. It's not, like, uncomfortable. But you'll definitely notice there is a bit more of a chill in the air than it has been the last few weeks. It's not humid this morning. It feels a little chilly. A little chilly. The slightest chill. And it's going to warm up. Looks like the high is going to be 85 today. So it's going to be another nice day. And it's going to be a nice day for the Pirates because they're off. They don't have a game today. I think an off day would be good for them because they've lost 6 games in a row. Sad because, we looked at the team. They won 6 in a row at home. Everybody said, hooray. Well, not everybody. I don't want to generalize, actually. There are several of you pessimists out there that did indeed not buy in. So I want to give you credit for staying strong in your pessimism if you have been staying strong in it. Because they followed up their 6-game winning streak on their homestand with, so far, 6 losses in a row on this road trip. 12-35 on the road are the Pirates. 38-56 are the Pirates overall. The only team in the NL Central without 40 wins. The only team in the NL Central under 500 with their winning percentage. Bailey Falter, 3 earned runs in his start, 4 2/3 innings. Not officially a quality start, but gave the Pirates a chance to win. Isaac Mattson, again responsible for the second day in a row for giving up the game-winning run. Though you could argue yesterday very well that Dennis Santana was the one that put the Pirates in that situation. Braxton Ashcraft, 2 1/3 innings. No runs given up on 3 hits. Pirates had a chance to win another game. Another game finished 4-3. The Royals are not overpowering the Pirates, which is what makes this season more frustrating than the others, I mean, this is its own brand of frustrating this season. Because at some point, it was frustrating the last couple seasons because they won a tremendous amount of games early and then just couldn't keep pace. This season, I mean, I don't want anybody to get mad at me for saying this because I'm going to keep saying it. It's not that, again, I am scarred by a text that came in. I think it was Monday that it came in where somebody accused me of trying to convince you that the Pirates are great when they're not. Like, I'm not trying to say to you, hey, this team is great. This team is going to win games. This team isn't going to frustrate you, believe. I mean, I'm not telling you to believe at all. Because they are not good enough. Like, I will say that, like, this week is the week that I'm going to sit here and profess to you that the Pirates are not good enough. And that I have mailed it in personally on this season now. I wanted to think that there were some redeeming qualities. Maybe they could go on a streak. They had just won 6 in a row. I was high. I'm starved for the Pirates baseball, Pirates successful baseball, and they lost. Now 6 in a row. To counter that, so they're done. They're not good enough. So when I say what I'm going to say to you here, just keep that in mind as we have these conversations. I'm not trying to convince you that the Pirates are some really great team. Like, they've got a lot of flaws, and especially, you guessed it, the offense is the issue. The offense is not putting up enough runs. I mean, Bailey Falter gave up 3 runs in his start. I think Mitch Keller gave up 3 runs in his start yesterday, too. And the Pirates, both games, lost by 1 run. The Pirates against the Seattle Mariners lost a couple games by 1 run. They got shut out in those games, though. It is kind of freaky. Both game ones in the series against the Mariners and the series against the Royals, Pirates lost by 6 in that first game and then lost by a run in each of the next 2 games of those respective series. Pirates were shut out altogether in Seattle. Pirates lost to the Royals in the first game of that series at the beginning of this week, 9-3. But a 6-run difference and then 1-run differences in the next 2 games. The exact same score for games 2 and 3 in each series. Pirates were 1-0 losers in game 2 and 3 against Seattle. Pirates were 1-0 losers Sorry, 1-0 losers against the Mariners, 4-3 losers against the Royals. Not trying to tell you that this team is great. I'm not. Don't get mad at me. I don't like when people are mad at me. The last couple seasons were frustrating because the Pirates started hot and couldn't bring it to fruition. Now you've got a scenario this season where there's frustration because there are plenty of games. And do not get mad at me. I'm telling you right now, do not get mad at me. There are plenty of games this season where the Pirates could have won. There are plenty of games this season where if the Pirates had even a league average offense, even a slightly below average league offense, the Pirates would be in it. So this season is frustrating because, like, there's more here. And I talked about this yesterday. I gave the Pirates pitchers what I believe they deserved in terms of praise and credit. Right? Like, they are among the best in the National League, Pirates pitchers. It is the offense that is no good. And I just think the Pirates could be doing better. I mean, I feel like they could be a better team. And they could be having better results if they had that better offense. And that's not a secret. It's nothing new to say here, but this team is just especially frustrating because you feel like, again, they could just be a little bit below average with their offense. altogether, and they would be a team that's competing because their pitchers have been that good. That just proves that the hitting, being so bad is causing this whole team to be dragged down. And there's another game there, which is unfortunate. Isaac Matson, the Pirates have been trying to put in higher leverage situations. It looks like Don Kelly's trying to trust him more. He has handled pressure spots well. Was put in an unfortunate situation yesterday. Scratch that. He was put in an unfortunate situation 2 days ago. I'm sorry. Getting my days mixed up. And then yesterday, he gave up a run in the 8th. Royals had the lead. Pirates offense could not equalize the game. It's just the same tale. So, you let's just start in the Ben Cherington era. 2020, COVID season, shortened season. The expectations were not high to begin with. The Pirates finished last during that season. Didn't expect much from 2021 or 2022. They were getting better in 2022, but still not good enough. You didn't expect them to do much. And that's all okay. But then 2023 came around. Frustrating season because they started 20-8 and blew it. 2024 frustrating because they were in the race into August, and then several managerial decisions or questionable and led to Pirates losses. And now this season is frustrating because they underachieved early on. They were so bad early on. Change in manager, a little bit of a boost in morale, it seemed. For whatever reason, they were winning more games as a result. Don't know if that correlation was the cause. Many of you think it is. I do too. But regardless, change in manager, a little bit more winning going on. But that's kind of fizzled out now. And winning on the road has still not been solved by this team. Winning on the road's been tough. I mean, they win their home games. They're over 500 at home. Just the pesky road games that are preventing this team from doing anything special. I mean, I'm almost glad to be frustrated. Like, what do you think? 412-928-9370. Like, do you like being frustrated by this Pirates team? Do you enjoy actually caring? Or maybe you don't care anymore. Like, who out there still doesn't care? I still find myself caring. I still find myself invested. I'm not trying to sit here and convince you to be invested, but I just want to see. I want to see this team do well, and I feel like again, I'm not going to feel shame for saying this. I feel like the Pirates are close. With an extra couple bats, I'd argue they'd be contenders just based on the stats to tell you how good the pitching staff is. And that's why I'm still invested, because this team is interesting. Like, I feel like this team can win more games than they are. That's why I keep watching, because I feel like they could be winning more and they're just not. But they're not doing it. Were you more frustrated by this season than 23 and 24? Like, what do you think? What's your perspective on this team? 412-928-9370. Like, where are you at this point? Like, I'm interested at this point just to see where Pirate fans are, knowing how good the pitching staff is, how good this team is at home, yet watching the offense struggle, watching them struggle on the road. I mean, where are you at? 412-928-9370. I know this city is starved of having a good baseball team. Like, we're starving for good baseball in Pittsburgh. I get that. And I want to hope for a bright future, but I cannot have hope for that while Ben Cherington is the general manager of this team. I just can't. either he is really making all these decisions that are causing the Pirates to not have offense, therefore having a team that is going out there and losing regularly. It's either that or his resources are limited and he really is doing the best with what he has. And either way, whatever he's doing is not good enough. He's the scapegoat right now. There's no indication that he's going to be let go before the All-Star break, before the All-Star break and before the trade deadline. So it's just a matter of seeing what he can do. I don't know what else he could do. I'm frightened by him being in charge of this trade deadline. And the draft, for that matter, too. Yeah, but at least we're going to have the All-Star break to look forward to. O'Neal Cruz will be in the Home Run Derby. Paul Skenes on the National League All-Star roster. Probably going to get to see him pitch. Ben Cherington said as much that they're going to adjust his schedule, so he's very much eligible to pitch in the All-Star game. Pirates are off today. They got 3 games against the Minnesota Twins coming up. It's a series that's going to last over the weekend, and it will end the road trip. Pirates are going to play the White Sox to start next week to start a new homestand. 412-928-9370. What do you think? Also, just some news. I texted Crowley yesterday because they were talking with Neil Walker, and Crowley was like, "Hey, Neil, how do you feel about not being an All-Star in 2015?" And I think he should have been too. Neil was one of the best for that stretch, especially when the Pirates are doing well. He was definitely a strong contributor. Always loved watching him play. He definitely had the stats to back it up. He was performing well that season. DJ LeMahieu was selected, though, to be the starting second baseman in the All-Star game for the National League that year with the Colorado Rockies. He has since signed a deal with the New York Yankees, but they just designated him for assignment yesterday, and I just felt that ironic, and I texted Crowley sarcastically. I'm just like, that's what he gets for 2015. Now he's not playing anymore 10 years later. He's going to be designated for assignment. Be an interesting pickup for the Pirates. They could get him. It looks like the Yankees are going to likely release him if they can't find a trade partner. But yeah, right now, DJ LeMahieu designated for assignment by the New York Yankees. Just found that amusing. Because we were just talking about him the other day. 412-928-9370. All right, let's take some callers now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Day one at home today. It's going back to the ownership again, not paying enough in the offseason to get a couple bats. That's what's killing the team. It's been killing the team all year. What more can you say? It's been said a million times. It's going to be said a million more times. The Pirate organization is just too cheap to go out and get some legitimate offensive bats that they refuse to get because they can't develop some of their own players. That's what it pretty much boils down to. That's why they're losing so many one-run games this year. What can you say? And, of course, at the end of every phone call, fire Mike Tallman. Have a good day.
Yeah, pretty soon I'll have more time to talk about the Steelers, and thank you for the call. This is right now nothing really going on with the Steelers as well. All the interesting stuff has passed. Now we just got to wait. The preseason coming up here in a month. We'll be having football games starting in a month, maybe a little less than a month, which is exciting, especially because again, baseball's kind of just it's gone down. Definitely less interesting when they're not winning. I still contend that the Pirates are an interesting team just to see, how many games can they win. With how they're constructed, they definitely play close games. Yeah, ultimately you're not winning and people aren't going to pay as much attention. So, yeah, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. You're right, it is on repeat, and I can't wait for football. I honestly can't. And I hate the moment where I say that every year because I do want to keep paying attention to the Pirates. I do want them to win. I do want to talk about the perspective of postseason baseball, but that's not this year. Definitely not going to be this year now. And yeah, I'd love to talk football. And I can't wait. Honestly can't wait. I'm excited to talk about football. It makes me sad to say that because you all know baseball is my favorite sport. And not that I hate football, and football has its time and place. Yeah, it's just a bummer to have to talk about it this early and be more invested in the Steelers this early on. It just is. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line. You can talk to me. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, waking you up, warming you up to the Sports Talk Day. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more. Coming up next, this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a multi-alarm structure fire in the Homewood-Brushton section of the city. This ties up the intersection of Bennett Street and Brushton Avenue. Meanwhile, we do have a vehicle fire in the 700 block of Wilkinsburg Avenue near the intersection with Bryceland Street, and also a transformer explosion in Ross Township at the intersection of North Belf and Quail Avenues. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway east, the lane restriction in effect between Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
How many times have we all said, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Plus, quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden, New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Bob Pompiani asking you to visit westshorehome.com right now to lock in summer savings from West Shore Home. 20% off all projects. Plus, make no payments and no interest until 2027. Whether it's a bath project or windows or doors or full house flooring, West Shore can help you save big. If you're still in the planning phases, don't worry about that. Our free no-obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. Go to westshorehome.com right now to schedule in seconds. See the website for financing details. Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at cochrankia.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Arigalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Got a couple more minutes left with you to talk. So get a phone line, 412-928-9370. Reacting to another Pirates 4-3 loss to the Kansas City Royals. They've been swept in 2 series on this road trip, 6 games in total, countering their 6-game winning streak that they had when they were at home just last week. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Callis. It's Donovan.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm all right. What's up? Tell me what you're thinking.
I had a question for you. When they fired Charrington, who do you think they should try and go get? Do you think they should try to bring Huntington back, or should they try for someone new?
No, they should try for someone new. That's for sure. Yeah, thanks for the call, Donovan. Yeah, try for someone new. You don't want to go back to the past. I mean, I think more often than not, the reunion is one that doesn't go very well. Actually, don't have any statistics to back that up. We'll see how Rich Rodriguez does with WVU, and then I'll have another opinion on how reunions go with teams. Yeah, bringing Neil Huntington back, no, that's not really what I had in mind. Like a fresh, modern perspective on general managing. I'd like a general manager. Maybe now that we've got the pitching staff figured out, maybe get a GM in there that's been good at constructing offenses. Or even better, go out there and find somebody that can construct a whole team. And just speaking here as well, maybe don't limit any resources, spend a little more money on free agents, maybe commit to guys for longer than a year, all these things could help the Pirates. Yeah, definitely somebody new, for sure. No need to go back to Neil Huntington. 412-928-9370. One more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Name's Tom.
All right, Tom. I'm doing good. What's up?
Do you think if Mike Tomlin has his first losing season this year, that'll be his last season, or do you think he'll come back?
I think he's going to come back, and I don't think he's going to have a losing season. He's really good at not having losing seasons, if you've noticed, right?
I agree with you there. What do you think on Will Howard? Do you think if Aaron Rodgers has a rough couple first games, Will Howard will be our starting quarterback?
Not the first couple, and thanks for the call. I'm running out of time. Not the first couple. I mean, it would have to be I think it'd be 10 or more games before they would consider taking out Aaron Rodgers, unless he was so bad. I'm talking he's in multiple interceptions a game. Will Howard, if he performed poorly in any given individual game, they might put Will Howard in the garbage time. But to actually start, I think it would take 10 or more games. They're not. I mean, they signed Aaron Rodgers to start, and he will start unless he is hurt or unless he is so bad for at least half the season. Yeah. All right. Thanks for talking to me this morning. Appreciate talking to you every morning. My name is Nicholas Arigalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm out of time, so we move forward to the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get to Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh West and Greentree. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound Parkway East getting heavier between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. It's a little bit of a slowdown on the outbound side, entering the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, a little bit heavy as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Meanwhile, we do have an earlier structure fire in the Brushton section of the city, tying up the intersection of Bennett Street and Brushton Avenue. Also, a vehicle fire in the East Hills section on Wilkinsburg Avenue at Bryceland Street. Also, a transformer explosion in Ross Township, North Belf Avenue at Quail. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Feels probably for everyone like it was a slow week. We got over that hump. Now it's a thirsty Thursday, baby.
Yep.
We're going to deliver the fun content for yins on your way to work today. How we doing today, Dickerson?
I'm doing pretty good. Took a 3-hour nap yesterday. I was tired. Yeah, I was whooped.
That's a hibernation.
Yeah, I usually don't do that. It's usually like 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, 20 minutes usually.
Little power nap,
and my adrenaline's still going from the show, and then I get up and do some things. But yesterday I was whooped. I got right in the bed and fell right to sleep. Put the quarterback on, tried to finish it, didn't finish it. But
Kirk Cousins put your ass to sleep.
Yeah, he did. Getting going to Supercuts or wherever he goes.
Yeah, what the heck? I kind of feel, though, I have no idea. So you could immediately slap me down because you've seen this happen in real life. I've always thought that if I fell into, like, a lot of money, not much about my life would change. I'd probably have a lot less anxiety. I don't know that my spending habits would change all that much. I'd probably go to more sporting events.
Are you saying if you were an athlete and had a lot of money, or just a person that had a lot of money?
Like if I lived Kirk Cousins' life.
If you were Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Okay, you probably wouldn't go to many sporting events.
Well, because I was a football player.
Right.
I might go back to Michigan State more than I would have if I didn't have millions of dollars. Once I retired, you go to some games, buy
once you
season
retire,
tickets.
for sure.
Yeah.
Give
But I
some
don't
money
think
to
I'd buy a
program.
boat. I don't think
No.
I would be. I don't think I'd be walking around sporting the latest fashions.
No.
I feel like I'd be pretty minimalistic.
Yeah, but you, like the little things that you don't realize that now that you have money that you can pay for that makes it more convenient for you to live, you probably would do. Like even myself personally, I didn't have that much money, but like I had a personal barber, and there was a couple teammates, one of our teammates in Detroit, he would have a barber come every Thursday to his house. He would have a caterer come so we could eat, and then they would wash our cars. So like I never went to the car wash. Always got my cars washed at his house. Always got my hair cut at his house. I didn't go to the barber shop.
You're paying for the best and convenience.
And the most convenience.
Yeah.
And if you actually have a name and you are recognizable, like you don't want to do these things in public. So you don't want to have to go through a car wash and then people are like, hey, look who it is. It's Matt
Andre
Stafford.
Johnson,
Yeah, Andre Johnson. So you make things more convenient in that way. People come to you if you have money.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And those are just like the little things that you don't really think of, that it's like, oh, I have some money, so yeah, I'm going to make this, I'll pay an extra whatever to have this.
Yeah.
Just so I don't have to go out and do it.
That makes sense.
And it saves time too.
Right. Opportunity cost.
Yeah.
I would redo my kitchen.
Yeah.
Not enough space in there right now. I'd probably move, actually.
Yeah.
We're going to outgrow our house pretty quick with the girls. But it wouldn't be extravagant, but who knows?
No.
I'm willing to test that theory, universe, if you would like to drop a whole bunch of money in my lap.
It depends on how much time you would have, I think. Like, if you are an athlete, like, you have a season. So, like, you're not doing anything during the season. You don't need a boat. You're not going on a boat. You're not going fishing. You're not doing these things. Like, it would depend on how much time you would actually have on your hands. That's where the money goes, Like, in the off season, it's like, oh, I actually have 2 months to go to Miami for a month if I want to.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
That's another thing that I'd do. I would travel a lot more. I have a buddy who was an assistant golf pro at Cherry Hill, so a big-time course. I'm guessing made pretty good money, but always had a ton of money because, especially during busy season, he was on the course like 100 hours a week.
Yeah.
You don't have time to spend. All you're doing is just saving money, and he ate there. And he was getting like 75,000 steps in a day. My man was lean.
Yep.
That's a pretty good life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you make money and don't have time to spend it, that's a pretty good.
It is a pretty good. But that's like being a college or NFL coach.
I did hear Rich Rod yesterday, and I consumed as much Rich Rod as humanly possible because, my God, I can't believe that weirdo's back. And he got asked a lot because every single outlet that you go to at media days, and Narduzzi's going to be the same thing at the ACC media day, you're going to get asked the same questions by ESPN and Sirius College and Big 12 radio and ACC radio. And he got asked a bunch about the transfers and the state of college football. And eventually he was like, a lot of people complain. He's like, it's not easy. And it's not as easy as it was 20 years ago. He said, but I'm still a college football coach. And I'm very lucky to be a college football coach. You don't hear that enough.
No, you don't.
From the college football coaches. Too many of them bitch, moan, and complain about how hard it is. And it is. And we've talked about it a bunch. You're sleeping on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
You're working long hours. You're working.
Yeah.
You barely get any time off, especially in today's college football. But you're still doing that and not falling into vats of molten steel in the mill.
Yeah, like and you get paid a lot of money, but I mean your time is just all there.
I feel like it'd be hard to spend money if you're a college football coach.
It's all going to your wife, your family, your kids.
Yeah.
But you the sacrifices you kind of make, and this is not like I feel sorry for college coaches, but you're coaching football. But you don't see your family. Like you don't get to go. You don't go to the recitals. You don't go to the youth football games. You don't go to the youth baseball games. You don't have time to do any of that. So like you basically are living a different life than your family is, and your family gets that money, which is you're taking care of them.
Right. You're providing.
But it's like the ultimate providing because you maybe get a week out of the year, which is like right now, where you can sit down and probably go to the beach with your family. And you're still probably looking at your phone because it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. But you get paid a lot of money to do it.
We're trying to get XYZ player eligible for a 7th year.
Right.
That's something West Virginia's working on right now. They got one of the best edge rushers out of the portal, but he may or may not be eligible.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Those things. So, but like you're saying though, it is I think it's the convenience thing whenever you do have like Kirk Cousins money. But Kirk Cousins chooses to not do that. Like he went to Cookout after a game, the restaurant.
Oh, man. Cookout, very good.
Very good.
Quality milkshakes. Good hot dogs at Cookout. Like Cookout.
You could smell it a mile away.
Oh.
You could smell the charcoal.
Half the South smells like Cookout.
Yeah, it does.
And then he goes and gets his haircuts at Great Clips.
Yep.
I love that guy. I really do. I haven't watched it yet. I got to get on that probably this weekend. Harry, how are you doing today? We didn't even ask you.
Well, thank you for at least coming around.
You want to clear your throat?
Oh, my gosh. I went from joke to serious. Wow. Good morning. What? Why are you laughing so hard?
I would love to make fun of you, but that's kind of on us because usually immediately we're like, hey, Harry, how you doing? But then we just ignored you for the first 8 minutes of this, and you're back. Well, maybe they're never going to talk to me again.
Can you guess what I would buy with money?
A van, a bus.
There you go, a bus, and my own place to live. Actually, that was first on my list.
Yeah, I think you want to start with the practical stuff, and then you can inch your way towards the dream vehicles.
If I'm infinitely rich, I'm starting Harry Callis's garage, kind of like how Jay Leno did it. Where I was to acquire a bunch of unique cars and then show them to people and then make YouTube videos and make money that way.
I think that's awesome, actually, for real. Like, that'd be a very smart thing to do. If you did have the money to invest into that, I think a lot of people would want to see that.
If I had more time, I'd like to review cars.
I've never been a car guy.
Me neither.
No?
Nope.
I like the practicality of cars more than the vroom vroom engine part.
Sure.
So I like being like, oh, look at what the seats can do. You can take them out. Or like, hey, look how much space you have in here. That kind of thing. Or like, yeah.
I got an air freshener for my car the other day. Well, one of them 99-cent ones. And you tell me what you think I picked. There was like evergreen forest, cinnamon candle, and new car smell.
Cinnamon candle.
I knew you were going to guess that, and I immediately regretted not buying that. I went with new car smell, and those things are potent, man.
Yeah, they're strong.
They are pungent.
Give you a headache.
That's exactly what happened. It gave me a headache, and then my wife borrowed my car last night to go to the dentist. It was a big dentist week in the Crowley family, and she texted me immediately after arriving at the dentist and said, "Your car smells like the coat rack at a funeral home."
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
And I got into it this morning, and I went, damn, she's right. And she took it out. She's like, go buy another one. It smells awful in there. And it does. It was potent. It did what you want it to do, but the smell is terrible.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
The coat rack.
The coat rack at a funeral home. She came swinging.
Man.
And then she did some errands after the dentist, and she came in, gave me a kiss, and she smelled like my car. Like, that ain't good. You can't have that. No. And then, I mean, ain't nothing can get you in the mood like the coat rack at a funeral home.
I get those little Febreze ones that you could stick on the vents.
Those are great.
Yeah.
I was looking for that.
Yeah.
I went to a local hardware store in Mount Lebanon, and I'm sure they were in there. I wasn't patient enough. Shocking. And I went with I made a choice out of 3. I made the wrong choice.
Yep.
And
You'll never make that choice again, though.
no.
Man, that's one of those life lessons, man.
I love the new car smell, but the new car smell can only come with a new car.
Absolutely.
You can't recreate the new car smell.
Nope.
I'll tell you what, though.
Synthetic new car smell. Like, there is not none of that scent. Not 1% of that scent was made up of anything natural.
No.
And I'm guessing probably with Evergreen and cinnamon candle probably wasn't either, but there ain't nothing natural about a new car smell. What the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, but at least
I have a headache now thinking about the smell.
At least with the cinnamon one, like, you're getting cinnamon. With Evergreen, you don't know what you're like. What is it called? Forest Evergreen?
Something like that. Yeah.
Like it's what you think that you smell walking through a forest, and then the new car smell is like what you think a new car smells like. They have the word cinnamon in the middle, in the cinnamon candle or whatever it is. Like, you're getting cinnamon.
Yeah.
So, like, you're actually getting that. You're guessing on the other two.
That's true. What's the best smell?
Gas. Love gas.
You're talking about like at a BP, not Dutch ovening your
Correct.
wife. Okay.
I love the smell of gas.
Want to be sure on that.
Yeah.
I do too. They add that in. Like
the smell?
Yeah, when they're pumping it out of Saudi Arabia or whatever, it doesn't smell like that coming out, but they put it in so you can sense a gas leak.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is it? Wonder what it actually smells like.
I have no clue. I also don't know if I'm correct in that or not.
Huh.
That was a Ross Geller line in Friends. That's where I learned a lot of my information in my youth.
You know what smell I really like too? Is the smell of like burning leaves in the fall.
So when I asked the question, I was thinking about the smell of fall.
Yep.
You walk outside.
Yep.
People are doing bonfires in the neighborhood.
Yep.
There's a different smell in the air.
Yep.
Like a Friday night high school football.
You can smell it.
You can smell it.
I can smell it right now.
I wish I could bottle that up and put it in my car.
Yep.
Friday night fall scent. Harry, you were going to say something a while ago, and I totally steamrolled you by talking about percentages of the smell that was natural.
No, that's okay. I like fresh baked pie.
Oh,
it's
man.
a good smell.
What kind of pie?
Doesn't matter.
Wow.
They're all usually pretty good. The apple, blueberry.
Mm-hmm.
You're painting a very 1950s picture.
Banana cream pie.
Of somebody making a pie and putting it on the windowsill.
Yep.
And then birds come in and they nestle themselves next to the pie. And they're all whistling. And then the dwarves walk in. Oh, I'm thinking of Snow White. But you're right. That's a great scent. What are the best scents? 412-928-9370. I'm a big fan of the smell of pot.
What?
Yeah.
Sounds like a skunk.
Yep.
You like that?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you weird?
That's bizarre.
Like secondhand pot smoke smell.
No. It smells like a skunk.
Ew.
I love that smell.
You love the smell of a skunk.
I love the smell if I know it's weed and not a skunk.
Man.
Texter writes in, I wanted to get this in. I've had it pulled up for a while. I found the breakfast hot dog culprit. My 67-year-old coworker from Punxsy. We work in a plant for PPG in Monroeville. We are both daily listeners, and he regularly eats this for breakfast while listening. Dug his receipt out of the trash this morning.
Come on.
We found the hot dog guy.
That's fantastic.
All right, obvious follow-ups. A, why? Why are we eating this?
Right.
B, did you eat Doran's delicious ham and egg and cheese sheet sandwich yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
That is outstanding.
That is outstanding. It really is. Oh, my goodness.
Texter, fresh mulch.
No. Smells like dookie.
I like the fresh mulch smell.
I'll
tell you what. A light summer rain. It's a great smell. It is. Or freshly cut grass.
Not bad. Not bad.
Texter, lifelong non-smoker. Love the smell of a fresh lit cigarette. I do too, but that's usually on the opposite end of the spectrum for people.
I love the smell of
Texter, oh. Good morning, gents. Adam, you're supposed to cut the plastic and slide the tree out of it over months at a time. So I'm not just supposed to raw dog that thing?
I didn't know that.
Damn.
I always just put it up. I didn't know that.
Texters, a lot of them write in, they add the smell to natural gas, not gasoline. My bad.
Okay.
Huh. I'm happy we cleared that up. I don't want to pass along bad information. This is a great one. Huge fan of the smell of a Home Depot.
Same.
I love walking up into a Home Depot or a Lowe's.
Good one.
Mm-hmm.
Really good one.
I think it's because it's all the wood in there, too. You got that nice wood smell, you know.
Yep.
Yes.
Wood smells pretty good.
I love the smell of wood.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, as if you're smelling bonfires in Mount Lebanon. So, Mount Lebanon High School field, on a Friday in the fall, there are houses up on that hill.
Right.
And they'll always have fires, and they'll watch the
game.
They'll watch the game.
Right.
So you walk in there, and you get the smell of fire, a little chill in the air, some walking tacos, chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Texter, fresh cut hay in the evening. Now that I cannot relate to. I'm not even going to pretend on that one. Texter, Thanksgiving, walking in, the smell of all the food cooking.
I was going to say that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That is a good one. I love the smell of my smoker. But not in the summer as much, but the fall.
Oh yeah.
If I throw something on the smoker and I'm outside and it's a little brisk out.
Oh.
It sometimes it penetrates the brisk air better than it does, I think, the summer air.
I'm with you.
It takes over.
It hits you in the nostrils differently.
It does.
Yes. 1,000%.
I don't know what it is. I guess the change in the whatever it
We
is.
love the fall.
We do, yeah.
Now here we are just looking longingly at late September.
Mm-hmm. Do you love the smell of the beach? Only reason I would say I like the smell of the beach because I'm not a really big beach guy, but I go because I'm at the beach. I have to go.
Mm-hmm.
I love the smell of the beach because I know that I'm at the beach.
If
that makes sense.
I do. It does, I should say. I like getting, if you're going to the Outer Banks, just as an example, and you get onto the island, and you roll your windows down, and you're about to reach your destination.
Yes.
And you can breathe in that saltwater air. Yeah,
that.
yeah. And then your farts start to assimilate, too. Have you noticed that?
Mm-mm.
You get halfway home to Pittsburgh, and you rip one in the car, and it kind of smells like there's a little salt water in there.
That never happened, no.
Oh. Texter, fresh pot of coffee. Great.
Good one. Yep.
Texter, newborn baby smell.
Yes. Yes, a lot.
You hold a baby, you sniff their head.
Oh, man. I get that in a couple months.
Yes, you do.
I can't wait. I love that smell. I just smell it.
I'm jealous.
Oh.
I'm just going to come over every other day and just hold your baby.
I can't wait. So excited. I can't believe I get to do this again. It's great.
I can't believe you get to do this again.
I can't believe it's great.
Texter, chili simmering on a nice, cool fall Sunday afternoon. The smell of a baseball glove. The smell of perfume on you after going to a gentleman's club. The smell of puppy breath. Oh, I love the smell of puppy breath.
Oh, puppy breath, yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's way different than mature dog breath.
Mature dog breath, no good.
I just got a text, by the way. Do you want to hear about it?
Yeah, from whom?
RJ.
Our intern.
Yeah. I thought he was texting me that he was here. He said, good morning. I've been up all night, battling a stomach bug.
Oh.
He fits into the show very well with the bathroom habits. I'll tell you what.
Did you tell him not to come?
Oh, he said he wasn't coming. That was the point. But yeah, I was like,
man. I don't need that again.
Well, we're good.
I mean, I hope you're okay, RJ. Oh, we didn't see him yesterday.
Right.
Oh, that's wonderful. Harry, he's patient 0. You're patient 1. How's that work?
I don't want to jinx it, but I feel fine. I've actually been very hydrated lately, and it's shown in my bathroom habits.
Great. I guess I should have said, hey, I hope you feel better, RJ, instead of immediately making it about me not wanting to get the stomach bug.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Texter, the smell of a large stack of cash.
Sure. I like the smell of, well, there's smells that remind me of certain things. Like the smell of a cigar reminds me of my dad's buddy, Bob Zedrick. Every single time I smell or smoke a cigar, I think of him.
I don't think there's any bigger sense that connects with nostalgia than the sense of smell.
Yeah.
Like you'll hear a song, sometimes it'll transport you back, I don't think anything like you can. If you smell something, it can immediately put you back years in the past.
The smell of coffee reminds me of being on an airplane for some reason. I remember just being young and smelling coffee on an airplane. And every time I smell coffee, I think about being on an airplane or in an airport.
Parents' flight attendants.
Yeah, all the time. Yep.
If I walk past an old Italian man in the grocery store, it makes me think of my grandfather.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Smell of brand new sneakers.
Decent.
I love the smell of a book.
Yep. Decent.
I always sniff a book.
Decent.
Texture, bacon cooking. Think we're good.
Yeah.
Bob Pompiani was talking about Wimbledon yesterday, and he said that's a bucket list item for him. At some point during the show, because it's July 10th, I think we should get into some sports bucket lists. Think that'll be fun with Pat Bostic.
Sure.
He's going to join us at 7 o'clock today. Jeff Hathorn, back from his vacation. He's going to join us at 9:35. At 8:45, we've got Quiz Callis. But we're going to start the show with what should have been a day to celebrate yesterday, and now today it just makes us all sad or potentially angry. We'll explain in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No doubles with Frazier at first and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft bouncer to short. Witt on to second, gets the force. Kansas City wins by a single run again, and the Pirates have now been down 16 times on the road by a single run. That's the most in baseball. And again, the Pirates cannot win on this road trip. They're 0-6 and another one-run defeat. 4-3 Kansas City, the final.
16 one-run losses on the road. The Pirates are a half game better on the road than the Colorado Rockies are. And the Colorado Rockies may well wind up being the worst team in modern baseball history. They can't buy a victory on the road. And the way that this has all transpired makes me want to throw myself out of a window. Not like a 6-story window to my ultimate demise, but like a 2nd-story window where it might hurt me a little bit. The Pirates rattled off 6 straight wins, a perfect homestand, and in the back half of that homestand didn't allow a run. And then it's like looking in a mirror, where it's the exact reverse. They get shut out 3 consecutive games. They've lost all 6 games on this road trip. They are now 18 games under 500. They are 17 games behind in the division. They are 13 games out of a wild card spot. And folks, I'm waving the white flag. We probably should have waved it a long time ago. This season is over. They will not contend for anything. And what does that have to do with yesterday? Well, yesterday was the 2-year anniversary now of the day Paul Skenes was drafted. And because I am waving the white flag, that means you are 2 years into his career. Probably 2 out of 5 years of his Pirates career that have been flushed down the toilet have been completely wasted. Tariq Skubal won the Cy Young last year for the Tigers. Dorn, you know this.
Yep.
Our listeners know this. His last 13 starts, he's 8-0 with a 1.75 ERA. He has been outstanding. Paul Skenes' last 13 starts, 1-5 with a 1.72 ERA. They have wasted 2 years of Paul Skenes, and here's the question at 412-928-9370. Do we have any faith that they won't waste the entirety of Paul Skenes' tenure? You're 40% of the way through in terms of years. He has the rest of this year to pitch. His numbers are only going to get better because he's Paul damn Skenes, but they're not contending for anything this year, clearly, obviously. Are they going to make the playoffs with Paul Skenes? Does anybody have faith that they're going to be able to do this? 412-928-9370. I'll turn it over to you in just 1 second here, Doran. It's giving me Shohei Ohtani in Los Angeles or in Anaheim vibes. 6 years in L.A. for Shohei Ohtani. I got to rephrase it again. In Anaheim for Shohei Ohtani. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Can they change their name? Can they just be the California Angels again? Nimrod radio hosts from the other side of the country don't know what to do with themselves. 6 years in L.A., 2 MVPs. For one of those years, he was fourth in the Cy Young voting. 0 trips to the postseason. It's even worse for Mike Trout. 3-time MVP, 11-time All-Star, 9-time Silver Slugger, 15 years in L.A., a surefire Hall of Famer. He went to the playoffs 1 time, played 3 games.
My goodness.
And they can actually spend money.
Yep.
And did spend money. 1 playoff trip for Mike Trout in 15 years. Did the Pirates do it 1 time with Paul Skenes? 412-928-9370.
Only way they do it is if they make a significant move here in this offseason. Because they're not going to do it now. But if they make a significant move, and it has to be the right move, you can't take a flyer on an up-and-coming GM or front office. They need to revamp that whole entire front office and revamp the mentality of, all the way to the top. I mean, it really comes down to that. At least you would try to do it, and I'd give credit if they at least try to spend the money to surround Paul Skenes with the adequate talent. But it all starts with the mentality up top, and then it starts with the general managing of getting the right players in here. If they do that, they have a chance. I don't know if that's gonna, I don't know if that's gonna equate to them winning a lot of games to make it to the playoffs. But that's the only chance that you have if you do that. Only one.
They spent $35 million 2 off seasons ago. They spent $10 million on Aroldis Chapman. They need to do that bare minimum this offseason. We have talked about the need to move on from Ben Cherington. It is year 6. They are, unless they get super hot down the stretch, going to lose more games this year than they have the previous 2. They're going in the wrong direction. This is year 2 of Paul Skenes, and the team's getting worse. So we've talked about the need to move off of Ben Cherington. 6 years is enough to say he ain't the right man for the job. But you also need to make a legitimate financial commitment. And they did that relative to how they've always operated in 13, 14, and 15. They were spending some money back then. They signed Liriano to a longer contract. They got Ivan Nova. They went out and they spent money for them. It was a lot of money on Russell Martin to bring him in. They were active and willing participants in the trade deadline. You're right, man. It's an entire philosophical shift, but it's something that has happened, and it needs to happen this offseason. Because if it doesn't, if they don't spend the money, because they don't have the pipeline of prospects coming up, with the exception of Connor Griffin, and he may not even be here next year, and I would guess probably not going to be here next year, they don't have the pipeline of AA and AAA hitters that are going to come here and augment what is a very good pitching staff. And thus, how are you going to turn this thing on a dime? You have to spend the money, and you have to be shrewd. And in order to be shrewd, you need a new GM. And in order to spend the money, you need a new philosophy.
Yeah.
So my guess is they're probably not going to make the playoffs in the next 3 years.
Probably
I wish
not.
I were wrong, But it's hard not to be pessimistic. They have Paul Skenes, and they're worse.
I mean, you have to be prepared to overpay for players, too. That's the thing. Because there's still the, I guess the stigma, I guess would be the word, that who would want to come here and play?
And I have not granted Ben Cherington enough grace on that, Doran. He may have tried to pay guys this offseason, and they may have decided to go elsewhere. That's as nice as I can be about it. But you're right. You want to get guys to come here, like Paul Goldschmidt, if all else is equal. And I didn't see it was reported that they offered him a deal, but let's just play it out for a second. If all else is equal, do you want to go to the Yankees or the Pirates? You want to go to the Yankees.
Yeah.
You got to pay him a little bit more. You're right about that.
You have to be prepared for that. So it's not going to be, paying what you did 2 years ago, $35 million. I mean, you're going to have to add a lot to that. If that's the bare minimum, you're going to have to add a lot to that. Because now, I mean, what's the selling point? Oh, I could play with Paul Skenes. Okay, cool. Like, if I'm a player, that's a pitcher.
Right, and Paul Skenes has made 42 career starts in Major League Baseball. He's upwards of 250 innings. He has a 1.95 ERA. He won the Rookie of the Year. He was third in Cy Young voting. He's already a two-time All-Star. What has that yielded the Pirates? It'd be nice to play with Paul Skenes. Of course it would. But Paul Skenes ain't even winning his starts because they can't score runs. They are 29th in Major League Baseball in runs scored. I was actually stunned to see that when I looked it up today. I figured they were just in dead-ass last, 30th. Nope, they're 29th, but that's only because the Chicago White Sox exist.
Would that be something, though? Like, let's be honest with ourselves and think about this. Like, if you are, let's say, a first baseman or shortstop, like, would it be cool to play with Paul Skenes? Like, would that push you in a direction where I would want to sign for a team? Because it's not like any other sport. Like, it'd be, okay, like, I know that if I played, 10 years ago, if I wanted to come to the Penguins, that if I played on Sidney Crosby's line, he's going to make me that much better. I know that if I signed with New England Patriots, that Tom Brady was going to make me that much better as a tight end. I know that if I played with LeBron or Steph Curry, that they're going to make me better. Like, Paul Skenes, if I'm a shortstop, what does he do for me? I wouldn't even wait. That wouldn't even be a part of my decision-making, honestly. Because, like, we're on two different wavelengths of playing the sport. Baseball is unique like that. Like, it wouldn't sell me at all.
That's well said.
It wouldn't. Unless I was a catcher.
So, O'Neal Cruz hitting about 200, and he's got 16 home runs. Let's just say he had blossomed into the best possible version of that. Let's say he was Kyle Schwarber from a couple of years ago, who hit 197 and 47 homers. I'd want to sign in Pittsburgh if I'm a hitter, and be slotted into the lineup ahead of that guy. Oh, you better pitch to me, because if not, you're pitching to a dude who's going to hit 50 home runs. That would be a selling point. With Paul Goldschmidt, again, to use him as an example, I'm sure it's a selling point. You place me in the lineup, either ahead of or behind Judge and Stanton. Okay, I'm going to get much better pitches to hit. But I get to be on the same roster as a Paul Skenes. That's great. Every fifth day, we have a really good shot to win. What else does it do for me?
Right.
I get to watch history. Well, I got MLB TV. What's the big deal?
I mean, yeah, if I'm a player, that's not going to be a part of my decision-making.
Not to mention you're fighting against things like your reputation, if you're the Pirates, and what happened to Rowdy Tellez last year.
Yeah.
Which, whether it was because of the bonus or not because of the bonus, it's viewed as, hey, they got rid of him because he was about to get a roster bonus.
I mean, that's the only thing in my estimation that they could sell right now, and it's not even a big selling point is really what I'm trying to get at. Like, that's the only thing that you could sell as an organization right now for free agents to want to sign here, and it's not even a selling point, to be honest with you. Selling point is money, winning, lineup construction, things of that nature if I'm a player.
We got a nice ballpark.
No.
Some great places to eat here in Pittsburgh.
It's cold. You know you're going to get a month of cold.
And you're generally not going to have to worry about that cold in October. I hate to be a pessimist. I hate for us to wake everybody up at 6 o'clock in the morning and talk about Paul Skenes' career in Pittsburgh being wasted, but it's hard to think that it won't be unless major changes are made this offseason. Do you have any faith that they'll make the postseason at least one time? in Paul Skenes' Pirates career. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I look at the Royals, man. They've only scored a couple of more runs than the Pirates have this season. They're a terrible hitting baseball team. They're only 2 games under 500. You should at minimum be where they are. And if you're where they are, you're still thinking, hey, maybe in the second half we get hot. Or you're thinking, hey, maybe this offseason we get a bat or 2. Not even one of these big boppers, but a bat or 2 professional hitters, and we could contend in the NL. But because you're 29th in the league in runs scored, and you go on these long swaths of not being able to hit beach balls, you're 18 games under 500. How do you take a team that's going to finish probably more games than that under 500 and think that you can repair it in one off season? Unless a ton of stuff happens.
I mean, you were there last year at this time.
And then you totally bottled the
right.
deadline.
And you've been bad ever since the deadline last year. That warrants a different direction, in my opinion.
Yes.
That warrants a different direction, in my opinion.
They should have uprooted the entire thing last year.
Yes.
When you go 76-76 for the second consecutive year, they should have just said, all right, we're getting a new manager, we're getting a new general manager, and we'll take a shot at it this way. All right, let's try to spin this positively then. What would a plan be to get them into contention next year? What's the quickest route to contention at 412-928-9370? And do you have faith that the Pirates can and will do it? 412-928-9370. Good Thursday morning to you folks. 2 years and a day after Paul Skenes was drafted, and they're in just as crappy a situation as they were before they called his name. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 4-3 to the Kansas City Royals yesterday, making it 6 games in a row lost. So after they swept their 2 teams on their homestand, their first 6 games of the road trip have resulted in all losses and sweeps of the Pirates. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game series with the Minnesota Twins to continue the road trip. And that series starts tomorrow and will last throughout the weekend. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. For Juan Soto, it's always been about the Benjamins, and that was once again 100% crystal clear yesterday. When asked if he wanted to make the All-Star team, he said that there's a lot of money on the table. Most All-Star game bonuses for players like him would get you an extra $100,000. This is somebody making almost $1 million a week, yet an extra $100,000 he desperately needs to make the All-Star game? How much more do you need? I'm Pat Boyle.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the 2 areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project, and how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Chill out with unbeatable value at GetGo. Enjoy cool drinks and cooler prices this summer when you mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Featuring Gatorade, Celsius, Pure Leaf, and more. Plus, new WetGo members enjoy a sparkling deal. Buy 1 month of unlimited washes, get one free. GetGo. Before you get going.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Fog this morning, then cloudy, the high 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of fog and a couple of accidents to affect your morning commute. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com now. Accident tying up the left lane of the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood Twistvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. There's a PennDOT Arrow truck behind them directing traffic to the right lane. It's stacking back around Wilkinsburg. Also, a vehicle into a structure accident in Elizabeth Township. This is on Rock Run Road near the intersection with Lincoln Hall Road. And if you're traveling on the Parkway West, that's heavy right around the Banksville merge point. Route 28 is up to speed, so's the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yesterday was the 2-year anniversary of when the Pirates drafted Paul Skenes. And they are worse now than they were when they got him. Do you have any faith that the Pirates will make the postseason with Paul Skenes? 412-928-9370. Isn't a single texter, Doran, that says yes. Not one. Not one texter who has faith in the Pirates administration to get something done. And it's hard to disagree. When you're now working under the assumption that he'll be here for, 3 more years? And you're going to have one of the worst. You do have one of the worst teams in baseball. You have to flip it quick. And they've got the hard part, I think, done with the pitching staff. Really good bullpen. Really good rotation. We haven't even seen Bubba Chandler yet. We haven't even seen Hunter Barco yet. Jared Jones should come back next year. Johan Oviedo is working his way back to the majors. You've got options. Mike Burrows looks like a solution. Ashcraft could be a piece of your rotation, or he could be part of your bullpen. Majinski, probably not going to be part of your rotation, but could be part of your bullpen. How do you flip this thing quick? I don't know how realistic this is, but here's my quick, pretty much written out on a napkin idea for what they could do this offseason. I just looked at all the free agents available at the end of the year, and I don't have to name them all, but there's like 8 good catchers, 6 good first basemen, 5 good second basemen, a couple of good third basemen, 4 or 5 useful shortstops, and a whole bunch of good outfielders. If you spend money, you can upgrade. Because we're not upgrading from the 27 Yankees here. We are upgrading from one of, if not the worst hitting teams in all of baseball. And I feel like if you get to average in terms of hitting the damn thing, you're a playoff team next year. Easier said than done. So here's my plan. They spent $35 million 2 years ago in the offseason. You need to spend bare minimum that this offseason. But you got to find a way to spend more. And I think they're loath to do that unless salary moves out. So I'm trading Keller, I'm trading Hayes, I'm trading Bednar. I'm probably trading Bednar this deadline because I think with a reliever mid-season, that's how you maximize your value. And I understand Charrington's going to make the trade. You need to get something in return for Bednar.
Right. What are you getting?
I don't know. I would hope a bat, but you might have to package him with Dennis Santana. Fine. If you trade Bednar, that's $6 million coming off the books. That's what he made in arbitration this year. He'll make that or a little bit more next year. If you trade Hayes, you're getting $7 million off the books. If you trade Keller, you're getting $17 million off the books. So all told, that's $30 million. You couple that then with the $35 million that they spent 2 years ago that I would like them to spend again, you got $65 million to work with.
There you go.
You can make it work that way if you've got the right GM who's not going out and spending money on Tommy Pham. Now, all due respect to Tommy Pham, he's had a great month or so because he can see. But he had a bad year last year, and he mostly has stunk this year. You need to do better than that. You could spend that kind of money and get an Austin Hayes, who we've talked about, who has played well this year at last check for the Reds. You need a couple of those bargain basement guys that go well, but if you're spending $65 million, you can get a couple of dudes who aren't bargain basement guys.
Like who? So you said you're not going to name all the positions that are free agents. Let's take like the third guy, like the third best shortstop that's a free agent.
So Bo Bichette will be out there, Trevor Story, Orlando Arcia, Miguel Rojas.
What about third base? Since you're getting rid of Hayes.
Eugenio Suarez, Max Muncy, Gio Urshela, Josh Rojas, Luis Urias, whose name I just butchered. I know that I'm not going back. Thank you. In the outfield, Luis Robert. I don't know if you've checked in on him. He's had
when he hurt
a dreadful season. He's always hurt. Yeah. Tyler O'Neill, Kyle Tucker, Kyle Schwarber, Michael Conforto, Mike Yastrzemski, varying degrees of good, right? Hunter Renfroe, Max Kepler, Lane Thomas, Willie Castro, Jesse Winkler, Austin Hayes, Randall Grichuk. So again, varying degrees of good, useful, upgrade, whatever. There are guys. And if you've got $65 million to work with, you should be able to get a couple of guys. And can a couple of guys push you to being average offensively? Because that's all I think it takes. Now, the unrealistic part is them spending $65 million in one offseason in all likelihood. But I'm trying to meld the unrealistic with the realistic, and I'm trying to get money out so that they'll have money to spend. Because here's a reality that people don't think about. Their payroll is going to be more next year than it is this year just because guys' contracts are going to go up and they're going to have more players who are arbitration eligible. So, like, Brian Reynolds is going to cost more next year than he does this year. Keller's going to cost more next year than he is this year. So, even if they keep everybody, they will preach to you, oh, the payroll is higher, and it just happened organically. Right. Yeah. Harry, you look to be champing at the bit back there.
It's Randall Grichuk, not Randall Grichuk. You think these players want to come to Pittsburgh when the radio hosts mess up their names? I mean,
I think I'm low on the list for reasons why they wouldn't want to be here, but Austin Hedges might quibble with that. Austin Hedges might say, no, that radio host made me want to leave and go to Cleveland. Imagine going to Cleveland.
Imagine winning a World Series in Texas. Don't forget that was where he went first.
Exactly.
He carried them to that World Series. Austin Hedges.
Pitch framing.
Which might go away.
Yeah.
Guys like Austin Hedges wouldn't get to hang around in the league all that long if pitch framing goes away. Here we are talking about Austin Hedges, and I'm sad. Usually this is the time in the show where we let a long exhale out because of the state of the Pirates, and I think it's good. Maybe we do a group exhale. You want to do a group exhale?
Sure.
A little goose fraba. But unless you get rid of Ben Cherington, let's say you gave Ben Cherington $65 million. I don't know that I'd feel great about him spending that correctly.
No.
So not only do you need to do this plan, but you need to do the Doran plan, which is get rid of Ben Cherington. And I'm not convinced they're going to do that. I'm really not. How could I be convinced? Washington got rid of the manager and the general manager. They didn't. Why? They must have some sort of faith that he's doing something right. They did just draft Connor Griffin last year. Nick Gonzalez looks the part, I think. The pitching staff is great. He's done a wonderful job building up the pitching staff. Is that enough for him to get a year 7? Maybe it is. Okay. A lot of football stuff coming down the pike with Pat Bostic, who's going to join us at 7 o'clock. Coming up next, I wanted to talk about this yesterday, but we were having too much fun not talking about this. ESPN continues to write stories, opinion pieces, on why the Pirates should trade Paul Skenes and what they could get in return for Paul. We'll go over that a little bit when we come back. And the Pirates only have themselves to blame for these stories getting written. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 4-3 to the Kansas City Royals yesterday, and they got swept in that series as well. They're on a 6-game losing streak. They've got an off day today, and they're going to start a 3-game series with the Minnesota Twins tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Here come Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Get reserved seats now at HeinzHall.org or the Heinz Hall box office. Winner of the Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Live.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Join the Riverhounds on Sunday, July 13th at 5 p.m. as they host Loudoun United. Come early for the pregame touch-a-truck, and the first 750 fans get a Robbie Mertz bobblehead, courtesy of Tri-State Office Furniture. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We mentioned some upcoming baseball free agents in the last segment, and the text line has blown up saying that list sucks. Yeah, but so do the Pirates. And so you could get some bad hitters in here that are better than atrocious hitters. It would actually be an upgrade.
Yep.
So think about it that way. Meanwhile, ESPN doesn't go a day without writing something up about how the Pirates should trade Paul Skenes. This time, it was Dave Schoenfield, who is a really good baseball mind. I'm a big fan of his work, actually. But he writes 3 hypothetical offers that teams should make to get Paul Skenes this deadline. Could you imagine?
If it actually happened?
If it happened, I think that a lot of Pirates fans that have threatened to jump off the bandwagon,
they're gone.
I think they would be gone.
Gone.
I think they would be gone. I would still go to games. I would still watch them for the job. It's a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would take any joy in watching them on television.
No.
You know, you get a hot dog and you take the family down.
Right.
Still a nice night out, but if they traded, and they won't. Just first off, this deadline, they're not going to move Skenes. But if they did, it'd be over for me.
Oh, done.
Done. Offer number 1, Schoenfield writes, you trade Skenes to the New York Mets, and they give you back shortstop/center fielder Jet Williams. Good name, Doran.
Great name. 2 T's?
2 T's, buddy.
Nice.
Number 20 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. And you'd get Jonah Tong, who's the 50th best prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Right-handed pitcher Nolan McLean. Infielder Ronnie Mauricio, whose name I'm sure I butchered. And outfielder Carson Benj. That would get exactly 0 Pirates fans excited.
0.
I've never heard of any of those guys, except for Ronnie, again, whose name I butchered because we talked about him in a potential Mitch Keller trade last week.
Wait, so that is the equivalent is, hey, we'll give you one of the best generational pitchers ever, and you give us the best thing that we'll get back in the trade is a top 20 prospect.
That's right.
That's insane.
Insane. Scratch that one off. Offer number 2 from the damn Dodgers, which can't they wait their turn? Can the damn Dodgers not wait in line? Can the damn Dodgers not make this trade 3 years from now? You know what I'm saying?
This is hypothetical.
I know. It just pisses me off. We got to get Paul Skenes to New York. Got to get Paul Skenes to Los Angeles. Let's get the rich richer. Do it now Pittsburgh fans, they don't deserve to watch this guy every fifth day. No, the Dodgers, they get that guy. The Mets, they get that guy. So here's the Dodgers hypothetical offer, according to Dave Schoenfield. Catcher, outfielder, Dalton Rushing. 14th best prospect in all of Major League Baseball. If it ain't a top 10 guy to start, I'm out.
Seriously.
Outfielder, Jose DePaula, 17th best prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Infielder, Alex Freeland, right-handed pitcher, Emmett Sheehan, and left-handed pitcher, Jackson Ferris.
No.
I need to know, and there are prospect ball knowers out there who are listening to the show right now, and they might say, oh, no, I've heard of some of these guys. No, I need like a Roman Anthony from Boston.
Yeah.
Like, I need the number one guy. If I'm trading maybe the best pitcher in baseball history, and I don't think that's hyperbole, but certainly the best 2-year start to a pitcher we've ever seen in the history of the game. No, I need like the best prospect in all of baseball, and then some, and then some, and then some. And then offer number 3. This one really irritates me. Detroit. Max Clark, who's an outfielder, the number 8 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. At least that's a good starting point. Shortstop, Kevin McGonigal, the number 11 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Okay, all right. Right-handed pitcher, Jackson Jobe. Infielder, Colt Keith. That guy's got to be good. Both those guys. Those are great baseball names.
They are good baseball names.
Jackson Jobe and infielder Colt Keith. And right-handed pitcher, this is an all-name team here, Sawyer Gibson Long.
No.
You know what makes me sad? Is that in some alternate universe, if you believe in the infinite universe theory, the Pirates should be trying to trade for Tarek Skubal to add him to their rotation.
Yes.
Not the other way around. Now, Dave Schoenfield, very good at his job. I'm sure this got a lot of clicks. I'm sure in L.A. and New York and Detroit, they're going, oh, boy, we could get Paul Skenes. If you want that guy, it ain't happening at the deadline, first of all. It would have to wait until the offseason. And it's not going to happen this offseason either. And it's got to be the biggest trade return in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
And I need rostered players, too.
Absolutely.
And not just part-time guys like Ronnie Mauricio from the New York Mets, who plays like 3 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I mean, there's no way that you could sway me to trade him now.
No.
Unless you're giving me like Pete Alonso and somebody else.
Yeah, give me the polar bear.
Right. Like, give me a guy that it is equivalent to Paul Skenes. Like, I want one of your guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's only that. Hey, then we could talk.
Give me a Juan Soto and pick up 95% of his contract.
Yep. Give me Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Right. Give me Ohtani. Just the hitter. He can pitch for you guys.
Right.
Let him hit for us.
Hit for the Pirates.
Like every 5th day, we'll ship him over to LA. You got to pay the flight costs. Like that's, you have to blow me away. Because I referenced this the other day. The Nationals, they got a huge return for Juan Soto, which was universally praised at the time. It was praised this offseason. I saw some think pieces on it. Like, these guys have all played well. They got what they needed to. They just fired their manager. They just fired their general manager who made the trade. And they're just as bad as the Pirates.
Yep.
So, like, if you could guarantee me that trading Skenes would lead to the playoffs, like, guarantee that, all right, yeah, I'd have to stop and think about it. But you can't. That's not how life works. That's not how sports works. And the last time we saw a mega deal of anything resembling this magnitude, it did not work out for the team that made the trade. And I'm sitting here, I'm mad at Schofield, I'm mad at ESPN. I shouldn't be mad at them, at those entities. I should be mad at the Pirates because the reason that these pieces continue to get pumped out there for clicks is because the Pirates are bad again in year 2. And he's going to start the All-Star game.
Crazy. That's where we're at.
All right. Livy Dunn went viral. Did you see this?
Yeah.
The Yankees, I don't think, are going to be a player for Paul Skenes. We'll tell you why when we come back. We've got Pat Bostic joining us for the full show, starting at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And always, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost to the Kansas City Royals 4-3. Pirates have now been swept in 2 consecutive road series following their 2 consecutive sweeps during their homestand last week. Pirates are off today. They're going to finish the road trip with a 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins, and that series begins tomorrow. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident from the inbound Parkway East, reopening the left lane between Edgewood Swiss Valley and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. However, you're looking at delays as far back as Wilkinsburg, heading to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound, you have heavy traffic jamming right around the Greenfield Bridge, overpass up into the lane restrictions past the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit. Parkway West, you are heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill, jammed just below Parkway Center. And an earlier accident in Elizabeth Township, still tying up the intersection of Rock Run and Lincoln Hall Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good Rich and Geist.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 9 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So a few months ago, I decided I was going to make my first real estate purchase, which is so exciting, and I was going to get an apartment in New York City. But the gag was, it was Babe Ruth's apartment. So naturally, I'm telling everybody, I'm excited. I was going to buy it, and I was going to pay with cash. I wanted this apartment bad. It got to the point where the realtor was so confident. Paul and I went. I got an interior designer because I didn't want to bring my college furniture to Babe Ruth's apartment. That would be criminal. Then the week that I'm supposed to get my keys to my brand new apartment, I get a call. The co-op board denied me.
That's Livy Dunn, girlfriend of Paul Skenes, megastar, gymnast, model, social media maven. They got denied by the co-op.
Yep.
Co-op says, we don't want Livy Dunn up in here. We don't want Paul Skenes up in here. I hope Paul is as big of a jackass as I am, because I wouldn't go to the Yankees if I were Paul. Screw you. You don't want me buying Babe Ruth's apartment? I'll go to the Mets. I'll go to the Dodgers. I'll go to the Red Sox. I ain't going to the New York Yankees. But that's not the crux of this for me. The crux of this for me is she's buying her first property. This is my first real estate purchase, she says, and it's Babe Ruth's apartment in New York City.
For cash.
For cash!
For cash.
First house I ever bought was one half of a duplex, and on the other side of the duplex was like an 80-year-old man who wouldn't sleep overnight, would sit out and watch to make sure kids weren't causing trouble in the back alley. That's not a joke. That's reality. And, man, the mortgage wasn't all that expensive, and we were pinching pennies to make sure we could afford that thing. You got Livy Dundam out here, first real estate purchase, buying Babe Ruth's apartment? My God.
Yep, but you didn't get denied. She did.
How about that, Livy?
Yep.
I was a great tenant. Saved my neighbor's life.
I mean, co-op board, right? Denied her.
Yeah.
I probably would too. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more to these influencers. And you know what? I'm sure Livy Dunn is a nice person. This is not really a shot at her. It's just in general. I mean, these people probably don't want all that comes with it in their space. Like, I mean, filming their building and doing stuff on the rooftop and, you know, doing all these crazy, like, I understand. Like, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more.
Even if they weren't big time on social media, which she is, and so by extension, Paul is, it might just be a notoriety thing. Like, we don't need
100%
famous people up in here, because then you get the hoi polloi and
Yeah.
you get the paparazzi,
Right.
and it's annoying. Yeah, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with Paul Skenes. How many times is Paul going to be there? Probably twice. I'll probably go there 2 times a year. He's going to be playing baseball. He's not going to go to New York City whenever he's not in his off season. He's going to be down in Florida somewhere training. So it's more about Livy living there and doing her social media stuff there.
In all cash, Doran.
Cash, yeah. I mean, she got money. Got more money than Skenes.
I want to see what the cost is of this apartment. $1.59 million.
I thought it'd be more than that.
Babe Ruth's former Upper West Side apartment in New York City, currently listed for $1.59 million. 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Pre-war residence.
I figured it'd be way more than that, actually.
I just can't fathom the idea of handing over $1.59 million in cash.
You can whenever you have her bank account.
No
We've talked
doubt.
about that.
Is that a duffel bag situation? Like,
I think you wire it.
Oh, yeah. What am I talking about?
Yep.
It's 2025.
Yeah, it's not like cash.
I'm thinking you show up like Paul's driving a Brinks truck.
She's basically
armored
saying
vehicle.
she doesn't have a mortgage. She's not going to pay monthly. She's going to pay all up front. You thought that she was like pillowcases.
If I were that rich, I would get $1.59 million out the bank, all in ones. I would fill up the Mount Lebanon public pool, and I would just swim in cash for a day. Just to feel what it, just because I can. Just swim around in cash. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Your first place you bought, that's probably really, is it the one you live in now?
That's the first place I bought.
You bought,
but
yeah.
I mean, I obviously rented a lot of different places.
I'm sure you rented some real nice spots.
Rented some real nice spots. I always had to have, obviously, 2 places. I had a place here and then a place where I was playing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You spent your off seasons here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Harry, you have not yet bought property, right? You're just buying like 15 vehicles.
Correct.
Yeah.
I want to get to 5 before I get my first apartment.
Shut up. No, you don't. I couldn't have sounded more like Livy Dunn there if I tried. Shut up. Or intern Dom. You don't actually want to get 5 vehicles.
No, I don't.
Okay. The next purchase you need to make is a place to live. You and the lovely Jada, your girlfriend.
That's what she keeps telling me.
Smart person.
My God.
You're telling me your girlfriend doesn't want you to buy another van?
She does not want another vehicle.
Shocking. You're going to listen to her, right? Because you didn't listen to us.
He never listens to us.
No. Half a duplex, Doran.
Yeah.
We put a lot of work into that duplex.
Sure.
New floors, new kitchen. I did a lot of the work myself, actually. My uncle's a floor guy.
Mm-hmm.
I put the floor down with him.
Mm-hmm.
Busted out some cabinets. Never felt like more of a man.
You should have rented it out.
I know. But we wouldn't have been able to afford our new place if we didn't sell the old place. I'd love to do that. I would hire some big burly guy to be the property manager so that I wouldn't have to deal with anybody. Get a little passive income.
Mm-hmm. Flip them houses.
Oh, my wife wants to do that.
Yeah.
We've seen every episode of Love It or List It 2 times.
Yes.
HGTV. Which that's always weird. So Livy Dunn's going to buy or tries to buy Babe Ruth's apartment. And so if you did a Love It or List It, it would be like, she's a social media influencer worth blah, blah, blah. Content creator. And he's a Major League Baseball player. Budget, $18 million.
Right.
But you'll see that on Love It or List It.
It's crazy.
Oh, we're buying a place in the Cayman Islands. He reads books on YouTube.
Stay-at-home mom.
And she's a stay-at-home mom. It's like, how are these people able to afford these spots? All right. What was your first property? 412-928-9370. Text us. Again, 412-928-9370. It is July 10th, thus meaning it is pretty dry content-wise out there for the national media and even local topics. Apart from the Pirates, what's actually going on right now? Bad time, then, for A. Rooney to go on a podcast. So A. Rooney goes on a podcast and said some stuff. Is this a big deal or not? And we'll talk about the context of what this Rooney said when we come back. Pat Bostic's going to be joining us from 7 o'clock until 10. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning, there's some fairly thick fog out there in some spots this morning with the thickest fog happening south of I-70. Fog should burn off by 8 this morning with a mix of both partly to mostly cloudy skies expected for the rest of the day. There's a small chance for rain today, with those seeing rain potentially getting a brief downpour. Morning temperatures are again in the 60s. I have Pittsburgh hitting 82 for today's high with noon temperatures in the upper 70s. Winds will once again be light. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Barry and Steve Aaronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion, built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruise Checker reports of an accident now, the intersection of 5th and Penn Avenues. That's in the Point Breeze, East Liberty sections of the city. Watch for delays around that. Parkway East inbound jammed at Wilkinsburg, down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and the Parkway West that is heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. You're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the tunnel entrance. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
I saw a big tweet from NFL Ireland. Welcome Minkah Fitzpatrick to Dublin on September 28th. Is it just because his last name's Fitzpatrick? Is that what they're doing there?
Probably.
There's another Irish guy. Well, he's not coming, I guess.
Right.
So they did the opposite. They were lamenting the fact.
They definitely think he's white.
Oh, jeez. Hey, we can't get Fitzpatrick to Ireland. What a shame.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The number of people that blew up the text line saying enough Livy Dunn talk is bizarre to me. You can't spend 4 minutes talking about a megastar getting denied buying property in New York City.
I mean, it was literally 4 minutes.
That's it. Relax, people. It's not like we're doing Taylor Swift hour next. Chill. We did, during the break, look up Livy Dunn's net worth. $9.5 million. That's just going up, up, up.
Oh, yeah.
Paul Skenes' net worth, $5 million, according to Google.com. He did get that $9.2 million signing bonus. He's going to make at least $500 million.
A couple 23-year-olds doing so well for themselves. Good for them. Look at that. Do anything if you put your mind to it, or your body, or your voice, or your looks. You do anything.
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 The world is your oyster, Doran.
Yes.
Give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat Bostic going to be joining us momentarily. Rooney went on a podcast, and because it's July 10th, that's become big news. This isn't Art Rooney II's brother, who's trying to sell a book, who made a lot of news earlier this offseason, got us through one dead period. And I thought that was relevant to talk about. Whenever you have been affiliated with the organization, whenever you have permission to interview a whole bunch of guys from the organization, whenever you are the brother of the man who is operating the organization, your opinion is going to matter. What about Art Rooney II's cousin? The Chiefs' grandson. He goes on the PBKC podcast, Doran, and he says, it'd be silly if the Steelers paid T.J. Watt.
T.J. Watt, T.J.'s a great player, great Steeler. Insane to pay him anything right now. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think so.
He's 31 years old. But again, if you're going all in this year, then you're going to have to re-sign him. But again, you're making moves right now that you're trying to do something for this year that, to me, based on anything you've seen in the last several years, it just doesn't make sense. And that's what's frustrating for me. If you have a plan and you're working it, fine. I think the fans can understand that. But if you're just like, all right, we're going to pick this guy, we're going to trade this guy, if you don't have a quarterback, none of that matters.
I'm just trying to put this all together, how this went down. This is a podcast, I believe, from Florida. So they try to talk Minkah Fitzpatrick trade to start, and you talk to your guest booker, you talk to your producer, and you're like, oh, man, who are we going to get to talk about Minkah Fitzpatrick?
Is this a sports podcast?
I think so.
Okay.
Let's, you know what we should do? Let's get a Rooney. Art? Nah, no. Art's brother? Nah, he didn't want to do it. He's already sold enough copies of the book. Well, how about the cousin? Let's get the cousin on the podcast. Everyone wants to hear from the cousin. I don't know what to make of this, Doran, because I got cousins who believe the earth is flat. Like, I don't share the same opinions that all my cousins do.
Right.
Like, imagine if you're... I want to be careful here. You get in the Wayback Machine. Imagine if you're a Wilkes Booth and your cousin takes out Abraham Lincoln. That doesn't mean that you were anti-Lincoln.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean you wanted him in the ground. Like, imagine being Mike Bin Laden. Like, whoa, like, don't hold me accountable. Like, this guy is the cousin of the owner. And so I'm supposed to think, what?
What,
they're going to fight at Thanksgiving?
I think of my cousin, like Caitlin, who, like, somebody went to ask her, and she was talking on the podcast about what we were talking about in Pittsburgh. She has no idea.
No clue.
No idea, but she could make something up.
Like, my dad might even think I'm a bad radio host. He ain't the one cutting my checks. So what? That being said, I mean, we could talk about the subject matter of his response there. Like, I don't think... And we've had plenty of time to think about all this. I don't think that it is insane to pay Watt. I don't think it's insane to trade Watt. Watt isn't 38 years old. He's 31. Last year represented a down season for the dude, and he had 11.5 sacks. And I think he was mostly hurt down the stretch, which is concerning for a 31-year-old player. Like, is this going to be the norm? I mean, each of the last couple of years he's been injured. He didn't play in the Buffalo game. But that represented a down year for T.J. Watt, and he had 11.5 sacks. Paying that guy $40 million when the cap is going up exponentially every single year, that's not insanity to me. Nor would trading him be insanity to me if some team that's knocking on the door of Super Bowl immortality says, we'll give you a first and third round pick for the guy. Like, so often we're black and white in this industry. Oh, my God, I can't believe they want to pay their all-time leading sack guy.
Right.
Whenever you really shouldn't be thinking even about $40 million, you should be thinking about percentage of the cap, and it's really not going to be that all that different than the $28 million that you paid him before. It's not insane.
It's not insane, but you should also be thinking about, like, okay, so if I have this money and I'm running this organization, and you talk about the cap, like, the main thing I'm thinking about is, what are we going to be like what would we be like without this guy? Like, let's talk about football. You know, there's a business side to it.
Right.
And then there's the game side to it. Not everybody knows that. Not everybody understands that. Not everybody can separate the two that watches, but whenever you are in the building and you have played, you can separate it. You understand that there is a whole business to this, and then there's the game part. So let's talk about the game part. If I was the ownership and I was the general manager, let's sit down and honestly tell ourselves or ask ourselves how important is TJ Watt to our success winning on the field? That would honestly direct me and guide me to the process of where and how and when I should or should not pay the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be very truthful. Like, you know, everybody's going to have their opinion. We get that. But, like, be truthful. How good would this team be if he wasn't on the team? If the Steelers traded him and got draft picks, would they be good on defense this year? Or would they not be.
I think they could be reasonably good on defense this year.
If you have an inkling of questioning if TJ Watt doesn't just a little bit won't make the huge impact that you think and doesn't transcend the defense game in and game out, then you would probably think in the direction of, okay, like we need to explore.
Of Cousin Rooney.
Seriously.
Yeah.
But if you're honest with yourself, like, no, we need TJ Watt, then you need to just get it done because you have the money to do it. That's kind of just where I'm at, man. Like,
well, and so let's tug at that thread a little bit. If TJ Watt's not on the team last year, I don't think they make the playoffs because when he was ineffective, we all assume, mostly due to injury down the stretch, they didn't win. They never win when he's out of the lineup. They probably don't make the playoffs the year prior. They probably don't win more games than they lose the year prior to that. I think TJ Watt is incredibly important to their cause. But to what end? Hasn't led them to a playoff victory. And yeah, they're better this year than they were last year on paper. We've talked about that chapter and verse. But where's it going to lead them? Are they going to hoist the Lombardi this year? Are they going to hoist the Lombardi next year? Probably not in either of the next 2 seasons. 3 years from now would be year 2 of a rookie QB. And then at that point, is TJ Watt the same guy?
I see where you're saying, like, where has it led them? But let's be honest with ourselves again. An edge rusher is not going to lead you to – what edge rusher ever leads a team to a Super Bowl? They're just not. They're a defensive player. They get sacks.
The high-priced guys don't. We went over that the other day.
We all know in every level of football, well, in the college and in pros, what leads you to championships? It's quarterbacks.
Yep.
So you have to be honest, too. Like, I know that we could have a lot of discussions around it, but we have to be honest. Like, does an edge rusher ever lead? The guys that got paid barely even made playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Edge rushers don't lead you to Super Bowls. I'm sorry. No. So you have to be honest and be truthful with yourself about that.
Pass rush does, but you look at Philly, and they let one of their biggest pass rushers go this offseason. And I think they are pretty damn good. Howie Roseman's pretty damn good at what he does. And he said, no, we're not going to pay the edge rusher. We'll actually re-up Saquon Barkley, change his contract. A guy that we already had under contract, we'll pay him more money. We don't have to, and we'll let the edge rusher walk. That's a tough sentence to say, Doran. Mm-hmm. Edge rusher walk. So, look, I don't know that we need to put a lot of stock in what the Chiefs' grandson, Art Rooney II's cousin, says, but the phrase there, it's insanity to pay the guy. I think some people would agree with that at 412-928-9370. I don't think it's insanity, but I do think you should be fielding offers on the guy.
An edge rusher,
because of everything you just said.
An edge rusher can help you get there. And it depends on how much that edge rusher can, and you feel that they can help you get to the Super Bowl and get to where you want to go to. So that's really, to me, the crux of the discussion. How important is TJ Watt to this team? How important is he to you? If you feel like it's like, oh, well, maybe we can, then you're already out. Then I wouldn't pay him. But if you're like, hey, we cannot go into every single game unless we have TJ Watt. We can't think that we have a chance in every single game if we don't have TJ Watt.
Mm-hmm. Mike Florio commented on this yesterday. I think it advances our conversation, so we'll get to that coming up next. But first, we say hello to Pathy Bostic. What's up, big guy?
Good morning.
There's no way your mic's on.
Yeah, I just turned. There we go.
You were fine. What, you got a turkey on your shirt there? Is that what that
no,
is?
it's an eagle. It's actually 2 eagles.
What are they, mating?
No, it's a golf course called Double Eagle.
Well, there you go.
It's outside of Columbus.
It's a sharp-looking polo.
Thank you. I don't know what they're doing.
You golfing today?
No, not today. No, I took my 8-year-old out last night. So, no, but I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, we're peachy.
Great. Yeah.
We have the cousin of Art Rooney II.
Yeah, I saw that.
Spouting off on a podcast.
I just saw the headline, admittedly, that said, a Rooney says the Steelers shouldn't, which is a leading headline.
A Rooney.
It didn't lead me. I didn't click through. But This is getting really interesting.
That's like asking Rooney Mara.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
The actress.
Yeah.
Did you ever see The Girl on the Train movie she was in?
No.
What's the other one? Girl with the Dragon Tattoo or something like that.
I don't know who Rooney Mara is.
She's an actress.
Okay.
She's a niece.
Is she?
Yeah, Mara.
So she's she's a giant. She's a giant and a stealer.
Yeah, she's both.
My goodness.
That's her name.
How
about that? That's her name.
What
They
a
named her
lineage.
that.
What a lineage.
I bet you she could buy the Babe Ruth apartment in cash.
Yeah.
There's another one, Kate Mara, too?
Yeah. She was in
That's her sister.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we get her on,
That'd be
Kate
cool.
Mara, and ask her about all things Steelers and Giants related?
What was she? Was she in Shooter?
Yes, she was.
She was in Shooter with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great movie.
Hey, Kate, what do you think about Russell Wilson v. Jackson Dart? Who should be the starting quarterback?
I don't know, but the Steelers should not sign T.J. Watt.
And then
Boom,
winds up
headline.
on Steelers
Yeah.
Depot, Pittsburgh Sports Now, Post-Gazette, Trib.
Yeah.
All right. What did Florio have to say about all this? Why are the Steelers dragging their feet? He threw a theory out there. We'll get to that coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates got swept by the Kansas City Royals, and the Pirates are now on a 6-game losing streak. They're going to have an off day today, and they're going to continue the road trip with one final series that'll be played against the Minnesota Twins. That series is set to begin tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone, the NBA Summer League matchup you can't wait to see, is here. Later today, Cooper Flagg will make his NBA debut, yes, Summer League, against Bronny James and the Lakers. Courtside seats are close to $3,000. Yeah, I get the curiosity, but is this Magic versus Bird? What am I missing here? I guess people need their basketball fix. The Big Three isn't good enough? I guess not. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
A Wild Things Weekend Home Series from July 11th through the 13th features fireworks presented by the Pennsylvania Lottery, Jimmy Buffett Night with a shirt giveaway thanks to Birch Foods, and Superhero Night with a lunchbox giveaway presented by Chrome FCU on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at kennywood.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion, built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy fog all over the area. Be sure to keep the low beams on as you're in the middle of your commute. Keep them on for safety's sake, please. Crews on the scene of an accident in the Point Breeze, East Liberty sections of the city, intersection of Penn and Fifth Avenues. Parkway West, you are jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and Route 28 heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Art Rooney II's cousin jumps on a podcast and says it would be insane to pay T.J. Watt $40 million a season. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. That's also the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Would it be insane to pay T.J. Watt $40 million a year? Mike Florio was on with Pony yesterday, and he said common sense around the league is that T.J. Watt's contract holdup was due to his late season struggles, where he pretty much was invisible down the stretch. Yeah, I'd say that's common sense. I mean, TJ 2 years ago was hurt, missed the Buffalo game, and he was hurt last year, but he was still playing. He had the worst season of his career apart from his rookie year, where he wasn't playing all the time. So, I mean, that makes some sense to me. I would think if he's healthy this year, he's going to have 16, 17, 18 sacks. But the question is health for a 31-year-old. And the question is the kind of player he is, too. Like, do you guys think, and Pat Bostic with us until 10 o'clock, Doran, do you think that he's got the kind of game that can translate well into his mid-30s.
Yeah, sure. Just by the way, his stature, you don't need to. He doesn't move around that much, so he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to be, that guy that has to, be off the ball or drop or be off the ball and blitz or move around and go through different gaps. We obviously know that he's very stagnant in where he's at. So with his stature and the way he is and his strength is probably going to be the last thing that goes.
Yeah.
If you still have the strength, I think that he can still be very, very effective at this age. Now, obviously, you got to change your training ways and everything and learn from your brother. I know that I've said that his brother's in his ear, which I definitely believe that about, get the most money possible, but learn from your brother's mistakes maybe of, extending your career and probably the different training that you do at your size and what you need to do in your 30s compared to what you need to do in your 20s. I think that he can definitely. I think that this year, regardless, I think he's going to have a big year just from everything going on right now. I think he's fueled to have a big season. If he gets paid, he's going to have a big season. If he doesn't,
might have a big season elsewhere.
A big season elsewhere. I think regardless, he's going to have a big year this year. I think he's almost in his prime right now. Even though what happened last year was last year, but I think that this year is going to be a big year for him.
Yeah, no one was talking about his decline, quote unquote, until the end of the season. And again, I do think that had to do with injury. Now at 31, you're going to get hurt more often, or you're going to get hurt just as much. It's just going to take a little bit longer to recover.
You're going to get hurt a lot whenever you're facing two guys instead of one all the time.
Sometimes three. Oh,
Yeah.
running back coming for your legs.
He's had a late season injury in each of the last 3 years. That to me is a concern. I actually disagree with Doran. I'm not sure how durable he'll continue to be. He's a speed player. He's a burst, quick twitch player. His brother was a strength player, bigger.
I'm saying he could turn into that at this age. He's going to have to.
I don't know if he has the joints for it. Look at him. He's his brother and both of his brothers are big boned, thicker guys, and he is a true athlete. Like he's got. And I haven't looked at him head to toe in person, but he doesn't look like a guy that can carry 275 like Myles Garrett can. I mean, Myles Garrett is 275 pounds. TJ Watt, if he's 252, it's in July at report date. He's not playing at 252. I don't think. He's just a lean muscle type player. And the groin injury, the ankle injury, the pec stuff, like these are athletes that are these are injuries that are unique to quick twitch athletes. I never had those issues. You have those issues.
He was looking at Doran, just for those of you who aren't watching on
You don't
YouTube.
have muscles, so there's no just kidding. So I don't know. I mean, and I really believe that Mike Florio's onto something with that being the crux of the deal. And I'm sure TJ wants as much of that contract guaranteed as possible. I'd probably be more open to $40 million if it was 34 base or 32 base and incentive laden for the latter part of the season. With maybe more than 40 with playoff production.
Which has also been has escaped him in his career.
Yeah, I do think that. And this is just my personal opinion. I think he's an elite pass rusher. I do think he's a solid run defender, but I'm not sure he's as versatile as Myles Garrett.
I do think Garrett
down in and down out.
And Garrett's a great athlete too, but I do think he's got that power to his game. I think Watt, up until this point in his career, has been the better player. And again, you're splitting hairs there. I think if I were betting on which one of them would be better from now until the end, I think I probably would take Garrett.
Like, just consider the fact that, like, you're playing, it's 3rd and 3. Are you going to take TJ Watt and put him head up on a tackle and have him? Do you think he can go toe-to-toe with a 330-pound tackle and hold his ground? No, he's playing a 9 technique position outside where he's dealing with tight ends and so forth. There may be a tackle that tries to reach him, but it's a perimeter run. And he's perfect for this defense, which would be another reason that if I were him, I wouldn't want to go anywhere else. I mean, unless it's the team that's playing a 3-4 and is going to stand you up. But those are few and far between, especially this late in the proceedings. Like the longer this goes, the more leverage the Steelers probably have over him, unless he's willing to hold out for the season. Which, if he is, I'd be surprised. I mean, I don't know as a competitor how you could do that. If you say you want to win,
it'll be a tough look. I mean, I get it because you're also competitive in what you want to make financially, especially given what the other guy that you hate is making. But
I understand that. He's going to make $34 or $35 million a year.
Sure. It looks like right now that's not good enough. Here's a tweet from Steelers Takeaways. I like that Twitter account, Steelers Takeaways. They do a whole bunch of interviews. Give them a little pop here. They write, depending on how it's structured, if it's front-loaded so the potential for dead cap money is less a few years from now, sure, they can afford it, and they go nowhere the next 2 years without him. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Any contract you'd like to be able to get out of it, especially whenever you're talking about guys over the age of 30. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. ESPN is doing this thing now where they're ranking position by position, and it's executives and scouts and coaches. Well, Myles Garrett was ranked the number 1 edge rusher. TJ Watt ranked the number 2 edge rusher. People in Pittsburgh are mad. We'll get into it when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates were swept this week by the Kansas City Royals, making that 6 games in a row lost, following their 6 straight wins and their 2 sweeps on their homestand. Pirates have one more series to play on this road trip, and that will start tomorrow against the Minnesota Twins. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited, payment starting at $219 for 24 months, or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place, to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's Mentality VitalityHealth.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Twitter poll question, is it insane to pay TJ Watt $40 million a year? That's what Pat Rooney says, the cousin of Art Rooney II. Here's a good tweet. We aren't going to have to pay a quarterback big money for what, the next 4 to 5 years? And if we hit in the draft and you pay that guy after his rookie deal, pay him. I would be more inclined to go with that. Okay, pay TJ Watt. You're not going to have money tied up in quarterback. So I don't think it's insane to pay Watt. But I also don't think it's insane to trade him at the right price. Because I don't think that they're going to win anything of substance the next few years. I just don't. Now, TJ Watt was listed as the number 2 edge rusher in all of football, according to Jeremy Fowler polling a bunch of executives, coaches around the NFL. And, of course, that causes massive battles between Pittsburgh and Cleveland on social media and also on the airwaves where Ken Carman does the Ken Carman thing.
Pony said 70 NFL executive coaches and scouts once again ranked Myles Garrett ahead of TJ Watt, proving yet again the NFL executives, coaches, and scouts have no idea what they're talking about. And then you added me because you want me to start ripping on Pony.
No, I just want you to see it.
Guys, I can only lead the pony to the water. And then I have to pull his head out of his ass to make him drink. I can't do the first thing. How am I supposed to make him do the second thing to have any common sense in the sport of football? Folks, I can't do it for Pony. He's an unhelpable person. He's incorrigible when it comes to sports. When it comes to football, I can't do it for him, guys. He's not a football guy like us here in Cleveland. He is this
we know a football guy when we see it.
Different entity.
Okay, so I don't actually want to do the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt thing. I'm sick of doing the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt thing. That's why I wanted to bring this ESPN poll up. That's why I wanted to play Ken Carman being funny. Ken's very good at his job, as is Pony. We don't have to get down to their level. What have they won in 30 years?
Yep.
every time we engage in who's better, TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, 412-928-9370, they're getting their rocks off because nationally it's viewed as Myles Garrett being the better player. Not by orders of magnitude. He was one, TJ's two. Both one-time Defensive Player of the Year award winners, both guys bajillionaires, both guys surefire Hall of Famers. We're splitting hairs. There is nothing that we as Steelers fans should get our bums hurt about when we compare ourselves to Cleveland. So why do we give them this pound of flesh? Let's just stop it. We think TJ's better. They think Myles is better. There was this stupid Twitter account on Twitter yesterday that posts, whose helmet's better, West Virginia's or Pitt's? Guess how the vote broke? Oh, Pitt fans think their helmet's better. West Virginia fans think their helmet's better. Oh, big shock. Browns fans like their guy. Steelers fans like their guy. Anytime we engage in this debate, we debase ourselves. We bring ourselves down to their level, and they're not football royalty. We've been so pissed for the last decade because we're not winning playoff games.
Well, that's why they do it.
Well, we're still going all the time. They don't got jack, and you're right.
That's why they do it, because they know that we're vulnerable, or Pittsburgh is vulnerable right now.
It's the one thing they can get us on.
Yeah, right now. In the present.
They play different positions. I keep saying that.
I know, but now you're getting sucked in.
No, I'm not.
Even the semantics is getting sucked in.
No, I'm not.
We don't need to be sucked.
I'm not overly passionate about the issue, quite frankly.
I'm not anymore. I'm done with it.
I think you just went off, and your heart rate's probably 180.
Yep. My heart rate's like 195 right now.
Yeah, your resting's like 162. So,
but I'm passionately saying we need to stay out of such debates.
I agree. Neither of them won anything.
Exactly.
You know?
And that's what Dorn said a couple of segments ago. These high-priced edge rushers, where are their Super Bowl
Nobody has
championships?
won anything.
No.
Max Crosby's never won anything. Micah Parsons is going to get paid, never won anything.
Right.
Trey Hendrickson, came close, never won anything. Like, this whole discussion about edge rushers, and I know that they're getting paid a lot of money, but I'm like, what does it really do for you? What does it do for the team?
Meanwhile, you just said the Eagles are paying their defense $61 million.
Well, they've drafted well. They've drafted well.
Yeah.
They've developed well. And the Steelers have had some bad drafts over the past 10 years that have left the cupboard pretty bare. So they've had to go out and get Minka Fitzpatrick, and they've had to go out and get Patrick Queen, and they've had to go out and get player X to fit because they haven't acquired and or drafted and developed replacements for really good players. TJ Watt's been a huge exception to that rule. Since he came into the league, he's been an elite pass rusher, an elite player. He's a disruptor. He's a game wrecker. It's great to have him. But I look at who I consider to be one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time, Aaron Donald. They didn't win anything in L.A. until they got Matt Stafford. They went to a Super Bowl. Didn't really compete, but they went and got Matt Stafford. Do you think he was pounding the table saying, pay me, pay me? I mean, he got paid, but some people pass you up. So to play this rat race of, I want to be the highest paid player, to me is incredibly short-sighted and selfish. If you think you want, if you say and you believe what you say, which is I want to win a Super Bowl in Pittsburgh, and you're about to get paid $34 million.
Yeah, the difference is what, $6-7 million.
Yeah, but doesn't it go hand in hand? Because the Steelers also said too that we want TJ Watt we want to win with TJ Watt, want him to be a one helmet guy. So I mean, you got to compromise.
It does, and they're
right?
giving him a very strong offer in a very, very, very. And this is another component of it. This goes back to the Shohei Ohtani, Paul Skenes comment, in a very cheap place to live with comparison to other places you could be in, Philly, Dallas, L.A.
That's why Brian Reynolds doesn't want to go anywhere.
Well, it's a valid point if you're smart. It's a shrewd approach, but I what I'm hopeful of, because I want TJ Watt to be a Steeler, I do. What I'm hopeful of is that this is more technical than anything. There's some mechanics that they're bickering over. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe it is more substantial. Maybe there is more of an impasse that they can't get over. And that he's at training camp and it's a done deal and it's $34 million with loaded incentives and cash up front in 2026. Because they know they don't have to pay a quarterback. But here's the other thing, too. You don't know what's going to happen. You're going to go through 2025. Arch Manning, is he going to be the second coming? Is Lenore Sellers going to be great? Is Drew Aller going to win a national championship like basically the expectation is for them? Or do you have an opportunity to go get a make a trade in the offseason and get a guy that can play for you for the next 8 years. What capital do you have available to do that? What cap space do you have available? If you tie up $40 million next year on defense, your scale is tipped the other direction.
Significantly.
There are $176 million on defense this year, which is $16 million more than any other team in the NFL. They spend $70 million more on defense than they do on offense. And what's held them back? Offense. You got to spend money to make money. And you got to spend money on offense to win these days. Look at the best teams in the NFL. They ain't structured like that.
So you're saying get yours and also leave a little bit of wiggle room to help
Correct.
the offense.
Correct. So figure out a way to do it with TJ.
And that would put him over.
Because you're a hell of a lot better with him than you are without him. I'm not sitting here saying, just go, you're fine. No, that's not the case at all. You have to try to make it work. But it takes two to tango. And he's got to understand that, like, look at these numbers, man. We're going to take care of you. Look at these numbers, though.
Little Gruden came out there.
How the hell are we going to win? Like, we got Aaron Rodgers on a rental. We're probably going to draft a quarterback next year. We don't know if they're going to be good. We got to go probably get a left tackle, too. We might need a pick for that or money for it.
Another wide receiver.
We got a rookie running back we hope is good. Jalen Warren ain't going to be here past another year. There's a hell of a lot more unknown on offense than there is on defense, and they're not paying for it.
You think he woke up today and was like, I'm going to get Marconi today? He's on one today, this bad.
Well, I mean, very valid.
Mm-hmm.
It's very valid.
I just get frustrated that it's over $5 million. Like, this is a city that's built on championships and winning.
And he said he wants to win.
You know,
and he hasn't.
He is a Mount Rushmore player.
But can't you look at it from the other side? That
Sure.
it's $5 million.
I can, but is Jack Lambert doing this?
Oh.
Seriously.
Jack Lambert.
I'm serious, man.
Yeah, did he pull up Jack Lambert?
Hey, when you say that Pittsburgh's a football city,
I mean,
when you say Pittsburgh's a football city, and we win here, and we're tough, and we're committed, and we're loyal,
I'll tell you what would put me over, would put Watt over Garrett all time, though, is if he did say, you know what? I'll take the going right for everyone other than Miles, because I want to win.
What if he doesn't?
Oh,
he's not right now.
But if he took a deal cheaper than Myles Garrett, people in this town, and you know what? Harry, you got the technological capabilities. Pipe me right into TJ Watt's ear right now. Just hit your boop boop boop. Pipe me right into TJ Watt's ear right now.
He knows that.
TJ, right. You take less money than Myles Garrett to sign here in Pittsburgh so that you can say, quote unquote, I'm trying to win. I will spend every day canonizing you from now until the end of your career.
What's Polamalu doing?
I don't know. He's probably up with the monks.
No, what's he doing if this is his situation?
Oh, he was upset too at the end though.
And then they retired him.
At the end.
Well, it's in
the middle of his career when they were winning Super Bowls.
You know, Hines held out.
For how long?
Through a camp.
How
paid was he? He's probably the 20th paid receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, but he wasn't regarded as one of the best.
You're going to get paid $35 million.
I mean, if you're regarded as one of the best, you want to be paid as one of the best. And if your team and your organization
you're one of the best,
they love you,
you're one of the best ever if you win a Super Bowl.
I just love Jack Lambert. And your reaction to that. That was worth
just saying,
the
man.
entire
There's
segment.
a bunch of people out there that are driving around saying, damn it, he's right.
Oh, we got a text right now. I'm liking Fired Up Pat.
Jack Lambert.
412-928-9370.
Jack Lambert was smoking cigarettes at
so I didn't grow up here.
Guy.
Yeah, I didn't grow up here. But all I hear is City of Champions, rings, Super Bowls. You win with guys like that.
Jack Lambert.
So because TJ wants to hold out for $5 million, you can't win with them now?
Have they won with him?
No.
Jack Lambert held out and requested a trade in 1977 until they made him the highest paid defensive player in the league.
Make it what? Did he?
I don't know. He's probably plumbing on the side. We got to take a break. We'll come back with more, whatever this is.
Did he actually hold out?
Yeah.
Did he actually hold out?
Yes, he did.
Did he really?
Yeah.
No way. I don't believe it.
Time for a Harry headline.
You're lying.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Okay, remember the Pirates played yesterday. They lost 4-3 to the Kansas City Royals. Pirates have lost 6 games in a row. They've lost every game on this road trip so far, and that followed their 6 wins in a row, their 2 sweeps during their homestand. Pirates have one more road trip I said that wrong. Pirates have one more road series on this road trip. They're going to play the Minnesota Twins, and that starts tomorrow. More Fan Lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 inbound getting in line just past the now closed ramp to northbound Route 8. It remains stacked down past Shaler Waterworks. And then another delay from the 40th Street Bridge in toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway East stacks inbound at Wilkinsburg, outbound at Bates Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the Riverhounds on Sunday, July 13th at 5 p.m. as they host Loudoun United. Come early for the pregame touch-a-truck, and the first 750 fans get a Robbie Mertz bobblehead, courtesy of Tri-State Office Furniture. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hungry for flavor? GetGo's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito Scoops walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customize with your favorite toppings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars. Lose the weight, stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Cranberry in Cranberry Township. Or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8.
Hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Here is a headline on top of the sports page in the Pittsburgh Press, July 28th, 1977. Agent tells Rooney Shaq once traded.
Yep.
It's just, I know exactly what you're going for, and it wound up being like the perfect guy if you don't do any digging, which I didn't. And then the worst possible example once you start digging through Pittsburgh Press headlines.
Oh, man.
That was a tumultuous offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bob Labriola wrote about this in 2017. Ernie Holmes trial for possession of 250 milligrams of cocaine. July 21st, Jack Lambert said, not going to be at training camp. July 22nd, Glenn Edwards also was like, hey, you know what? Me too. Not happy with my contract. July 28th, Jack Lambert's agent says, Jack once traded. Bob Labriola writes this. Late August 1977, Chuck Noll named the team's captains for the upcoming season, and even this seemingly innocuous event became controversial when word got to Lambert that he had been bypassed as a defensive captain.
My goodness.
He voiced his disappointment publicly. And Noel fired back in the media that Lambert didn't deserve to be a captain because he held out all through training camp.
Oh, my goodness.
Highest paid player in the NFL in 1977. You know who it was?
1970.
O.J. Simpson.
I was you got to give me time to guess.
$733,000.
That's a lot back then.
Joe Namath, Fran Tarkenton. Larry Zonka was the fourth highest played, a running back. Lambert was ninth, $200,000. But there were a lot of players at $200,000.
Begs the question why he was buying such small gloves.
Joe Green was $150,000. You think Joe Green was upset that Jack Lambert got paid more than him? Think he held out too? Did Joe Green hold out?
I don't know. Maybe.
Did he hold out because Jack got paid $50,000 more than him?
Yeah, he's typing. He's typing.
I really don't care because they won 5 Super Bowls.
Mean Joe Green held out at the beginning of his NFL career in 1969.
1969. So I'm talking about 1977, bro.
Well, isn't it a little bit different though if you're in the throng of things? Like,
there's no free agency. You had to be traded. I mean, it was a totally different world back then,
but
too.
All joking aside, and I think that this is the message that TJ is trying to send. All joking aside, like if you're, let's say, if you're the Steelers, and we were talking about this yesterday, from 2005 to 2010, and you know you have almost a dynasty, and say that so you probably would take less money because you know around you, you're probably going to win. I think what TJ's saying is like, I don't know if we're going to win or not, so I'm going to take care of myself.
Maybe, because that's exactly what Garrett did.
Right.
Garrett said, trade me to a winner or I want to break the bank.
You know, like, I mean, if you're on the Chiefs, you're like, okay, like I'll take less money.
How do Pittsburghers feel about that if that's his approach?
Oh, I think they get mad.
I think that might be his approach. I mean, but I can understand it. It's like I'm 31 years old. I don't know if I'm going to win. If I'm not going to win, I at least want to be paid.
I mean, I got the Twitter poll right up here in front of me. Would it be insane to pay TJ Watt $40 million a year? And 64% of people are saying yes.
I agree with them.
Most people don't want TJ Watt to be back at that price. And Pat, what you're saying is you do want him back, but you don't want to pay him that much money.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 85, low of 65, partly cloudy. Oh, man. Clouds and 85.
Perfect.
That's perfect. I don't need the sun. The sun does nothing but bad things to me. You get a little shade in 85 degrees. That's perfect backdoor weather.
Who's that receiver?
Back porch weather.
Nate Washington.
Nate Washington's a great one.
Yeah.
Underrated.
Yeah, I played with him in Tennessee.
Did you?
Yep.
Right after he left here.
Yep.
Him and Chris Hope. Didn't Hope wind up in Tennessee?
He wasn't there when I was there, but it was LeBeau. It was Horton, Ray Horton. I had Mike Malarkey, and obviously Arthur Smith was assistant tight ends coach. It was, and Ken Wisenhunt was the head coach. Steelers South.
Yeah, they went hard into that Pittsburgh.
They had South and they had West, too.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Ken Wisenhunt.
Yeah.
Larry Foote.
Bruce Arians.
Who was the special teams guy that wound up there? It's going to drive me nuts now. I'll have that for the people when we come back. If that isn't a tease, I don't know what is. Which old special teamer that played for the Steelers wound up in Arizona? Hang out.
Wait, that played or coached?
Played. I'll have it. Also, if you thought that Art Rooney II's cousin stopped with criticism over a potential TJ Watt deal, you are wrong. He had a lot to say. We'll go over some of it when we come back. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, fan about town. Hungry for flavor? Get-Go's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Fritos scoops, walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customized with your favorite toppings. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Get ready for Fight Fest weekend on July 11th and 12th at Live Casino Pittsburgh. Join Live Casino Pittsburgh for 2 action-packed nights filled with MMA fights on Friday night and boxing on Saturday night, plus an exciting mix of food trucks, tattoo vendors, craft vendors, alcohol vendors, and more. The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians. All proceeds benefit local first responders. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence, too. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch. It detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Guardian Protection. Smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the 2 areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at MHIRoof.com.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays past Perrysville and then again past McKnight Road down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. Parkway West, that's jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. Outbound jam from Bates Street up into the lane restrictions. And Route 28 stacked approaching that now closed ramp to Route 8 North. It remains stop and go to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's been this narrative around the Steelers, like, we're going to go all in this year. Like that, that's why you're getting Aaron Rodgers. You're making some of these other moves that they're making. We're going all in this year, quote unquote. I'm like, what does that mean? Do you think even if you had Aaron Rodgers from 10 years ago, I'll give that a little bit, that you're going to be able to compete with Joe Burrow and you're going to be able to compete with Lamar Jackson? The whole key to the NFL is winning your division. That at least gives you a modicum of chance to get to the Super Bowl because you're playing one less game and you're playing at home at least one game. That's how you get to the Super Bowl. That's how New England did it for all those years because the rest of that division was terrible. They won divisions for 15 straight years, and that's how they got to the Super Bowl. So the thinking is, all right, we're going to go in all in for this year. What in God's name does it make you think that you're going to be able to compete with Baltimore and Cincinnati?
All right, so that's Pat Rooney Jr. Again, the Chiefs' grandson, Art Rooney II's cousin on the PBKC podcast. There are 2 routes you can go in an offseason. You can, if you haven't won anything in a while, you can tear it all down and go the rebuild route, or you can try to win. The Steelers have decided that this year they're going to try to win. But you know what they haven't done is mortgage the future. So I can I can see the point where reasonable people would argue, hey, maybe tear it down. Okay, fine. I could see how that makes sense to some when you got Ben Roethlisberger by being bad one year and then drafting 11th. And you got Terry Bradshaw and Mean Joe Green and all those guys because you sucked forever. Like, okay, I can see that point of view. I can also see the point of view of Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin and think this is the best course of action too. I don't think people need to get all that worked up about it. Now, if they were trading first-round picks, multiple picks, to get players onto this roster and then paying multiple other guys exorbitant contracts and you still don't have the quarterback situation figured out, then yeah, I'd get my panties all up in a bunch. But they've done the right thing, I think, which is give it a shot this year, and you still got 12 draft picks next year and just as much cap space as any team in the NFL. I don't think it's much to get worked up about. And I don't think we'd be able to handle, sorry, Doran, being able to sit here through a 3-14 season.
I'm not putting too much stock in what Pat Rooney has to say, to be honest, but just for the sake of this discussion, I don't think that the Steelers are looking at, hey, we are constructing our team to beat Joe Burrow, to beat Lamar Jackson, to win the division. But we have to construct our team to give us the best chance to do that. To get this, like, it is not really about, oh, man, we're putting all these pieces, we're pushing all of our chips into the middle of the table and cashing out here to go for it 1 year. I don't know if that's really the vision, to beat Patrick Mahomes, to beat Josh Allen, to beat Joe Burrow. I think it's more of, this gives us the best chance to do that. So we're going to do that.
Put the best roster together possible.
That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Is give themselves a chance to at least see if they can compete.
They've also finished ahead of the Bengals the last 2 years in the division without a quarterback. A quarterback they feel as good about as they do Aaron Rodgers. They finished third in 2022 and second in 2021 and won it in 2020. So they've never finished worse than third, which is not achieving that highly. But they've been second for the last 5 years without a quarterback. So you're telling me that Aaron Rodgers isn't an upgrade for what they had last year and the year before that?
What's the problem with taking a shot? The Pirates never do.
It's an inexpensive shot.
That too, right.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, it doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to win more games this year. It doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to find their quarterback in the future next year. Obviously. But I'm okay with the process. I'm okay with the idea. And do people understand how hard it is to be one of the bottom 5 teams in the NFL? It is a difficult thing to do. Look at the Tennessee Titans roster last year. Look at it this year. Look at the Browns this year. Look at the Saints. Look at the bottom 10 projected teams in the NFL this year. And tell me how the Steelers guarantee in one offseason that you dismantle it to the point of being worse than them. And it's not the NHL, where if you're a bottom 5 team, you got a shot at Gavin McKenna because you could win the lottery. In the NFL, you got to be worse than the Browns and the Saints, and name some other teams. The Giants, who are probably going to fire their coach midway through the season this year. He's got the best odds to get fired, does Brian Dable. It is hard in one off season to tear it down to the studs to the point of being that bad. So why not try to be good? And if you got to move heaven and earth next year to get your franchise quarterback, move heaven and earth. Because guess what people don't do? Bitch about all the Chiefs had to give up for Patrick Mahomes. They don't complain about that. They just celebrate the fact that they got the guy. Oh, no, we had to give up multiple first-round picks. Woe is me. Now you got Patty. He won 3. So I'm totally fine with them doing what they're doing. And I do want to underscore a point you made, Doran. I'm not putting too much stock in what Pat Rooney has to say either. It's just a good jumping off point, that's all. By the way, the special teams player I was thinking of, great special teamer in Pittsburgh. Then he goes to Pittsburgh West out in Arizona. Sean Morey, wide receiver.
Sean Morey.
No idea who it is.
I have no clue, too.
9-year NFL career. Oh, man, he played some great places to be a special teams demon, folks. Started off in New England with Billy Belichick, then Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Arizona. I don't know why Arizona's
Heck
good.
of a career.
Yeah, 9 years.
It's like he was the Miles Killebrew of his day.
That's right. Who was the Ross Ventrone?
Ray.
That was Ross.
Ray played for the Patriots. I mean, he was before Ross, his older brother.
Oh, you're talking about right.
Ventrones are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
My man.
I just saw him the other day.
Ray Ventrone?
Ross.
Damn it.
Ross transferred to Villanova?
Yes.
He did play Villanova.
And that's where his brother played it.
Yeah. They were awesome. Awesome. Great players.
Sean Moore, a 9-year NFL career, special
About like
teams
Jack
maven.
Lambert.
Sean Moore had 11 catches in 9 years. Just over one per year. But my man would go down there and make some special teams tackles.
Yep.
Love it. 412-928-9370. I love July.
Me too.
Pat Rooney. Pat Rooney!
The headlines, though, were very grabby.
Absolutely.
Like when it says a Rooney,
Oh, yeah.
it just tractor beam sucks you right in.
Could you imagine if like one of your cousins spoke on your behalf of Pitt Athletics? Like that's basically what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. No,
they would have no clue, but they would think they would know. But
it'd be
just
like
because they had your last name.
Tom Narduzzi was like, I really don't think Pat knows what the hell he's doing coaching that football program.
What do you think? You think Art picked up the phone like this morning? And
So that's
called him?
where I wanted to take this because I'm tired of putting enough stock in this Pat Rooney here. If I am Art, you got bigger fish to fry, right? He's probably geeked out about this Ireland trip, and you got the NFL draft coming. You got Aaron Rodgers in here, for God's sakes. But I would be so mad at my brother, big time, because people are and did put a lot of stock in what he had to say, better than the mean and all that crap. But I'm calling up Pat like, dude, you're invited to family reunions, but you're not invited. Like,
You're out.
You're not at primary Thanksgiving.
No, you're not. You're not in a nuclear family here.
No. In fact, when the Rooney, and this is just a guess here, but when the Rooneys have their family reunion, there's Samara's there, and you're doing the whole deal, I bet you Pat seriously wears a name tag. It's one of them kind of things.
What if you like
we've all been to family reunions where you're actually introducing yourself to like third cousin twice removed?
Does he not have a piece of the team? Isn't that the grandson of
I don't think he's not listed with anything.
I think he probably got a letter, a certified letter, like maybe today he'll get it, that says that you are no longer affiliated with the Pittsburgh Steelers and you must change your last name. You are now Pat Rooney.
Yeah, Rooney.
Not Rooney. You must change the N to an M.
Or just get the E off the end.
Yeah, you are no longer a part of this family. He shouldn't be
he's
talking.
a former Palm Beach Kennel Club CEO, guys. Oh, wait, no, this is a different guy. This guy's dead. Sorry, this is Patrick Rooney Sr. R.I.P. He passed away in 2023. I wish we had intern RJ here today. He could print us out a family tree.
23 and me. But it just, this is July football talk, right?
I wonder how Pat thought about what I guess his, oh man, I need the family tree. His great uncle being the ambassador of Ireland. Like, what were his thoughts on his foreign policy goings on? Like, if he said this, like, a serious question, if he said this mid-year, Steelers are 5-4, whatever, and he says this mid-year, is it even on our show rundown?
No.
I don't think so.
Probably not, because there would be so much other noise that it would get drowned out.
Rodgers would go on a podcast. Ben Roethlisberger's got his podcast. Some wide receiver would be acting up. It wouldn't even make the show.
TJ's still holding out.
Fan hotlines presented by
Peace
Sullivan
signs.
Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You give us a ring there, 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Pat Bostic got very annoyed by something that was read by millions of people on the internet, and we got to get into it when we come back. And we will. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they lost to the Kansas City Royals by a 4-3 final score yesterday. Pirates were swept in that series. The Pirates have been swept now in back-to-back series. Pirates going to be off today. They're going to finish their road trip with a 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins, which begins tomorrow. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
I hit the wrong button, and the parents are fighting in here. Buccos baseball, they open a road series tomorrow in Minnesota, and you can live bet on the BetParks app. You can bet game combos, Bucks player performances, and more on the BetParks app. Plus, BetWire is now live right now inside the BetParks app. Think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than they like dancing. BetWire is the all-new sports betting live feed right inside the BetParks app with quick vids, hot takes, game predictions, and more from all kinds of sports betting content creators all from across the country. And new users, you can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back. You can see that at betparks.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParks.
Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Major League Baseball announced that we'll see the automated ball strike challenge at the All-Star Game next week in Atlanta. Each team will get 2. But it's an all-star game. Will it even be close enough of a game for us to see the challenge used? I mean, the American League has won 9 out of the last 10 games. You know, baseball is hoping it gets used on its biggest stage either way. I'm JR from the JR Sport Show.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kinds of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today and visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
It's Monday Night Celebrity Softball presented by the Corey Firm at EQT Park July 14th. Catch Steelers star Cameron Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and more smashing softballs to benefit the Hayward House. Tickets at WashingtonWildThings.com.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Marshall Township crews checking reports of an earlier accident, 2700 block of Cole Road at the intersection with Ash Court, not far from Route 910. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Southbound 79, we did have some earlier delays coming off the Neville Island Bridge. Those have dissipated. Route 28 is jammed past the now closed ramp to Route 8. It remains stop and go to the north side. Parkway East jammed inbound at Wilkinsburg, outbound at the Bend at Bates. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, breaking news. Big-time concert announcement. We don't do a lot of those here on The Fan. Paul McCartney performing at PPG Paints Arena on Tuesday, November 11th. Tickets on sale Friday, July 18th at 10 a.m. One of the Beatles. Harry, can you name the Beatles?
Hey,
so there's John Lennon.
Yep.
Ringo Starr.
Yep.
2 for 2.
Paul McCartney.
Yep.
And George, but I don't know his last name.
George Harrison.
Do you guys agree with me that George Harrison is the most forgotten about Beatle?
I only knew 2 of them.
No.
See, I would think you would have known Lennon and McCartney, right? Yeah. Harrison, I think, is the one when you talk to people of like our generation, Harry's generation, that weren't growing up listening to the Beatles all the time. And you say, name the Beatles. I bet you George Harrison's the one that gets left off the most.
For sure.
I actually, I know Ringo Starr because I played drums, growing up. And I played Ringo Starr in a play once.
You still have a drum set?
I do. What?
Can I touch your drum set?
Yeah, why not?
Step Brothers.
He's not going to get
it. He doesn't get it, no.
Are the Beatles the most consequential musical artist of all time?
They're up there. Absolutely up there. I love the Beatles. I went through a phase where we used to listen to the Beatles all the time, and I got terribly sick of them. And now...
every album they have is wildly different.
Yes. and they have 60 songs that you're going to play and people can sing along with. They have to have the biggest catalog of sing-alongable songs of all time, for lack of a much better way of putting it.
Paul McCartney. When is that concert?
It is November 11th.
November 11th at
PPG Paints Arena.
How old is he?
Tickets on sale now, July 18th.
83.
He's 83.
Wow.
Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Still touring.
Still touring.
Good for him.
Him. You got the Stones still on tour. Keith Richards still kicking.
Do they sound the same?
I don't think so. No.
Like if you're our parents, like I wonder, like, and a lot of our parents would probably go to something like that. Like I wonder if they're like, oh, this sounds exactly like I remember it.
I think if in a moment of honesty, probably not.
Probably not.
But I mean, the Stones are still gallivanting too.
Yeah.
They were here a couple years ago, right?
Right.
Crowley?
Yes, they were.
Sold Acrisure Stadium out.
And people said it was awesome. So, like, they obviously are still...
They still have the aura.
And
the
people
aura,
tell
okay.
me that Aaron Rodgers can't win football games this year. So I Googled something here, and now I find myself wildly depressed because I was going to tell everyone out there who's listening to the show right now, you want a really good, feel-good piece of content to consume. James Corden, who used to do the carpool karaoke, he did a carpool karaoke with Paul McCartney. So the two of them are sitting there, they're singing Beatles songs, and then they have an impromptu concert at the pub that Paul McCartney used to go to in his youth. And people in England are just walking into this pub and bang, there's Paul McCartney doing a private concert.
Wow.
Awesome television. Well, so I type in, because I couldn't remember James Corden's name, I type in British talk show host Paul McCartney. It pops up with James Corden. But here it says, did Paul McCartney get a restraining order on James Corden?
I heard he's not that nice of a person.
Corden?
I heard he, like yells at people and stuff all the time.
Really?
Yeah. He's like the little chubby dude.
Yes.
Yeah. Had like the night show. Yeah.
I hate that because the same thing happened with Ellen.
That's what I heard.
Never meet your heroes.
Never.
Right. Like Ellen, she puts on this persona, like, come dance with me. I'm fun.
Right.
I'll give you free stuff under your chair. And James Corden, come ride around with me in my car and we'll sing songs and we'll laugh together and sometimes I'll cry. And you just seem like such a nice man.
I could be wrong, but that's what I heard.
Never
I
meet
played
your
him
heroes.
in a skit once too.
You played James Corden in a skit.
You are truly a Renaissance man.
Give me your best English accent.
Oh, I don't want to because I thought
Come
I did a
on.
poor job.
I'll do it with you two. You go first.
By Jove, Governor, I think we've cracked the code.
You know who says by Jove all the time? Hillgrove. I do believe he made the line to gain by Jove.
He also had the great call when Le'Veon Bell scored the direct snap against the Chargers, and he said, with the patience of Job.
Yeah, he does that all the time. Shows the patience of Job at the line of scrimmage. Finds a crack. 25-30.
I'm going to read this text in my best British accent. Not being able to quote Step Brothers or recognize a quote from Step Brothers should be a fireable offense.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
It was?
Thought so.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. That's probably one of your best. You're usually no clue what
You can do impressions. I mean, what am I thinking here? Accents. You do impressions really well.
He was pointing a door in there, too.
Yeah, Doran does impressions incredibly well. Some he does better than more consistently than others. I have no.
Which ones do I do the worst?
One. I'm just saying the movies that you watch a lot, and the things that you can tell like you're really invested in, like Joker. You've perfected those. Like when you pick something up new, you can tell that it's
a little rough at first.
You're just getting like used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Couple practice sessions, and you'll have it mastered. It's a talent, man.
Anybody who works around here, Doran can replicate their walk.
Yep.
He has good physical humor.
Yes.
There's no question.
Harry?
What? I'm just listening to you.
you're
I'm smiling at you. I've never been more happy with you in my life. I don't know why.
Because
I'm just in a good mood today.
I did the British accent.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Twitter poll, new one. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Twitter poll, brought to you by none other than PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Is George Harrison the most forgotten Beatle? You can vote at _Adam Crowley.
I was going to say Ringo Starr.
Are they overrated?
No.
I just got somebody that messaged me and said that they are overrated. And I was like, I think I agree, but I didn't want to say that.
I think you could appreciate them but not have to like them. It's like saying they're overrated is meaning that their influence on music is overrated, which I think would be a blasphemous comment to make.
Okay, so I picked them up and I dropped them in a bucket. And I also picked Taylor Swift up and I dropped her in the same bucket. That's how I look at them too. If that makes sense.
You put Taylor Swift in the same bucket as the Beatles?
Yeah, like I think that she's like, okay, but she has great influence over music.
Well, there's a couple of things in life that are big time subjective. I think comedy is subjective.
Music.
And music is subjective. Like, we all are just going to like different things. Shane Gillis, I sat down, I watched one of his specials like a couple of weeks ago. My wife watched it with me. Didn't laugh one time. Yeah. Not one time. I don't get it.
I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. I liked her when she was like first started, like the country stuff was. She is an entertainer, and the Beatles were entertainers, there's no question. But they were also incredibly talented musicians that, I don't know, I feel, maybe I'm old school with this, but I feel like the musicians of that era were more musically talented than the musicians of today.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Why?
I don't agree with that. It's a different style. Like, you still make music. There's different tools to make music.
Did they use auto-tune? Did they use, all the technology you have on computers?
Well, using auto-tune doesn't mean that you're not musically inclined. It just means you have tools to correct certain things. If we're talking about singers individually, if you think
do they have the tools to create beats and music like they do today, or do they have to actually use instruments?
Well, you could argue that the tools that you're using are the new age instruments. Like, I could beat on a pad and make drum sounds the same way I could beat on an actual drum set. And it's
Did the Beatles write their own music?
Yes, and in fact, if you haven't seen this on Netflix,
does Taylor Swift write her own music?
She does, actually.
That's impressive.
If you're looking for something to watch after you get done with The Quarterback on Netflix,
I didn't even start. I didn't know that came out.
Yeah, I watched it.
Kirk Cousins is in it again.
Yep.
You said cousin. I started thinking about Pat Rooney again. So on the Junior,
you're thinking of.
So on Netflix, there's just all this behind the scenes footage of the Beatles. I forget which album they were writing, but just filming them in their creative process. If you are in a field in your life where there's creativity that's a part of it, I would urge you to watch this, because seeing how they come up with ideas, seeing how Lennon would write some of the music, it blows your mind. Oh, what did you say? Okay, and then how they work collaboratively, it's a really good watch.
Yeah.
You can't watch it all at once. You got to kind of split it up because it's pretty granular, but it's good stuff.
Speaking of cousins, Phil Bananas tweeted me. We should have Bob Nutting's cousin on the airwaves today.
Harry, could you book Bob Nutting's cousin?
No. Who's Bob Nutting's cousin?
I have no idea, but he has to have one, right?
Don't we all have cousins? Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We've got Worked Up Pat today. Nothing worked Pat up more this week than a list that came out in The Athletic. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll quiz Callis before the end of the hour. At some point, we might have to rank our top 5 bands. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We're just talking about bands because Paul McCartney is going to play at PPG Paints Arena. He opened at PPG Paints, or he was the first concert there when it opened, and now he's coming back. He'll be there on November 11th of this year. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Join the Riverhounds on Sunday, July 13th at 5 p.m. as they host Loudoun United. Come early for the pregame touch-a-truck, and the first 750 fans get a Robbie Mertz bobblehead, courtesy of Tri-State Office Furniture. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
November 11th, Paul McCartney at PPG Paints Arena. It's Veterans Day, so a lot of people out there might have the day off. A little tailgate action before Paul McCartney. But there's no better tailgate than at a college football game. And Pat Bostic very mad about a list The Athletic put together. A list that, Doran, you and I have complained about. The top 25 rivalries in college football. Michigan, Ohio State listed at number 1. Okay, fine. Auburn, Alabama, the Iron Bowl listed at number 2. The Red River rivalry. Oklahoma and Texas, number 3. Army, Navy, number 4. Nowhere in the top 25 is the Backyard Brawl. And that is nonsense. Big 12 Media Day is going on right now, and Rich Rodriguez was talking about it. How they're going to take a couple of different days during camp this year to teach players about the rivalry. But you guys would probably agree with this. You can't teach about that rivalry. You got to be in it. You got to be part of it. Familiarity breeds contempt. But he understands it. Narduzzi understands it. We're trading barbs every time he comes on the show. I think it's criminal that anybody who considers themselves a ball knower as it relates to college football would not have the Backyard Brawl on the top 25.
Did you, Pat, right before you committed to Pitt, did you know about the rivalry?
Not really. I mean, I knew about it. I knew about the Backyard Brawl, but I didn't know the rivalry. Like, I didn't.
Right. That's
Yeah,
kind of how I was too. I mean, I'm from Pittsburgh. Like, I would put the game on, but I didn't understand the depth of the rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, it's been played over 100 times, and I just feel like Penn State, Ohio State, is that a rivalry?
That's the one that perturbed me the most.
I mean,
they have that as the 8th best rivalry in college football right now. Penn State, they say they're unrivaled, and Ohio State spits on Penn State. Ohio State fans don't think Penn State is
the
a
rival's
rivalry.
Michigan. To me, a rivalry, you can only have one rival, maybe 2. And,
one primary rival.
Yeah, correct. And it's Michigan. It's that game, right? It ain't Ohio State, Penn State. It's not Penn State, Michigan State. Like,
Nebraska, Oklahoma's on the list. They don't play that game anymore.
When's the last time that was played?
I'm on it.
When they were in the Big 12? I mean,
we don't both need to look it up. I got it.
107 Backyard Brawls. This is the 108th this year. Like, that's, and it's 45 miles apart, 50 miles apart. It's to me, it's a top 20. Is it a top 10? Probably.
I think it should be in the top 25, but it's not like I agree or disagree with the list. I don't know how big it is outside of our fan bases. That's what I was trying to think. Like, whenever you were in high school, like, did you know about it, or were we taught about it? We were taught about it once we got to Pitt, but, like, I don't know if I really knew about it outside of whenever I was, like, in high school, like, what it entailed. So, like, how big is that? How are people turning on the TV to watch Pitt, West Virginia?
I think yes.
That are outside of that are in California.
I think so. I think that's why ESPN was there for game day when the series got renewed. I think that's why it was a primetime game when you had the Phil Jerkovic game 2 years ago. Those teams weren't very good, and yet they had it in primetime. I think any of these rivalries are going to bring eyes. I do know what you're saying, though. Like, is this a national rivalry? It's always tough to parse the rivalries, too, because you can't tell, and they haven't both teams haven't been contending for national championships at the same time very often in the series history. And Ohio State and Michigan, they've had that, right? And Texas and Oklahoma, they've had that. You can't tell me your average diehard Pitt fan and your average diehard West Virginia fan don't hate the opposition as much as Michigan fans hate Ohio State fans. Of course they do. It makes me sick breathing the same air as you guys every Thursday. All right, not really, but you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm a rational fan.
Miami, Florida State?
Maybe. I mean, there's historical juice there. But you can't tell me Miami fans barely go. Like, you can't tell me Miami fans hate Florida State fans more than Pitt fans and West Virginia fans dislike each other.
No.
And this is all within the realm of sport. We're not saying
Kansas, Missouri?
People.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Kansas, Missouri?
Maybe in basketball?
Now, okay, Harvard, Yale. They played 150 times. Is it a bigger rivalry than Pitt, West Virginia?
I ain't watching it.
No.
I ain't ever watched it.
No. Iowa, Wisconsin?
That one gets me, too. It's one of the oldest.
Yeah, it's going to be, 3-2.
Minnesota, Wisconsin is on here at 10th.
What?
I ain't ever willingly
Paul Bunyan's trophy, is that what it is?
That is. I think it might be the oldest rivalry. Fair enough, mentioned the thing, but it ain't better than ours. And I have never willingly watched a Minnesota game.
When's the last USC-UCLA game that mattered?
Oh, my God. Who cares?
So this is why
they don't care in UCLA.
Your point is valid. Like, growing up in South Central Pennsylvania, I didn't grow up with the backyard brawl. It is regional, but these other ones on this list that seemingly beat out Pitt, West Virginia are preposterous. They belong nowhere on this list if that game isn't on there.
I think this is kind of ridiculous, but I think if they did, half joking, half not, a 30 for 30 on rivalries, and if Pitt, West Virginia, the backyard brawl was a part of that documentary, say like the top 10 rivalries in college football, I think people will have a better understanding of the magnitude of hatred that goes along that game that would actually market the game even more nationally. I don't think people know about it.
I'm with you on that, and I think you could do a whole documentary just on 13-9 itself. I don't know why. There was a really good write-up by Alex Kirshner, who writes for a bunch of different outlets, who did the 2007 season. Have you guys read this? Yep. Oh, my God, it's incredible, and you guys are obviously a part of it. How there is not a 30 for 30 2007 college football season, I don't understand.
Right.
Come on.
Now we're coming up on 20 years ago, which makes me feel pretty old.
I also think that the unique part about the backyard brawl that people miss that aren't from this region is the fact that, as Pat said, 50 miles apart, but there's a lot of kids from the WPIAL that choose to go to West Virginia over Pitt. And when we were playing against West Virginia year in and year out, I knew that that guy I was going against.
Yeah.
I knew Morty Ivy.
Right.
He went to Gateway.
Yep.
Brian Mundy went to Woodland Hills. West Lyons went to Woodland. They're playing for West Virginia.
Here comes Mark Bulger.
Exactly. The crossover makes it even bigger.
Yeah, and there's not as much of that anymore.
Sure.
West Virginia's roster, I don't know, they got Rodney Gallagher, but I don't know how many Whitfield kids they really have.
I don't know.
They got 80 new players.
Yeah.
Right. Well, everybody's different in college football now, but if you go back to, 5?
When we played,
You're right.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
No, I knew guys that went there. Absolutely, and that was part of it. But, Ohio State, Penn State, not to, I am fired up today, so I'm going to continue being fired up. They've played 39 times, and there's been no parity.
Yeah.
Ohio State's beat them 12 of the last 14 times. They beat them. At least our rivalry is longer than 39 years, 39 games, and it's back and forth. And there's been some consequence to it.
Yeah.
That ain't a rivalry. And it's not a rivalry.
No, Bug meets Windshield is not a rivalry. And this is a poor transition here. But someone texts in Pitt PSU is a bigger rivalry than Pitt West Virginia. No, it's not, because Penn State, to me, they view themselves as a cut above. They do, Michigan fans always sort of sneer at Ohio State fans oh, we're smarter than you. Our rich tradition. Penn State tries to do that to Pitt. And by the way, they ain't playing anymore.
No. They should play.
I would have rather played Penn State than West Virginia. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Well, part of that, too, I think, Doran, is the fact that we never got to do it.
Right.
I would play them both every year.
Yes.
That's just me. It's to me, it makes too much sense economically and otherwise to do it, but it's easier said than done, and it takes two to schedule a game. So, but I believe this to be true. I think Pitt fans hate Penn State fans more than they hate West Virginia.
No
fans.
doubt.
They hate Penn State more than they hate West Virginia.
I
I think there are probably some Pitt fans that feel like, all honesty, feel like they're better than West Virginia. But that's not everybody. I am not of that. I respect West Virginia. I think it's a great rivalry. I think it's a great game to play. I think it should happen every single year. But I do think the way that Penn State, and this goes back to Joe Paterno and trying to create a conference in the late 80s and mid 80s, whenever it was, and that breakdown of that relationship. But I mean, there are some people. I did a deal on Panthers Insider Saturday where I ranked the top 25 wins of the top 10 wins of the last 25 years.
Oh, nice.
And a lot of people called it and said 12-0 Pitt Penn State in 2000 at Three Rivers Stadium because it was the last time that Pitt beat Joe Paterno. That's how much they have a disdain for that fan base and the kind of stick your nose up mentality that they have.
Yes.
I think that nails it pretty good.
That rubs me more the wrong way than West Virginia saying, eat bleep Pitt.
Right.
No, I actually like that. Like that's what a rivalry is. And I remember when we scheduled the game, there were you talk to, in my role, you talk to enough people that you get both sides of the coin, right? Oh, we shouldn't play them. They're not hot. They're not, it's not a good family environment and all this stuff. And I'm like, and then I remember the game happened in 2022, and I'm like, the hell has this been for the last 11 years?
Right.
What are we doing?
More juice than when Georgia Tech comes to town or when West Virginia plays Iowa State. We got to take a break here. I think that was a really good summation, though. You hate Penn State more. The rivalry's better, though. Pitt, West Virginia backyard brawl, because that's a rivalry. A lot of back and forth, so close. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to quiz Callis coming up next. So we got to hit this thing. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost by a 4-3 final score to the Kansas City Royals yesterday. They got swept out of Kansas City, and that followed their being swept by the Seattle Mariners. Pirates will have one more series during this road trip. They're going to go to Minnesota and play the Minnesota Twins. That game is going to be played tomorrow. The first game of the three-game series is going to be played tomorrow. Pirates are off today. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Outbound heading into those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You are stacked all the way back at Bate Street. Route 28 delays approaching that now closed ramp to Route 8 northbound. Remain stop and go all the way to the north side. And the Parkway North just a little heavy around Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, that music means it's time to quiz Callis. On Monday, it's the All-Star softball game benefiting the Hayward House. Nicholas Harry Callis is an assistant manager. Or am I the assistant manager?
He's an assistant to the manager.
He's assistant to the manager. You're the manager.
What? I thought we were just co-managers.
No,
you're
Crowley's the manager. You're the assistant
That's
manager.
ridiculous.
I was just being humble, but we all knew that to be the case.
Right.
How well does Callis know his roster? Team offense. These will be your players, Harry. Can you tell us what they do? Is that what we're doing here, Doran?
Yes, what they do for a living. Now, there's a mix. It's not just football players. It is a mix of athletes and celebrities. So you have to tell us what they do for a living. Since you want to claim that you're a co-manager, you better know this stuff.
Wait, if I do, then can I be the manager?
If you... Okay.
How many do I have to get right?
Oh,
okay.
I like this.
This is good. You could be the manager, and you could tell Crowley what to do. The whole entire game.
Yes. Okay.
How many does he have to guess?
What do you guys think?
How many total? 10? 13?
10.
I think he has to get, in order to tell Crowley what to do.
You got to get 7%.
He's got to get. I was going to say this 6 is the floor.
6.
I would say 6 is the floor.
You have
All
to
right,
get
fair
6
enough.
correct, and then you are
6 correct, like 100% correct too, not like half. It has to be. You have to be correct.
Yes. You go with that, Callis, and then you are the guy. Like, you're the manager. You get to run things of team offense for the softball game.
Okay.
Cool?
Yeah.
You're ready to go.
Okay.
All right, number 1. Christian Kuntz. What does he do for a living?
This is a total, like...
Sounds like a kicker.
You don't have to... Okay, so let's preface this. You don't have to say exactly what they do, just the job.
Kicker? No.
So...
Wait.
I'll give you that one. So
What?
I'll give you that one because he plays football. That's kind of what I'm saying.
No, too broad.
No, it's not, because there's a lot of different people on this list.
I know, but this guy doesn't know that the Steelers long snapper is
know.
on his team.
I know that. Who played at Duquesne and is a local product.
I will give you that one. That is bad that you didn't know that Christian Kuntz went to
Wait,
Sharpsburg.
I didn't realize it was just. I thought you meant. Oh, so I have to just say their occupation.
Their occupation.
Doran, I admire your leniency. That is as.
That's bad.
That is as giving as you've ever been.
It's better for the bit, though.
To him.
It
I
is
knew
better
it.
for the
It
bit.
sounded like,
But I
recognize
giving
his name
him
from
some
football.
grace. He's 1 for 1.
He's 1 for 1. Okay, so occupation, okay?
Occupation.
Here we
got
go.
it.
Okay, you're 1 for 1. Number 2, Rutger McGroarty.
I see where you gave him that one.
Sounds like a golfer. Sounds like.
Callis, you know what? You are incorrect. Rutger McGroarty plays hockey.
What a name.
Great name.
Number 3, Kendall Vertes.
Give me that name again.
Kendall Vertes.
Oh, she's an influencer. I know she was a Dance Moms girl, right?
Bang, you got that correct.
Son of a
You
gun.
got that correct.
I remember her.
Good
I met her
job.
last year. Yeah.
Good job.
66%, folks.
All right.
She's very nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Larry Nance Jr.
Related to Jim Nance? No.
We just talked about him the other day.
Potentially.
Football player.
Incorrect.
Oh, boo.
He is in the NBA.
2 for 4.
Jesse James.
Oh, wasn't he a tight end, right? With the Steelers. Yeah, he's a football player.
Correct.
What was he famously known for?
Wasn't he part of that? He dove for the end zone against the Patriots.
Wow.
But they called it,
3
Yeah,
for
you're
5.
good.
At the halfway point,
You're
you
good.
are officially on track.
Good job, Callis. Here we go. Joey Molinaro.
Molinaro. No, basketball.
That is incorrect. He is a comedian.
Also a hell of a nice guy.
Very nice guy. Comedian. Yeah. Next one. Will Howard.
Quarterback of the Steelers.
That is correct.
Football.
4 for 7.
I need 2 more.
You got to get 2 out of 3.
Devlin Hodges.
Football. He used to play quarterback for the Steelers.
That is correct. I didn't want to give you Duck Hodges because I thought that was too easy.
5 for 8. Folks, he needs one of the last 2 to be the manager of the offensive team.
He's gonna get it.
Hey, and Crowley will have to be his assistant. He'll have to wipe the sweat off his brow.
I'm going to lose my mind if he gets 6 right, and one of them is he didn't know the long snapper, but he knew
He's gonna get
that
it.
he played football.
He's going to get it. Matt Light.
Oh, we're good.
No, there's one more.
Matt Light. Isn't Matt Light a comedian?
No.
That is correct. That is correct.
6 for 9, ladies and gentlemen. Your new manager.
This is nonsense.
And the last one.
Nicholas Harry Callis.
The last one to just knock it out of the park, Callis. Connor Hayward.
Connor Hayward plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He plays football, baby.
So here's the deal. He would have gotten it anyway.
I know. That takes the controversy
Adam
out of
Crowley has been relegated to assistant manager. Nicholas Harry Callis, congratulations.
Good job, Callis.
Yay!
Good job. You know your team.
So I'm basically Mike Rebello now. I'll just be waving guys home from third base.
No, I'm coaching third because I'm the manager and I made that decision.
So I get to do nothing.
You have to do what I say. Yes.
Now here's the thing, Crowley. Here's the thing. If he would have got off to an 0 for 1 start, I think it changes everything.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go up to the Christian and say that our producer thought you were the kicker of the Steelers.
Producer and the kicker is the best kicker in the NFL, and you thought he was the kicker.
Do you know who the Steelers kicker is?
Chris Boswell.
Oh my God,
That's a long pause.
That pause.
All right, when we
just
come back,
ChatGPT'd that in the.
Will Howard will be at this Celebrity All-Star softball game on Monday night. Ben Roethlisberger said something quite controversial about one Will Howard on his podcast, and we get into it next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 85, low of 65, partly cloudy. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory's great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get to Schultz Ford or check it out online at schultzford.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Beachview section of the city of Pittsburgh. Crews checking reports of an accident now. The intersection of Banksville Road and Coast Avenue. Watch for delays past the scene. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms heavy out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, outbound heading into the lane restrictions. You're jammed from Bates Street up before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while inbound you are stacked at Wilkinsburg. And Route 28, you are jammed heading past that now closed ramp to Route 8 northbound. And again from Millvale, you're heavy toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Amazon.
This Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just hit myself in the head with my headphones. It's one of the little bonuses you can get whenever you're watching on the YouTube stream. Just go on YouTube and type in 93.7 The Fan live stream, and you can see a lot of the goofy stuff we do during the breaks, too. When I get home, TV's always on the YouTube stream because the girls want to watch Daddy. And I love trying to lip read Starkey because he just goes off. He could be talking about alien invasions, all kind of weird stuff. And you can also get involved in the YouTube comments, which are just, well, they're unhinged.
Yeah.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
Wait, hold on. Are you both drinking emergencies?
Oh, yeah.
That's what this whole room smells like. It smells like vitamins and orange. Why are you guys drinking emergency? Are you guys sick?
You know the funny thing
It's
is?
a preventative measure.
You know the funniest thing? We're drinking like vitamins and minerals. Meanwhile, this guy's like a unit. Like he's eating Uncrustables and drinking a Celsius.
Yeah. Yeah. And you guys, what are you guys try not to get sick?
I personally like the taste of it, so that's why I drink it.
It's Tang-like.
It is. It tastes like vitamins in orange water.
It actually doesn't do much for you other than make you just feel better. But in terms of like
that's what I'm going for.
But in terms of actual like medical advantages, it doesn't really heal you in any way.
Where'd you go to med school?
My mom's a nurse.
What do you work for the FDA? Get out of here.
My mom's a nurse.
My mom's a nurse too.
Are you looking to
She
get
told me this stuff when I was younger.
What's that?
Are you looking to get energy or hydrated out of this?
Can I just drink the damn thing?
I just don't
It's good.
understand. Well, first of all, I want to know because if there's 2 people in a room drinking emergency, you're probably getting sick. So then I want to know.
I drink it every week.
Me too.
Over here.
Every day. Why are you beverage tracking me, man?
It stinks in here. That's why.
Oh, it smells like orange.
No, it smells like orange vitamins.
It doesn't smell like old oatmeal. Or like that air freshener that was in my car.
Or like what was Pomp's
maple syrup.
Maple syrup.
Pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
It's got real bits of maple syrup, so you know it's good.
They did an entire.
Is Bob Pompiani? Let me bring this up.
Hold on.
It's Bob Pompiani the Ron Burgundy of Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Like he is the Ron Burgundy of Pittsburgh.
You went from asking that to stating that very quickly.
Not a hair out of place.
Nope. Consummate
Do you think
professional.
he's had a milk's a bad choice moment?
I've seen him punt a dog off a bridge.
Really?
Yeah, Pompiani.
That's messed up.
Baxter, you ate the whole wheel of cheese.
There's an entire Curb Your Enthusiasm episode about a guy who's a doctor's son who walks around, has no medical degree, and he's diagnosing people with disease. Callis is like, my mom's a nurse, so I know emergencies crack.
Is Starkey Brick Tamlin?
I think it might be me.
You?
I think I might be Brick.
Loud noises.
Yeah. All right. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I love podcast. Ben Roethlisberger's podcast. Very popular with Spence. And he ripped Cleveland, and so that became the focus of his podcast this week. But he also said, all right, Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback. He said that he thinks Will Howard should be given the opportunity to win the backup job. Ben said that.
Huh.
Agree or disagree?
Well, tells me that Ben still doesn't like Mason.
That is my takeaway as well.
That's kind of, I mean, he didn't mention him in the one podcast he did about, the new incoming players and stuff like that. I forget what it was. It just kind of tells me that Ben is just not a Mason guy. But to answer the question, yeah, he should get an opportunity. Why wouldn't he? If he's playing the best ball in training camp and in preseason, why wouldn't you have him as your backup quarterback? I understand that they're paying Mason $4.5, and that's how the Steelers do business, so they won't put Mason as the third quarterback just because they're paying him more money than Will Howard. But yeah, why wouldn't you let them compete?
I can't wait to watch him play in preseason.
Will Howard?
Yes. This is as excited as I've been for a preseason because you actually have a quarterback. I mean, Kenny played a bunch back then. I guess it was 2022.
Yep.
But I want to see what they have in him because, we've gone from talking about him a lot to not talking about him at all because Aaron Rodgers came here and we started looking forward to next draft. And I want to see him run around and make plays. And Aaron Rodgers is going to take a snap in preseason. So we're going to be seeing a lot of him. I don't think you need to give Mason that many reps throughout the course of preseason.
I agree.
I think he'll play some, probably starter level reps.
I think if I put this out as a Twitter poll, and I just did, @_Adam Crowley, I think you're going to get a lot of people in the Will Howard camp. Let him compete for the job. But I think it's going to make a ton of people's brains hurt because there are still people in this town that think Mason Rudolph could have won games for them this year as the starting quarterback. How many people, when the schedule came out, did the thing where they said, all right, what's the win-loss total with Mason? What's the win-loss total with Rodgers? And a lot of folks, this isn't a straw man here, a lot of folks had them relatively the same.
Mm-hmm.
So if you believe in Mason and you love this 6th-round pick, Will Howard, people love Will Howard. He seems like a nice young chap. I wonder where people come down on this at 412-928-9370. I've never been against competition. So there's no harm in, hey, best man, get out there and do it. Because, listen, you bring in Rodgers because you think you're going to win. Here's the cruel reality. If Mason had to start every single game this year, you're not winning the Super Bowl. If he has to start half the games, you're not winning the Super Bowl. So why not, if Will Howard's outperforming him, just give the ball to Will and figure it out with the guy? I don't see any harm in that. If you're going nowhere fast. Now, if it's for 2-3 games, yeah, Mason Rudolph let him be the guy because we've seen him do it. He did it a couple of years ago. He won 3 straight, got him to the playoffs, and actually had him competitive for a minute in the playoff game. But if it's, I don't know, if Rodgers is out for the entire year, like after 5 games, and Will's played well in the preseason, yeah, sure, give him a shot.
They're going to roster 3 quarterbacks. They always do.
Yep.
So
I know one thing. I know Mason would be pissed if that was the case. Because I'm sure that he was told he'd be the backup because Aaron Rodgers is coming initially. He signs here because he's like, okay, I'll be the backup to Aaron Rodgers. He might get hurt. He's older. I'm going to have my chance. But if they open it up to competition now that they drafted Will Howard, Mason will be like, you know, I mean, they just use and abuse him. And so if that was true, he'd be upset.
He would be. And I like Mason, but, buddy, like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Like, he got dragged through it a couple of times here.
Yep.
He, according to a lot of people who were at training camp in 2022, they said Mason played the best out of the 3. He doesn't get a shot to win the job. Not really. And ultimately, he wound up being the best of that bunch, at least for that 3-game set at the end of the year.
It happens to a lot of guys in football. You know, he's not the only one. And he decided to come back here.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Hey, he's still playing football.
He's still playing in the NFL.
That's how I'd look at it.
He's still making, what, he's making $8 million this year?
4.5.
4.5. He got a 2-year, $8 million deal, whatever it is. Plenty of money.
What a career.
And you know, if
I'd love that.
I'm
but
sure.
I would say this, too. If he was that good, and he was on a bad team in Tennessee, if he was that good, he would have played better there.
Yeah, you're allowed to elevate.
You're allowed to elevate. And there's got to be something that coaches across the league see or know that hasn't increased their opinion of him.
At
as
the
a
same
starter
time,
level.
At the same time, Will Howard gets picked in the 6th round, so that kind of tells you what the league thought about him as a prospect.
You know what's crazy? Tell me if I'm off base here. Like, what, last year, they wanted Mason to come back, and then he chose to go to Tennessee because he felt like that they didn't give him the right opportunity. This is after the year with Kenny and everything.
I think he came in to visit on Friday, and then I think they signed Russ on a Saturday.
Right.
It was at least the next day.
If he signs on that Friday, Russ isn't here. Fields will probably be here. Fields will probably be the starter all season.
And be back this year.
And be back.
Yeah. Or Rudolph signs and they still get Russ and they don't get Fields.
And they both play. And they're both probably not here this year.
Or
and Mason starts the season. Russ gets his calf injury. Mason starts the season and is on fire. And then he gets sat down.
Would he be on fire?
Yeah, I bet you he might do just as good as Justin Fields did.
What's that meme of the dude just walking in fire, just Mason Rudolph in Arthur Smith's office?
See, I wouldn't say Fields was on fire
to
start the year.
Okay. So say that Mason had the same 4-2 record and
he
he
would have
gotten
gotten
down. And people would have lost their mind. More than they did with Justin Fields. Way more.
Yeah, because the guy that just led you to the playoffs then started the year and just saying that if he's 4-2, if he does exactly what Fields did, you bench
Which
that
I think
guy.
he could.
Oh, people would have lost their minds. Because, Fields played well relative to what I expected because they put him in a box and he didn't turn the football over. It would have looked different with Mason. But Fields was more than anything just a caretaker of the football. Mason could do that. And through that schedule, he could have had him at 4-2, sure.
Well, a lot of what Fields did in those games was run around.
Yeah.
Mason ain't doing that.
No.
I think Mason's a good player. You know, he's a backup quarterback. You know, maybe here. They're going to give Howard a chance to prove what he's worth. They have minimal funds tied up in him. They're not a 6th-round pick. You know, he won a national championship.
I think what they want from Will is to show enough in whatever opportunity he gets this year is to be the backup next year.
Yeah. So they're going to give him a lot of opportunities.
And then next year, he'll compete for real.
Plus, you don't feel like you know Mason. You don't feel like you have to watch him play in the preseason in order to confirm what you think about him. You know what you have, and you're a better football team with him on it as a backup quarterback. You feel pretty good about that. You know, if Will Howard exceeds expectations, if he beats him out, which I think will be very hard to do.
Yeah.
Very hard to do. I firmly believe that he will be the 3rd quarterback going into the season.
Yep.
Your point is very valid, Crowley. He's got to prove that he could be the backup next year.
I think that's why they took him.
Yeah.
I think they took him with an eye to having a cheap quarterback room in a couple of years. And if Mason's your 2 next year, okay, you're not upset about it. But ideally, yeah, Will Howard shows you enough in a year and change to make him that backup guy behind that rookie.
We're going to see a lot of Will Howard. A lot of them.
I look forward to it.
Oh, he's probably going to play more snaps than any other quarterback in the preseason.
On the roster?
Yeah.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
He's going to play every game. Maybe by like 25%.
Yeah.
He's going to start 2 games in the preseason.
I can't wait to watch that.
I can't wait for those shows.
Mm-hmm.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do you agree with Big Ben Roethlisberger that Will Howard should be able to compete with Mason Rudolph for the number 2 quarterback job? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they got swept by the Kansas City Royals after losing yesterday 4-3. That's the how many is that now? That's 6 consecutive losses for the Pirates. It counters their 6-game winning streak that they had on their homestand last week. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game series coming up this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. They're off today. They're going to start that series tomorrow. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Robot umps are coming to Major League Baseball at least for one night. During the All-Star Game, each team will get 2 challenges where they can review the umpire's decision of balls and strikes against the automated ball strike system. Could be coming next year to regular season games. I'm having a hard time with this one. For 150 years, the one constant in baseball was no arguing balls and strikes. And now we just can do that? I'm Bart Winkler.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a pair of accidents. One on the north side. This blocks the right lane of the inbound Parkway North. As you're approaching the East Street off-ramp, traffic is getting by, but a little slow past the scene. Also, an accident being cleared on Banksville Road near Coast Avenue in the city's Beachview section. Parkway West, you are jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jams inbound at Wilkinsburg and outbound at the Bandit Bates. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Things.
It's Monday Night Celebrity Softball presented by the Corey Firm at EQT Park July 14th. Catch Steelers star Cameron Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and more smashing softballs to benefit the Hayward House. Tickets at WashingtonWildThings.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ben Roethlisberger says that Will Howard should get a chance to compete for the backup quarterback job. What do you think? 412-928-9370. As I said in the last segment, I think the Steelers want him to show that he's backup quality before next season. Here's how it goes with these late-round dudes. Tom Brady's 6th-round pick. They didn't want him to take Bledsoe's job. But Bledsoe gets hurt, and then Tom exceeds expectations. And so what are you going to do? Well, you're going to roll with Tom. Then he wins the Super Bowl, and, well, the rest is history. I think about Dak Prescott with the Cowboys. In his rookie year, that line was so good. That was when Zeke was at the height of his powers.
That's when Romo got hurt, though, too, right?
Romo got hurt. So they had no designs on Dak being the guy. And Dak, a 4th-round pick, winds up being the guy. He walks into a great set of circumstances. I guess what I'm trying to say here is I know a lot of the Steelers fan base wants to be excited about Will Howard, and he may yet give us reason to be excited by the way he performs in the preseason. But the Steelers are not going to go out of their way to let Will Howard win that job. Like, they're not going to be looking for reasons for him to win the job.
No.
They think they can win this year, right or wrong. That's why you get Rodgers. So you want a veteran backup so that he can keep that ship going if Rodgers goes down for a couple of games. He would almost have to move heaven and earth, Will Howard, I think, to actually get the backup job this year.
I agree, and I think that he was drafted in such a way that they have time with him. Like, I think it would take a lot, I could be wrong, for there to be chance of Howard ringing throughout Acrisure Stadium for him to go in the game. The public pressure to play him is not what it was when you draft a guy in the 1st round or even the 2nd round, or you acquire a free agent that everyone is excited about. They've got Aaron Rodgers. They waited on him. They got him. They got Mason, a backup they know, fans know, they like, they trust him. And if they need him to play, they feel comfortable and confident they can win with him. Howard's a guy that, listen, if he turns out to be nothing, it is what it is. if he exceeds expectations, you just found maybe a diamond in the rough. And it happens to be a guy that played at a high level at 2 schools, won a national title, and has a lot of personality traits that I think translate well to playing quarterback at the highest level. So great. It's a great situation for him. It's a great situation for them with him.
I'm still questioning why he dropped in the draft. Like, there's nothing that tells me why he dropped so far.
I think he had a bad pro day.
I think he had a bad pro day and combine, throwing the ball.
Yeah.
That just put the film on. Like, I could see why Tom Brady dropped. You could see that with your eyes. He's slow.
He looked like He looked like if you put
there's guys
8 inches on me and had me run.
Right. Like, I just don't. I want to get to the bottom of why he went so late in the draft. Like, I thought he was going to go at least 3rd round.
His accuracy has always been questioned. You don't have to be as accurate when you're throwing to Ibuka and Jeremiah Smith and handing the ball off to whoever you're handing the ball off. And playing the Ohio State quarterbacks just have not fared well at all in the NFL. I mean, C.J. Stroud has maybe the best chance to break that trend. Certainly Justin Fields, his runway is not over. He's not run out of real estate yet. And I do think that works against guys, particularly when you don't go out there and kind of unsee the accuracy issues live and in person. Like, he's a 6'4", 230-pound dude that can run, that can move, that can lead. Like, there are way more pros than cons. I think, though, that the prototype of Ohio State quarterback worked against him a little bit, even though he was only there for a short period of time. And then the accuracy issues, I think, concern people.
Like, it's crazy to me that somebody like Dylan Gabriel gets drafted by the Browns, who's like 5'11",
and says he doesn't want to play outside.
Yeah, like, it's crazy to me. And then you saw literally Will Howard, like, mano a mano.
And I know that this isn't what you were saying, Pat, but I mean, even other guys who have played with great players at Ohio State went 1st round. Dwayne Haskins, C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields. Something was missing with Howard to have him fall to the 6th round. And I don't want to be overly critical of Steelers fans because I am one. And I'm in the same environment that all these fans and listeners of our show are in. But this is the byproduct of the times that we live in right now in Pittsburgh Steelers Nation. We sound like Browns fans, like, hoping that Will Howard is going to be this diamond in the rough that is going to save us from this quarterback purgatory. It's been so long since we've seen elite quarterback play. We don't know what it looks like. We just see a big dude from Ohio, and we think, oh, it could be Ben. He ain't going to be Ben in all likelihood. I need to find nicer things to say about Will, though, because I'll be the co-manager of his softball team coming up on Monday.
It's not no assistant manager.
It's different to hope for him to be a diamond in the rough when you sign a 4-time league MVP or 2-time, whatever, 4-time, right? League MVP? 4-time league MVP. You've got a dependable backup, and you're hoping he blossoms in the background versus taking a flyer on a guy in free agency or drafting a guy in the 1st or 2nd round, Jackson Dart, and him needing to be planted and bloom immediately. And that's what happened with Kenny. And Kenny was the best of a bad draft class. Now, we'll see what he does in Cleveland and beyond, but it's been tough so far for him. I think Will's in a much better situation, and I think Steelers fans are okay to hope for that. I think because they just genuinely like the guy and want him to be good. And if he turns out to be good, man, you've got a great situation then. Now, I don't think they're going to learn enough about him this season to not draft a quarterback next year.
Sure.
That would require an unprecedented sequence of events for that to happen.
Yeah, he would have to start midway through the year if Mason and Aaron Rodgers got hurt and then lead them to the playoffs.
Now, I will tell you this. If Aaron Rodgers gets hurt in the first 4 weeks and they are 2-8 heading into week 11, that's when those chances start coming out.
Yeah,
that's when you play him.
You'd be derelict to duty if you didn't play him at that point. But we got to get to Jeff Hathorn, who's going to join us coming up next. He returned from his vacation last night. He was standing in for Dan Zangrilli. He's going to jump on with us when we come back. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates got swept by the Kansas City Royals. They have now lost 6 games in a row. They're going to be off today, and then they're going to start a 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins coming up tomorrow, and it will last throughout the weekend. It'll be the last series on the road for the Pirates as well before the next homestand, which is going to take place starting next week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. 43 days before the college football season kicks off, and the Arch Manning era is going to take a stranglehold on the SEC. Texas is plus 225 to win the conference, and I'm all over it. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet. Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing. Or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
You've been called many things.
Is that
the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
He is back. Jeff Hathorn, a long-deserved vacation, and we only woke you up one of those days forgetting you were off, right, Jeff? Just the just that first Tuesday?
It's funny because I heard the phone after the fact, and I'm like, what was that? And then I realized and thought, oops.
Did it make you mad?
No, it didn't. It made me glad that I was able to fall back to sleep and didn't really pay it any attention.
Good.
That was good.
Good. We would have been bummed out had we awakened you early on vacation. Jeff, you did the pre- and post-game last night for the Buccos, so I do have a Pirates question for you. But first, Ben Roethlisberger says he thinks Will Howard should be given the opportunity to win the backup job. Obviously, a little shade thrown at Mason there, if not a lot of shade. Do you see the Steelers giving him that opportunity?
I'm trying to picture Mason getting wind of this and like what gesture he made or what word he said after that. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of that. I mean, all right, let's take it as a football situation. I mean, Will Howard has probably a longer future ahead of him, or the Steelers hope he does, than Mason Rudolph. But you're making all these moves. You want the guy that's next up to be someone that's got experience in the league. I mean, if you're sitting in a situation where playoffs aren't going to happen, that's a different scenario.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're going to win playoff games this year. You want someone behind Aaron Rodgers that's been in this league and at least done something.
Jeff, we all know you're a big Ohio State guy. So with that being said about Will Howard, who do you think has the biggest impact on their Steelers' career when it's all said and done, Jack Sawyer or Will Howard?
That's a good question. I like Sawyer. It probably, I mean, if something really falls through with TJ, then I would say potentially Sawyer. But if that deal gets done, which I think most of us expect it to, then I don't know exactly what Sawyer's role is going to be, at least early on in his career beyond special teams. Man, I counted out Will Howard, and in that postseason, he was really good. I'll say Will Howard.
Jeff, the Steelers report to St. Vincent on July 23rd is T.J. Watt in Latrobe, July 23rd.
I thought he would be at minicamp, so this is new territory. I'm going to say he's going to show up and go to the hold-in. I think he'll want to be around his guys, and I do think he'll be – maybe he isn't there the first day or wants to make some kind of statement, which seems to be his thing. I mean, he made a statement online, made a statement not showing up at minicamp. Maybe he makes a statement, doesn't come the first day or two. But I do think he'll be at camp, and I do think he'll be working out on the side just because he's going to want to be in football shape and ready. I mean, I don't believe he's sitting on the couch eating chips, but there is a difference with football shape and being around the team. And, I mean, even if he doesn't agree to a long-term deal, he's still under contract for this year.
Instagram says he's fishing. That's what T.J. Watt was up to yesterday.
Fishing
with
for a deal.
With a P or an F?
It's a great question, Jeff. It was with an F.
Did he post something?
Yeah, he posted him and his lovely lady fishing.
Oh.
Yeah. He's fishing for that new deal. We're going to be breaking that one down for the remainder of the day right here on The Fan. Jeff, Do you think Ben Cherington's going to make what you would call a splashy trade at the deadline with a prominent piece, like a Bednar, a Keller, a Hayes, guy of that ilk?
So I'm working on a story, and I went back until 2015 and looked at all the July trades.
Oh.
That would tell you no.
Yeah.
I mean, the best player they got out of those July trades was O'Neal Cruz, but O'Neal Cruz was a rookie ball player at the time. You know, Jack Sawinski's probably the second best, and he was a double-A player. And then, I mean, Holderman's been a nice ad, but, you know, and they tried to get some major league guys like Brian Dela Cruz, and we know what happened there. IKF's a nice player, but not an impact for your future. So, and then there are some names that are, I mean, you go back and look at some of these names and you're like, oh my gosh. So the history would say no, that the biggest impact trades aren't made at this time of year. But Greg Brown keeps saying it.
I know.
And then he says, well, I have no inside knowledge, but he keeps saying it. So there's got to be something there. And I think there's pressure. He's got to know his job is out there. So I think there's going to be a chance he's going to go, you know, take a big swing.
Jeff, should we ask Bob Nutting's cousin what they're going to be doing at the
Patrick Nutting.
By the way, when his brother wrote that book, I mean, Art legitimately could have been less interested in anything that he said. So I'm sure that the cousin, that he cares not a bit anything of what he says about what the Steelers are doing. It is interesting. He's providing himself a platform. I don't know if he's going to get invited to the next reunion, but he's providing himself a platform.
Jeff, when is the piece on the deadline going to come out?
We're going to do that either later today or Sunday. We're still trying to figure out which would be the better day for that. By the way, I want to, if you don't mind, I want to weigh in on the college rivalry that you guys were talking about.
Please.
Listen, when I was a kid, it was Pitt-Penn State. I mean, that was a top 10 rivalry. I've told this story, but I thought the S word was spelled with two T's because my neighbor took me to a Penn State game. They were playing Temple, and all the shirts you saw was on Pitt. I mean, it was that feel. And for Pitt not to be in the top 25 anywhere, I don't want, forget the whole thing falling apart with Penn State. What you need to do is go to one of those damn games. Feel the energy of the backyard brawl. And I think whoever was tabulated, whatever committee or whatever writer put this together, has obviously never been to one. Mm-hmm. Because you can't tell me that the energy at a backyard brawl is not one of the top 25 atmospheres for a football game. I mean, it just is. If you want to argue that it's not played at the end of the year or it's not a steady game, that's fine. As long as you tell me that Oklahoma-Nebraska doesn't matter, Oklahoma State doesn't matter. If you want to say all that doesn't matter because they're no longer conference, then keep that as your criteria. But just go to one of those damn games.
Jeff, you crushed it. You crushed it. And we look forward to that piece, whether it comes out today or this weekend. Thank you very much for your time. It's good to have you back.
Same. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Wow. Strong there.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Wow.
That guy hasn't gone to the game.
Well,
put the game back on Thanksgiving weekend, by the way.
But
yes.
I dare people, that haven't experienced it to go to the game this year, and you'll get every single bit of what you need to understand what the game is about. This game this year is going to be popping. I mean, for a lot of reasons.
Put a little more air in your helmet.
I can't wait. Buckle up that chin strap.
One problem I've always had with the Rich Rodriguez speeches is he repeats everything twice.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can actually have the opposite effect. Put a little more air in your helmet. Put a little more air in your helmet. You're only going to say it once. That's all. Yeah, show up on 9/13.
Seriously.
And you tell me it's not a top 10 rivalry, let alone top 25. Coming up next. So J.J. McCarthy. Nope. Paul McCartney is going to be.
Wait.
Wow.
Paul McCartney.
Listen to Callison there.
We lost him for the rest of the show. Paul McCartney going to be performing at PPG Paints Arena on November 11th. We were talking bands earlier. Can we each come up with our top 2 artists or bands for the final segment? 5's a stretch with this little time. Can we go top 2?
Artist or band?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do that next. Also, Chris Carter not going to be on with us tomorrow. He's always scheduled for 8. Tomorrow is his wedding day.
On a Friday? I guess this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot more affordable.
Yeah,
and when you're not in your mid-20s, parents probably ain't helping out with this one.
Probably.
Yeah. Is that a good excuse? I feel like the morning of the wedding, you still do a radio hit. That is the morning.
Probably be a bit better.
Wedding night, absolutely not.
Right.
All right. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept by the Kansas City Royals this week. They've lost 6 games in a row. They're off today. They're going to finish the road trip by playing the Minnesota Twins in a 3-game series that will last over the weekend and begin tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Buccos baseball. They open a road series tomorrow against Minnesota, and live betting is better on the BetParx app. The big guy, number 30 on the mound for the Buccos, and you can bet game combos, Bucs player performances, and more on the BetParx app. Plus, a new feature, BetWire. It's live right now inside the BetParx app. You can think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than dance tracks. BetWire is all new, and it's in the live feed right inside the BetParx app with quick videos, hot takes, game predictions, and more from sports betting content creators all across the country. And even if your team doesn't score, even if your team doesn't win, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. And new users can get up to $1,000 cash back if you have a losing bet. Just see betparx.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The list of accidents continues to grow. This report brought to you by family-owned Skenes Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Latest accident, Reserve Township, 2000 block of Mount Troy Road near the intersection with Pittview Avenue. We also have an accident being cleared on the inbound Parkway North. It's off to the right shoulder approaching the East Street off-ramp. Parkway West outbound, an accident reported as well. This is just past the Green Tree on-ramp. Watch for slowdowns as you approach the scene there. Inbound is heavy from Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale, outbound at the Bates Interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Miscellaneous Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Miscellaneous is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Miscellaneous Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Your staycation awaits at Western Maryland's premier entertainment destination.
Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf offers action-packed slots and exciting live table games. There's something to satisfy all your senses.
Do a little or do a lot. The choice is up to you.
Book your staycation or learn more at cnty.com/Rocky-Gap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Paul McCartney going to be performing at PPG Paints Arena November 11th. That's one of the worst name flubs I've ever done.
Not JJ.
I said JJ McCarthy
It's a
coming.
different last name, too.
Coming to the old paint can. JJ McCarthy at the paint can.
Are you the first person to ever call it that?
No.
No?
No. Oh.
I've never heard it before.
Me neither.
There you go. The old paint can. Or they're going to hopefully lose a lot of hockey games this year and get Gavin McKenna. But Paul McCartney going to be at PPG Paints Arena. We don't have time for each of us to give a top 5 list. Our top 2 bands or artists of all time. Harry, have you been thinking about this? Do you want to lead us off?
The Beatles and the Rolling Stones.
So you are that high on the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to see J.J. McCarthy on the 11th?
Paul McCartney.
I know.
Was that the joke because you screwed it up before?
It's a technicality.
No, I'm not going to go.
You love the Beatles. You got a Beatle
Paul
in the
McCartney
flesh.
is 1/4 of the Beatles.
Yeah, well, the other quarters
We
are...
don't have time for this.
Okay.
All right, Crowley, go.
The Rolling Stones, Fleetwood Mac.
Wow.
Yeah.
Me, Michael Jackson, and James Brown. The king of pop and the king of soul.
Get down. James Brown. Love James Brown. James Brown.
You ever heard James Brown's Christmas album?
Probably.
Outstanding. Because half of it is just background singers, and he's like,
Hey.
Ow! Hey! His version of this Christmas is half him just screaming into the void.
Yeah.
Hey! Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Santa Claus. Yeah. Get down.
I love James Brown. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
Yeah. American.
Damn right. Tom Petty and probably... This is so hard.
I mean, it's not like it actually means anything in the grand scope of life.
Yeah, but they're probably the Rolling Stones.
There you go. Father's in a Rolling Stones tribute band. I bet you he'll want to see Paul McCartney on the 11th.
Are you hugging yourself?
My back was itchy.
You touched your shoulder.
My shoulder was itchy too.
Yeah, that looked odd.
He was just like this.
Yeah.
I'm a nervous toucher. I touch myself when I'm nervous. Wow. I knew it was coming out. When it was coming out, I couldn't stop myself.
Man.
Yeah, well, there's a
We're out of
shock.
time.
Yep.
Man.
Someone writes in, and this is eclectic here, MJ and Metallica.
Wow.
I like that.
Michael Jackson's definitely in the top 10 for
Top
me.
10?
For me. Maybe top 5. Fringe top 5.
I never liked Michael Jackson.
Really?
No, that's a lie. But I wanted to see Doran's face, and he didn't bite. All right. Tomorrow, very special guest, Noah Heil's going to join us for a full hour because Mackie bailed on us, and Chris Carter's getting married. Congratulations to our good friend from the Post-Gazette, Chris Carter. Pat, this was fun.
Thanks, boys.
Harry, congratulations on your newly appointed managerial position for the celebrity softball game on Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. First fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High at 85. Would you say James Washington? Nate Washington. Low,
Vernon Davis.
65. Vernon Davis. Good pull. Goodbye.
Boys.
Bye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-944-EDGAR or visit EdgarSnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payments starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This summer with Kohl's, you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress? Tell me all your makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or kohls.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident now in Reserve Township. This is on Mount Troy Road near Pittview Avenue. Also one on the inbound side of the Parkway North approaching the East Street off-ramp. Crews remain on the scene there. Parkway West, you're heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound, inbound delays near the runaway truck sand pile. Outbound Parkway East, you are jammed at the bend at Bates. Inbound heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, this is unfortunately the Pirates season in a nutshell. They sweep the Mets and they sweep the Cardinals in a consecutive series at PNC Park. Then they get swept in Seattle and don't score a run, and get swept against the Kansas City Royals, who are under 500. 4-3 was the final score of last night's game, as the Pirates ended up tying it. We're down 3-0 going to the top half of the sixth inning. But O'Neill Cruz with the bases loaded, grounded out, and a run scored, and Ke'Bryan Hayes singled in 2 runs. Hayes has been hitting pretty well for the Pirates over the last 15 games. But Salvador Perez in the bottom half of the 8th inning off Isaac Madsen hit a home run to win it for the Royals. Ended up being a 4-3 final score, as Carlos Estevez got the save, his 25th of the year. Madsen takes the loss. That's his first of the season, as the Pirates have dropped 6 in a row. They're 38-56. That is last place in the Central, and they will send Paul Skenes to the mound Friday in Minnesota. Tomorrow's first pitch, 8:10, 7:15 is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins. Joe Ryan will pitch for Minnesota. More headlines at 937thefan.com, and our headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp minus Joe on a Thursday.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome inside the Pomp and Joe Show. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. Good morning, Austin. How are you today?
Morning, Bob. I'm doing well. And it's always good to be here with you. You have an incredible draft hat on today.
That's right. Take a look at that. It's the NFL draft coming to Pittsburgh. That's going to be a nutty week when you think about it. How much excitement, how much drama, because the Pittsburgh Steelers will still have a situation on their hands where they're going to need to draft a quarterback. And, you know, a lot of people think, well, why not see what Will Howard – the problem Will Howard is going to have in this, since you brought the hat up and I'll go right into this topic, is he won't truly be able to develop. Not to the point where they can make a decision on him at all unless things go completely wrong and he's forced to play somehow. But you know what I mean? He's not going to get, other than reps in training camp, some preseason games. Beyond that, not much. So how do you have a proper evaluation about Will Howard to the point where you don't draft a quarterback? They will draft a quarterback. I think everyone knows that.
Right. I mean, you are right in that sense. They can develop him through practices and everything during the course of the season, but it won't be game reps, and he's going to end up with limited reps anyway because Rodgers and Rudolph are going to end up with a majority of them. So what we see from Will Howard in the course of the preseason is basically all we're going to get. Hopefully all that we get, because that means that Rodgers and Mason Rudolph stay healthy and are productive. Because if both are not healthy or both are not productive, then you're going to see Will Howard.
No question about that. But most likely you won't see him. And that's why if you're going to get any sort of read on him, watching him at training camp, because he'll get a lot of action there, you would think. I would think Skylar Thompson's the man out. You know, he'll be going. He'll be getting the Chris Oladukin treatment. He won't get much of a
so he'll
opportunity
be winning,
to show anything.
He'll be winning 2 Super Bowls then, Bob.
That's right. Send him to another team and get a couple of rings. How about that career? Chris Oladukin was in the right spot at the right time. And it's funny that he was drafted by the Steelers. Right after that, Brock Purdy went to San Francisco, and in the same exact round, number 7. All right, off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what we have happening on today's show. Jeff Hathorn, sports director here, and a man who wears so many hats, will be on with us at 11 o'clock. And then we have Tyler Kennedy coming on at 12:30, a later start time. What do you think Tyler's up to? Is he playing golf early this morning? Had to move back to slot time?
That's a great question. If
That's
so,
fine.
I want to know how he shot today.
Yeah, I wonder if his wrist is okay. Last time we saw him, he had wrist injury based on golf. So that'll come up at 12:30. And throughout the course of the day, we have open lines for you to call and air your opinions at 412-928-9370. All right, let's talk about the Pirates because, you know, they played again and got swept again. They had an opportunity last night to come back. In your update, Austin, you pretty much summed the whole thing up correctly. And one of those was that Ke'Bryan Hayes is starting to hit a little bit. Not with power, but he's driving in runs when given the opportunity. In fact, he's been better than most in the last 3 weeks in that department. I'm just curious about that trade market for him. You know, all of these guys mostly fall under this category for me. We can lose with you or without you. And if you can bring something back for him, I don't know how many teams. I was looking last night to see teams that might need a third baseman. Not many at this point, unless they're dissatisfied with the current player they have there, and I'm not sure of those situations at all. Is there a market for Ke'Bryan Hayes?
Well, I'm sure there is for a relatively, maybe not Pirate speaking, but a relatively affordable bat and a really good defender. I mean, you're talking about a Gold Glove guy at third. If there is a team that has a ton of offense but struggles with defense, I imagine that Ke'Bryan Hayes would be attractive to that team. Like, would the Yankees take him on? We know they have significant bats in their lineup. Would they take Hayes? They have a need at third base for defensive purposes and also to slot him like ninth in their lineup. That's been the one team that it seems like he's been most rumored towards.
Yeah, and you have to look at a team that has a lot of offense. It doesn't really rely on a guy to have offense, which might bring out the best in Ke'Bryan Hayes. Who knows? Where he's not expected to do much. And for whatever reason, has just never blossomed here. So at some point, something will happen with him. You would think he's on that list. Jason Mackey had an interesting tweet. He says, O'Neal Cruz has played 326 Major League games, 109 OPS plus, WAR 6.0, sort of similar to Neil Walker. He compared the two, and over his first 286 games, Cruz has an OPS of 754, Walker's was 761. Cruz has hit 56 home runs, Walker 24. Cruz has 63 stolen bases, Walker 12. His point is to let Cruz develop, which is, I think, you and I both agree with that. There are some people who believe that, you know, he's never going to blossom. He's just in a situation now where he's going to become a strikeout victim more than he's not going to get on base enough. He won't become a 40-40 guy because he can't get on base. But I'm with Jason on this. I think he's still young enough, and I see too much potential there to walk away from it. I'd play him, and I'd continue to play him, and just try to work with him so that he can become a better hitter and get on base more so they can increase the stolen bases.
Well, you have to just because the talent is just so immense, and I feel like we're going to see that in the Derby coming up on Monday too, which, look, we know just the power potential that O'Neal Cruz had. He hit the ball, 438 in Kansas City earlier in the series on a breaking pitch, where typically he's a big-time fastball hitter. He's going to be on full display for the country to watch, just a pure, raw athletic ability and pure talent that he has being able to swing the bat. Yeah. But, I mean, at the same time, there are still a lot of holes in his game, and I would be fine letting him develop, especially because you don't have a lot of players that are as talented as him on the team. You probably don't have anybody outside of Skenes. Nobody else that can hit the ball the way that O'Neal Cruz can. So you just have to be patient with him, even though it's very easy to have that patience grow thin.
Yeah, it is. It's frustrating to watch, but given how much need there is for batting and hitting in this lineup, like one guy who can hit that kind of power, you're not going to move on from him, nor should you. 412-928-9370. Call us with your opinions. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And, of course, the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And if you do call the hotline, know this, it's presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. All right, ESPN, and every time we look at different sites, I saw this from Fox 2 weeks ago. They gave the Steelers offseason. Fox did a B-. ESPN has given them a C. Are you comfortable with that grade for the offseason?
No, I'm not. I gave him a B. I think a C is a little bit too low. Why did they give him a C?
I don't know. I just saw the grade. I didn't get into the thing. I couldn't open it today. My computer was giving me problems. But I'm sure if it was anything like the Fox report, it was just bringing in guys who are older, along, not enough talent depth-wise at certain positions. I'm not sure what ESPN ranked that on, but they gave him a C. So I would say to that, as I said to you before, I would give it a much better grade than that, only because they did nothing to compromise their future here.
You gave him an A, Bob.
I did.
Do you stand by the A
I
that you gave them?
stand by the A, yeah, and for this reason. My expectation, once everything, fell apart when Justin Fields decided to leave, was, all right, now what do they do? How do they salvage the season? Because the Steelers never like to, just waste a season. They're going to try to compete. And what they've done was bring in guys who have resume, who are not tied to them beyond 1 year, essentially, and giving them a chance to be, if everything works correctly, a playoff team. And I still believe that. So I think they went to work and did what they had to do to just make this season more viable than it looked maybe 4 months ago.
Yeah, and the reason why I gave them a B is just because safety now is a question, even though they added another corner in Jalen Ramsey after the trade. I do like them bringing in Rodgers, but there is a lot of risk there. Jonnu Smith's a good addition, but they still don't have a wide receiver, too. So
unless he is it.
B might be a little bit generous, but I think it fits. I think B is a good passing grade for what is not an average, but a slightly above average offseason, because I think they got better. They're improved from last year. Their wide receiver group, I believe, is better. Their offensive line, under another year, I hope is better, but I think the running back room is better, and the corners are better. They're worse at safety. They are.
Are they worse at safety?
That's a good question, Bob. That's a very good question.
Because I know you have something that you told me about that would indicate that maybe the NFL in general is not sold on Minkah Fitzpatrick.
So Jeremy Fowler put out a story this morning. Execs, coaches, and scouts ranked the NFL's top 10 safeties for 2025. Bob, where do you think that Minkah Fitzpatrick ranks on this list?
Top 10?
Top 10, yes.
Well, because you asked it that way, I'd have to say outside of the top 10 or at the bottom of the top 10?
So he is in the top 10.
Okay, but he's not in the top 5.
He is not in the top 5.
Is he in the top 7?
He is not in the top 7.
8.
He is not 8.
So he must be 10.
He is 9.
9, okay.
Yes. Minkah's highest rating ever was 2. Last year he was 4. So this year he has dropped to 9. As an AFC executive said, he was the best in the NFL for years, but is slowing down.
Well, you can explain that watching some of the plays that resulted in touchdowns where he was primarily the victim. And again, these are complicated plays because you don't know specifically what sort of coverage they're all in and who's responsible for what. But he oftentimes let guys get behind him, and they resulted in touchdowns. And I wonder how much of that the Steelers saw. Obviously, they did not believe they were getting bang for their buck with as much money as they were paying him for what they were getting in return. But then I also thought they were putting him in a situation that led to less of those big plays. They want the big plays, but yet he was not in a position to make a lot of them. Is that his fault or their fault, or is it both?
I truly wonder, Bob, if they played him so far off the line because they came to this realization that this other AFC executive had, that Minkah is slowing down. He's just not capable over the course of a 17-game season of being able to be the player that we saw in 2020 and 21 and 22 when he was an all-pro, consistent Pro Bowler. Were they trying to hide him on the field? They knew he was very expensive. They knew they had to play him, but they maybe didn't trust him enough, even though he was always in the film sessions with Tomlin and everything. They didn't trust him to be in the right spots on the field, and clearly communication was an issue.
Well, that was what I was going to bring up next. We've heard a lot from different players about miscommunication. Miscommunication. Well, who is responsible for miscommunication? Is it the player? Is it the coaching staff? Is it a combination of both? Whatever the case may be, it did not work out. So I wonder, what do the Miami Dolphins then believe? Because they can't believe this list.
Oh, they've always loved him. They've always loved him.
Well, they loved him enough to trade him in the first place.
Right, but he kind of didn't want to be there, and he kind of forced his way out.
All right, but they still love him, even though a lot of what you're saying, these executives tend to believe, and the Steelers obviously do too, that he's lost a step and is not nearly the player he once was.
So the top 10, Minka rates higher than Julian Love, the safety from Seattle, followed by Minka. Then Budda Baker is 8. So these are all players that are ranked higher than Minka. Budda Baker is 8 of the Cardinals. Antoine Winfield, who last year was the number 1 safety, he goes down to 7. Derwin James, who Minka was rated higher than last year, is 6 from the Chargers. Curvy Joseph moves up all the way to 5 from the Detroit Lions. Jesse Bates, formerly of Cincinnati, is 4 from Atlanta, followed by Xavier McKinney, Brian Branch of the Lions. So the Lions have 2 top 10 safeties.
Yeah, they're both very good too.
And I think you know who number 1 is, Kyle Hamilton.
Well, and Baltimore's really a very good team all the way through when you look at their roster. But now that he's gone, and I still think there's a story to be told there about why this actually happened.
Oh, definitely.
Because it came out of nowhere, and I don't think anyone suspected it, only because Minka Fitzpatrick was signed here. Yeah, we heard the Jalen Ramsey rumors, but I thought that was going to result in a draft pick. I thought when, they have a lot of draft picks, use one now if you want to trade for him, bring him in here if that's how you feel you want to upgrade your cornerback position. But it became far more than that. So now you're going to have to, the safety position, we talked about this yesterday looking at their roster. They don't have a lot of big-time experience back there. I mean, Deshaun Elliott is a good player. But Juan Thornhill, I don't think, is going to cut the mustard there on a regular basis, which makes me think that Jalen Ramsey is going to be doing a lot of both. A lot of moving around, sort of a hybrid kind of personality in there. He's a ball hawk. You need that if you're going to play that center field position. But he's also older as well. And there are some who believe he's a step slower than he used to be, and who's not. As you get older, 10 years in the league or whatever, you're going to be slower just because it's the way it goes.
Yeah, you are, and that's why I truly wonder, could we see Darius Slay at safety? Or could we see...
Well, I don't know if I do that. He's 34 and coming off a bad year, I thought.
Yeah, but will they try to do something similar to, Patrick Peterson? If he's 34 and coming off a bad year, Bob, wouldn't you want to play him more in a safety-like position than playing him at outside corner, lining up against the likes of Justin Jefferson and Ireland or T. Higgins
all right,
or
if
Chase?
You do that, so you're doing Ramsey and Porter.
Ramsey and Porter would be the 2 outside corners, yeah.
I don't think they've given up on Corey Trice yet, but I don't know how much to expect from him moving forward.
No, he's just a depth piece. And James Pierre, are we going to see him for his 12th NFL season, it feels like?
Apparently so.
He's still on the roster, isn't he, Bob?
Yeah, he is.
They just love these special teams darlings that end up having to factor in on the field, and when they go in, they get torched.
Well, you hope they don't have to go in. That's the thing. If they're on the special teams, that's one thing. But if they go beyond that, then all of a sudden their weaknesses are exposed. 412-928-9370 is the number. So we offered that number up for you, and if you called it, we'd like to hear from you. So I do think we have some callers here, Austin.
All right, let's start with Bob. He is in Moon. He would like to talk to you, Bob.
Bob on Bob. What's up, Bob?
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I watched the Pirate game last night, and then I listened to you last night on the sports call, and you mentioned about Ben Cherington has to make good trades coming up. You know what? Ben Cherington should be fired first thing this morning, and at the latest at this All-Star break. I mean, this is just ridiculous what he's done when it comes to, as an example, first base. A couple years ago, there was Cody Bellinger available in free agency. They didn't get him. They got Roddy Tellez. Last year, there was Pete Alonso, and I don't know if they could have got him, but who did they get? They got Horowitz. And in that trade there, they traded a quality pitcher for Horowitz. And anybody can see that he is not a prolific batter. He is not a power batter either. If anyone like me, you, or Austin just has to look at the Pirates' history. When the Pirates won a World Series in '71, who was the first baseman? Bob Robertson.
Bob Robertson, Big Red. I used to love that guy.
a power hitter. When the Pirates won the World Series in '79, who was the first baseman? Wasn't it Willie Stargell?
They moved him around, yeah.
Hitter.
Yeah, I mean, you need power to get your point, absolutely. But where are you going to find it, given what you have to give up? I don't think they have all that much to give up unless they give up prospects, and a lot of them.
Well, but still, you have to go get some type of a power hitter. Horowitz, he's not. I mean, I'll give him credit for his defensive ability, but he's just a probably an average at best batter without power. And so for you to think that this Cherington is going to come up with these good trades now, especially since he's now under so much pressure and on the hot seat, so much more than he was in the off season last year when he made those trades. So he should be fired at this All-Star break. He should not be.
Well, if you're going to do that, you should have done it already, and that's the thing. Thanks for the call, Paul. I appreciate that. And that's the conundrum they find themselves in. You mentioned Pete Alonso. That was such an affordable deal to be made. If they wanted to do it, and I realize maybe he wanted to return to the Mets, but he seemed to be having problems getting what he wanted. But he signed a 2-year, $54 million deal, Austin. 2 years, $54 million.
Very doable.
For that, he's hit .290 this year with 21 home runs and 75 runs batted in.
Yeah, and that's a player option for next year, so ultimately he could opt out.
Are you telling me they can't do that? I would have upped it by $30 million if it meant getting him here.
I could care less about, the player option. I'd want him under contract another year, sure, but, I mean, Pete Alonso would have been the guy basically that Joe keeps referring to as one big bat in the lineup, one impactful bat to change everything.
And that was available if they wanted to just be aggressive and go get it.
Yes, it was.
So you're telling me you can't afford $27 a year for a first baseman who hits 21 home runs and drives in 75 on pace for over 110 runs batted in?
You're going to get $1 million per home run that he hits. That's a pretty good valuation to me. It's a pretty good bargain.
And what it would do to your lineup is significant. It changes a lot of the dynamic of who hits before him and after him.
Yeah, I still think they would need one other guy outside of Alonso to make this a very good lineup, or a lineup that you can trust, not just adding one bat. But he would change it to the point where maybe at the very beginning of the season, some of those games that they had where if they only scored just 4 runs, would win it.
Right.
One swing would be able to change everything.
Think it's 75 runs batted in already. Who has on the Pirates? Who's the leading RBI? Is it Reynolds?
Yeah, Reynolds is like 43
or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, you put 75 runs batted in there in the first base spot, and a guy who plays every single day. Sorry about that. I left my phone on.
Oh, who's calling today, Bob?
That's actually, you want to know, my sleep coach.
Oh.
Did you know I have a sleep coach?
I did not, no.
Yeah, well.
How is your
sleep? And I'm going to ask anyone out there. Please help me out here. So I have this sleep apnea thing where I have to wear this big, gigantic mask, and I cannot wear it. Yeah. I am struggling with this thing. It comes falling off my face. Can't breathe correctly with it. It's impossible to sleep. It's supposed to help, but so far I just can't do it. So my sleep coach, and I hated not to pick up the call, but I'm not going to pick up the call on the air, or should I? Maybe I should have just discussed it on air.
That could be good therapy for you, Bob.
But, I mean, if someone out there has an alternative method, is there something less invasive so I don't have to put this whole hockey headgear on to go to sleep? So I digress, but if you let me know at 412-928-9370.
I've been getting like 7 hours of sleep, 7 to 8 hours of sleep, and I still feel tired.
I bet you don't get up throughout the course of the night, do you?
No, thankfully I do not.
Wait till you get to that point of your life.
No.
Because then it's dark, you're running into things, you stub your toe, all you want to do is go to the toilet. And somehow in the dark, even though you know the way, there's something in the way.
You bump into something?
Yeah.
There's like a laundry basket that's left in the middle of the hallway?
And, well, not that. It would be something that I left or I didn't, a shoe or something. Who knows?
No.
Anyway, so Alonso would have been a good pick. And that was my point of this offseason. His name was out there, and I remember taking calls on it, and people would immediately discount it, immediately say, no, the Pirates would never spend that. Then you have to ask yourself a question and ask it to the Pirates. Why wouldn't you spend it? $27 million a year? Come on. That's for them. They should be involved in contracts like that, given the fact that their roster this year, total roster is like 75 to 82 million. I forget what exactly it is, given and take guys leaving and coming onto the roster. But did you realize that Devin Booker got a 1-year deal? Basically got 2 years, but 1 year on average, he's making $72 million. Did you know this, Austin? Devin Booker makes almost as much as the entire Pirate roster, and so does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And by the way, Oklahoma City is loading up. They're signing all their players. They just won a championship, and they're trying to create a core, which is exactly what you want to do. Presti, their general manager, is very aggressive that way, and even Holmgren got a big deal, $250 million. So they're going to be good for many years in Oklahoma City. Anyway, my point there being the Pirates haven't spent enough, and they had a golden opportunity to be aggressive in this past offseason and get players like Pete Alonso or anyone else for that matter who could have helped their offense. And that is going to be the system they're in again. They're going to have the same exact situation coming up in this offseason because I don't expect any colossal trades. I don't know where they're going to make the colossal trade. I don't know if they're willing to part with Mitch Keller. And even if they do, what will you get for Mitch Keller? Knowing that you've taken a big piece of your starting rotation away, and now you have to make sure some of these younger guys are capable of filling it. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Want to hear your takes on that. Also, more on the Steelers and just basically what they've been going through in terms of filling this roster. ESPN gave him a C. Fox gave him a B-. I gave him an A. Austin gave him a B- or B?
I gave him a B.
Okay,
and Bob,
B.
You would never believe this. Well, maybe you would. The entire phone line is lit up with people wanting to help you with your sleep.
Real? Oh, I see that.
Yes, how about this, Bob?
How about that? Why don't we just go real quick through a few of them and see what they have to say, because I'm curious.
All right.
Who do you want to go to first?
Let's first go to Tom. He would like to chime in.
Tom, help me.
Good morning, Bob. How are you today? Did you get some sleep last night?
No, and that's why I'm cranky if I'm cranky, because I didn't get enough. What, do you have this?
Yes.
You have CPAP. Okay. What do you do?
Yes.
What do you take?
I had a CPAP, but first off, I played a Shark Tears on Saturday. My golf over the green is beautiful.
Beautiful. They do. Keep them going. Bob Davis and all the crew up there do a great job. Yes.
Yeah. Hey. So I had a CPAP. I had a buddy that worked for the company. Tried so many different masks, and it's just a fight. And I went and got a dental mouth guard, which they told me it would help me with my snoring, but not so sure about the apnea. But I haven't had any instances since I've been using it for about a year now.
I'll take that into consideration, Tom. Thank you. And listen, I don't snore, though. That's the thing. I always associated sleep apnea with snoring, Austin, but I don't snore. At least that's what my wife says. So, but I have AFib, and I have to deal with that, and they think one of the reasons you can help yourself is by going on this. So I'm discussing way too much of my medical history. Who's next?
Well, Bob, here's a man that calls himself Dr. Bob that would like to help you.
Doctor. Help me, doctor.
Yes. Well, I just heard the gentleman right before you. A mouthpiece can work, but if you're diagnosed with sleep apnea that needs the CPAP, there are other aspects for CPAP they could go ahead and give you. So what you want to do is ask if you're eligible for the mouthpiece first, because if the mouthpiece works for you, you don't need anything else. But since you're not snoring, that may be your sleep apnea is more of a problem with your central nervous system. So that's why you have to have the CPAP. But that's what you want to talk to your sleep coach about. You want to ask those questions, and then also ask about the other nasal apparatuses you could use besides a big mask.
Yeah, all I want is less. I want just something that goes up my nostrils, right? And like a sort of an oxygen thing, and I don't have to worry about putting that whole mask on.
Right.
Well, now you scared me, Dr. Bob. You said my whole central nervous system is messed up. Now I don't want to hear that.
No. What it is there's sleep apnea. There's two types. One is basically the obstruction one. The other one is your brain relaxes too much and doesn't let you breathe. So that's why you have to have the air blown down your throat. So that's a big difference between the two. So that's why a lot of this stuff is all new for a lot of people, because people always snored. They didn't know why.
Right.
But now they have testing. I'm assuming you went for the test.
I did the test. Yes. It wasn't. Okay. It wasn't a whole bunch of it. It was enough to make them think I needed it. So it was like a minor case of it.
9 times out of 10, a lot of times, even if you're eligible for the mouthpiece, they'll go right to the CPAP. So you want to ask those questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. Appreciate it. I don't want to turn this into a sleep apnea commercial here, or what I'm trying to do here, Austin. So I appreciate Eddie and Mike and Jim and Rick, and I don't need to. We're going to spend too much time on this. So that wasn't my intention. My phone rang, and look what happened.
That the people want to help you, Bob. This is the populace coming to the rescue.
All right, well, let's take one more call. It doesn't have to be on sleep apnea, though. I appreciate you guys calling. If you don't get on, I think I've heard enough here to make me know what I have to do, although I do appreciate it. Who do we go to now,
All right, here's
Austin?
Severino who wants to chime in.
All right, Severino, what's going on?
Hey, how we doing today?
Well, you sound energetic. What's up?
Oh, I am. I'm getting ready to go to the gym, and you don't got your buddy on today telling me Rogers is over the hill. So I'm my blood pressure's stabilized. But let's get over to your sleep apnea, Bobby. How long have you been doing it? Is it just recent, a week or two?
This mask, you mean? Yeah, yeah, just a couple weeks.
Okay, you got to give it some time. I've done it for over 10 years, and believe me, I don't like anybody touching my face, head, or nothing. Believe me, I know how you're feeling there. But you got to tell yourself you don't want, losing oxygen to your brain while you're sleeping. You got to get in that deep sleep, let the machine do its work. Now, if it doesn't work over a month or 2 months, Bob, maybe try Insignia. There's no mask. You just push a button, and you're good.
That sounds easier to me. All right. Severino, thanks.
That is, but I'm telling you what, the mask is not that bad. It really isn't. You just got to give it time for the adjustment. And then when you start getting those deep sleeps and you wake up with that energy, when you go to sleep, you will not forget to put that mask on. That mask is, I'm telling you, it gives me the energy I need. I'll tell you that.
I can tell. You came on with a big ball of energy. Thanks, Severino. We appreciate that. All right, you guys on there want to talk about this. I appreciate it, but I'm not going to keep going to the sleep calls. That's not what this program is designed to do. But I do appreciate you reaching out here and trying to help out. So I'm going to take this all into consideration, and I'll give that mask a go again and see what I can do. It's just a tough thing to try to sleep with. Anyway, 412-928-9370. Get back on track talking Steelers, talking to Minkah Fitzpatrick here. Austin says they have him ranked number 9 overall safeties. These are by NFL executives who've made this list, and he has fallen on it. So why do you think his performance has dropped off? And also, what do you think the Steelers will do in their secondary, and how will they utilize those guys? Are we going to see 3 corners on the field at the same time? Your thoughts on the Pittsburgh Steelers, their offseason, which ESPN graded as a C. 412-928-9370. That Pirate calls and anything else you want to talk about. We have Jeff Hathorn coming up top of the hour. This is the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates, they are off today. They will play in Minnesota. It's the final series before the All-Star break, and it goes against the Twins as Paul Skenes will start. 4-7 on the season with a 1.94 ERA and 125 strikeouts, 116 innings. Joe Ryan's been really good for Minnesota. He's got a 2.76 ERA, 116 strikeouts, and 104 and a third. Should be a really good matchup. 7:15 is when our coverage begins on The Fan. It's an 8:10 first pitch. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. 4 MLB afternoon games were played on Wednesday, which is normal. The WNBA actually had 3 matinees as well. This is a strategy for them dating back to the origin of the league, as it allows school-age children, specifically those at summer camps, to attend games. Some in the league want to move away from the strategy, which is a mistake. Leagues can try all the social media tricks they want, but the best way to reach young fans is to play in front of young fans. I'm Bart Winkler.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent prevent any disease.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food. Crazy. Enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again. My blood pressure went down and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden and Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Listen to Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com. It's the contesting page. And our six-pack is brought to you by Bet365. We've already opened up a few of those cans. We got more to open up here. One of them is involving Paul Skenes, because Paul Skenes, as you know, has been here for the better part of 2 years. Missed the beginning of last year until they brought him up, but ever since he's been dominant, and yet they've gotten worse as a baseball team, which leads us to something that our friend Noah Hiles apparently is thinking about, at least, Austin, in his mailbag that he does on the Post-Gazette.
Yes, I don't know if it's intergalactically read like Starkey's mailbag is, but it is definitely well read. And Noah saying, if I had to make a bet right now, I think 2026 will be Paul Skenes' final full year in Pittsburgh. So when I saw that at first, I was like, whoa. But then Noah mentioned there's a lockout looming in 2027, which will likely result in at least a few less games than the regular season. So what Noah is projecting is that there won't be 162 in 2027 because of the lockout. We've heard that maybe even half the season is cut, depending on what the negotiations are going to be like, especially if the owners are going to push for a salary cap and a salary floor. And Noah said after that year, we're really approaching the time for the Pirates to make a move. So again, Bob, this just increasingly heightens what they failed to do this year and what they must do next year to put a competitive team on the field for Paul Skenes to maximize this, what could be year-and-a-half window now. If we just can take out whatever this year, the rest of this year, you're talking all of 2026, and then whatever you have the 2027 season, and then with 2 years left, you're probably trading him in the offseason.
Yeah, that's not exactly a sunny forecast.
No.
But I think it's probably accurate in the sense that this is a very short window, and they knew that from last year. As soon as they drafted him, they knew they had something special here, and their job was, as I've said many times before, like having a rookie quarterback who's playing out of his boots. He's playing great football, and you don't have to pay him for the next 3 or 4 years. That's your opportunity. Ding, ding, ding. Windows open. Go out and get some people to surround him. And they struck out in that department. They'll have an opportunity this next offseason, and that is where they need to go way out of their comfort zone and get bats, pay for bats. We used Alonso as an example in the last segment, 2 years, $54 million. There are those who will say, well, the Pirates will never pay it. That's because they've made you think they'll never pay it. They can pay it. There's no limitation to it. So, and the lockout, I think, is real, don't you? I really think that's a real opportunity to happen. All right, back to the lines we go. I know Paul's been waiting very patiently.
Yes, our good buddy Paul in Washington wants to chime in on the Pirates.
Go ahead, Paul. What's up?
Roberto Pompiani, how are you this morning?
Doing well. Now that I got all my advice from the nice people who were called in, so I appreciate that. What do you want to talk about today, Paul?
Well, when you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't want to walk into the corner of the wall and split your eyebrow open, so I hope that doesn't happen to you. But that said, let's talk about some other people walking into the wall, like Ben Cherington, because he must be walking into the damn wall with some of these prospects he's drafted and never brought up. I said this once before. These guys are in the witness protection program. We hear their names picked when they're drafted, and that's the last we ever hear of them. So here's my suggestion to Mr. Nutty. Bob, as a businessman, there's times when you have to make tough decisions and cut your losses. Ben Cherington is, as Dennis Green said, what he is. He's a losing GM with a losing record, and Terry Francona would probably be the coach or the manager of the Pirates right now if Cherington knew any kind of talent. You couldn't tell Cherington what talent was if you spotted him the T, the A, the L, the E, the N, and the T. But it's time to bring up these young guys, get rid of these bums that you signed to $4.5 million contracts that need LASIK surgery, and let's get a winning team on the field. Bonnie Kelly, you're going to get your opportunity at some point. we need a seasoned manager to call the shots, and we need a young GM like the guy Nutty let get away to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I know
We
you said
need
that before,
somebody
Paul.
that's hungry.
I appreciate that, but they're not going to just bring up
Bob,
everybody.
6 losses in a row. This is the same old. What's the definition of insanity, Mr. Pompiani? It's doing the same damn
And it doesn't
thing
matter
over
what
and over
manager.
again.
I get it. Thanks, Paul. I think it doesn't matter the manager either. People would tell me the managers, you can count 5 wins or whatever you want. When you have a team that doesn't have a lot of talent, I don't care who's managing that team. You're not going to extract out of that team 95 wins, 90 wins. You're not going to do it.
No, not that, but managers can help win you games on the margins. Wasn't that a big thing? Like, Shelton, we're going to win on the margins.
The margins also include having some bats to get you to a margin.
I'm not
The
denying
margins
that.
can't be 1-0, 2-1 every night. They don't score 3 runs. How many times have they scored 3 runs on this road trip? They got shut out in Seattle.
Yep.
Did they get shut out a fourth?
They scored 3 runs in the game before, and they scored 3 runs yesterday?
Yeah, and then 2 before that. So 6, 8 in 6 games, they got 8 runs.
Yeah,
that's not a margin you want to deal with. I don't care how good your pitching is.
Not at all, but I do feel like over the course of 162, a manager does win you some games based on bullpen management, based on when the pinch hit a player, based on putting on a hit and run, some types of decisions like that we saw from Donnie Kelly over his first 50 games managing, that we did not see from the previous manager, where the previous manager would go to the wrong bullpen piece. He would not put on a hit and run. He would not send somebody to steal and take an extra base and get somebody in a scoring position to take advantage. So I do think a manager's value, it's not like an offensive coordinator in the NFL, but I do think that it matters. I do think that there are situations where if you have somebody with a good gut feel that can make decisions, that matters.
Only if you have talent. I'm sorry, you can't. What are you trying to get for here? Maybe Donnie Kelly can, do more things, but it won't result in anything that's going to put him in a playoff chase. They still need talent. Any manager will tell you that. Talent wins.
Like, I'm not saying if you put Joe Torre on the Colorado Rockies right now that he would make them a playoff team. But I do think that good managers for good teams with good talent can be the difference between, like think about Mike Matheny with those Cardinals teams. And I thought Clint Hurdle was a good manager. And they had Joe Madden. But Mike Matheny, they ended up winning 1 more game than the Pirates did and 2 more games than the Cubs did in that 2015 insane
Yeah, but they also
NL
had
Central.
a lot of talent. They got there because of the talent, not because of anything Mike Matheny did.
Right, but he also pushed the right buttons to win 100 games.
Push how many? You can push buttons, but the buttons that need to be pushed are made by the general manager. They have to push the right buttons. They'll give you the kind of ingredients you need to make the kind of dinner you're talking about.
Right, but I feel like we saw so many examples in the 6 years that the previous manager was here of just screwing up the right buttons and pressing the button for the bomb to go off, like Colin Holderman coming in, or not going to the bullpen for Beeks or Chapman in the Jock Peterson game. That's the game that really spiraled their season last year against Arizona at home. I was at that game. I was standing out at the bullpen watching the bullpen get ready, and they were even looking like, why is nobody coming in? So I do feel like a manager does play some difference. But, yeah, with more talent, that's obviously the most important.
All right, let me ask you this then. So last night, he has a situation, or was this 2 nights ago? No, last night, right? No, 2 nights ago. It was Dennis Santana he brought in. He got into a jam, and he immediately – Bednar was not used in that night. He hadn't been used much in the past 6 games.
No, he hasn't. After being the reliever of the month last month.
And that was curious to me because I'm thinking to myself, okay, you're going to bring in Isaac Mattson, and I get it. He likes Isaac Mattson, and he's put him in higher leverage situations.
He was in it again last night.
Right, and he gave up the game-winning home run.
Yeah.
So is he using the bullpen the right way, or is it lack of talent in the bullpen generally?
I think the talent in the bullpen is it's not elite. They're finding diamonds in the rough. Like Mattson's a diamond in the rough. Santana was kind of that too until he got here and started to get established in a role that was in a high leverage spot. Like Bednar is really the only established guy in this bullpen, and he's had his own bumps in the road. Probably Ferguson too. You're not going to bat 1,000 with your bullpen management and your bullpen usage. He did not. He screwed it up. Not going to Bednar, I think, with the runners on the corners. But Mattson has also been their get-out-of-a-jam guy, so I understand why he ultimately did that. But Bednar maybe would have got the ball in the 9th inning if it was a tie game. That's probably why he ended up going to Mattson. why he didn't go back to someone else instead of Madsen after Madsen in the same situation ended up giving up the run. I know the loss was charged to Santana.
Right.
That would be probably where I'm a little bit confused on Donnie Kelly's decision. But the first decision, putting Madsen in with runners on the corners, I'm okay with.
Yeah, he was home for a strikeout ground ball, and he's been pretty good about that. I get it. And I'll say this about Donnie Kelly. He's not afraid to use guys who, maybe were not in consideration under Derek Shelton. If he feels like somebody, you got to go with your gut sometimes. And I think in that situation, he went with his gut. But generally speaking, though, this comes down to the talent they have or lack of talent. And until that changes itself, they're going to be in the same situation. They go into next year. Is there anyone in this system, Austin, that you could point to offensively who could come up within their system right now who can play on a regular basis? The answer is probably no.
The answer is Connor Griffin.
But he's not.
When's he going to be here next year?
I would hate to think that he's going to be here at the beginning of this year because if he was ready for it, I'd do it, but I don't think they would do it in any circumstance.
No.
He's going to go through his AA. Next year will be AAA. They're going to push him. And I understand the need to get at bats at different levels. I do.
Yeah.
But they don't have to be 300. You can if you see enough in the guy, and they did obviously from low A to high A, and I think they're going to see enough to move him to AA all within the same year. That's good. If you take that same projection, he should go from double to triple next year, and then if he's doing well, up here. Now the question is, when will that happen, and how many games out will they be when he's available?
Right, it should be in August. And if
so what do you do then?
If they're like 500 in August, you have to call up Connor Griffin because one, there's a chance, depending on when you call him up in August, too, he's not going to win Rookie of the Year. So you already take out that distinction of, we don't want to lose a year of service time on Connor Griffin if we call him up then. If you call him up in September, you're definitely getting that. But if you're in the heart of a race, like let's say you're 1 or 2 over after the trade deadline and in the middle of August, yeah, you call him up and you add him at short because who's their shortstop going in the next year? Are they just going to throw Termar Johnson over there? Or are they going to throw Nick Gonzalez at that spot? Or just a random free agent?
Liover Peguero. Maybe he's the guy.
Yes, Liover Peguero, who they seemingly don't want to play in the major leagues. Or Nick York. Maybe they put him over
They
there.
got all these guys you bring in, and where are they? They're supposed to be guys. That's why, as I said yesterday, I have a real hard time with prospects only in trade returns. I got to see somebody beyond that. 412-928-9370, but the Pirates will be off today. Then it's Skenes tomorrow.
Skenes tomorrow.
And how frustrating is it to know that Paul Skenes could very well be, a Cy Young winner despite having 4 wins. We had a texter last night, or a tweeter, actually, and this is good, comparison. If you look at Sonny Gray's ERA, which is 3.51, and if you look at Mitch Keller's, which is 3.58, then you look at the records of those two. Sonny Gray's 9-3, and Mitch Keller's 3-10, with 7 no decisions.
And what's the difference there too? The Cardinals are a couple over 500, and the Pirates are a bunch under.
Well, but my point is, again, it underscores everything we know, which is they can't hit. And when you don't hit on a consistent basis, you cannot live in any league by scoring 2 to 3 runs every night. Just can't do it.
Speaking of Paul Skenes, did you hear what happened to Livy Dunn?
No, what happened to Livy Dunn?
So Livy Dunn was trying to buy an apartment in New York. It was Babe Ruth's former apartment. How about this, Bob? And she shared the experience of what happened on social media.
So a few months ago, I decided I was going to make my first real estate purchase, which is so exciting, and I was going to get an apartment in New York City. But the gag was, it was Babe Ruth's apartment. So naturally, I'm telling everybody, I'm excited. I was going to buy it, and I was going to pay with cash. I wanted this apartment bad. It got to the point where the realtor was so confident. Paul and I went. I got an interior designer because I didn't want to bring my college furniture to Babe Ruth's apartment. That would be criminal. Then the week that I'm supposed to get my keys to my brand new apartment, I get a call. The co-op board denied me. So pretty much the people in the building voted to not have me live there, which is fine. Honestly, it wasn't financial. It could have been, for all I know, they could have been Alabama fans and I went to LSU.
How about that? But Babe Ruth's apartment?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm surprised that building is still standing, to be honest. How old is that building?
Yeah, I don't understand that. And I also don't. Listen, it's just like trying to get into exclusive clubs. Sometimes, everybody talks about the Masters.
Yeah.
There are people who have more money than you can imagine who've tried and can't get in. They vote on what they want as far as members.
I didn't know that you could just vote on an apartment complex Livy Dunn, no thanks. We don't want you here. I didn't know that was a thing.
But I don't know why they wouldn't want her there.
Why wouldn't you? What is it? Does it bring too much high profile to the building? Well, but then again, Babe Ruth, the greatest baseball player of all time, lived there.
So has anyone lived there since Babe Ruth, or is it just
like
a museum? Well, what's the difference then? Who cares? If she has the money and she's going to play cash, that ain't a cheap place over there, right?
It was like, I think 1.4 or 1.7. I know that's a lot of money, a difference there, but that was the asking price. Paying cash.
Cash money, baby. That's what they want.
Wouldn't you love to have some money in your pocket, Bob? Livy and Paul, they're dangerous out there spending the money
in the pocket.
With the money in the pocket.
Well, they got enough money between them.
Oh, yeah.
And future money, you can do whatever you want if you're them. And she's had a great career. She made a lot of money and money in LSU. Maybe she's right. Alabama, somebody controlling the Crimson Tide is there and got the word we can't have her in here. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. 15-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Today's weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And it's cloudy today, little sun. Are we back to Antonio Brown? 84 again for the projected high?
Maybe, Bob. I will admit that I forgot to change the weather. It's 85. It's Nate Washington Day.
Or it's Eric Ebron. Did he wear 85?
Yeah, Eric Ebron Day. So it is cloudy today and a high of Eric Ebron.
Yes, and a chance of rain, maybe here and there. Pop up depending on where you are. Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Coming up in the next hour, Jeff Hathorn, the sports director here, will join me. We'll talk about this and many other things. And then later today, it's Tyler Kennedy. As he normally is on 11, he'll be on at 12:30 today. And we will talk some hockey and some free agent frenzy next year, potentially, that could happen, and where the Penguins are. That's all coming up on the Pomp and Joe Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Van. A Bechtold update is next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are 2 weeks from the start of training camp at St. Vincent College. The Steelers will report on the 23rd to Latrobe, and on the 24th is the first official training camp practice. It's almost here. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and the Fan Text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence as well. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch, it detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Guardian Protection, smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWIN. wins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no-obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Join Independence Health System at one of 3 convenient job fair locations to learn about open positions, clinical and non-clinical. Recruiters will be available to answer questions and conduct on-site interviews. Job fairs will be held on Thursday, July 31st at Butler Memorial Hospital, Clarion Hospital, and Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg. Competitive salary and flexible scheduling offered. Visit www.independence.health/careers for complete details. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Hungry for flavor? Get-Go's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Fritos scoops, walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customized with your favorite toppings. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Get ready for Fight Fest weekend on July 11th and 12th at Live Casino Pittsburgh. Join Live Casino Pittsburgh for 2 action-packed nights filled with MMA fights on Friday night and boxing on Saturday night, plus an exciting mix of food trucks, tattoo vendors, craft vendors, alcohol vendors, and more. The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians. All proceeds benefit local first responders. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers include taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Bob, the top 100 players list, that's always fun over the summer. The NFL is continuing to drop players on the top 100, and the first Steeler has been announced. Cam Hayward is number 83 on the top 100 countdown.
Is that down from last year? Probably is right around the same area, I would imagine.
I will check so that I do not mislead you and succumb to early onset Malsey disease. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, will join us next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And here's the answer, Bob. Last year, Cam Hayward was 98 on the list, so he's moving up in the world.
Up, despite his age, he's getting up there, but he's getting better like a fine wine.
And he was number 45, though, in 2023. So Cam took a dip from 45 to 98 and then moves back up to 83. I think 83 is low for Cam. Don't you think he's a top 75 player at least?
You can argue he was their best defensive player last year consistently. So, but I think they probably take into account the age. But he's not letting that get to him, certainly. He's been good, and he needs to be good again this year, surrounded by some younger players, especially Derek Harmon and – Keanu Benton needs to get better. So that's interesting. So they're down. They have a long way to go. How are they going to get to 100 here if they're only on 83? They do it one a day or they do multiple per day?
No, they've been doing mostly, or at least in the past they have, because they just started doing the list again. Typically they've done like 10 players maybe it's every week, or at least it's every 5 days or so. Jeff, we were just talking about how Cam Hayward was ranked 83rd on the top 100 players list. I feel like that's kind of low for Cam, that he should be way higher up on the list, like maybe top 75 at least.
I know defensive linemen don't get a lot of love, but I think you could argue he was the best in the game last year.
He was, which is why he went from 98 to 83. He moved up 16 spots or 15. How many is that? 12 spots. I can't add.
Well, what they look at? Sack numbers. And
well, he does so much more than sack numbers. I mean,
right. But it's not sexy. It's not sexy for a list to say, oh, yeah, well, he does this and he provides this and here are all these intangibles that plus the Steelers.
Right, they got torn up down the road in the playoffs. So
give up 299 yards rushing in a playoff game.
And never get the ball back over the final 10 minutes.
And I'm not saying it's Cam's fault. I'm just saying he was part of a defense that got run all over on prime time for everyone to see.
Jeff Hathorn, sports director up here at 93.7 The Fan, is here. We're talking about another story that we've been debating is Minkah Fitzpatrick, according to NFL executives, was ranked as the 9th best safety, which is a dip from what his high point was, which was, 3, Austin, or 4?
He was 2,
He was 4 last year. He was 2. Yeah, that's the highest he's ever been, was 2.
So 2 now to 9. And we're trying to figure out the reasons why. Obviously, you're not as fast. And I think if you look at video clips of him, you'll see that he was not as fast in closing gaps the way he used to. But he's also put in a position where the Steelers would have you think that he was there because we want to guard center field. Nobody throws in that area because he's there. So it makes the field more advantageous for the rest of our defenders. But at the same time, he's not in a position where he needs to be to make the plays that you counted on from Minkah Fitzpatrick. So what do you think it was? You've been there a lot over the years. You've seen a lot. What do you think?
I think it's too easy to say one thing, like he's washed or that he's so much slower. I think the scheme was part of it. I think there was a lack of communication fluidity with that group, with Dante Jackson and Joey and him, and having a rookie nickel. I know Beanie Bishop had a couple of picks. He made a few plays. You can't tell me that he was always in the right spot, and that may have made Minkah look bad because he was in the wrong spot. They talked all last year about lack of communication. I do think some of that, though, was Minkah. I think he isn't quite the player he was, and I think at times he tried to make plays, got himself out of position, and that's where you saw kind of Hayward get upset with him towards the end of last year, where there was a little friction because he was frustrated. He wanted to make plays, and obviously the defense needs him to make plays, and the bottom line is production. He just wasn't there.
No. But it was curious to me that, talking to coaches over the course of the year, it was like it was by design. But maybe that's their way of saying they just didn't want to put him in positions where he would get really beat because, who knows. But I didn't see this trade coming. Did you when it happened?
No, I didn't. We talked to him during minicamp and had no thought. I mean, he was talking about the future and building relationships with new players and how much, he enjoyed playing with Deshaun Elliott and how, they were excited about that. And, a guy like Slay was, hey, I can't believe I'm with a guy like Minka, and did not see that coming. I mean, you kind of heard some rumors about Jalen Ramsey, but you hear a lot of rumors. I mean, how many things do you think over the course of time, how many rumors have you heard that they just never flushed out? I mean, you never heard anything more other than just the tertiary comments from the outside about Jalen Ramsey, and what do you know?
And Jonnu Smith, too. Both of them you heard separately, and you thought, okay, I originally thought if they're going to get Ramsey, it would be a draft pick, third round, fourth, whatever they can get to bring him here if he was unhappy in Miami or they wanted him out. Never thinking this. Do you think Minkah Fitzpatrick knew this was coming at any point?
I don't.
I don't either. I think he was probably
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. And I want to see where Ramsey ends up. Is Ramsey a safety? Does he make the Woodson transition? Because I think he's still a good corner, but I think like Rod, he could be a great safety.
Could be.
I mean, we'll see how that plays out.
I think they thought that with Patrick Peterson at one point. Thought, but it's different being back there. Is Jalen Ramsey, has he lost a step? He's up there in age. He's been around for a long time. Why has he been on his fourth team?
Or does Slay move into that
But
type of role?
he's older even.
Right. I'm just saying, like, that part is intriguing to me of how they make all of that work because, Elliott they just signed, so they want Elliott to be a part of this. Joey is someone that they're very much committed to. And now I don't know how the other pieces fit in. I mean, you bring in a guy like Juan Thornhill who's got something to prove because that jogging thing really ticked him off, that he was kind of seen by Browns fans as a guy that didn't hustle. He feels like he has something to prove, and he had some decent years with Kansas City. So it's a mix of guys that you just don't know how that's going to play, and you would assume that now Ramsey's the lead dog.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Where does Beanie Bishop fit into this? Do you think they'll put all three of those guys, Porter, Bishop, and Ramsey, on the field at the same time in some form?
Well, they also brought Eccles over from the Jets.
Eccles, another one, yeah.
I mean, he can play some. Nickel as well. I mean, you would think Beanie's going to be better. There's a lot of competition there, which coaches love, but I think you want to have an obvious of, okay, here are the starters. I don't know if they know, obviously, right now how that all plays out, other than Joey's going to have that corner spot.
Yeah. Jerry Dulac, who does outstanding work for the Post-Gazette and with us on television during Steelers season, seemed to indicate that the Steelers are unpredictable. Let's put it that way. Unpredictable because they're somewhat desperate. Does that make sense for you? Because I think it does for me. In other words, they've done things in this offseason, which is why I gave them an A, because I thought I would never have expected this.
Right.
And to salvage something out of this season without compromising anything in the future, I think that's pretty good work.
Well, especially for anyone who's covered the Steelers for a period of time, like Jerry has, is the unpredictability is because they're doing things they've never done.
Right.
I mean, you never saw that. That was something that was just beyond what you thought they could do.
Pat Bostic trying to be, trying not to be disruptive. He steps in. You left your wallet in your Yeti.
I have my Yeti.
Oh, I was going to say, if you left your wallet in your Yeti.
What's the insignia? Is that Double Eagle?
It is.
You've played Double Eagle.
I have.
This guy.
They don't even have tee markers at that place.
I know.
It's so nice.
This guy's played all the best golf courses. I know that.
Pumping ain't easy, patting ain't easy.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Pat. So
just never know who's going to walk in.
No.
Austin.
Never. No, he came in here.
You know what? You
and
lose
just
your
slammed
money.
open the door. I was like, oh.
You don't want to lose your wallet anywhere.
No.
Which would alarm you most, losing your wallet or your cell phone?
They're almost all in one now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have credit cards, don't you? I mean, I don't know.
You put them in the back of your.
I don't. I have two separate. Let's say you have two separate, like I do. Which would disturb you more?
Phone.
Me too. It's sad to say that.
I forgot my wallet, or not my wallet, my computer here yesterday. I got home, was starting to do some work, and then realized I don't have it. And I had to drive all the way back, pick it up. Donnie was like, yeah, I was just about to shoot you a text. Picked it up, and that was an hour out of my day where I could have been doing other things.
Yeah, it happens as you get older. It'll happen more than you think. So, but overall, what did you think of the Steelers offseason as it stands right now? Because I still think there's probably a little bit more to add to it.
Unpredictable is a good word. I don't know if I'd use the word desperate, but I think the Steelers' mentality has always been they believe they can win the Super Bowl that year.
Right.
Every year. And I don't think any team goes in thinking we're going to lose, but I think some have a plan of kind of rebuilding. And they've kind of done both this year. Like, they've added to the depth of their lines, which they desperately needed to do. But they also brought in a playmaker for right now. They brought in a corner for right now. They brought in a quarterback for right now. But I also think you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and it's a nice gap because that way you don't have to force Will Howard to play, or you're not throwing Mason in there with no intent to have him be the quarterback of the future. You have a guy that's cheap that can teach some things that still allows you to win games. Like when you first heard Aaron Rodgers, I was against it because I'm thinking multi-year deal. I'm thinking 30, 40 million a year. They could spend this money so many other places. When it became 1 year, 13 a year, you watched how the guys reacted to him, and I realized they haven't played a game or had a loss. It became more tolerable to me, and more of a, okay, this is a decent idea. I still would rather have Justin Fields and pour into a 26-year-old, but this, all right, you're playing for the draft in the future. So I think their off season, I would go B.
That's what Austin gave him, a B.
Because they still haven't found their quarterback.
No, but my A comes from the point that they didn't sacrifice any of those picks next year that they could utilize to move up and get a quarterback.
You know, one of the best things about the offseason to me is that they didn't stretch in the draft. They didn't go hunting for a player. And so many times when you do that,
right,
you end up with a mistake.
And I think that's not just here, but in a lot of different franchises. All right. I wanted to get your thought about Will Howard, just because Will Howard is a quarterback they drafted. He's got big upside potential, I think, because he's proven that at Ohio State. But you're over there every single day, Jeff. You see these practices. What can you do to gain information about Will Howard, knowing that he likely will not play at all this season? So how much can you glean from what he's going to do this year and determine that he deserves some sort of chance? Because I don't think there's anything he can do to stop them from drafting another quarterback.
I know this. After the preseason is over, there will be clamoring for Will Howard.
Now, of course. He's going to play the most.
Because he'll do something in those games against the third stringers for whomever. And
future bartenders of America, as I like to call them.
And you'll be calling these games, and there'll be highlights of Will Howard deep to Scotty Miller.
Well, DK won't even play too much.
Scotty Miller with a catch over the middle. What a throw by Howard.
Can you believe that throw, Charlie? Maybe we should see Will Howard get a chance to run the offense.
Let me tell you something now. When you go back to look at Kenny Pickett in that one season where he had 5 for 5, engineering and beautiful throws,
right?
Everyone came to the conclusion that this guy had arrived, right? I don't think there's anyone out there who said, oh, my
No one
goodness.
here.
No, I don't think anyone. I think most people thought, right? So, yeah, you can draw a conclusion. But I guess my question is, if you're the Steelers, how do you gain enough information to think, all right, this guy maybe could be our backup? You know, maybe next year he can move into that category. Or there's even more to like about him to give him a legitimate shot beyond that. Or do you think there's just not enough time and reps available?
We'll find it in training camp because we didn't see a lot in OTAs and minicamp or in rookie camp. I mean, they're not throwing a lot. They're gathering a lot of information. They're handing off a lot. They're watching a lot, but they're not doing a lot. But in camp, in front of everybody, meaning us, the public, you're going to see more of what Will Howard can do. And they'll have the beauty of Will Howard this year is you don't need him to play. You don't want him to play. You want him to just soak it all up, be kind of an old school draft pick where you have time to just watch and learn instead of being thrown into it. And Will Howard's being afforded that because of the moves they made in the offseason with Mason and obviously with Aaron.
And, yeah, exactly. You kind of have a little bit of a wall to go through if you're going to try to get any sort of playing time. So,
and I don't know what to expect because he played with elite talent at Ohio State. I mean, he played with arguably a better receiving core at Ohio State than he will this year.
Yeah, you can make that.
The offensive line was outstanding. They had 2 drafted running backs, like 2 day 2 drafted running backs. They had a good tight end. Their defense gave them opportunities for short fields. Now, he had to make a few plays, and he did in the postseason. He had a nice run against Penn State to seal that game. But I don't know what he's going to do at this level. I'm trying to factor that part in of the talent that he played with, but yet he still had to make the plays. So I'm very open-minded. I don't know what to expect from Will Howard.
And that's something you're probably going to have the same reaction to later in the season because we don't know what to expect. And they're going to have to figure it out beyond this year. But do you think there's any chance of him supplanting Mason as a backup?
Nope.
I don't either.
None.
How about you, Austin? I don't think there's any chance of that.
Nor should there be.
No, because Mason's put it out there, and he's shown what he can do. And it's nice to have someone who's been there, done that, and he's been there, done that. Maybe not in Tennessee, but he did it here before he went to Tennessee. So
yeah, I mean, listen, you bring in the players that they brought in this unpredictable offseason. You don't want your backup quarterback to be a guy who's never played in the league. Your backup quarterback's got to be a strategic person that's had 15 starts in the league that you could hand the ball to for a couple of games if you needed to.
All right, switching gears, we had this debate about how important a manager is in baseball. And I realize they can make moves that result in wins. Over 162, I'm not going to put that number very high, though. It still comes down to talent. What you've seen of Donnie Kelly, do you think, and it's sort of going back in a different direction after that 6-game win streak, the same things ail him. Right. I mean, that came out so soon. I couldn't believe it. And he only had a month in, and already they're making that case. Has he done enough for you to be the manager next year if Ben Cherington is not the GM?
Yes. And here's why. I thought it was a clutch move and I'll give him some credit just to agreeing to it. I mean, you bring in a guy like Gene Lamont, and you're willing to pick his brain. Like, there's no weird feelings. There's no, man, why do I have to have this guy? There's like, I'm going to utilize this man who's been in baseball for longer than I've been alive and figure out information. And I love Donnie's attitude. He's got an edge, but he's also very positive. Like, even after all of the things that he's been through just in a short time as manager, he's upbeat. He's excited. Mm-hmm. Like, things still excite him, and I think that rubs off in the room, but yet it seems like, while maybe not to the level that some of us want when O'Neal Cruz dogs a play or whatever, there seems to be more accountability or more respect in that room for what Donnie is doing than what Derek did. So based on all of that, I would say yes.
So let's say that, hypothetically, Jeff, the owner decides to move on from the general manager. There will be maybe not a mandate, but at least a strong recommendation to the new general manager. Look, Don Kelly is your manager. Similar to when Kyle Dubas took over, Mike Sullivan is your coach. I mean, different situation now with Kelly.
Yeah, but that was a two-time, you got a two-time champion. See, to me, you would be limiting your pool of candidates.
I agree, but you think that Kelly would still be that guy then?
I think Kelly is earning that opportunity to be that guy. Let's see how the last couple of months go, but I really like what I've seen so far from him. I mean, ultimately, players win or lose games. I mean, Jim Leyland sucked as a manager early in his career because he had no talent. When Jim Leyland had no talent, he wasn't a great manager.
Neither was Joe Torre. He spent time with the Atlanta Braves and everywhere he went until he went to New York.
You could go down the list of guys that weren't good managers, and then all of a sudden when they had talent, man, they got really good. They became so much better. I mean, Clint Hurdle was a really good manager when they had talent, and when they weren't, he wasn't over 500. I mean, that's the bottom line with any sport, that you win with players. Coaches can provide a difference or can focus players. I mean,
right.
I'm not going to diminish what a manager can do or a head coach can do, but it's about the players. And I would say this: if a new GM came in, objectively, and Donnie wasn't even in the position he's in now, because of where he was and kind of that next guy or young guy in waiting, I think he would have been a candidate anyhow.
Yeah.
But how about if this new guy, how about if he does have someone in mind who he's seen and I think if you're going to give him the reins of a general manager, you should have the right to give him latitude to make a decision that he thinks is best for the group he's trying to bring in. So I think and that's one of the reasons why I don't think we're going to see a change in general manager. Do you?
I think there's still a chance he's going to save his job.
How, though? Just because.
So how many times have we heard either on a broadcast or on our air Greg Brown say that something large is going to happen? Like all the time he's saying that. And then he says, well, I don't have any knowledge of something, but he's got a feeling of something, or he wouldn't keep saying it.
Right.
And I'm not disparaging Greg. I'm just saying, like, he's not just saying that to throw that out there. And I could see Cherington swinging for the fence knowing I have to save my job. Now, is that Cabrian Hayes to the Yankees? Is that...
Well, to save his job, the return is going to have to be really impactful.
Right. I mean, the Yankees have I forget his name. They've got a stud first base, power-hitting AAA prospect that's just waiting to go up.
Yeah, Jones, I think is his last name.
I forget his name. I was looking at a whole bunch of guys the other day. Like the Dodgers, what's sad is the Dodgers have like 3 of the top 10 power hitting prospects in AAA in the Pacific Coast League. But you swing that, or you get a couple of nice returns, because typically moves in July don't get you anything, or if they do, it's going to take years before you see the results of something you get in July.
They have Spencer Jones. Sorry to cut you off, Bob. He's an outfielder, but also can bounce around a little bit in AAA. This season has played between AA and AAA, 21 home runs, 41 RBIs.
Well, 21 home runs sounds nice.
Could be your guy.
I mean, yeah. Again, though, he's never set foot into a major league stadium yet. We'll see. Again, if he's going to make that deal.
I mean, I don't know anyone on the Yankees roster, and I have no interest in LeMahieu.
No, I don't want to do that. But what I'm saying is, if these trade deadlines come and go, and Ben Cherington adds on to the prospect pool of his organization, and not bring in guys already in the majors or people can help them, then I suspect he's operating a position of comfort, that he knows that he's been assured he'll be back. And so I'm instead going to bring in more prospects and try to still work at it that way, so that I may need more than 6 years. And there are a lot of people who disagree with that, and I am one of them. I think 6 years is enough time to prove what you have to do. But that may give you an indication or a clue what they're thinking.
I think if it's a prospect, it's somebody blocked. It's somebody that's blocked by somebody in the at the major league level that they just can't get into a lineup. Somebody like with the Dodgers, where they've got guys sitting in AAA that are ready to explode and be a major league player, but they can't get on the field because it's the Dodgers. I think that kind of prospect I'm cool with, but like the O'Neal Cruz is the best player that in the last decade that they've gotten in the July part of the trade deadline. But he was a rookie ball player.
Yeah, but he was so young. I mean,
and it took 6 years for him to be a regular in the majors.
Right.
He can't afford to make that type of trade. And by the way, how about Kansas City? The 6th overall pick is hitting home runs for them now.
Already.
From last year.
466 last night.
Now, I'm not comparing him to Connor Griffin because he played at Florida, so he's played
older.
at high leverage. He's played against really good talent. I'm not saying that's apples to apples, but that's what I'm looking at in the draft.
Yeah.
Where the Pirates draft, find me someone that's played in the SEC, Big 12, or ACC at a high level and fast-track the hell out of that guy. I want to see more. Kansas City, hey, we're around 5. At the time they were, 7 games under 500. Let's bring this guy up and let him earn some chops at the major league level, and he's starting to produce. It's starting to come for this guy.
Yeah, it's been rocky, but you see the raw talent, and we saw it again last night.
Well, here's the problem with the draft, though, Jeff. They're picking 6th. They could get Seth Hernandez, the righty high school arm from California that's like 19 already. He's got an electric arm, throws like 98, 99. I'd be fine if they take him. Other than that, you're looking at a bunch of college left-handed pitchers, college and high school shortstops. The first outfielder that appears on MLB Pipeline's list of top 100 prospects is a man named Ike Irish.
Oh.
Ike Irish, an outfielder and catcher from Auburn at 11. So you would be...
But 11's not 20.
No, but if you have the sixth pick.
So that's why this draft is intriguing to me, because is he hunting for all the things they say they never do is that they take the best player available,
Right.
which would probably be this high school pitcher.
Right.
But does he sense that we've got to do something right now, and I'm going to go hunt for a college player that we could get here pretty quickly?
Right. Again, I think there are clues to be drawn from whatever decisions they make. Jeff, are you able to stay, or you got to go back?
Yeah.
All right, good. Then we have
Hey,
Jeff beyond this year.
I
this,
looked at all
segment.
of the July trades in the last
You
decade.
mean under Ben Sherrington?
Well,
or
over the
beyond
last decade, since they were last in the playoffs, there are some names in here.
Oh boy,
that would
Hudson
bring up
Head.
some match.
Let's see how many, Bob. Let's see how many we can guess coming up next.
You mean players they've acquired who've not turned out to be anything?
Players they've acquired, period, in July since 2015.
So that's 10 years, and you would think by then you should have.
Let's see who they brought in July at the trade deadline.
Trade deadline, okay.
And what they've
That's
done.
a lot of work you had to put in for that one. All right, we'll
Took a
talk
little
about that as we go on. Want to also remind you the fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the hotline, it's Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And one other note for you, you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Wherever you get your weather, you're going to know that it's hot outside, and we're right in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it's summer, when it gets hot, you know what? It could be advantageous to you as a buyer. Number one, you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush, and you can enjoy your new project by Labor Day. How about that? Beat the rush, get it done now. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need any type of home improvement. I'm talking about a new bath, new windows, maybe a new door, or a full house flooring improvement. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you are still in the planning phase, let's say you want to get something done, but you're not necessarily ready to commit to it right now, don't worry about that. West Shore's free, no-obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price right now, and that's good for an entire year. So go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. It's easy to do. And again, to recap, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027. And you can get even more savings here by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500. But you got to go to that website, westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details and make it West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept 2 consecutive series, then were swept in 2 consecutive series as the Buccos lose 4-3 in Kansas City against the Royals. Kansas City completes the sweep with Lucas Ursig getting the victory. Isaac Madsen took the loss as he gave up a home run to Salvador Perez. Perez with 2 home runs, the captain of the Royals, their catcher. His 12th home run came in the bottom half of the second. Perez's 13th came in the bottom half of the 8th. Jack Caglianone hit a home run in the bottom half of the 4th inning, and that was a 2-run shot that ended up giving Kansas City a 3-0 lead. Pirates scored 3 in the top half of the 6th on Oneil Cruz and Key Brian Hayes RBIs. Cruz driving in 1, Hayes driving in 2, but the Buccos still fell short. It will be Paul Skenes going to the mound tomorrow against Joe Ryan. Really good pitching matchup. Ryan's been solid for Minnesota in over 100 innings, a 2.76 ERA. Skenes is under 2 at 194, and will go to the All-Star game in Atlanta next week. More headlines at 937thefan.com. And our headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Colorado coach Deion Sanders is calling for a salary cap in college football. Speaking at Big 12 Media Days, Sanders warned that big money programs are dominating by throwing millions at recruits, and it's hurting the game. He wants transparency, fairness, and rules, just like the NFL. But the big question, would coaches and boosters looking for an edge actually follow these rules? I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, the last encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Reserved seats on sale now at HeinzHall.org or Heinz Hall box office.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds with a shower this afternoon. The high 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. We're rolling along 11:42 in the morning. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director here at 93.7 The Fan, in studio until noon today. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. Call 412-928-9370. And Jeff is going to play a little bit of a game because he has a big column coming out on what the Pirates have done at the trade deadline over the last 10 years. And the answer would be probably not all that much.
All right, so there are 3 guys currently on the active roster that were acquired in July. Can you name those 3?
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was one.
McCutchen, because he was acquired, wasn't he?
No, he's a free agent.
Oh, that was a free agent.
Yeah. IKF is one. Bednar would not be one of them.
Nope.
Spencer Horwitz is not one of them.
Kyle Crick is not one.
Kyle Crick is not one of them.
O'Neal Cruz.
O'Neal Cruz is a good one. Yep.
Right?
That's 2.
Is that when you
That's
said
2.
that? He was a.
Yep.
How many years
Tony
ago was
Watson in 2018.
that? Wow. Tony Watson had some good years.
Excuse
out
me,
there
2017.
with the Dodgers. There was somebody else in that trade
Colin
too.
Holderman is the other one.
Well, he's not on the active roster.
Good point. No, he is not.
But he's on the 40-man.
Bailey Falter is the other one.
No.
Falter was... Really? Falter wasn't at the deadline. Was Falter an in-season move?
Falter was...
That was for Castro. I think that was done before then, though.
That was mid-year 2023. When was that deal finalized, though?
Falter was... Hang on, I've got to go through my...
Was that June? And he's been good for them. He's been better than I ever could have expected.
Well, Bailey Falter, I mean, I just remember him being booed at the national anthem.
Yes. Yes, he was.
It's not a good name. Your last name
It was
is
an August
Falter.
trade. The Castro trade for Falter was August.
Because it was considered that Falter was being traded here to basically, he was in the rotation holding Skenes' place, and that's why people booed.
So it was 2023 August. So it's the old rules of the waiver trade deadline. So
bring back the waiver trade deadline, by the way. Bring it back.
Cruz, IKF, and Jack Sawinski.
Oh, Sawinski, that's right.
He is on the active
He's
roster.
He's back on the active roster.
How could we forget?
There are 3 others on the 40-man roster. You named Holderman. There's 2 others.
On the 40-man roster.
Yeah, you're right. August 1st, 2023 is on the Bailey Falter for Rodolfo Castro trade.
Does Vogelbach count, even though he's a coach now?
It is funny. 2 of the guys they've traded, they've brought back, Frazier and Vogelbach.
Yeah. So
what? McCutchen too, if you want to.
Whatever happened to what is his name? G-Man Choi.
G-Man Choi.
Yeah, he's done. I don't even think he's still playing baseball, is he?
He went to the Padres.
How about Hoy? Where's
Hill.
Hoy Park?
Remember Rich Hill?
Yes, Hoy Park was supposed to be
well, we'll get to him.
Okay.
So there's two other guys on the 40-man.
Dennis Santana?
No. Two other guys on the 40-man that were acquired.
Oh, yeah, what am I saying? He's active.
July, and they were acquired in July of last year.
Justin Lawrence.
They were acquired in July of last year. One from Baltimore, one from Boston.
Billy Cook and Nick York.
New York,
there
right,
you go.
those two guys. Well, we haven't seen them yet, so they're out of sight, out of mind.
Those are the guys that the Pirates acquired in July that are on the 40-man roster.
And they haven't played at all this year. I think Cook like 3 games.
And O'Neal Cruz took a long time. So he was acquired in 2017. He didn't reach the majors until 2021.
And that's probably what we're going to look at with a guy like Tamar Johnson, right? I mean, he's already past that age. He's been in the system for how long?
And he's hitting like 140 this month.
Again, always beware of the so-called prospects because a lot of them, in fact, most of them never work the way you think.
So 7 guys were traded since 2015 that were basically major league players that they brought in July. Chris Archer is one of them.
Yeah. How could we forget about the Archer deal, the one that set them back years?
Can you name any of the other ones?
Who were brought in?
At the July trade deadline that played immediately in the majors.
Since 2015? So we're including the 2015 season. Keone Kela.
Keone Kela is
the reliever.
Where did you come up with Keone Kela?
He was a closer in Texas.
Keone Kela.
And he was good.
I totally forgot he even was here.
Wasn't
Keone
a great clubhouse
Kela.
guy, but he could pitch.
Wow, that's a good one, Austin.
Jay Happ in 2015.
Nope. August.
See, August.
Well,
he was so good for them.
I went after, so the non-playoff years. So I didn't include 13 to 15.
Okay.
I'm going at times where they're just out of it, not in times, with the exception of they felt like they were in it with Archer, and that obviously went south.
They acquired a couple other guys in 2016 to try to.
So you've got Archer and Kela.
So
I would
Chris
never,
Archer,
I would
Keone
never have
Kela.
guessed Keone Kela. I totally forgot he was even here. You know,
Jalen Beeks.
Yeah, Beeks last year. Don't forget about Brian De La Cruz, Jeff.
Brian De La Cruz.
He was acquired last year.
His 3 home runs after being acquired by the Pirates.
Yeah, with 18 for Miami, and now he's in the minor leagues for I think the Yankees after he got cut by Atlanta.
There was another starting pitcher that the Pirates added in 2021. In a trade with Atlanta.
Trade with Atlanta. Well, they also acquired Johan Oviedo, so we'll throw
that's
that one
from
out
St.
there.
Louis, though. That was a deal
I
with
know.
the Cardinals, right? Was that a deal or?
That was a deal.
Oviedo was the Quintana deal. But they got Oviedo back, and they got somebody else back in that deal too. Malcolm Nunez, the first baseman that doesn't
Well,
play.
wait a minute. What about him? Why have we not talked about him? He was supposed to be
He
some
struggled.
power hitting. Okay, but again, this is the problem. When you bring these guys in, everyone looked at him and said, "This is the guy who's going to be at first base. He's going to be a big bopper." Where is he now, and what's he doing?
Oh, the starting pitcher from Atlanta, Bryce Wilson.
Bryce Wilson.
Yes.
That was the Ryan
He's a reliever
Wilson's,
now.
Bryce Wilson.
brother.
He went to Milwaukee and became like a shutdown reliever.
Would start 28 games, and in 33 total appearances, went 4-13 with a 5.37 ERA.
What a move that was, huh, Bob?
There were
Most of
2
these-
other relievers.
He pitched more like he was throwing Wilson the volleyball at everybody.
There were 2 other relievers. One was an all-star pitcher, and the other
Here
ended his
or
career
somewhere else?
Here.
He was an all-star pitcher here.
What year?
We don't want to talk about him anymore.
Oh, the guy who had all the problems, and they
the
should have traded to the
horrible
Dodgers.
Scumbag.
Felipe
Velasquez.
Velasquez. Yeah.
Who was Felipe Rivera when they traded for him.
Yeah, and he
They
changed
never-
his
they
name.
never
Aside
traded him.
when he changed his name that probably wasn't.
Do you
gonna
remember
work out
he
well.
was almost traded to the Dodgers? There was a lot of talk. How about if they had pulled that off and then that all
they would
comes
have
out?
acquired. I think it was like Gavin Lux they were talking about in that trade, and
You're
so many other
exactly
guys.
right.
And there was a pitcher named May. Is he still with them?
Dustin May.
Yeah.
He's battled some injuries, but he's also had some decent success when he's healthy.
The last player is Joaquin Benoit.
Yes, the reliever. He was wonderful.
He went 0-2 with a 7.56 ERA and never pitched in the majors again.
That was
So
it
what
for
is the
Joaquin Benoit.
bottom line of
His
your
swan song.
storytelling here?
That most of the names that you're talking about at July are not guys that are going to help you now.
Right.
Very few have helped them now. Kella did. Vasquez did. Beeks was okay.
Yeah,
Beeks was fine.
But
he's Beeks.
Ronald Jimenez, Josh Walker, Johnny Severino, Carter Binns.
Oh, Carter Binns. You can't forget
Joaquin
about Carter
Tejada.
Binns. He's keeping extra baseballs in his bins at home,
Hoyt
Bob.
Park, Diego Castillo.
Hoyt Park was supposed to be something
Mitchell Miliano.
good. Miliano, yep.
Tucapita Marcano.
Yeah, he's banned from
banned
baseball
for
now.
life. He got a lifetime ban.
Nathan Kirby.
Oh, my God.
Abraham
Gutierrez,
Gutierrez,
the catcher.
Cody Ponce.
He played.
By the way,
I remember him.
Cody Ponce is now 31. He's in Korea. He's 11-0 with a 1.95 ERA in Korea.
See what they let go, Bob? He should have never given up on Cody Ponce so early.
Angel, our Angel Herman.
He was in the Cruise deal, wasn't he? Or
He
that-
was.
I remember the other
very
person.
good.
I think that was
Yep.
him.
Remember Domingo Herman?
He hasn't pitched
Domingo,
since
that's a different
2019.
Herman.
Taylor
right.
Hearn and Ricky DeVito.
Taylor Hearn was a
Tommy's brother, the
left-handed
guy, the
pitcher.
quarterback for the Giants. Is that his brother?
Could be, for all I know. He's currently in Double-A with Miami. Taylor Hearn is in Japan right now.
Yeah, wasn't he a lefty they
He's got,
acquired? And was
3.10
it the Kella deal?
ERA.
You know, you could make a very good living in Japan or Korea playing baseball.
Gregory Polanco's doing it right
Do you
now.
remember Dante Calabria? He made such a career for himself overseas. Made a lot of money, and they wanted him over there. He didn't have to be an NBA player to go and get that kind of money.
There are a lot of former Pitt players that have done very well overseas, whether it's Israel or in Europe or wherever it might be. They've done very well for themselves. So the point, I think, of the story is to point out if you're expecting something in July, even what's finally happened has taken time. Unless you're looking for a reliever, and I don't think they're in a spot where they need a spot reliever right now.
No,
So-
if anything, you're going to try to
So
get rid
don't
of some
go
of
in
those
thinking,
receivers.
because even
relievers.
Cook and York last year, you thought, okay, by next year these guys are going to be fixtures, and they're stuck in AAA.
So are you of the mindset that you can get more value in trades if you wait till the offseason?
Yes.
You don't have to do it now. But if you're Ben Cherington,
But
this
I
is the
think when-
dilemma, right? Because he has to do something here.
But I think you make a Tony Watson move and roll the dice, and you build something in the future, but you're probably not going to get something to help you now in July.
Well, and they're not in a
That's
position
the,
to
I think
use
that's
anything
the point
now.
of this exercise is unless you're specifically trading prospects for a player like De La Cruz, you're not going to get something back that can be valuable to you. So it's not going to move the needle for this team in July.
Well, that's up to be a disappointing July deadline day. Unless there's, Greg keeps saying, I'm going to be interested to see
Right.
what the big move is.
And I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't have one, but history tells you that, I mean, IKF is a nice player, but is he a needle mover for the future for you?
No.
He is a
good player
stud,
for somebody that has a lot around him.
Like a Freddie Sanchez, Josh Harrison on a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can fill that. He is Josh Harrison for the playoff Pirates. He could be that for somebody, but he's not an everyday shortstop or a guy that you're thinking, okay, next year we're gonna have him every day at shortstop. No, you want him as a platoon player, as a utility player.
Do you think Connor Griffin looks at his future and says, I'll be a shortstop? Do they want him to be there? Where do they want him to play? Because he can show
I mean,
the aptitude to play just about.
Cruz at center. So
Corner outfield,
I think
eventually?
he can always go back out to the outfield, but you play him at shortstop now. And, I mean, I would love to see him. And Greg did ask Cherington on his show on Sunday about this. I would love to see him play August in Double-A. Now, he says he wants Griffin to experience some disappointment or some failure and see how he rises to that. He has 4 of his 7 games so far this month. He's hitless. So he is facing a little bit of adversity right now in high A. But I think it makes a ton of sense that you put him up in Double-A in August.
Yeah, and see what happens.
I mean, unless he's just getting overwhelmed in
I
high
sense
A,
he won't
which
be.
I don't think so. And then put him in – I mean, he starts the next year in triple, or maybe he starts in double and quickly goes to triple.
That's what we
to
were
where he's
discussing
an option
earlier,
next
right?
year.
And so at some point next year, he's an option. But by then, how many games under will they be? You know, again, that's if you're looking for – they have to – the frustrating thing about all of this, Jeff, is that Paul Skenes is here. when you get something thrown at you like that, you have to capitalize on him immediately. Their window, they knew, was never going to be open for endless years. It was 4 years, essentially, that they had. Noah Hiles in his Post-Gazette planner thing or whatever he has out there, the mailbag, indicated he doesn't think he'll be here beyond 2026, and he cited a 2027 work stoppage, which is likely, from what I understand, or at least, possible. I mean, you don't have a lot of time.
I mean, you're looking at Skenes as a guy that could make $50 million a year. And
I
how
would
many
say
teams
more.
could afford that?
Well, they could if they
4?
wanted to. The Pirates could if they wanted to.
I mean, realistically, how many teams could afford that?
Do you think the Pirates could have gone on Pete Alonso for 2 years, $54 million?
Yes.
And then why didn't they? Why didn't they even try?
How about a guy like Nathaniel Lowe with Washington at 1 year, $10 million? Absolutely in their ballpark.
A bargain at that. And they could have done that stuff. They didn't. Why don't they do it?
The same with the Brewers first baseman, who was like 2 years. He's 2 years, $17 million or something like that. That's another guy that you could have brought in. I know you made the trade for Horwitz, but I would absolutely upsell him at the first chance you have. If you have another chance to bring in someone that's going to give you some power.
So you have that up on the fan website?
Yeah, I'm going to do that after we're done.
All right. I appreciate your time, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks,
that's going to
Bob.
be interesting to look at that, and we'll see you Sunday night on the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff Athorn, outstanding sports director here at 93.7 The Fan, with an interesting take on what the Pirates have done in July. And if your anger meter isn't high enough, you may want to read this and you really get upset. But it's the reality of the situation and why they've missed on so many opportunities, and they need to change it. If not now, certainly in the offseason. Time is a-wasting. 15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDK, along with WAMO 107.3, are partnering to support the Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh PBS, the Pittsburgh PBS Backpack Drive. You can support this by purchasing backpacks or dropping at your location, somebody near you. Pick it up, drop it here. For details on this, go to 937thefan.com, drop off your donation, and make a difference for so many public school students who need this kind of help. Also, we get to the forecast today, which is, what is it? It was Randy Grossman yesterday, and it's not that.
It's 85 degrees today.
So
it's Nate Washington or Eric Ebron.
That's what it is. It's cloudy today, some sun. I think 50% chance of rain, which is to say, depending on where you are, it's 85 degrees out there right now. It's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Coming up at 12:35, Tyler Kennedy will be here to talk some hockey with us right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cam Hayward was ranked number 83 in the new NFL Top 100 Players list that is voted on by the players. He's the first Steeler to appear on the list so far. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer, tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates had opportunities like the bases loaded in the top half of the 6th inning against Kansas City yesterday where they were able to score 3 runs, but it was ultimately not enough as they lost 4-3 to the Royals and get swept. They've lost 6 in a row. They're back to where they were just about a week and a half ago, where they swept the Mets, they swept St. Louis, but now they get swept in Seattle, swept in Kansas City. They're 38-56 in the final series before the All-Star break. Starts tomorrow in Minnesota against the Twins. It's an 8:10 first pitch. 7:15 is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin. You can also listen on your Odyssey app as Paul Skenes goes to the mound. Joe Ryan, he starts for Minnesota. More headlines, 937thefan.com. And our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, a big thanks to Jeff Athorn stepping in here. He has a good column coming out on pirate trade deals at the deadline, and there have been many good ones. Austin, the thing as he left here, we were talking about the Hutchison trade and how at the time people thought, oh my goodness, he's going to be a starting pitcher here for a long time.
I think a lot of people realized you were giving up Reese McGuire and Harold Ramirez, two guys
Liriano.
that are MLB players,
right.
And Liriano. It just felt like a salary dump from the start, where Drew Hutchison became a whole bunch of nothing. He's not still playing in the MLB, is he?
No, they hyped him up big. Everybody thought, oh my God, this is the starter. You know, again, false hope all the time, and that's the problem when you dig these holes. Now you're in a stage of saying, prove it to me that you're going to change. What are you going to do at this trade deadline? I don't think there's much they can do at this trade deadline. The more I think about it, what are they going to actually do?
Is that because you don't trust the GM to make the moves?
Part of it, but also, what are you going to do? What do you have to give up?
You could trade Keller, you could trade Bednar, you could trade Santana. Those are good pieces. So you're going to get something for IKF.
What are you going to get?
I don't know.
You're going to get a Hoy Park. You're going to get somebody, a guy who has, oh wow, look at this, he's ranked here in this prospect system, and he won't see. Again, until they prove it, I can't think otherwise. Do I trust them to get somebody who's going to come up here and be an impact major league player? We just went through 10 years of talking about their deals. And how many players are still even here?
Yeah.
Of all those 10 years.
They could probably get a decent reliever for IKF, don't you think? Like a younger guy that has some talent.
Well, Greg Brown keeps talking about a really big swing. What do you think that would include?
That would be a Mitch Keller trade. Or trading Bubba Chandler. Or just a way to acquire a big bat. And whatever that way might be. Whether you package like IKF, Bednar, and maybe Santana to somebody, where you still keep Keller, but you acquire a significant, impactful bat that could hit 3, 4, 5 in your lineup.
412-928-9370. We have a leftover caller who's been on the line for a long time. So Joe's been waiting for over 40 minutes.
Yeah,
so
here he goes.
Good, Joe. I appreciate that patience. I know we got into a big discussion with Jeff. So what were your takeaways of that discussion?
Nothing, zero. I was hoping Jeff stayed on a little longer. That's why I stayed on, Bob. You know me, I've been around. I told you my first game was in the 1940s. But the thing is, he was talking about nutting, and he called him Bob. And I said to myself, don't call him Bob. He's nutting. He's nothing for this city. But he says Mark Cuban makes his money in other places, and Huntington, Nutting makes his just on baseball. Well, if you start over, $96 million he paid for the team. They're worth $1.2 or $1.5 billion now. Okay, so that side. Then every year since with 2008 he bought the team, he's made at least $30 million after everything's cleared up. That's another $500 million. Now we're $2 billion. And he did sell newspapers. He bought and sold ski lodges.
Oh yeah, he has a lot of other assets. I don't think there's any question about that.
That's what I mean. The guy could spend. He has given us nothing in the city of Pittsburgh. Shame on him. Sherrington, I don't trust him at all. I mean, this guy's the worst I've ever seen. And I told you, I've been watching baseball since the 40s. And I don't want him to trade nobody, but like you guys say, a couple of those guys that aren't there, I hate to see a couple go, but don't sell Keller. Don't get anybody. And get rid of Sherrington today. That's all I got to say, Bob.
I know how you feel.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you for waiting. But I also think, you're in a situation here where the fact that his future is uncertain is not a good thing going into a trade deadline. That means that he could be doing things that he probably wouldn't. Maybe that's what we need. Austin, maybe they need him to go crazy here and do something that he thinks is saving his job, and it actually does.
Maybe. That would be somewhere where, does he even have the authority from the owner to be able to do something like that?
But to Joe's point, at 412-928-9370, he has a lot of money to spend, and it may not, they may have their budget set up in a different way based on that specific business, which is baseball. But it's a different business than owning a newspaper. It's a different business than owning a ski lodge. It's a different business than owning Wiggle Whiskey. The point is, you have to be willing. You get your aircraft in the air at 30,000 feet. You don't stop putting fuel into it. You got to keep going. And this is what this franchise needs. You got to put more money into it to get anything out of it. And if you're really a smart businessman, to me, winning results in a lot more money coming into your coffers as well. Although in his mind, this is how I think Bob Nutting must think, though. If he looks at this and says, if I give Pete Alonso, because this is the guy we talked about earlier in the discussion in case you just joined us right now, he was available. He signed 2 years, $54 million in this offseason with the Mets. He has 21 home runs and 75 runs batted in. He could have made that deal. But if he looks at it and says, I'm going to give him $54 million, that's $27 million more, how much will that result in me getting attendance up by 5,000 to 7,000 a game? And how much money will that actually result in? If you start just getting really into the minutia of the money, he can talk himself out of making a deal like that, which I think he often does because he thinks it's too much and it can't substantiate itself. I go the other way on that. I say you want to give people something to, something to chew on here, something to be happy about. That guy would have changed your lineup around. More calls on the way, Austin. Who we got?
All right, let's go to Rick. He's in Brighton Heights.
Hello, Rick.
Hey, Pump. I was just saying I think any one-for-one player deal isn't going to net you anything. I think it's going to be a Bednar and a Keller, or a Bednar and a Santana and a Keller, and to get you one solid bat. I think any one-for-one trade isn't going to net the Pirates anything. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
I agree. I don't think you're going to get as much as you would if you put packages together. Again, you have to find the right team that has the right needs. And it's more likely you could find those needs in the offseason. More likely, if you're going to make a big swing, it should happen in the offseason, not at a trade deadline, because I think you limit your pool of potential candidates for trades.
And do you think Hayes is going to, somebody like Hayes is going to get you anything but prospects? Maybe. I mean, a guy like Kay, or even Reynolds. I don't see what those guys are going to get you back.
Yeah, I know. It's up to him to figure that out. That's why he's getting paid a lot of money, Rick. So thanks for the call. I mean, they have a whole staff over there trying to figure this stuff out. They know more about who's available, what it's going to take. Just make the deal that makes sense. That gives this franchise and its fan base some hope moving into next year. And again, it's been a long time. They haven't won. When you think about the Pirates, they have not won a playoff series really since 1979. And that includes the good years of 90, 91, and 92 at 412-928-9370. Let's go, Austin, if we can, to Paul in Pittsburgh. Paul, what's going on? How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
Doing good, thanks.
I have a little different thought on the trading process. Number one, I would not gut our pitching staff at all. I would wait. Number two, I would move Key Bryan to short. You got a 10-year Gold Glove shortstop. And you had brought up the point earlier a couple of different times, different days. Start rolling these guys up from the minors and see what they got. Like, don't try to get a power bat. That's not going to help us.
Paul, they don't have anyone in the minors who's ready to help them right now, just based on the numbers you see.
You mentioned a kid named Ford could maybe play third base or something. You had mentioned another guy. Bring them up. Let's see what they have. If they
the only guy. I mean, we mentioned Malcolm Nunez. Thanks, Paul, for the call. I get what you're saying. But, I mean, these are guys who were supposed to come in and be helpful at some point. Why would you make the Oviedo, right? Where is Malcolm Nunez? Why am I getting frustrated? I can't find
Malcolm
information.
Nunez is in AAA. I owe an apology to Mr. Nunez because he's actually hitting better than I thought. He's hitting .301. He has 2 home runs, though, and 24 RBIs in 46 games. So the power has not been there.
Yeah,
he does have 18 doubles, though, this year. So it's been gap power, but not hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
All right, who's next?
All right, let's go to Chris. He's in Indiana.
Hey, Chris, you're in Indiana. Now you're on the Fan.
Hey, Bob, how are you doing?
What's going on?
Listen, I read something the other day that Major League Baseball total attendance across all 30 teams is down like 39,000 attendees for the entire year. The Mets, however, are up over 500,000 fans. So if you just figure in New York, the average person who goes to a game spends $50 on a ticket and $25 on a hot dog and a beer. They're up $40 million in revenue just on the Soto deal that everybody thought was crazy. So you got to figure out how to spend money to make money if you want to get more attendees. Last year I think we averaged 23,000 per game for 82 games or 81 games. If we get that to 28,000.
Well, right now it's at like 18,000. It's down about 5,000.
Yeah. I mean, just take 5,000 times an extra $2 million a night, and you can sign a bat. If you just get somebody, he'll pay for himself.
Well, yeah, I think that's part of this, and that's why I thought a deal for Alonso. What would the fan base have done had the Pirates done that? 2 years, $54 million. They would have said, "Oh yeah, we need this guy at first base, and look at the numbers he's providing." It gives a shot in the arm. People spend money because of it, and if it results in you contending for a wild card position, you get some games in the postseason. It all makes more money. So
absolutely,
you have to look at it that way if you're him. And if you're not, then why are you doing it? Yeah, sure,
right.
your valuation goes up every year, and you get more and more money when you ever sell it. But if you have no intention of selling it, you're not going to realize that. Sooner or later, he will or they will. But still, you owe it to this fan base and owe it to the city, who's done a lot, especially when he first acquired this franchise with new stadiums, taxpayer advantages, all this kind of stuff. So we'll see, Chris.
You got to swing the fan quotes and say, well, at least he's trying. Because right now, I don't think anybody believes he's trying.
Right. Well, again, this offseason makes you think that because they had players out there they could have reached to and gone, signed, at least make an effort. I never heard them once involved in Pete Alonso. Never once. Thanks, Chris.
I agree.
Appreciate it. Did you, Austin? Did you ever hear that name? I thought they immediately. How about Paul Goldschmidt? He was
I would
another
have
guy.
been fine with Goldschmidt.
He had 1 year deal in New York Yankees. Can you look up what he's doing? Because I have a feeling he's having a pretty good year. I realize the Yankees are a good team and they've got a lot of hitters that could protect him in the lineup. But he's doing pretty well for 1 year. I think it was $10 million he made.
Yeah, he's hitting .290, 8 home runs and 34 RBIs. He's 93 hits this year, .290 batting average, and he signed a 1 year deal worth $12.5 million with the Yankees. That would have been perfect here.
Anything like that works. And if you have to up it to $15 million because the Mets offered that or the Yankees offered that, then do it.
They probably would have. He's been a 20 home run hitter though every year since going back to 2012. The only year was 2014. He had 19, and 2020 was the COVID-shortened year.
Yeah.
He's just constantly a big-time power hitter. This year, the power has gone down a little bit, but still could end up hitting 20 homers.
Okay, if you're them thinking about this offseason, let's assume that nothing crazy happens at this trade deadline. You're going into next year offseason. What should the budget be for free agents?
$40 million?
That's it?
$50 million? 40 to 50? Definitely.
It should be more.
Well, it should be, but I don't think they're going to actually do that.
If you're going to try to make a move here, you got to do that. You're making
it should be $70 million. It should be $80 million. But we're trying to be realistic here.
But again, that's been beaten down our throats to the point where now we're expecting nothing because nothing has been shown. If I just get frustrated. I know that.
Me too.
At some point, their payroll is so low that if you doubled the payroll, you still would be below. 2/3 of the teams in baseball.
That's why there should be a cap of about 250, and there should be a floor at right around 110. That would increase the Pirates' payroll by $20 million automatically. That would give you one big hitter automatically, just because you have to.
Which is why maybe these teams don't want to go down that route because they like it the way it is, and you can still make a lot of money without having to do that. So
I do wonder if there are some markets that are just so angry about how the Dodgers are going about it, and they're paying Shohei Ohtani all this money deferred. And if in the next CBA that will become an actual issue.
You see how much money the Dodgers, I saw this earlier today, how much money they're spending on long-term injured players who are not even playing right now?
Probably more than the Pirates' entire payroll.
Yeah, more than a lot of teams' payroll, just on that. Next, who's next?
All right, let's go to Beth. She is in Gibsonia.
Beth, I hear you calling. We answered the phone
yes,
today.
I am.
What do you got to say? What's up, Beth?
If there would ever be a floor, I am going to throw the biggest party to make him have at least to have a salary floor. Oh, my God. And you're invited. I'm telling you.
Do you think that will happen? I hope it happens.
No, I mean, I want it to happen 150%. Do I think it'll happen? I have my doubts, of course. But ever since the Chris Benson debacle and getting Ty Wigginton, no matter who the general manager is in this organization, the trade that was supposed to bring something brought nothing. 21 years ago. So, you know, you have little faith on the other end of this call as far as what a trade could bring versus what it should bring.
I hear you, Beth. Well, again, I think your frustration shows. People here expect a little bit more, and that's all it would take, just a little bit more. I would think so, but
I want the moon and the stars, you know, I pray for it, you know what I mean? But I just, you know, I don't see, and you talk about the guys we were just talking about. Those guys don't want to come here. I mean, and that's what Hearts do.
well, okay, they don't want to come here because they see what's going on. The way you change that is you overpay. You have to overpay. And that's okay. Do it. Thanks, Beth. Appreciate the call. We got a lot of calls calling in.
A lot of calls, Bob. Let's go to Dave. Dave is in Cranberry.
Hey, Dave, what's up?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, and you?
Good. Hey, you know, look, as much as I want a big bat in the trade deadline, you know, I don't think the Pirates lineup would be competitive in Altoona. I think they'd be middle or low of the pack if they went north and played in that league. But I do not want to move on from Keller. I think that when you look at this rotation now, who are you backfilling? You know, you have, I don't even know, Chandler's struggling a little bit. Burroughs is unproven. Jones is hurt. You know, Heaney's going to be gone. He's not good anyway. I'm not a huge Bailey Falter guy. I think he's a fifth starter at best. I know you have to have a left arm in the lineup, but it seems like it's 3-0 before he even goes on the mound. He's down 3-0. So I don't know how you move on from Keller. I really don't. You have him under control. I think it'd be a big mistake to give that piece away. And I hope he stays. If they trade Reynolds and/or Keller and make this lineup even worse, then I might finally be done. Although I always say that, and I never am. But.
Yeah, well, that's what Mr. Nutting wants to hear, that you're going to be there loyal despite. And you know, at some point, this fan frustration, he has to hear it. Do you think he hears it at all? Do you think he even responds to it?
I'm sure he hears it, but I don't really know if it matters.
It should matter.
At least enough.
It should matter.
It should matter, but I don't know if it matters enough to change ultimately what he does with his day-to-day operations.
Well, Dave says he does not want to trade Mitch Keller. Dave, if I put a list in front of you of some of the players they may be able to get for Mitch Keller, would it change your mind? In other words, if it's something that produces two guys right now who could be on your roster, maybe they're younger, they've had a taste of it, you saw potential with them, and it could solve two of your batting needs, would you then consider making that trade?
Well, I hate to answer a question with a question, Bob, but who's your number 2 starter next year? Then who's number 2 behind Skenes?
Eventually Jarrett Jones, if he's healthy enough, and that's another if. Everyone we're going to talk about here are ifs. Mike Burroughs has shown you that he might be it. Braxton Ashcraft could be it. There are a lot of guys in their system. Bubba Chandler probably will be it, but you don't know for sure. And that's the risk you have to take.
Been so solid. Keller has just been so solid.
Yeah, but he's 3-10, and if they're not going to hit better, it doesn't matter. You can go through the same process next year, where he's doing the same thing and not getting any run support. The biggest thing, and when this obituary is written on this season, it will be lack of hitting, and they knew it, and they didn't do anything about it.
I will say, I'll just finish with this. I love the Hayes to the Yankees for that guy in AAA who's got 21 home runs. I love that move. Boy,
Yeah, Jones.
That'd be amazing.
They do need help at third base, so that's somebody I would look to. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Pirates, by the way, are off today. And, yes, thank you. And they will take on Minnesota tomorrow. Paul Skenes will be on the mound. And the tragedy of all of this is that Paul Skenes has been really good, better than you could have probably ever thought since they drafted him. Yesterday was his 2-year anniversary of being drafted, and yet they have not gone anywhere near in the direction that people would hope they'd go. In fact, they've regressed. So that's a frustrating thing. But, you know, we'll see what happens. July 31st is the deadline. It's coming up. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have Tyler Kennedy with us. But I want to remind you also that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Just also want to remind you about every Wednesday on KDK TV at 5:55, we present a series we call Drafted. We've taken a look at the we've come down to a list. Speaking of lists, Austin, we have 52 players who have been drafted from Western Pennsylvania, gone on to the NFL, and we rank them. And we started this a year out for when the draft comes to Pittsburgh.
Oh, wow.
And so we're down to 42. We've gone through 10 weeks of this already, and we still have 42 more to go. And it gets much more difficult trying to figure out who's in your top 10 of Western Pennsylvania drafted athletes who've had big success, both in college and also, most importantly, in the pros.
Because you're talking throughout time, right? Like,
Throughout
so
time.
Namath is on that list.
Of course.
Does Jim Kelly get considered on that list? East Brady? Okay.
All the people from this area, Western PA, I'm not going to say necessarily WPIAL, but Western Pennsylvania.
Marino, Dorsett, Revis, they all have to be on that list.
But the question is the order which we're presenting. But we do that every Wednesday at 5:55 on KDK.
You know what else is on KDKA TV tonight, Bob? At 8 o'clock. Do you know?
No, what?
The season premiere of Big Brother debuts tonight, Bob.
Oh.
Will you be watching it at the KDKA studios today?
No, I'm not into Big Brother. I do
Maybe
know
you
that our
should.
news department put together a documentary on the Trump shooting, which is a year ago already
Yeah,
in
how about
Butler,
that?
and that's coming. I think that may be tonight, 7:30, preceding that. I'm not sure exactly, but it's a very good documentary they put together. Yeah, so Big Brother, I'm not interested. I know a lot of people are.
That's tonight.
Don't have time for
The
that.
debut. There's a mystery 17th house guest that's been rumored, a former player, Bob. Of course, it seems like a player, one of the seasons, they've been 27 seasons. I've seen probably 20 of them. And, of course, it's a player from 2 seasons that I have not seen. At least that's the rumors.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be intriguing television. They're on the season 17.
27.
I mean, this is like
season number 27. They started in 2000.
You know, I never thought Survivor would survive this long. But
Survivor's on 50 seasons.
50. It's unbelievable how that, and you know, it's an audience that is very true and loyal.
Oh,
They want to watch that kind of stuff. So, all right. When we come back, Tyler Kennedy is going to join us. We're going to talk about a report that I saw, at least someone who works at ESPN said Sidney Crosby will end up in another place, not Pittsburgh. What would that be, and what does Tyler Kennedy have to say about it? We'll do that and more as we continue. Pomp and Joe Show right here, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So Jeremy Fowler talked to execs, coaches, and scouts for ESPN, the top 10 safeties in the NFL. Minkah Fitzpatrick ended up ranking 9th, now the former Steelers safety. He moves down from 4th to 9th. Deshaun Elliott did not even get an honorable mention. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Travis Kelce turns 36 this season, and the signs of decline are real. Chiefs GM Brett Veach admits Kelce can't deliver every week, but believes he still shows up when it matters. He did it in the playoffs against Houston, but versus Buffalo and Philly in the Super Bowl, he barely made the box score. So here's the question. Can the Chiefs win it all if Kelce fades when it matters most? I'm Maggie Gray.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all, same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor.
It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your staycation awaits at Western Maryland's premier entertainment destination.
Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf offers action-packed slots and exciting live table games. There's something to satisfy all your senses.
Do a little or do a lot. The choice is up to you.
Book your staycation or learn more at cmty.com/Rocky-Gap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Bob, I would like to correct myself. I guess I said that Survivor was on for 50 years. It's 50 seasons that's coming up. 48 seasons that they've done.
Still, the bottom line is it's survived.
It has survived,
Reality television, was a big thing when it first came out. I thought it would die off, and in some cases it has.
Yeah.
But some of these, you have a cult following. And people will, something like The Bachelor I thought would last temporarily.
Yeah.
But people love to delve into everybody's personal life.
And people love your show, Love Island, Bob. They have watch parties on the North Shore for Love Island.
I know. It's crazy.
People love Love
Island. Is that sort of a guilty pleasure if
I
you
think
watch
so.
that kind of stuff?
Oh, it's got to be,
Like,
right?
for me, I used to love The Sopranos. All those kind of, Ozark was big. I like those series that kept me interested, and I could binge watch.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm not delving into a lot of this stuff. Now, my wife's watching something about a newsroom. I forget the name of it. And I think it's on Apple TV. I'm not sure. But it's a really, it kind of depicts.
The one with Jennifer Aniston?
Yeah. Do you know what that's called?
I don't, but
I mean, she really likes it, and it depicts what goes on in a television news operation, which I think is, in many cases, spot on.
Is it similar to KDKA?
Well, just general. I mean,
it's called The Morning Show.
The Morning Show. That's what it's called. That's right. The Morning Show. And she loves it. So when I get home at night, I want to watch something. But then again, I'd like to read stuff before I try to go to bed and put on that stupid CPAC mask. And then
Reese Witherspoon's in the show.
Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be well written.
Reese Witherspoon will be 50 next year.
Wow.
How about that? Jennifer Aniston is 56.
Yeah, still doing well.
Friends is one of my favorite shows.
It's one of those that lasts forever, right? I mean, you can watch it over and over. I was a big Seinfeld fan. I love MASH. Hot Lips Houlihan, did she die recently? I thought she did.
Oh, I don't know.
But that was always well done. So, I don't know. I thought reality television would die a little bit. I think because ultimately with reality television, you don't get reality. Like if you go to even like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, right?
Yeah.
It's been on the air forever. First of all, how natural is it to have a camera follow you everywhere you go?
Oh,
you can't be natural. It's not
wild.
Reality. You're performing to some degree.
And that's the same case with Big Brother. There's a camera on you 24/7 the entirety of the show.
And
you're being monitored the entire way.
Yeah, and I just don't think that's natural.
No, it's not at all natural.
Anyway, we promised Tyler Kennedy he will be here at 1 o'clock. But I'll throw this out now because I teased to it. Greg Wyshynski, who's on ESPN, he was on a podcast, and his quote was, I've believed long ago that Sidney Crosby would end his career, not in Pittsburgh, but in Montreal.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
I think he's wrong.
Yeah, I think this is an attempt to just create a topic that at this point doesn't exist. Now, would I rule that out moving forward if things get really bad? Maybe not. I think Letang has more of a shot at moving to Montreal if that's the case. If he wants to continue his career. I don't know how much time he has on his contract. I think it's 2 more years.
Letang or Crosby?
Letang.
Oh, Letang has like 4 more years left.
No, it's not
he
that.
He signed that big 6-year deal, remember?
Yeah, but that's not how many years?
He signed it the same year as Malkin, right? He signed the deal in July of 2022. It'll keep him with the Penguins through the 27-28 season.
All right.
So he does have he does have what, 3 years left?
Unless he says I want to move on, and Montreal would be the place I want to go on. That's always that shot. Erik Karlsson, the guy who has a no trade clause.
Please move on from Erik Karlsson. Erik, please want to go somewhere else.
One of the things they're trying to do, is try to figure out how do you not only move on from him but save some money in the process and try to up an opportunity for somebody else in your system. 412-928-93.7 is the number to call, but we'll get into a lot of hockey talk with Tyler when we come up, including next year's free agent class, which is a doozy. It has names on it that are big names.
Can I say one more thing about Crosby real quick?
Yeah.
I feel like, Canada obviously is so in love with Sidney Crosby, and he's done so much for that country, the golden goal. They've won just so much in Canada. I feel like that there are reporters in Canada and people in Canada that throw all this out there about Crosby to Montreal or Crosby to insert Canadian team here, basically just trying to manifest it because they feel that Crosby is like their Canadian hockey hero since Gretzky.
Right.
And they just want it to happen so bad, they're just trying to talk it into existence when they know deep down it's never going to happen.
Well, I've learned long ago, never say never, because you never know. I would doubt it. I think he's very happy here. I still think he wants to be here, and he understands what's going on. Some people wonder what he's thinking. I think he's well aware. He knows where this team was headed 3 years ago when it was heading down this path. It's the price you pay for trying to win when you go out and trade draft picks. They only had 3 number 1 picks over 10 years because they were active in the trade market trying to build a team that could win, and they did win. So if you know that, then you know what comes with it after that, and that is normally some sort of drop-off where you don't have a lot of draft picks, so your system suffers, and ultimately you fall in the standings. And that's where they are right now, and they're trying to change that. So we'll see. Meanwhile, we have this on Twitter from Fansville, who says, okay, guys, this is our rotation for next year based on how he sees it. Skenes, Chandler, Ashcraft, Burrows, and Barco. This would assume that Keller is traded, and so is Falter. Both of those guys have years of control.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen what he has in mind for the trade back.
That's the thing. What is the trade back? And I would be okay dealing Mike Burrows. I would be okay dealing Ashcraft, even though I think Ashcraft is going to end up being a better arm for them than Burrows. If that's what it takes to bring back a big-time hitter where you might have to package in a Bednar or package in a Santana, I'd be willing to do that because that means you get your hitter and you don't have to compromise trading Mitch Keller away. So you still have Keller, Skenes, Chandler is going to come up at some point this year. It might not be until August at this point, but he's probably going to come up. And you get to see what you have from him, plus Jared Jones halfway through the season next year, plus Falter. That's a good rotation. Plus Hunter Barco's shown some good things in the minors.
Yeah, Barco looks like he's a left-hander, so he would fill the void of having a left-hander there. So, I don't know. We're going to find out as this moves on, but I still got to believe they better, if they're going to move a guy like Keller with 3 years of control, they better get a lot in return. By their standards, they have to do that. Zach Huff on Twitter says, why can't the Pirates sign Skenes to an 11 years, $500 million contract? They could.
I mean, they could, but they won't. They just, I wish they could.
They choose not to.
They choose not to. And that is their choice.
If you added $50 million for one player to the current roster in terms of its salary size, what would you end up with?
Well, it would double their payroll.
And what's wrong with that? It's very affordable in today's baseball, right?
Their payroll right now is what? $90 million?
I don't even think it's that high. I think it's in the 80s.
So it wouldn't double it, but that is half their payroll. If you pay Paul Skenes $50 million a year, that is more than half of their payroll on one player.
Yeah, but is he worth it? Does he represent what you need to have to win? Yes.
Yeah, he does.
And honestly, it's not all that much when you factor it all out. So the answer to your tweet here, Zakoff, is they can do it if they want to.
Yes.
But they've never done it, and never to this degree. So
no,
you have nothing to be optimistic about.
Thank you for the tweet, Hoagie. Hoagie has a picture with Donnie, Malsey, and Pony in his bios. Have you seen that, Bob?
No, I haven't seen that.
I've met Hoagie. He's a very nice man.
Is he? Why do you call him Hoagie? Is that his?
That's his Twitter bio.
Oh, Hoagie. I see.
Hoagie's 7187.
Is it Huff? I don't know how you say his last name, but it's Hoagie. Thanks, Hoagie. I appreciate that.
Do you think Hoagie's numbers in his bio represent Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby?
Well, yes, I do.
Why does Hoagie have Evgeny Malkin first and then Sidney Crosby? Did somebody else have the username Hoagie8771?
Maybe so.
And that's why Hoagie had to choose it that way.
All right. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I want to ask you real quick about a couple of NBA signings. Speaking of money.
Please.
So, Devin Booker. Phoenix is a team that they just traded Durant. They don't have a lot over there, I don't think. They give Devin Booker $71 million a year. 72 actually. It's $1 more million than Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP of the league. I just don't understand that. To me, they'd be better off. They're going to trade their, the team they have is better to try to put Booker out on the trade market.
Yeah.
I would do that. He could bring in a lot. He's still a very, very good player.
Did you see how it was framed by Shams last night, too? Devin Booker signs this enormous contract. He stays loyal to the Phoenix Suns, who are still trying to build around Devin Booker, and Booker signs his third contract there. He's so loyal. Do we really need that in journalism and in reporting? Like, now, one thing that I was taught...
I wonder if he would have been loyal if it was $10 million less.
One thing I was taught in, my master's degree is you should always try to identify the source unless your source would be, burned and it would be bad in reporting. Do you find it interesting, though, over the last year or so, Schefter and Shams and all these guys are saying Devin Booker signs his deal reported by insert agent here of this agency. And it's like they're giving all the agents credit. Have you picked up on that?
I have. Yes.
I don't really like that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I feel like it's agents just saying, hey, Shams, here you go. Here's all the information you need. Make sure you say that it was me, though, because when the next class comes out, we want to make sure that, Cooper Flagg sees, hey, we got Devin Booker $150 million over 2 years or whatever. So you should sign with us because we will give you the most money. That's just the game that it feels like to me. It seems like I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of motives going on there.
Here's an interesting tweet from DK Sports. And this is what I've been saying dating back to the first hour of this program today with you, Austin. When the Pirates score 4+ runs in a game, they're 25-12. When it's fewer than 4, they're now 12-44. As a team, they average 3.3 runs per game. That's the lowest in all of baseball.
So they're 12-44 when scoring under 4
runs. So if you're and that's what they've done all season long. They score 1, 2. Look at this road trip. 3 shutouts, 2, 3, and 3. So they don't score 4. 1 more run per game makes a big difference in some of these. So when they do it, they're 13 games over 500. But when they don't do it, they're, 32 games under 500. So, and that makes a big difference. You have the lowest runs per game in the majors right now.
Isn't that the adage too, Bob? Try to find an offense that scores you 4 runs per game because if you pitch well, you're just naturally going to win a lot of games. If you score 4, that's the break-even point. That's not the break-even point. That's the breaking of the dam.
Right.
Where the floodgates can be open to a ton of wins as long as you score 4 runs, especially with the pitching that they have. They would be in contention for a playoff spot right now. They would probably be a wild card team right now.
And that's all it would take. 1 more run a game. If I bet you those 44 losses that are part of the record when they don't score 4, I bet you if you went to 4 or above in some of those, and you look at what they gave up in return, there'd probably be 10 more games over 500. That's how critical it is to have bats in a system that doesn't have any bats.
Did you see this, Bob? The NBA on Prime announced their broadcast family for this year. They have the NBA now. Prime is taking over the NFL already. Now they're taking over the NBA because TNT no longer has rights.
And I'm sad about that.
Me too. They did so well.
I'm sad about that. I really like TNT and their group. Now, I wonder some of those guys are still going to be a part of this, I would guess, right?
Well, Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan are going from TNT to the NBA on Prime. But they also have Michael Grady and Eric Collins calling games. I want to know what happened to Brian Anderson. I thought Anderson was incredible.
Very good. What about their pre- and post-game people? Are they going to use the same guys who were on TNT? Is Barkley going to go over there too? And
so the NBA, the Inside the NBA crew is going over to ESPN. They are going to still have the creative freedoms, according to ESPN, to have their show, and they're going to end up doing a lot of pre- and post stuff for a lot of the games that are going to be on ESPN. But ESPN's pregame coverage of the NBA, they'll do a 60-second quick little intro, then they'll go to commercial, then they'll do 5 minutes, then they'll go to commercial, then they'll do 2 minutes, and they'll do another commercial. And the Inside the NBA is so good because they let those guys go for 10 minutes, then 5 minutes, and then they go back to the game. They give them kind of like this show. They give them long-form content. They give them a lot of time to be able to formulate opinions, have a conversation, and people love it, and people enjoy it because of the personalities.
Right. The personalities drive everything. I don't think there's any question. And And that's why they move around so freely in this new world of broadcasting, where you see people who for years have been on one network all of a sudden flip into different things you've never heard of. And that will only continue.
So they have Stan Van Gundy, Brent Barry, and Del Curry.
I like Stan Van Gundy.
I do too.
I think he's very good at this. I think Jeff Van Gundy's pretty good at it too.
They're both kind of annoying, but they're good broadcasters.
But they bring up parts of the game that when you're watching it, you want to hear that kind of analysis from two guys who are coaches and know exactly what's going on.
And Del Curry. How about Del Curry? Does that mean Steph Curry we might end up getting as a broadcaster at some point? Father to son, they pass on the lineage.
I think Steph Curry would be good at just about anything. He's one of the favorites to win this American Century Championship at Lake Tahoe this week. He won it 2 years ago. He took up golfing, and he is like absolutely smitten by it. And unlike Joe Starkey, he has progressed in his game. He's taken it to a different level.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
When he does the Cohen chicken thing, I love how he has a little vibrato at the end of it. That's incrinculant. Yeah, he really does use that voice. I wonder if Joe is. Well, I was going to say, I know he's playing golf. I wonder if he's
incrinculant.
That's
That's
it.
it. All right, one guy on Twitter here wants to know why the Pirates and us, talking about the Pirates, never mention Johan Oviedo as a possibility next year.
Well, we haven't seen him in a year.
Yeah, I mean, just like I think this time next year we'll be wondering, is Jared Jones good enough to come back from injury to be a factor? When you're out for that long of a time, people tend to forget about you. But having said that, he's a guy who, if he's healthy and doing his thing, I thought he was really good when he was, pre-injury. And we'll see if that can be back when he returns from his injury. Although it's a long process, man. You got to go through that rehab. It's never easy to get that done.
Well, and he also dealt with, a calf injury, too. He dealt with some other injury that was nagging him earlier this year that also made it a little bit of a setback in his recovery, too. So Oviedo's kind of been going through the ringer with some injuries.
Those calf injuries are tough. Russell Wilson last year when he had it, I think down deep, he was thinking rest is the way to do this because if not, it leads to an Achilles injury. And we saw that with Therese Halliburton in the NBA playoffs.
And we saw it from the likes of Jason Tatum
in Boston.
Lillard.
Right? All those guys. And all you see is that pop, and you know it's bad. It happened to Aaron Rodgers 2 years ago. And you saw the pop in his leg, and you knew what it was. All right, want to remind you here that the Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for your youth baseball and softball showcase. It's presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, if you want the Fan to make an appearance at your game, send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com and register, and the Fan may surprise you and stop at your field. The details are available at 937thefan.com. It's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Solutions. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The hotline, Super Service. That's Sullivan Super Service. That brings you that every day. It's Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Today's weather, cloudy, chance of some sun, a high of Eric Ebron. Do you remember what that is?
85. Eric Ebron. And I think the rain chances have cleared up, Bob. I think we're good.
Yeah, it looks nice out there. So enjoy the rest of the day. There is still a 50% chance later today, but that would depend on where you are. And the weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. When we come back, Tyler Kennedy will be here. We're going to talk to him about some stuff concerning Crosby, his future, based on what Greg Wyshynski is just talking about on a podcast, and also some of this free agency next year. You want to make a big move if you're a team that's close, next year could be the year you do it. And the biggest name on the list could be Connor McDavid. Could he decide to move on from Edmonton? We'll talk about that and talk about the pros and cons. It's all coming up next. Pomp and Joe, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins earlier this week made it official. They signed Ben Kindle, one of their 3 first-round draft picks, to a 3-year entry-level contract. He was the first pick that the Penguins had at 11th overall. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Tyler Kennedy will join us next.
Tyler Kennedy.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been considering replacing your windows but haven't found the right company yet. Window Nation makes it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years. Plus, with one-day installation, you can live more comfortably right away. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or the road hog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need to trade in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With
24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid for 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates were swept yesterday in Kansas City as they've lost 2 consecutive series, being swept in 2 consecutive series. They didn't score a run in the Seattle series. They were able to put together 3 runs yesterday, but lost it 4-3 to Kansas City. And they scored 3 runs in all 3 games, 3 Monday, 3 Tuesday, 3 Wednesday. Not enough, as Kansas City scored 9 Monday, 4 Tuesday, 4 Wednesday. 4-3 finals the last 2 games. Skenes on the mound against Minnesota tomorrow. First of 3 against the Twins. 8:10 first pitch. 7:15 is when our coverage begins, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's 1 o'clock in Pittsburgh. Normally, we talk to our next guest at 11 o'clock, but I can tell he's been out in the sun, Austin. He's got a nice tan going. He's
Great tan.
He's got the beard going. He's enjoying life. It's Tyler Kennedy. Kennedy. I'll even give you a third Kennedy. How are you, TK?
I'm doing great. Been spending a lot of time on the course. Not so much me golfing, but my little guy. My little TK, he loves it. Yeah, he's starting to get a swing. He's starting to like it. He's asking me to go.
How old is he now?
He's 6, turning 7 this year.
Yeah, well, that's a good age.
Yeah.
I start to understand. Does he watch golf?
No, he doesn't watch golf. He just
get him starting to watch golf. It might be interesting. Then he sees more of what you're trying to tell him.
Well, so when I go with him, I can't, he'll literally say, Dad, shut up. Because I have a hard time shutting my mouth because I just see so many imperfections with, just him golfing and all that stuff.
You can't go crazy on him.
Exactly. And he sometimes just turns around like, Dad, just shut up. Let me just golf. So I really never let him, give him any instructions, maybe here and there. But, it's just that club in your hand, getting that feel around. Even for those little guys, if you can hit straight and not go in the rough, you can do pretty well.
Yeah, stay away from the trouble. I actually wish you should get his Joe Starkey to be his teacher.
Oh, boy.
Because Joe always has new swing thoughts and in fact, he has 6,000 of them in his head all at the same time. So he can give them to him and confuse him even more.
Oh, he'd be so he'd come back crying after 9 holes. Joe would be walking, TK would be crying. They'd probably leave their stuff on the 8th hole going, I'm done.
All right, Tyler's here. I want to talk about something that we've been mentioning earlier. Greg Wyshynski, who writes for ESPN, said that he thinks Sidney Crosby will end up, not in Pittsburgh, but in Montreal. So when you hear something like that, and I just told Austin before, I'm not one to say never on anything because you never know. Things can change. But what is the likelihood of that happening? And create a scenario for me under which it would happen.
Well, I think it's very unlikely because there's 2 options. He'd either go play with Nate Dogg in Colorado or Montreal. And I know Montreal always had a soft spot for Sidney Crosby because Sid's dad was part of the organization. Being so close to Montreal, we grew up watching the Canadians. I would think if there was a team that he would be open to, it would be the Montreal Canadiens compared to any other team in the NHL. For this to happen, 1, it's got to be okayed by Sid, and 2, this team's got to do so bad that Sid wants out.
Right.
They don't win 1 game. They're frustrating. They're not playing him how he should be played. It turns into a little bit of a mess where he wants out. But knowing Sid, knowing how loyal he is to the team, to his former players, to his teammates, Sid, I don't think would ever bail on Pittsburgh and go to a team that's up. Montreal is the up-and-coming team. They made
the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they just acquired Dobson from the Islanders to go along with Lane, their other guy. They have really good young players.
Mm-hmm. And that's attractive for him. But, when you think of Ray Bork and when he left Boston to go to Colorado, it leaves such a kind of like a black spot on your career chasing something, and I don't think Sid would ever jeopardize his reputation and all that to go play for a team for a year or two. I just don't think it's worth it for him to do that. He's got too much of a legendary career with Pittsburgh to change it last minute and go to Montreal. But saying that, if there was a team, it would be Montreal.
Yeah, and again, it would take something out of the ordinary to prompt this move. He is a competitive person. I don't think he likes the fact they haven't played playoff hockey in 3 years, which is why he's involved in Four Nations. He's going to be in the Olympics. That's the kind of stuff he needs.
Right.
He can get it there. He's not guaranteed of getting it here. And I really hope that we see another opportunity with Crosby and this team, even with Malkin in his last year, just get into the playoffs. I want to see what they would do in the playoffs one final time at least.
Yeah, but for the future, if they made playoffs, and I think they need to make playoffs too, I think we need to get that little bit of a excitement back in hockey in Pittsburgh, because we've kind of lost it a little bit just because they haven't done so well. But with this new kid coming up, and he's supposed to be kind of like the next great one.
Gavin McKenna?
Gavin,
going to Penn State.
Yeah.
What did you think about that? He left his junior team to go there for $700K.
$700K. So breaking that down, so in junior hockey, this is insane how they pay junior hockey. So when I was in junior hockey, that's across all Canadian junior leagues, the top leagues, you get $200 every 2 weeks. Like, that's your stipend to play.
Even now today?
I think it might be $250. $250. Like it's a joke, like that they pay you that. I know it's something, and I know someone was trying to create a union, be like, guys, you're selling out stadiums, this and that, and you're paying these guys $250. Like, they can't even live off that. So he's leaving that to get $700,000.
And an up-and-coming program.
In an up-and-coming program has endless money because of the football team and how well they did this year at the Frozen Four. And when you think of the Western Hockey League has the worst travel of any sport anywhere traveling. Like, when they jump on a bus to go play a team, it's like 8 to 10 hours. They have like 24-hour road trips sometimes to go play a team. Like, imagine jumping on a bus and you're not getting there the next day to go play a team. Like, that would be insanity. And then you have a team like the Penn State calling you, going, here's $700,000. We're only going to play it. How many games do they play in college?
Yeah, it's season's worth based on their,
Right, it's like 20 games.
28, I was going to say. Something like that, yeah.
What is it?
It's close to 30 games.
30 games. And in junior, you're playing probably 72 games. So
and you're taking buses on 8 to 10 hours.
And you're getting paid $200 every 2 weeks compared to $700,000 with 30 games for his career. It was a right move because I think he's preserving his body. He's building the strength. He's getting that foundation to play against really good players. And he doesn't have to travel that much. We all know he's going first overall next year. Right. He's the guy to get. He would be a guy.
But it would take being in the lottery, which you can make a case of Penguins will be in that lottery. And then it's about getting lucky. Would
you trade Sid for him?
Would I trade Sid for him?
If someone was like the Montreal, no one's going to trade him for Sid.
No, I mean, he's the future. Yeah, and as much as Sidney Crosby is iconic and everything he's done, there is an end of the line coming up, which is why I want to see him in the playoffs one more time. To that end, I want to get your assessment on two things. The Penguins draft, so they got a lot of names. I don't know how many of them will pan out, but they got 3 number 1 picks, which is something we haven't seen here probably in a long time. What is your thought about what Kyle Dubas is doing and how he's done so far in this first off season where he's had a lot of draft picks to work with?
Well, I think he's building up. I thought he had a pretty good draft. It wasn't something that it blew my socks off where I was like, oh, we got this guy, we got that guy. But getting 3 first-rounders is a big move, right? And when you think of the first guy, I was like, oh, I don't know much about him. But then when I looked at the second 2 first-rounders, what I really liked is that they're those big power forwards. that the Penguins have been dying for. The Penguins need a big, powerful forward. Like every team has one, and it's finally starting to get some attention. Like we need these future guys to be big, powerful, power driving forwards that we haven't had. So getting those two guys is great. And then once you go past the fourth round, you're kind of looking for that diamond in the rough, the guy that hasn't really developed or the guy that hasn't really figured it out to hopefully figure it out and become, an undercover all-star or like a Brian Rust or a guy like that.
Gensel.
Or a Gensel.
Or any of those guys, yeah.
You're hoping you find, but I think there's a lot of attention on those first 3 rounders, which is so nice to see. But I don't really think the draft was that strong. I think next year's draft is really strong with this Gavin coming.
Yeah, even beyond him, there are like 5 other guys.
So that will be really exciting to see. And I think, like you said, we will be in the mix for it. I just might not be excited to watch that all year. It's going to be, I have a feeling it's going to be a tough year because Kyle Dubas, I don't think he's trying to win next year and get in the playoffs. I think he's got a plan. So when Sidney Crosby, those core guys leave, he's got guys there that are kind of pushing into playoffs. That's what I think. I think he's trying to figure out a plan to keep hockey alive, keep hockey exciting when those top 3 guys leave.
And in the meantime, those 3 guys are still here, at least Malkin for 1 more year. They can always use that as the drawing card. Come to see these guys play. You never know what you're going to see on a nightly basis. Greatness on display. And they'll still sell tickets because of that. It may not be sellout crowds, but they're going to get what they got to get. So, but as far as, looking at their roster here, they just got through this developmental camp. When they get into training camp, the goaltender situation is still an interesting one to me because I don't think they can move off of Jari. So, right, just by that reasoning, he's going to be your starting goaltender. Which of these 2, though, behind him do you think has a better shot now that Nedeljkovic is gone? Is it Blomqvist or is it Murashov to be the backup and maybe the heir apparent in time?
Well, I hate to say that. I think it's Murashov. Blomqvist, when he came up, he played well. I thought he played really well. He kept him in some games, but some of those goals that were scored on him where I was just like, he's not ready. You can't have a guy like Mitch Marner coming down the wing in Toronto and blowing it by you from above the top of the circles. Like that you can't have that as a goalie. And I did a hockey camp in Wheeling, and when I talked to their staff down in Wheeling, they had nothing but unbelievable things about this Murashov. And they're like, he might not make every save, but he's so good at making the ones that count, the ones that swing games to your momentum, the ones that mean a lot. So, and they say he's like almost like a rink rat. He always wants to do tape. He always wants to do extra on the ice. They actually
that.
Yeah, they almost have to back him off because he's so ingrained in trying to get to the next level. So I think it's going to be a great little dogfight for it, and I think that's good. If those 2 guys do well and Jari doesn't, what do you do?
Well, if you're looking for the future, I mean, you got to pay Jari one way or the other.
I know.
I just hope he does well for this reason. I hope Jari does well. He starts well, and somebody out there needs goaltending help and realizes there's one less year maybe to worry about his pay. Although at $5 million, that's not that much in this day and age, is it, for goaltenders?
That's like a backup goaltender right now.
Right.
Like a really good backup.
And someone may believe in him and say, okay, we'll bring him here. We'll change him around. Whatever the case may be. You brought up Mitch Marner's name. What did you think about him signing with Vegas? Vegas seems to be the place that they love the shiny toys. They bring them all in, starting with their expansion draft. And he, along with, who's he going to play with? Probably Mark Stone will be on that line. Jack Eichel, him, and that'll be a line. How much of a difference does he make for them? Because he didn't make all that much difference for Toronto. They were good, but they didn't do what they ultimately wanted to do.
Well, in Toronto, he had so many eyes, so much pressure on him to do it all. I know there was Matthews, but Matthews and Mitch Marner and Nylander had all the pressure, and there was just so much attention around that team. I think when he goes to Vegas and he doesn't have that crazy media attention, he can just play his game. You have a bad game, they're not all over you. I think he's going to excel there. I think he's going to have a real good year. I think he's going to play pretty good in the first year. I think what he's going to it's going to be hard for him to adjust to the way the Western Hockey League or the Western teams play. The West plays a real heavy game.
Very heavy.
Where the East play more of a high skill running, like,
which is why he did well in Toronto, I thought.
Exactly, and that's his game.
Guys.
So when you go out West, it'll be interesting to see how he does because his game doesn't mold that heavy game, right? Like when you think of like Corey Perry's, all those guys, even JT Miller when he was in Vancouver, like they play a heavy game, and I'm not sure if Mitch Marner's game's going to excel or it's going to hurt because he's not used to that kind of the grinding game. They want to grind you down low. But for him finding a better game, I think it's the right place. Like going to Vegas is one of the coolest places to live from what I'm hearing. Obviously, once you get off the strip and you find a home, every house has got a great pool. Every house has got an unbelievable everything. And then when you go for dinner, you want to go to concerts, like your connections are so crazy there that like people are like, this is like unbelievable. And then you see the games are like a circus. The games are like unbelievable. I'm actually doing a hockey camp out there in 2 weeks.
In Vegas?
In Vegas. I do a hockey camp.
T-Mobile Arena.
England?
Yeah.
So Derek England's
he's big. He's still in. Is he part of the Vegas front office or in some capacity? Right.
Yeah, he's like their Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
If they need someone to go show up to like a kid's hospital, if he needs someone to do like the learn to play, he does everything.
And I remember he was the guy who, when they had that horrific shooting out there,
he did the speech.
He did the speech when they first, and it was really moving to me. So that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he's been out there forever. So when we go out there, he comes on the ice. It's awesome. Whenever you see an old teammate, we got old stories. And then we started getting like Ryan Reeves' kid comes out. Ryan comes out. Like we have all like these players that are around there. And Paul Stastny. It's really cool, because we have people coming from everywhere to go to this camp. I had people from Dubai, Russia. And it's just like when people want to travel, they're like, where do we go? Do we go to like, Detroit, or do we go to Vegas? Stay on the strip, let their kid play for 3 hours, send him home, he's tired, and have fun. Yeah. It's a cool.
There's a lot of selling points. There's no question about that with all those sports. All right, I'm going to play a little case of looking ahead here because we have a list. I went back and I looked at free agency next year. So after this coming season, these guys are going to be technically free agents. And I'm going to start with Connor McDavid, only because his contract is up. He has not, now he knows that Draisaitl has a big, long deal. He knows that some of those guys are there, and they have come close. Twice in a row now, they've gone to the Stanley Cup Finals and lost. He may want them to upgrade in goal.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances he goes actually into free agency, or do you think he'll sign before he ever gets to that point?
Well, I think this year means a lot. I think he's kind of holding his cards tight to his chest, and I think he's trying to figure out the direction. Are they going to try to make some real moves to find a goalie, to find defense, to find some supporting cast? Because when you watch the finals this year, like after him and Draisaitl, the team was barely a Stanley Cup team. Let's be honest. Even after,
well, they had a match. Florida just dominated them. And I would say that about any team probably that Florida was playing, right? Because they were that good.
But like, I think Carolina Hurricanes would have beat Edmonton. I think if you can shut down McDavid and Draisaitl, which is the hardest thing to do in hockey right now. After that, their third and fourth line, like half the time I didn't even know who those guys were. They're the washed up guy who's got that $600 million contract.
They do have Zach Hyman, who's a 50-goal scorer. But he was injured a little bit, yes. And
that was a huge loss, and you kind of forget about him. But they need other guys. Like Florida's going back to the finals, and when you play Florida, they're rolling four lines, and their four lines know exactly how to roll. I think Edmonton Oilers with McDavid and Draisaitl is the best line in hockey. What hurts them is like once we get past them, we can beat this team. So I think he's letting management speak of what he wants to do.
So you don't expect him to sign before then?
I don't think. I think he really, at his point in his career, everyone knows he's the best player in hockey. And I think he's got the respect being, all right, let me see. Show me a better team on the ice. Show me a goalie that's going to keep us in a game. A couple of those the the goals that were in the finals, like it's almost unacceptable.
Pickard and Skinner both had their moments of they're shining, but they also gave up critical goals at critical times.
But if they want to win, when you look at Bob Gross, you need consistency, and those two goalies didn't have it. And go to any Stanley Cup winner, you know who your starter is from the game one. And when you're switching goalies, you're switching lines. You can take one guy out, add one guy if, a third or fourth line guy's not playing well. But I felt like Edmonton was taking 3 or 4 guys out, putting 3 or 4 guys in.
Yeah, they were looking for magic.
They were trying to make, something. And I can see McDavid.
One of those guys was Kapanen, by the way. He got into their lineup.
And he played pretty well. He just signed again.
They were looking for a spark, and he gave it to him.
He just signed a 2-year deal. But I don't think you win with guys like Kapanen. I really don't. I don't think – I think you win with guys like Marchand. Kapanen, what do you put him on the fourth line? But he doesn't play like a fourth line guy. He needs to play the top 2 lines to be effective. Yeah. I can see him think of the other unbelievable player, the one of the the great one. He was in Edmonton. What happened to him? Well,
it got to a point where he just and that's why I don't rule anything out. You mentioned goaltenders. I'm going to mention 2 goaltenders who will be free agents after this coming season. Bobrovsky. They've signed everyone else down there. Would they sign him again before he gets to free agency? And the other one is Philip Gustafson, who used to be here and was traded for Derek Brassard. He's been the number 1 guy in Minnesota. The Wild love him. Billy Guerin loves him. But he's going to command some big money if he has another good year. If you're the Penguins, would you look in his direction for a reunion to bring back Philip Gustafson if he ever gets to that point?
Yeah, we have to make a move for a goalie. And I think you have to go after guys. But I think when you look around the league, and I think everyone watched how the finals went and how valuable Bobrovsky was, he's going to be probably the highest paid goalie.
He is already, isn't he? Or did the guy in New York, Shesterkin, did he get more? Bobrovsky, I remember, signed for like $10 million a year. And then they still drafted Spencer Knight, and then he didn't work out, and they traded him.
The guy in New York, I think, signed for like 11.5 because they were talking about, the top guys are making 11, 12. He's like, I'm their top guy,
Yeah.
The only, again, we have a lot of draft picks. We got a lot of money, right, to spare. Let's see what happens with Carlson. You hear a lot of rumors that he might be going maybe to Toronto, maybe to go back to
This would
Ottawa.
be his choice, though, right?
Yeah.
Because he has to sign off on it, whatever it may be.
But, especially him, though, going back to Ottawa would be a good move. That's where he started his career. He's got a name. It's kind of like his send-off, maybe.
Yeah.
But
well, there are a lot of names on this list. I'll just throw them all out. Austin, I don't know how you feel about any of these guys as far as Penguins.
Yeah.
And TK, I think if their goalie is still unsolved, the Gustafson would become somebody I'd be interested in because they know him well. They've had him in the organization. Jack Eichel could become a free agent. That's going to be interesting. He'll have a big year, I would think, playing with those guys. Kirill Kaprizov. So Billy Guerin has Gustafson and him to worry about. So he's a star player. Kyle Connor from the Jets is a free agent after next year. Martin Necas is one of them. Adrian Kempe, who's been a 4-time 35-plus goal scorer with the Kings. There are a lot of names. If the Penguins can figure out some guys coming into their system right now, if you're looking to spend money, you have money to spend, which they will, there are a lot of guys who can be there if you're willing to go that direction.
Yeah, especially every guy
they're going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, they're getting 10, 11 plus.
But if you're going to play the game, you got to play the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to spend money. They nitpicked this free agents crafted system they just had. Who'd they bring in this year? Any big names? No. Not many. It's been normally at free agency. Normally, the Penguins are always big names, targeting guys.
That's
and they didn't do it this year because they don't have a reason to do it. That wouldn't work with their rebuild.
Exactly, and that's why I think it's like a 3 or 4 years down the road where they're trying to build the team up.
But in that time, if you develop 3 guys who you can really build around or 4, and then you can add somebody to the mix who's a high-priced guy to bring them over the top, that's what free agency should be. It should be somebody who takes you to the next level. Yeah. You have to have the foundation in place. You can't just go out and get Mitch Marner and throw him into this group and say, okay, go out and score 40 goals.
Right.
You may not get that. I mean, with Crosby, he could, but you know what I mean. It's tough to do. Right. So you got to have a foundation there.
Like Jack Eichel would be great, but you're getting a guy that's kind of at the end of his career. You know, he's had a lot of injuries. He's on the back nine, I would say, at the start of the back nine. Like, he's, again, had a great career. Kaprizov, or the guy in
Kaprizov, yeah.
Kaprizov. I think he's great, but I don't think he is the star power that would be the guy. Even though he is in Minnesota, I don't think you can build a team around him. Even though he scores, 35 plus a year, he's their guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he would do with the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think he's kind of built for the East, how the way the East plays, high flying,
Yeah, and he's a magician with a puck, too. He can do some really good stuff.
I think you do need to trade for a guy that's going to be your rock, to have at least one rock that, is going to play with Brian Russ, going to play with some guys. But is he out there? I don't know. And I don't think those teams are going to let guys like that walk. And when you look around the league, there's going to be a lineup of teams going after those guys.
No question.
That have a sniff
that
at
are closer, too, right, to
that
winning.
Are closer, exactly. Like the Ottawa Senators would probably go after one of those guys.
Montreal could do it.
Montreal. Like, there's a lot of teams, and right now, what's the selling point of Pittsburgh? The top three guys are leaving soon. And then you're like, but as a young guy, if you're a stud, you're like, I might play a lot, right? This might be me, where you get an opportunity to put up some points where you get paid. So it depends how you think of it. But if you're coming here to try to win and stuff, and you're like a guy like Eichel who's like, I want to get one more cup, the Penguins probably aren't the right fit for you right now.
You brought up Rust and Raquel. When we come back, we're going to talk about those two guys. We mentioned Erik Karlsson trying to get in the trade market potentially for the Pittsburgh Penguins. What about those two guys, and what if there's an offer out there and Rust's no trade clause, I think, expired, so he could be a guy who can get a lot in return for a team that thinks they're close to winning. We'll do that when we come back. Want to remind you the fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. And the text line, as always, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can listen to Pomp and Joe on demand. Do it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And now I want to talk to you about where you should get your home improvements, and that would be West Shore Home. Well, this is the time of year, too, where it's really good to do it. You're right in the heart of summertime. Heat's building up, and when those things occur, number one, you can save money, the most money on your home improvement project because of this time of year. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. How about that? That sounds good. Get it done now. You don't have to worry about it as you go into the fall and winter. There's so many reasons you should call West Shore Home if you need any type of home improvement, whether it's a new bath, new windows, a new door, or a full house flooring improvement. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phases, let's say you want to do it, but you just don't want to do it right now, well, this is fine. Don't worry about that, because West Shore Home, their free no-obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. So what's not to like about that? Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. It's that quick. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027. And on top of that, we got even more. More savings for you. If you go to westshorehome.com/fan, save an extra $500. But you must go to that website to do it. It's westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The top 100 players list voted on by the players that comes out every summer has landed its first Steeler. Cameron Hayward is number 83 on the list. Cam moves up from 98 last year to 83. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. We're 2 weeks from Steelers training camp. They'll report on the 23rd. The 24th is the first day of practice. And 937 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, if your 12 and under team would like to have an appearance from the Fan at your game, send us an email. usports@937thefan.com. That's usports@937thefan.com. To register, and the Fan may make a stop at your field. Details, 937thefan.com, and it's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If you want to see Cooper Flagg's NBA Summer League debut live in Vegas, hopefully you already have tickets because it costs over $200 to get in now. That's a little bit less than Victor Wembanyama's debut, but the hype for Flagg is close. He's been famous in basketball circles since high school, and he was a legit star at Duke. Luka Doncic is gone. Dallas is leaning on Flagg. Whether you can afford a ticket or not, a new era begins tonight for the Mavs. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Stormmaster Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We're back. Pomp and Joe here. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. And Tyler Kennedy is here with us until we sign off today. And Tyler, there was an interesting Instagram social post that came out with Nick Ternasky. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Ternasty?
Yeah.
He was pretty nasty on the golf course. He wasn't the one picking a fight. There was a golf course fight, and he was right in the middle. First of all, who is he, and why would that guy want to mess with him?
So
I assume did you see that, Austin, by the way? The golf fight?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Oh, you got to look it up.
Sounds interesting, though. Sounds incredible.
It's like going so viral right now. So Nick Ternasky, he was a tough guy, a legit. This is when tough guys were tough guys. This is like when,
he looks very huge right now.
Oh, you see the size?
I thought he was a football player when I first saw him.
Something, but he's a big guy. He's probably 6'5", 250 when he played. And he was an AHL, a long-time AHL heavyweight with a couple games, say a cup of tea in the NHL.
Right.
But he was like tough as they come. And then obviously he hasn't lost his fighting skills. It's like riding a bike, I guess. But I guess someone was mouthing off to him or something happened on the golf course where he rode up on these guys. And this guy started to play like just not being nice. And obviously it stems from alcohol.
Alcohol. There's no question the guy was
is
jacked on alcohol. And you saw he was mouthing off.
And then he charged that Nick Ternasky. And that's when you don't know who guys are. This is when,
But he kept coming back for more.
He kept coming back. And the ex-tough guy in the NHL beat the wheels off this guy who thought he was tough. And you watch the video. Everyone's got to look this video up. It's unbelievable.
Did you do it, Austin? Did you look it up?
Yes, I'm looking at it. I just pulled it up right now.
As he's hitting him, he's going bang, bang. And he is hitting this guy square in the face. And this guy is so drunk. He's falling over. He keeps coming back. I think he hit him like 5 times, but just square. And it's like, dude, like, you got to know who you're going against. Like this, like when someone, the drunk guy's trying to intimidate, you can see him. He's trying to like look like he's tough and scaring him. And the guy behind the video screen is going, dude, you're not scaring him. Dude, that's not going to work with him. And then the guy went and pushed him, and then it was like a mayhay, where it's just.
No, it got out of control. I hate to see that on a golf course. That's one place you don't expect to see this kind of stuff. But when you get guys like that, and apparently the guy who was drunk and instigated this was on the tee for a long time.
Right.
That's what started it. And
he
said, and he was trying to say, hey, can you move it along? Which is normal. You would say, or let me go through.
Right.
Like, that's a courtesy you would extend to someone when you're taking too long. And he didn't like that. And then he didn't know what he was dealing with.
Tyler, I love that he just grabs the golf shirt as if he's grabbing a jersey in an NHL fight.
If you hear it, he goes,
bang,
bang, and you just hear
bang.
it.
Every time he landed a punch, he said his own broadcast. Bang.
And it's just like the way he hit the guy, the guy had no defense. His hands were down, and it was just right off the side of his head. And, when you're getting an altercation, there's a couple things you look at. If a guy's a lot bigger than you and he looks like he's kind of knows what he's doing, or if a guy's got cauliflower ear and he looks like he's a wrestler or he's a UFC fighter, now you got to start picking your fights.
He looks like he threw this dude almost 10 feet. Like
he did. He's like a rag doll.
Him and
just grabbed him and threw him.
Completely chucked the guy.
It's crazy how tough these guys. Like I remember like those tough guys in the NHL in my beginning of my career, like they were legit fighters. Like they were like that was part of their off-season training, going to like a boxing ring, fighting on the ice, like the Goddards, the George Larocques. Like that was like shooting the puck for them. You know how to take a punch, how to keep, all that stuff. And then this guy had no idea who he was.
Well, he didn't know idea who he was. He was so. I think he was lit up too much, and that's what leads to these kinds of things. All right, that's funny. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's on social media. I want to ask you about two guys you mentioned before, Raquel and Rust. Mm-hmm. Both guys very important to the Penguins. Both guys are legitimate goal scorers, have been around doing this for a while, but they also would be people who could bring back more of what Kyle Dubas needs. When you look at those two guys, what do you think their futures are?
Brian Rust is probably the future Pittsburgh Penguin captain of the team. So you're going to keep him around. I think he's got the pedigree how to win. I think he's so consistent. He brings a consistent effort. I think he's a Pittsburgh Penguin through and through. And it would be a shame to trade a guy like that because he understands the culture of the Penguins through being around Sid, being around Letang for so many years, and he's won. Raquel is a different story. Raquel, if he has another great year, and you're at the deadline and you're still not sure you're getting in, like you're getting rid of him. You're trading him to get. I don't think you go after picks. I think you go after players now. We have enough picks. Like, let's go after.
How many picks really are going to turn out to be the kind of people you need?
So we need to trade him for a young guy who's going to be a star in 2 years, who's going to be your top center, your top left winger, your top six. And Raquel's not young, and he had an unbelievable last year. I think he's got great chemistry with Sid. But the year before with Raquel, he struggled. I think he only had like 20-something goals.
Yeah.
And he struggled to find his feet underneath him. And I think maybe it's just coming from the West. And remember we were talking about guys that really do good in the West. Like Raquel plays that heavy game, that game that's like down low, where I think it took him some time to adjust to more of a skating game out here in the East. So if I'm keeping one or the other, I'm keeping Brian Rust, and I'm going after a young goalie or a defenseman or a power forward.
But that's why I would have traded Raquel at the deadline, though, TK. Didn't it seem like they were going to get like a first-round pick? That's all the rumors, reports. Dubas wanted more. And then it's the whole, we'll just trade him in the offseason. Doesn't seem like there's the same amount of smoke around Raquel right now that there was then.
Yeah, they had an opportunity, I think. There was a lot of talk about him, and they resisted doing it at the time. But with Sidney Crosby around, you got to have line mates for him, too, and you want him to be of the caliber that he needs.
And I think that gets taken into consideration.
Right. But it is a business after all, and they have to figure out the best things for them in the future to get them to where they need to go.
And it's tough because you don't want to put Sid with guys that can't play with Sid, right? And when you have Raquel, like Raquel learned how to play with Sidney Crosby,
right?
Even Brian Rust, like those guys play so well. But I don't think you're looking at Sidney Crosby's era of building the team. You're looking after Sid leaves,
right?
And Raquel, what's that, 2 or 3 years? Like Raquel's not going to be young. I think you're still trying to go after the guys that are 1 or 2 years in the league that have proven they can score 20 goals, that just need a bigger opportunity. And I think that's what you're trading for.
Back to that hockey fight. I looked at it again, so I want to get back to this. Austin, you see the guy there's another guy there who got involved in this. I think he was trying to be a peacemaker.
Yeah.
But Nick Ternasky, he didn't care. He threw him aside, too. See, when you rile that dude up, I think you're going to end up with more problems. Yeah, he was trying to say, that's enough, and then he gets thrown sideways.
Especially after you push, the guy, after Nick pushes your buddy 25 yards into the water, like pick him off his feet, like it might not be a good idea to like separate them.
Maybe just back off or, go to the next hole, just get out of his way.
Sometimes when things go south, like everyone for himself, this guy's trying to be a peacemaker, and especially those tough guys, when those wires cross, it's very hard to uncross them.
I mean, I just can't imagine that it got to that point where this guy kept coming back. He wanted more and more and more.
Oh,
I wonder if he's married, what his wife would say when she's obviously going to have to take a look at this video.
Which one, Nick or
the other guy who got beat up?
You got what you deserve.
Yeah. The wife's probably like, it's about time someone give it to him. Like,
my neighbor's calling me about your actions on the golf course. What are you doing?
But like, it's easy. Like on the golf course, if someone hits and it comes up near your ankles like once or twice, but if when people drink, they always make bad decisions, and I can see how people get out of control on golf courses.
Every time there's a news story, the last line in it is alcohol is believed to be involved.
Yeah.
Like, of course, every one of these kind of stories. But I just hate when I see it on the golf course. That's not to be a place where you're supposed to see this kind of stuff.
I know. It's like supposed to be like a respectful, good game.
Speaking of that, how's your arm? You were in there last time and you did something in the rough to your arm. Now I don't see there's a bandage on it. No sling?
No sling. I feel a lot better. It really come along this week. I'm at probably 80%. I actually was supposed to play yesterday. I canceled because I'm like, I want to make sure when I come back, I feel 100%. But it feels a lot better. But I'm like getting old, Bob. It's crazy. I went from like, I swear I can heal anything in a week when I was in my prime. I'm like 2 weeks. I'm starting to feel a little bit better. Like
it's only going to
Advil's
get
like
worse,
my best
Tyler.
friend.
It's only going to get worse. Believe me. There's not much else left. You got to just try to. You just get through it, however you can. But when you're a golfer, you're tempted to go out. You don't want to risk further injury, and that's one thing I learned about golf. If you have a lie, and sometimes there are roots underneath that you don't see.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit down on a shot and there's a root and a club gets stuck, that's where you really can do some damage there on your.
There's a lot of golf injuries. When I went to the,
you probably didn't think that was a sport that would produce injuries, but you're using a lot of muscles in your body.
It was the last sport I ever thought I'd get hurt at. But like especially your back, the torque, your hips,
knees, all of it, back. A lot of guys are. Tiger Woods has had 6 back operations. If not for that, he probably, and not his infidelity, which got him in trouble. He took a 3-iron to the tooth. Did you ever notice what happened there?
No.
When his wife at the time when he was, now this is an interesting story because he was on Ambien because he couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
She went through his phone and found out everything that she needed to find out. So what happened was, I guess he abruptly woke up, saw what was going on, and kicked him out of the house. And apparently there was a swinging 3-iron involved here.
Because she broke his.
I guess. I mean, I've heard these. So I don't know what really happened, but all these stories are out there.
She went after his car, right? She was smashed
after the car, but somehow
with the 3-iron.
With the 3-iron, yeah.
Jeez.
Why a 3-iron?
I don't think she's picking, Bob. I think she's grabbing whatever
comes there.
But
could be the driver, Bob. It doesn't matter.
Well, if it's Joe, it's a 6 hybrid. He won't even bring the driver out, even for something like that. You get much more damage with the driver.
Wow.
Especially those Ambien, they hit you. they hit you. Watch out. That's what, like a lot of the hockey players used to take. They used to give them, back in the day, they'd give you Ambien like it was Skittles. Yeah. So like, if you had a hard time sleeping, they'd give you Ambien. And Ambien are like Quaaludes, where if you can battle through going to sleep and you can stay up, it's like the funnest time in your life,
Well, I've tried that. It doesn't work for me. I still have issues with trying to get to sleep and whatever. All right, real quick to sum this all up. Kyle Dubas is doing – what grade would you give him to this point? Now, this is a tough situation to analyze only because he's trying, and when he first came here, trying to do what was impossible, contend yet rebuild at the same time. To that point, he made some signings that I'm sure he wishes he hadn't made, like Ryan Graves, like Tristan Jarry, like even bringing in Erik Karlsson. So knowing that, what do you think his grade should be after this short of, 4 years? How many years has he been here now? Is it 3 years? 3. Whatever the case. Yeah. He had a 7-year contract, so he still has time. They've given him some leeway here.
Was that too long of a contract, too, TK, do you think? 7 years?
Well, he probably said, you know what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
You know how long this is going to take to make this possible. Your demands are keeping Crosby, Malkin, Letang all together. That's fine, except I'm trying to build beyond them.
Yeah, but
how do I do it?
Be like 4 and then determine how he's done through 4 years and then add on from there?
Because then they could say, well, in 4 years you haven't done much. What am I waiting for more?
Well, what I'm saying is, what if the Pirates gave their GM a 7-year deal? And it struggled through 6 years. Do we really want to see a 7th year? Or should we really see a 6 year?
For all we know, he's already signed. We don't know. They never tell you anything over there, right?
That's a good point, Bob. We do not know how long.
How about if we find out he already is guaranteed for next year or beyond?
2 years.
Anyway, That's a tough situation. So how would you grade him?
Well, I think when he was getting the job, I think he had a plan. I think he gave him a sheet like, hey, this is going to happen 1, 2. The first 3 or 4 years are going to be tough, and then my plan's going to be in place the last 2 years. That's why I think he signed for such a long time, to give him that leeway to find what he can do. So far, like, I'd give him a B. Like, I don't think he's been bad, but I don't think he's been great. Like you said, the guys he signed to contracts with those big deals, just Graves, Carlson, Jari, like, those are tough to swallow and not see as a fan watching the Penguins, as a guy that knows, for a GM. So I right now, I give him a B, but I also believe he has a plan for the future. And I think the next pick, the next trades, the next guy he goes after are what's going to make or break him. You're going to really see what he's all about, because now it's his team. He's got his coach. He's got everyone around him to make it his team. So now when you go after players and they don't work out, he starts to get on that hot seat. So but for a grade, I think it's like a B.
Yeah, I would give him a C, just because I expected a little bit more out of the last 3 years. And some of the people he brought in did not help them get to the playoffs. I wanted to see a couple of playoff appearances, and we haven't seen that. And we're out of time. Tyler, it's been fun. Thank you very much, as always. Look forward to seeing you on the golf course at some point. I know you've already played with Joe. You've kind of just basically dissed me all throughout this whole process.
We're going to play, Joe.
He even calls me Joe. Look at that.
No, how about that? I already played with Joe. I want to play with Bob. Everyone at Nevillewood talked about playing with Bob. I'm like, we entered the radio. I'd never play with Bob, but they're all like, oh, he's good.
I'm not.
I heard.
You hear misinformation. Don't believe everything.
Yeah, I also heard a little sandbagger, too. So
Bob.
He's a good player.
Come on.
Of course, Bob's
you're a good player. Everyone I talk to says you're a stud golfer.
No, that word should not be used.
Well, maybe not stud, but they say he's good.
Word. Come on.
See,
now he's trying to.
He always sells himself short. He always does. Being on the Mount Rushmore of Pittsburgh sports.
Bob, everyone I talk to says you're a good golfer.
Okay.
He golfed. Where were you? Jim Ankowitz, right?
Yeah.
The golf pro at Nevillewood for how many years?
Yeah, for a long time. Won the Bobby Jones Award.
Yeah.
Tremendous what he did, yep.
He says that
Bob goes out there, he gets tips
all
day
with
him.
Get tips.
Wow. Those guys go head to head.
It's an ever-changing golf swing that has to be looked at by
Congratulations
people who know.
on all your success, Bob.
Well, listen, we appreciate it, TK. Always look forward to. We'll see you again next Thursday. Actually, I won't be here,
Thanks,
but
TK.
Joe will be here, and you can talk behind my back.
Boy.
I look forward to that. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. The 15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 or Route 19 in Peters Township. And What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hester.
I like how you say that.
Very kindly.
Very kindly. Today's weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cloudy today with a chance of maybe some rain later, but right now it is Eric E. Brown on your thermometer. That would be 85 degrees. Low tonight will be in the 60s. And that's going to do it. Austin, always appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you whenever it is the next time I see you.
Yes, Bob, enjoy your trip.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing some golf. Looking forward to getting away. Joe's doing that this week, so you guys can talk about that.
Jealous.
Tyler, I'll see you next time I see you as well. Coming up, it's the PM team. It is Pony. Muller's on a golf vacation, speaker in that. Donnie Football will be here. They're going to be over at the casino getting things ramped over there at the casino, which I know is a very, very jam-packed place every time.
Bob.
It's a good place to go and hang. And
No
I
doubt.
think that's the attraction is Andrew Filipponi. He's sitting there, spitting out knowledge.
That's right. They
left
want to
and
hear
right.
his takes.
Absolutely. All right, that's going to do it for us. Have a great day. PM team is up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are off today. They'll play in Minnesota tomorrow. It's an 8:10 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15 with Paul Skenes on the mound, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Joe Ryan will start for Minnesota. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And Tyler Kennedy was brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take the over 9 runs scored in the Rays and the Red Sox game. The Red Sox have hit the over in 6 straight while scoring at least 6 runs in every game during that stretch. The Rays sit just out of the top 10 in OPS overall, but have been red hot as of late. Tampa Bay ranks 3rd in baseball over the last month in WRC+. Let's go over 9. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or 8 p.m. on Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Day off for the Pirates to lick their wounds, as the saying goes. After winning 6 straight, they've now lost 6 in a row. An 0-6 road trip that continues in Minnesota tomorrow night on The Fan. Another 7:40 first pitch. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
No doubles with Frazier at first and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft bouncer to short. Witt on to second, gets the force. Kansas City wins by a single run again. And the Pirates have now been down 16 times on the road by a single run. That's the most in baseball. And again, the Pirates cannot win on this road trip. They're 0-6 and another 1-run defeat. 4-3 Kansas City, the final.
That's what they call the baseball universe correcting itself. The Pirates aren't supposed to be a team that wins 6 in a row, that hands the Mets its worst series loss in franchise history, that shuts out the Cardinals 1, 2, 3 times in a row. So that is the equilibrium of the baseball universe there. Pirates are supposed to stink. They go on the road. They get swept by a pretty lousy Kansas City Royals team, one that's almost equally offensively challenged, but they hit a bunch of home runs. And they beat the Pirates again last night. I don't want to get into the intricacies of that game. Doing micro Pirates topics right now, very difficult. Doing more bigger picture things, much easier, because I think that's where everybody's attention is. That's where mine is. By the way, I'm at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Malsey is off today. We have Donnie back in Green Tree. We'll have a lot of you throughout the show, 412-928-9370. I will get the ground running on this right now. If you want to call in and talk Pirates with me, best call in the next 25 minutes is going to win tickets to see Pantera. Tickets to see are they a heavy metal band, Donnie? What are they, alternative rock or heavy metal?
I'd say heavy metal for Pantera.
Metal? Pantera, metal. If you are a metal lover, Pantera at the Pavilion at Star Lake, July 15th. So that's sneaking up on us here. Noah Hiles, who we have on the show, I would say Noah is right now killing it on the Pirates beat. He had the Brian Reynolds trade, no trade list. He had that report over the weekend about Mitch Keller and the Mets. I mean, he's got a lot going on. He's doing a good job. And he wrote today, and this is an innocuous thing. It's in his mailbag on the Post-Gazette's website. He was asked about Paul Skenes' future with the Pirates, and Hiles says, quote, I think next year will be Skenes' final full year with the Pirates. Next year. That's it. So you would have them all next year, then you would trade them at some point the following season. We don't know when that season's going to be. It might be 2027. It might be 2028 because there's labor issues going on in baseball right now that are on the horizon. But this is the most dialed-in beat reporter right now in terms of the breaking news on the team, saying that Skenes is probably only going to have. The question I wrote down for that would be, would you blame the Pirates or baseball if that happened? If Noah's right, and Paul Skenes only has one more full season with the Pirates after this one before he's traded to a bigger market team with deeper pockets, who would you blame for that? 412-928-9370. Not to mention, if that happens, Paul Skenes gets put on a list of all-time great players who couldn't win diddly squat with the team that to that point he would be synonymous with or attached to. What I mean by that is like Ernie Banks with the Cubs, never won, never went to a World Series. Joe Thomas with the Browns. He becomes one of those guys where the Pirates had this pitching god and got nothing out of him unless, somehow, some way next year is better and they're actually, like the GM may or may not have said to people that they're close, you virtually have the same road record right now as the Colorado Rockies, who are on pace to be the worst team in baseball history. So you're not close. You're very, very far away, actually. If Noah's right, this is a hunch. He's not reporting this. This is his reporting acumen coming into play here from being close to the situation, saying, I think 2026 will be Skenes' final full year with the Pirates. 412-928-9370. Garrett Cole was here for 5 years, and it seemed like it was 15 minutes, and Cole was not as good as Skenes, but even he got 5 years with the Pirates. I went and looked up, it took me about 10 minutes to do it after I saw this article today. I went and looked up guys, great pitchers who won Cy Young Awards who were in small markets, and the teams couldn't afford to keep them. All of them had at least 5 years with the team. Cole had 5. Blake Snell with the Rays, you remember him. They got pulled in the World Series because of their stupid third time through an order thing. He had 5 years in Tampa. Corbin Burns, who's in Arizona now, signed a giant contract. He was in Milwaukee for 6 years. Before that, Sabathia was in Cleveland for 8. Johan Santana was in Minnesota for 8. Barry Zito was in Oakland for 8. Zach Greinke was in Kansas City for 7. These are all guys who were incredible pitchers, the very best at what they did, who started their careers in small markets or mid-markets, had to go somewhere else to get paid, and they were all there, every single one of them, for at least a handful of years. If you do the Skenes math that Noah's going with here, you'd have a little bit more than a half of last year, this full season, next full season, and the season after that, part of it. So you add it up, that's about 4 years of Paul Skenes. That's it. Kenny Pickett was at Pitt longer than that. So I'm curious to what your reaction, if it plays out, yes, we sat here about a month ago and said, if you could get the greatest trade package of all time, would you trade him right now? And we all said yes. At least I did. At least like the people on the show did. Chris and I. If something like that were to happen in the next year or two, like I tweeted this out, the fans, I think, would revolt because they would not, even though the Soto trade that the Nationals and Padres made Washington, I guess, better because they got 3 players who are really good back. They're also a last-place team. So that hasn't worked for them yet. And, Skenes and what he symbolizes and what he means to baseball goes, beyond. He's like one of the faces of the sport. And I just think it would be met with, an amount of anger that we've never seen before. Now, I'm just going to preface this one more time. This is not a report that says it's going to happen this way. This is someone taking a stab at something and guessing. But it's not some fan. It's not some blogger. It's not some guy who walks up to me here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's probably the best beat writer I don't even know if probably is the right word. For my money, he's the best writer covering the team right now. 412-928-9370. Donnie, what's your reaction to this story?
It sucks, and it almost kind of feels like I don't want to say a waving of the white flag, but in a way, it's like, oh, we're only going to get to experience this guy for one more full season after this, and given the way they have butchered the roster around him this year, I mean, there's not much faith that they'll get it right in 1 year's time, and they're just going to give up on it. It's disappointing.
Nothing here about like how Skenes would push the issue. Like I read this response that Noah had in this article, and it's not based on Skenes, his belief that Skenes is going to go to the Pirates and say, hey, this team blows. He did say Skenes wants to play for a winner. He said he's not signing an extension with this team if they're not a legitimate threat to compete in the postseason. So there's that, but that's just like him being against re-upping for more years. That's not him going into the owner's office or the GM's office and saying, get me out of here right now. I'm Jaromir Jagr 2.0 dying alive on this team. Unfortunately, I'm starting to believe that trading Skenes with at least 2 years of remaining club control is the best value he can provide for the franchise. I'd love to see this organization surround him with talent, build a team capable of winning 90-plus games, and get him to the playoffs, but it's really hard for me to see that being a realistic expectation in the next 2 years. They're in year 6 of a rebuild. They have what, the 6th pick in the draft this weekend, Donnie?
Yes.
And there's and I don't know, I think sometimes people that are around teams a lot, they might not intentionally drink Kool-Aid, but they do by osmosis because they might sense like a vibe, or they might even get polluted by the company line that they get. You know, it also makes, I think, the work relationship easier when the reporter has positive things to say about the team rather than critical things. It makes that probably easier, eases tensions, things like that. And it's somebody who's around the team as much as anybody saying exactly what most people have to say about the Pirates right now, a very pessimistic view of things. That it's not like you're going to flip a switch and the team's going to be competitive in the next year or two. Which, like, do you blow it up and try to rebuild it again? And in that situation, like, you're not going to be able to fix it in time for Skenes to win with this team. All those guys who I like, who are not on Skenes' level, but were excellent pitchers at a young age, who I rattled off: Johan Santana, Minnesota; Sabathia in Cleveland; Corbin Burns, Milwaukee; even Garrett Cole here. They all won with those teams. The teams that had, I guess Greinke in Kansas City would be the exception, but the majority of these teams had this golden goose pitcher, and they capitalized on it. And as I said yesterday on the anniversary of Skenes getting drafted, this team is somehow getting worse. 412-928-9370. So we'll come back with some of your thoughts here, what your reaction is to this quote from Noah Hiles. I think 2026 will be Skenes' final full year with the Pirates. 412-928-9370. And the best call is going to win 2 tickets to see Pantera at the Pavilion at Star Lake on July 15th. Jason Mackey later this hour, too. I feel like Jason, hearing him on the station and reading him, is under the impression that Ben Cherington is not going to make it through the rest of the year. We'll see if that hypothesis holds water. We're live at a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook here until 6. It's the PM team on the Fan. Here's the Donnie headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4-3 loss last night to the Kansas City Royals. That's now 6 straight losses for the Buccos. Tommy Pham had 3 hits out of the leadoff spot. Bailey Falter not getting through 5. He allowed 3 earned, 3 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Pirates with a night off. They are in Minnesota this weekend. Bucks and Twins tomorrow, 8:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show around 7 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie for Bet Parks and the Bet Parks app, the only casino and sportsbook app I use and the only one I recommend. Go with your favorite sports. You got baseball every single day and night. Pittsburgh, you just heard me saying they lost 6 straight games. They're on the road again tomorrow, but the big fella is on the mound. Maybe that could sway you to go with the hometown team. Big tennis tournament going on that ends this weekend. If you're not into that, there's racing, MMA, golf, and more. Do a single bet, put a parlay together. The possibilities are endless with the BetParks app. Don't forget about the casino games either. Blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and games designed after some of your favorite TV shows. New user, get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus credit if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet with BetParks. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Big 12 had an interesting idea for their media week. They decided not to do a preseason poll because they didn't want to create negative perceptions about their teams. Last year, Arizona State came out of nowhere, and this year it feels like the conference is up for grabs. They're worried that a low seed would get no respect from the College Football Playoff Committee. It's a good point. Preseason perception probably plays too big a role in all of their decisions. Now the Big 12 will have to play it out on the field and see where the chips land. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to
other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, this is the PM team, although one half of the team is out golfing on a golf retreat, posting videos to our Going Low page on Twitter, and that would be one Chris Muller. You can listen whenever you want, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Talking about Noah Hiles in his Post-Gazette mailbag saying, I think 2026 will be Skenes' final full year with the Pirates. It's not a report. He said if he were a betting man, that's how he would predict it happens. Baseball wants it to go that way. Baseball doesn't want the Pirates to retain Skenes. They don't want him to re-sign here. They don't like an underdog story. They like the big teams and the big franchises to win. Rob Manfred said that when the Yankees and Dodgers played in the World Series this past October, that was a godsend for baseball. That was great for the sport. Juan Soto with the Mets is a good example of what happens when a huge name goes to another big market team. Their attendance has jumped this year from 29,000 to 39,000 a game. And their audience bump on TV, people watching, has gone up 44% for the biggest market in the country. And baseball's not like the NFL, where when you get Steelers and Packers in the Super Bowl, it's great for a sport, or if it's Kansas City and I'm thinking of another small market team in the NFC, Kansas City and Carolina, it would be fine. People will watch either way. Baseball, it's a ratings, like everything. Revenues based on ratings. That dictates how much Fox, ESPN, these companies are going to pay for baseball. ESPN's trying to get out of the baseball business. So it's really a tricky time for baseball. And if you got somebody like Paul Skenes, who's a phenom and just a huge personality and celebrity within the sport, to a bigger market team, a team that has more fans, I think the sport would love it. So that's the other thing we're fighting here. We're not going to get help from baseball. It's not like Manfred is going to twist somebody's arm to say, hey, try to keep him here. Paul Skenes should be a Pirate for a very long time. There's going to be no intervention from New York, from the commissioner's office on this. If the team were better, this wouldn't be a discussion. Last year at this time, we were having legitimate conversations about how much they should buy at the trade deadline. Fast forward to July 10th, 2025, and they just got swept by a bad Kansas City team, and all four teams in the NL Central are lapping them in the standings. 412-928-9370. Here's Josh on the Fan. Hello, Josh.
Hey, Pony. How's it going today?
Hey, man.
Hey, I will actually blame the Pirates, to be honest with you, instead of Major League Baseball, because there are so many small market teams that could potentially be on the cusp of having a great season the next year after they sign big names, whether it's a guy like Bobby Witt getting an extension, or even really going back to teams, like the Marlins, when they signed Jose Reyes in 2012, they had guys like Giancarlo Stanton there. They had some young up-and-coming pitchers, and they're those small market teams that were able to provide, one or two additional players to support their potential superstars. Now, obviously,
that Marlins team never won.
But they had Giancarlo Stanton before. They were almost a 500 team 3 years later after Jose Reyes.
Well, so give me a Cy Young Award winner, a guy that's somewhere in the stratosphere with Skenes from a small market who stayed in a small market beyond his first contract.
Probably not many. Yeah, but,
none.
What I'm saying
in the last 20, 30 years, no one.
I agree, but what I'm saying is Giancarlo Stanton was an MVP caliber candidate a few years later, and they were trying to provide players.
But let's talk about this for a second. But let's talk about this for a second, though. If they were, say, on pace to win 85 games this year, you think there would actually be a scenario where they gave him a $500 million extension?
Probably more like 350 to 400, which he probably would not take. But at least they're showing initiative, trying to build around him, but they're not showing initiative.
But if the end result is the same, what difference does it make? He's still here for only his first contract, which is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm trying to point out is if they actually spent money, and Paul Skenes is a guy that I think has a very good head on his shoulders. He says all the right things, even though he might think they're things completely different. If they're giving $200 million to people to come support the best pitcher in the past 25, 50 years, that might give him more incentive to say they're actually building around me. Maybe
So how much money a year over the next year? Like let's say Hiles is right that next year is his last year here, last full year. How much money could they spend on players where you would say, you know what, they're at least trying to surround him with talent? Give me a number.
To be honest with you, and I know it's probably not going to happen, but if you get 2 or 3 free agents and you spend $70-80 million in that range, 3-4 year deals, kind of similar.
So what's the total payroll?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to happen. But if they were able
but I'm saying, give me a hypothetical. What would be a number where you'd say, you know what, I've ripped this team for not spending money. They're actually doing it, and they've done well for themselves. Give me a number.
So if the Pirates, so the Pirates right now are at say $87 million of their, of their total payroll. If they can get to 16th or 17th, right, maybe double that payroll, then I think that would be an initiative. We're doubling our payroll to try
So if they spent $150 million, you'd give up the argument and say they're doing things right.
If they're providing double their payroll from what they are now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to check. Yeah. They won't. Thank you, Josh.
I know. That's it.
Bill is next. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Pony.
Hey, man.
Hey, Pony. Yeah, so I mean, I'm bouncing all over with the points you're making, but to the one point about Major League Baseball, I think the toothpaste is out of the tube since 1994 when the owners were actually together on locking the players out, implementing a salary cap, and there was, ironically, who's now a Supreme Court judge, Sonia Sotomayor, who wrote and made the players go back, made the owners drop. And I think ever since that point, that there's no chance. With the revenue structures the way they are, with the long-term contracts the way they are, a salary cap's not going to happen. So, baseball's broken. But to the point about
hold on a second, though. But let me just follow up on that for a second. Let's say it did happen. You're putting a very low percentage on it. Let's say it did. Would that give you a great deal of confidence that they would be able to sign Skenes to a record-breaking contract? Because it still wouldn't give me that. I still wouldn't think with a salary cap it would happen. It would probably increase the chances, but not enough where I would actually say, oh, Paul Skenes actually might be here for 10 years now.
It would increase it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Just because what it's going to take is probably $500 million, and I don't think Nutting's willing to take that risk because Paul Skenes being what he is, he's still a shoulder injury. You look at a guy like Mark Pryor, right, who was a phenom. And in an organization the size of the Pirates, I don't think Nutting would ever take that risk.
Bill, think about this. If he had been a free agent going into this year, and let's say he signs for $50 million a year, the team that signed him for $50 million would look at what he's done this year and say, you know what, that was a good investment. Look at how well he's pitching. We got a guy pitching to a 1.9 ERA. He's worth $50 million a year. This team's paying him $700,000. They're paying him 1/50th of that, and they're still 18 games out of first place. They literally have the best bargain. Yes, they have the best bargain in maybe all of professional sports.
Everybody's talking about firing Cherington, and I get that. My big concern with that, though, is who hires his replacement? Travis Williams is not a baseball guy.
Yeah, I would say
Nutting is not a baseball guy.
Yeah, but the only thing I have in terms of having some hope there, and thanks for the call, is he hired Huntington and Hurdle, and they did well here. They didn't get to an NLCS, they didn't get to a World Series, but they turned water into wine and won 94, 88, 98 games in back-to-back seasons. Chris is next. Hello, Chris.
Andrew, nice to talk to you again, sir.
You too.
My take on this is entirely different, and I'm going to tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
They got Skenes as dead man walking right now. I wish they would just move on from him, get what they can for him, and let this guy move on with his life. Because Skenes, first of all, if he's given 100% effort in his pitching right now, he's out of his mind if he's going to waste his arm for this team. It's not going to give him any kind of guarantees or insurance. And if Hiles' article is correct, why are we going to just let him play through the next season and possibly ruin this guy?
Chris, I'm going to put you on hold, and I'm going to put you on hold and give you the Pantera tickets. 412-928-9370. We'll come back with Jason Mackey and talk more about this next, but first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are just 3 weeks away from an NFL game. Yes, it is the Hall of Fame game on the 31st of July, 8 p.m., Chargers and Lions. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Donnie, if I were in studio right now, I'd come over there and kiss you for what you just said.
We're like pigs in slop, Pony. And you know, Malsey would bring us down.
You're saying we're 3 weeks away from a game where we're going to see Hendon Hooker play 3 quarters and Easton Stick. But guess what? I'm like you. I can't wait for it. I might drive to Canton and watch it. No, just kidding. Mike's Beer Bar. You can watch it there in 3 weeks when football comes back. They got all the games on. It's one of my favorite things about Mike's. The service is impeccable. It's run by an outstanding human in Mike. He's put his name on the bar. He believes in that this is going to be a quality place where you're going to want to go with your family and friends. When there's Buccos games right next door, when there's not, a night like this, a lot of baseball going on, get over to Mike's and watch it there. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, including all the summer beers that are out right now. So meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
UPMC is redefining cardiac care for women.
The number one killer of women is heart disease.
UPMC McGee Women's Heart Program is the only integrated women's health and heart provider in the state.
We have by far the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region and across the nation. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Listen to the show that's on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'd name it, but the guys are never there. Or one is there, or neither is there. You almost never get both. But there is Starkey's Card of the Week, and it's brought to you by a fantastic place, the Baseball Card Castle. And the contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page, so go check it out. All right, Jason Mackey, a lot to touch on here. The Pirates have lost 6 in a row. Jason was a great beat writer at the Post-Gazette, turned it into a columnist gig that he's doing a really good job with, and hosting shows here on the Fan as well. Your replacement on the beat, Jason, Noah Hiles, in a mailbag, innocuously said today, I think 2026 will be Paul Skenes' final full year with the Pirates, and then all hell broke loose thereafter. So I will start by asking you, is that realistic? Do you actually think that that makes sense, that next year will actually be the last time we see Skenes in a Pirates uniform for 162 games?
I don't. No. I don't want to say anything that's critical of Noah because I like him a lot and he's a friend.
Why? I say critical things of Muller I work with for 4 hours a day, and Crowley, who's on the show.
Tony. I'm not you.
Well, is there like a code of ethics at the Post-Gazette where you can't critique another guy's column or article?
I just don't want to come out and say that I think it's completely stupid or anything. I just disagree with it.
Why? If you feel that way, then say it. I want you to be yourself here. I don't want you to pull punches. I want you to be authentic, Jason.
I know. I don't think he's good. I think Paul Skenes is going to be here through the 2026 season. Absolutely. And I know it's saying that's the last full season. I think they will continue with him. I think they're going to continue with him for at least 2 full seasons. Maybe unless the arbitration award gets gigantic, I still think they're going to be trying to pay that as long as it's not like $30 million or something absurd. And maybe if this plan, whatever they pivot off of what they're doing now goes belly up, which is like 2 or 3 steps down the road, I don't see them moving off of Skenes that soon.
Garrett Cole was a Pirate from 2013 through 2017. So that was basically 4.5 seasons in a Pirates uniform. Do you think Paul Skenes is over or under that?
Let me think about that for a second, Andrew. I mean, the absolute top end is 5.5. And it wouldn't surprise me if they went through 5 and they traded him the offseason going into that final year. That's always been my expectation. Unless something goes seriously awry, that they want to have him at least going into that final season. So I guess I would take the over in that case. I don't have any evidence to take the under.
If they were a better team right now, no, I did not order those drinks, miss. If they were a better team, she was trying to proposition me with Chardonnay there, T-Bird. I don't know if you noticed that. I probably should have said yes to it. But then
why did you turn that down? What are you doing?
I know, and Muller's not here, so I probably need it. So I lost my train of thought here because of this woman. No, here's what I was going to ask you. If they were a better team right now, would they feel better about approaching him, not about a $500 million extension, but eating up some of Skenes' arbitration years, and maybe a free agent year or two, Jason? Or is that a non-starter even if they're good?
Yeah, it's not a non-starter if they're good. Like, I think that conversation could happen if they were good. The fact that they're bad, it makes it a non-starter. Like, from what I understand with Skenes' camp, he has no interest in – he wants to win. You're not going to get an extension done if the Pirates aren't winning. That's step number one. Could they bridge the financial gap? Maybe. I do think, Skenes in his camp would be open to it. If they were winning, that's obviously a very hypothetical world, and we're just talking about having a conversation. It's also a very difficult thing to bridge financially. If you look at the risk the Pirates are assuming, I understand why they might be hesitant on a deal like that. You look at those deals buying out free agent years, very few of them involve pitchers for obvious reasons. I'm not saying it couldn't get done. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying the Pirates shouldn't try. It's just, I understand the Pirates' motivations. I also understand Paul's motivations, which you obviously want to get paid and you want to win.
Keller did that, right?
Betting on himself. Yeah.
No, I mean, Keller did the thing where they signed an extension where they ate up some of those free agent years.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and, I would argue Mitch had considerably less leverage than Paul. I mean, Paul's further out.
Paul Skenes, the greatest pitcher of all time, and Mitch is a middle-of-the-rotation starter.
Yeah, and it doesn't – what are the Pirates going to do, Pony? Buy out 1 year, 2 years? Is that worth assuming 5 years of risk at a considerable price?
I think so. If they were good, I would say yes, but they're not.
Well, if they were good, that's a different – if they were good, it's a different one, and it depends on what the price tag is. It depends on what the ask is, and I don't know what the ask would be, but it's a non-starter as long as they stink. I know that.
Austin Bechtold produced you, I think, on Monday.
Yep.
And I was talking to him afterwards, and he had the same interpretation of what you were saying on the air. He came away from listening to you and doing a show with you. He came away from it thinking that you're under the impression that Cherington is going to run the draft, run the trade deadline with handcuffs on, and then either in late August, early September, or in October when the season ends, he's going to be told his services are no longer needed. He said that was his interpretation of the way you were couching points and making points about the trade deadline. Is that fair?
Yes, it is. The way you were couching points, the way you were making points.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way
I heard that, and I thought the same thing. I said, I listened to Jason, and Austin, I think your read on this is correct.
My personal read, Andrew, is I don't understand what the heck they're doing. If I would have nationals this thing, and you get rid of Mike Rizzo and Dave Martinez. That's what the Pirates should have done. And so,
well, can I tell you one of the things I've heard as a rebuttal from them?
Go ahead. Yeah.
They think they've done well in the last two drafts. So they don't look at Cherington running this draft as like the end of the world. Because people love Connor Griffin and people think Paul Skenes over Dylan Cruz was not a slam dunk, and Cherington made the right call. That's the rebuttal I got.
I can even somewhat go with you on that, Andrew, but then the comeback is always
you're not going with me. You're not going with me. You're going with what I'm getting from them.
Honestly, man, the bigger problem here is him running the trade deadline. What if he makes some sort of Hail Mary trade? He hasn't been able to do it. I agree. The past two drafts have been fine. Connor Griffin, Paul Skenes, great. He also doesn't immediately run the draft. That was Joe Delicari, and then they switched to Justin Horowitz, and they've done things better. Great. Credit
sure, but he supervises it. He ultimately puts his name on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But, even if you want to say he runs the draft, but, how can you run the trade deadline and then you look at this and say he can't run the trade deadline? At least you don't have carte blanche to make any of these moves. And so to loop back to your original point, no, I don't expect him to take any big swings because it will really disrupt things. And I think when we get to the end of the season or through these things, the trade deadline and whatever, that the Pirates view as part of the 2025 season, when you get on the other side of that, that's when I think they're going to act and do something with Cherington.
Right. So just to make sure people heard that message, you think, I would call this educated speculation, that they are not going to let him take big swings at the deadline. They're going to let the next guy do that stuff.
I'm not reporting that as fact. I'm reporting that as...
I said educated speculation is what I called it.
You can give it educated speculation, yes. That's fair.
All right, Jason. Good talk. We'll do it again next week.
Enjoy your Chardonnay, buddy. Take care.
Thanks. I didn't get it. Jason Mackey, everybody. All right. Coming up next. Well, actually, hold on just for a second here. hearing them say there that they might have had an opportunity to keep Paul Skenes here longer if the team were better is an infuriating thing to say. Because, it all ties back into blowing this opportunity with him and not doing more in the offseason and the free agent lack of moves and the alleged decision by Cherington to invest in analytics instead of investing more in the on-field product. And if you were showing Paul Skenes, hey, we're right on the cusp, like we might make the playoffs this year, we'll lock in all these arbitration years as long as you give us 1 year where you could be a free agent in 2029, and instead you delay it by a year and it's 2030, and in 2029 we pay you $30 million a year. Do we have a deal? Like, hearing that might have been able to happen if the team was actually competitive and relevant is frustrating. Anyway, speaking of contracts, we heard what the Rooney Cousins said about T.J. Watt. I have a T.J. Watt projected contract, and I want you to tell me next if you think it would be a good idea or a bad idea for the Steelers to give it to him. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
It's Monday Night Celebrity Softball presented by the Corey Firm at EQT Park, July 14th. Catch Steelers star Cameron Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and more, smashing softballs to benefit the Hayward House. Tickets at WashingtonWildThings.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates have a night off to figure it out. After losing 6 in a row, then they take on the Twins tomorrow night. Paul Skenes on the mound. After the game in Minnesota, Nelly will perform. For more, go to 937thevan.com live from a robust, electric Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
TJ Watt. TJ's a great player, great stealer. Insane to pay him anything right now. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think so.
He's 31 years old. But again, if you're going all in this year, then you're going to have to re-sign him. But again, you're making moves right now that you're trying to do something for this year that, to me, based on anything you've seen in the last several years, it just doesn't make sense. And that's what's frustrating for me. If you have a plan and you're working it, fine. I think the fans can understand that. But if you're just like, all right, we're going to pick this guy, we're going to trade this guy, if you don't have a quarterback, none of that matters.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Weather outside, high of 85 today. That is your weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. I haven't checked Minneapolis, St. Paul for tomorrow. The Buccos and Twinkies in Minnesota. I was watching the 1985 MLB All-Star Game from Minnesota this morning, as one is wont to do. Stella was getting ready and stuff, so what did I do? I put that baby on. But Donnie can't mock me because he was watching a 1996 Steelers game, Steelers-Dolphins, and you texted me and said Sarah would have been more embarrassed if she caught you watching porn.
That's
today.
just how it felt because, so she had like a, she works in early intervention. She had a, in-home session with a kid. So she got home like a little bit early, I guess. And she could just hear the vocals of Al Michaels on the TV and could tell it was some old Steeler game. And she said, "Oh, what are you watching up there?" I said, "Oh, it's a Steelers-Dolphins game from 1996, Monday Night Football." And then she came up, made fun of me, and I said, "Hold on. Ernie Mills just caught a game-winning touchdown pass."
Wait, why did she what was the grounds for making fun of you? Like, was it you have better things to do with your life than to watch this?
She kind of
gist of it?
Yeah, like she doesn't understand. I tried to explain to her, so her comfort shows are like Jersey Shore and, like all the kind of like trashy reality TV stuff. Those are shows that even if she's seen the episode a million times, she'll just throw it on as background noise. And I tell her, I'm like, well, this is kind of like my version of that. I'll watch an old Steeler game or like an old wrestling event like we do here. She doesn't see the connection.
I feel like I got you into that. Like, I feel like that's my contribution to your life. Like, when you look back on me, like when I'm dead, and you think to yourself, what did Pony, what did he bring to the table as far as my relationship with him? It's giving you the Donnie Football nickname and getting you to watch old crap on YouTube.
It is glorious, too. I mean, it's become very good, treadmill viewing. If I'm just, doing my walker. I mean, even sometimes I will, run on the treadmill. I'll still have, an old game or highlights on.
I'm the same way. I'm trying to get better at planking, so I can't just do it and have nothing on to distract me from the agony that my body's in. So that's what I do. I put on the 1985 MLB All-Star Game from the Metrodome with Bob Costas looking like he's 9 years old, hosting it. Tony Pena, the only Pirate in the game. Darryl Strawberry hitting .229 and starting for the NL in the game. The starting pitcher for the NL in the game, Lamar Hoyt, went 7 innings, Don, in an All-Star game.
Times have changed.
They just let it rip.
And those guys wanted to win back then.
Yeah. They used to have honorary captains for the All-Star game, or old-timers would come back and be the ringleader for each team, and they did it for that game, and it was Harmon Killebrew at like 80 years old in full uniform. And I thought to myself, why don't they do that today and bring back guys from yesteryear?
I mean, how about
Give a little pop?
How about the '99 game at Fenway Park? They had Ted Williams riding out there, and the place was going crazy.
That was great. All right. We've Patrick Rooney Jr. This is a nobody Rooney. Sorry if he's listening or his family is, who has no affiliation with the team, though, sounding like an enraged fan who doesn't want to give T.J. Watt a big payday because the timing isn't right to do it. And even though he carries no weight within the organization, I do think he makes a valid point. And here's the way I'll best articulate that or illustrate that right now. We all know that the Watt camp wants more money than Myles Garrett, which is another way of saying he wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. If you look at the rankings of highest paid players, it's 10 quarterbacks, including Tua and Trevor Lawrence and guys like that. And then you get to number 11, and it's Myles Garrett. And it's not just the annual money. It's also the guaranteed money. Last deal for TJ, he got $80 million guaranteed. Myles Garrett has $124 million guaranteed in his deal. So he could get injured. So, his career could end and he would still, I don't see the fine print on it, but he would still be a very, 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 very rich man. Or if his play, probably more, I don't know about the injury stuff. More accurately, if his play tailed off and the Browns wanted to get rid of him, they'd still own that money. $80 million on the last deal for Watt guaranteed, and Garrett has not doubled that, but still substantially. It's $44 million more guaranteed than Watt on his last deal. So, for those who are pro-Watt, and there's still a lot of you out there. I mean, I see it on social media. I see it in our YouTube comments. I see it on our text line. It's a pretty split topic. It's a pretty dividing line for Steelers fans. If the question is this, would you give Watt the following contract? So I'm going to give you the parameters of the deal. You tell me if you would do this. $168 million on a 4-year deal. 4 years, $168. That's $42 million a year, with $126 million guaranteed. So essentially, $126 million guaranteed would mean that 3 years of Watt's 4-year deal would be guaranteed. So that would be, and they could dress it up any way they want, say signing bonus, but really it's 3 years of a contract. So that would be 31, 32, 33 years old, all guaranteed on a deal for him. 4 years, $168 million, $42 million a year, $126 million guaranteed. I would not do that. And I speak out of both sides of my mouth, but every time this topic comes up, which seems like it's a daily thing now because it's July and the Steelers haven't reported for training camp, that's still 2 weeks away, and it's still hanging over them. What is he going to do? Is he going to give in like he did last time and storm into Rooney's office? Is the team going to bend over and meet him halfway? I mean, there's all kinds of layers to this. I do think it's more complicated than some people make it out to be. We'll talk to Fittipaldo about it in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll get Palazzolo's take next hour. We've got Pompiani coming your way in about 10 minutes on a variety of topics, including this one. I speak out of both sides of my mouth. I think he's worth more money than Myles Garrett, but I wouldn't want to give it to him. I would not want to be the one to pay him. So that's like that's the middle ground I find. Like, I think that this is true of a lot of businesses. They have employees who maybe outgrow their company, or the company's at that point happy where it's at. They don't want to break the bank for somebody. And they're like, yeah, you can get that money somewhere else. Good luck. Or not even good luck. You're not going to need it, but go get it somewhere else. And the difference here is that Watt is still under contract, so he can't just walk as a free agent. And that's one of the things the Steelers have to their advantage is this. I mean, this is a nuclear option, but if Watt really is dead set on getting this kind of money, and the Steelers want to challenge him on it and not just acquiesce to him, what is TJ going to do if the Steelers say, no, we're not going to pay you that money? Is he just going to come back here and play for $21 million this year? He would not want to do that. At that point, he'd want to trade, but the Steelers don't have to trade him. And I know Tomlin has gone on and on about he wants volunteers, not hostages. A disgruntled TJ Watt is still, I think, such a competitive person that he's not going to – his play's not going to dip because of it. Now, maybe, like, if he was kind of sort of injured, he wouldn't risk it. Like, if he was at 75%, he would sit out a game in that situation. Like, these are the concerns that the Bengals had last year with T. Higgins when he didn't have a new deal. And even though the Bengals have won bigger than the Steelers lately, having played in the Super Bowl a few years ago, I'll take the way the Steelers do business over the way the Bengals do business. So, you don't want to be lumped in, or you don't want to be compared to them, but I really think that both sides here, which makes this a potentially contentious negotiation, is both sides feel like they have ample leverage. Watt feels like his leverage is, you're really trying to win this year. You need me, and you need me, in good spirits. And the Steelers' leverage is, you're not in the last year of your deal. You're under contract for the upcoming season, and we also have the franchise tag at our disposal. 412-928-9370. Donnie, would you do 4 years, $168 million, $42 million a year, $126 million guaranteed?
No, that's a little bit rich for me, and I know it may sound like we're splitting hairs, but I would go 161 over 4 years because that's $40.25 million per year, and I would say, well, you're making more than the guy you hate. You're making more than the guy that you have an ongoing pissing match with. I mean, we've kind of joked, maybe he'll take a cent more than Myles Garrett. I would put him to that test. Say, listen, we're paying you more than Myles Garrett, but we are not going leaps and bounds over that. I would hold it right there. That would be my best offer to him.
So, but how much money would you guarantee to him, which I think is a big deal?
So how much is guaranteed to Garrett?
124.
Yeah, so again, I think I would just jump like right over that. I think I would just have Garrett like slightly beat in both of those categories.
So that would be 3+ years of his contract guaranteed then. Because 40 times 3 is 120. And that's still less than Garrett. So you'd guarantee almost the full 4, not almost the full 4 years, because like $3 or $4 million is just a small bit of like the $40 million salary. But you would guarantee at least 3 years for him.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, are you doing that because you think, you said yesterday you think he's kind of on the downside of things, though?
I mean, I didn't say, all I said was, here's the issue when you get in these debates about Watt or Garrett. If you say that he's not going to have a second half of a career as good as Myles Garrett, people take that as, you think TJ sucks, bro? What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm not saying that with you. All I'm saying is that if you give him that contract, you're making him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, meaning he, based on salary, should be the most productive guy who doesn't play the most important position in the entire league. And based on what you said yesterday, I know it's a splitting hair thing. I'm just a little bit surprised that you would still give all that money to a guy who you actually don't think is going to have the 20 sack seasons anymore.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to see how they can kind of replicate what he does. And I still think, even though they put a ton into their defense and they end up getting embarrassed every January, having a player of T.J. Watt's caliber, he's still going to be one of your best players.
So they paid him almost $30 million, $28 million last year, and he had, 11.5 sacks?
Yes.
I think if you played Sawyer and Herbig at that position combined, they could replicate that number. I think they could team up for 11.5 sacks together for 1/28 of the cost. You don't think so?
I mean, maybe. I mean, Herbig is good in the situational pass rushing downs, but we don't really know how Sawyer will be as a pass rusher in the NFL.
I don't think that's going to be his bread and butter, but I also don't think he's going to be bad at it. Like, I actually feel really good about – now, Herbig, I was super bullish on, and I think I got a little ahead of myself when I said he was better than Highsmith. I'll own that one.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, but I admit it. You watched Ohio State. You like Ohio State. I'm going to stand by the statement. I think Jack Sawyer's good enough to be an above-average NFL starting edge rusher. Agree, disagree?
I would agree with that.
Ambivalent? Yeah.
Yeah, like
obviously
once he gets to his best.
Right, and obviously Watt's much better than that, but I just, on a team that I don't feel like having him is going to be what ultimately puts them over the top or makes them uber competitive and relevant, like 30 years old, only the quarterbacks are making more money. I just don't feel good giving him that contract. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're less than 5 minutes away from Bob Pompiani. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6 straight losses for the Buccos, a 4-3 loss last night, so they're swept by the Kansas City Royals. One final series before the All-Star break. They are in Minnesota tomorrow night. First pitch, 8:10 against the Twins. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts around 7 p.m., all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. You can always bet Bucks baseball and more baseball overall with Bet Parks. You can bet on game props on the Bet Parks app. You can also bet player performances like pitcher strikeouts, hits, RBI, who will hit homers, and more. Live betting, it's better on the Bet Parks app. But whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win with Bet Parks. You can check out brand new casino games like Fireblaze Sky Queen. You can play blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus hot online slots. You can play online slots that are based on streaming shows like Walking Dead. Yes. How about this? New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for Bet Parks. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. By the time you hear this, the official announcement might have been made. Expansion apparently coming to March Madness, even though very few fans actually want it. As usual, organizers and power brokers are doing what they want, ignoring their customers because they know we're still going to love every second of the action. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing congestion on the Parkway East outbound starting at the Bend at Bates, and on the Parkway West outbound, it is slow moving from the county jail heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West inbound is brake lights through Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 15 minutes away from a special edition of PM Team Power Rankings. We jokingly said at the end of yesterday's show, what if we ranked not the top 25 games of the last 25 years for the Steelers, but the best game in each of the last 25 years? So what was the best game in 2024? What was the best game in 2023? Well, someone at our station actually put the work in and made this list. We will reveal it and we will critique it coming up. At 4:45, the top 25 Penguins of the last quarter century with a special guest. You think Sid would be 1 and Malkin would be 2? Where do you go from there on that list? Kessel, Fleury, Letang, Kovalev as an early 2000s guy. Mario didn't play a long time, but he had good years in there. So we'll do that. It's that time of year, July 10th. We're making lists like this and having fun. Bob Pompiani, speaking of having fun, joins us right now. Pomp and Joe. He's working all week on Pomp and Joe. Actually, wait, I'm just hearing that's not true. You're off tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. I'm doing TV all week like I always do, so it's a good doubleheader day every day for me from 10 in the morning until midnight, but it's fun, and that's why we do this. That's funny, right?
Yeah, are you feeling like extra fatigue from now doing the 2 full-time job thing?
Not really.
Question. No?
No, I feel like it's in a way it energizes you. That's why for me on radio, it's 3 days a week is enough. I can't do more than that. Then I really would feel that way. Plus, I owe it to my wife and my kids and grandkids to spend more time, and I'm trying to do that, even though that's sort of exactly opposite of what I just described. But I fit it all in somehow, some way.
All right. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Bob. What was your reaction to seeing in the Post-Gazette today from Noah Hiles, him saying, quote, I think 2026 will be Paul Skenes' final full year with the Pirates?
Well, at first when I heard it, and we talked about it on our show today, I thought, okay, that's a little too early, but I understood what Noah was saying because there is the possibility of 2027 being in jeopardy right now. It could very well be that scenario. I think it'll still go beyond then. Because I'm not sure this is going to ever be a lockout. It seems like every time we get down this road, players figure it out that they have the owners over the barrel, and the owners always cave, it seems. Or at least that's my perception of it. So I think they all realize they make money, and they're going to try to keep that going. So it may be averted, although I think for the betterment of the game, it needs to happen. But as far as Skenes is concerned, it's just a matter of how much time. Even if you factor in the half year last year, then this year, then next year, you're 2.5 years, and, I thought for sure it would go at least 4, and I think they should be planning appropriately, which they've already been way late on, and it's cost them another season.
Where should their payroll be next year with Paul Skenes? Where should it be? Not where will it be.
$140 million.
$140 million.
Yeah.
So if they got to 140.
We brought this up earlier today, too, and I like this example because I remember as it played out, Pete Alonso was out there for anyone to take if they wanted to. I know he probably wanted to return to the Mets, but they ended up giving him 2 years, $54 million, using him as an example. $27 million a year for a player who's hitting, .290 with 21 home runs and 70-plus runs batted in. that's what you want, and it costs. If you're going to play this game, it costs that. That's part of business. So a contract like that, they should say yes, and maybe you have to pay even more for it, but so be it.
You would have had to. You would have had to pay probably $30 to get him to pick the Pirates.
Well, so what?
Over the Mets.
And where does that do to the payroll? And what does it do to their lineup, more importantly?
Well, it would put it at $114 million because they're at like 80. They're in the 80s. So let's say they go from 87 to 117 is where Skenes would put it, or Alonso would put it. And if you put Pete Alonso on this team, I think they go from being the worst hitting team in Major League Baseball to probably the 25th worst hitting team in baseball.
Well, I mean, you obviously need more than that. But I was, at the beginning of this offseason, I thought they'd have two significant bats that would make a difference. They got bats, but they didn't get the kind of bats that they needed. And they weren't willing to spend what's needed. And that's the problem. Once you create a scenario where you have the image and you're never going to pay, then people don't even look at you as a possible option. So they need to make sure they overdo it sometimes. And if it means paying more for a guy, so be it. I would rather see that, and the fan base at least would be somewhat energized to know that they're trying to do more. It can't just be 1 year, $2 million. It can't be Tommy Pham numbers, Adam Frazier numbers, that kind of stuff. That's nitpicking, and I don't think it ever improves your team.
Would you give T.J. Watt this projected deal, speaking of money? 4 years, $168 million, $42 million a year, $126 million guaranteed.
Well, given what Garrett got, I think that's probably what you're describing. Similar money like that. Is that more guaranteed money? I forget. He got 100 and what? 33.
It's $2 million more guaranteed. Garrett's 124.
Okay. Well, I think the Steelers are going down that road where they do it. As far as me, I would do it, but I would also try to get him to understand that just because you want to be the highest paid player, which may only last for a day before Micah Parsons comes along, it makes it, how much money do you really need? This is a contract. If he's serious about his intent of being here, as he said before, then there should be a way to figure this out before it ever gets to that level. Now, if he's intent on becoming the highest paid temporarily, and then I guess you got to deal with that. To me, it's just, I didn't think it would ever come to that. I thought it would be. And having said that, I also think the Steelers missed the boat. They could have gotten him way under this number. They did it a little earlier than they chose to do it.
Bob, don't you think it's not like a super wrong inference to think maybe he's not overwhelmingly happy here? They've never won a playoff game with him. It's been 8 years. He hears that all the time. They put him in the same spot on every play. He got chipped like crazy. It hurt his numbers. All I'm saying is, he put up the Instagram post that everybody saw. His brother seems to go on McAfee at least once a month and say things that make it sound like he's not exactly, in love with being a Steeler. I don't know. He said that when the season ended, but maybe he doesn't feel that way anymore.
Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe Minka feels differently now. Maybe one of the reasons why he's no longer here is because he thought they were going to do one thing with him and they did another, or he just dropped off. I mean, it could very well be that as well, based on what they were paying him. So, yeah, I mean, that could be true. I don't know what goes on in that department and how he feels about the way they run defense. But, yeah, he gets chips a lot, but he also has to work through those, and he does it seemingly earlier in the season, more so than later in the season in most years. So, when the games are more important and when they need him most, his numbers have gone the other way. So, I just thought he's a great player, and I really believe that they're going to get it done with him. I'm just surprised it's going to a level where it has to be Myles Garrett money. I don't think, to make him satisfied, I don't think he needs to be there. Quite frankly, he has enough money for the rest of his life and his family's life, probably. So, if he's happy, he should just make the call and get it done.
I know, but agents are involved too. You got a big agency representing you. Garrett has another agent.
Yeah, but he controls it, doesn't he? He's the guy. If he says, I'm happy, that number is fine with me, doesn't the agent who's employed by him owe him the opportunity to just accept the deal? I mean, if
Bob,
it's the agent trying to drive it.
If you produced better ratings and had more success than someone who had the same exact job as you in town, I wouldn't. If I were you, I would not feel comfortable or great accepting or taking less money than that person.
Yeah, but that's a different kind of game. That's apples and oranges, Andrew, because that kind of money would never even come close to the kind of money we're talking about. And I wouldn't get guaranteed money, and nobody else would in this business. That goes well beyond maybe the most effective times of your broadcast life. So I just think it's, sports has gotten to the point now where these numbers are crazy. You have to play the game. I get it. But I think sometimes maybe the Steelers should explore different avenues when it comes to elite players. And if they really, truly want to keep them, they should have done it before Max Crosby ever got. And that's 2 years out, which is a policy that they don't normally embrace.
Have you ever talked to somebody over there as to why they even have that policy?
Not really, other than it's just been a long-standing policy. Now, they have the thing now is they've changed some of their policies.
Right, that's what I mean. So why
if you're going to change policies, that's the one I would probably change the most. I understand what they think. If you do it, and then other players are going to want the same kind of treatment, and then you get
they're not all T.J. Watt.
Exactly. That would be my counter to those other players. I said, if you're an elite Hall of Fame player,
win a Defensive Player of the Year, then get back to me. Yep.
Right. And I think that's an appropriate response by the team to just say, okay, fine. You want that? Show it to me. And when you get to that level, we'll take care of you. But if you're not a Hall of Fame level, first ballot, Defensive Player of the Year, whatever, we're not going to deal with that. So, but I do think for certain players, you have to make exceptions if you want to beat the market, if you want to keep the player around.
Donnie, give Bob your ranking of the top 5 Steelers of the last 25 years, and let's see if Bob agrees with the players you put on that list and the way that you ordered them.
Oh, okay.
All right, Donnie.
All right, Pomp, you ready for number 5?
Okay, yes.
Hines Ward. Number 4.
This is of the last quarter century.
Yeah, so since
2000 to 2024, yep.
Hines Ward, number 5. Alan Faneca, number 4. Antonio Brown, number 3. Troy Polamalu, number 2. And Big Ben, number 1.
Where do you have Watt?
6.
So he's on the outside of that top 5. Well, where do you have Bettis?
I have Bettis at 16. He did a lot of his damage in the 90s.
His best years were in the 90s.
Okay, I forgot about that.
Don't worry. A lot of people jumped on me for that, but
he
they
didn't
just
even
don't
make my
read.
list.
Okay. Do you include kickers in this?
I had Boswell on mine at 24. I probably could have had
he'd be
him
on
higher.
the list. No, I wouldn't put him. He's definitely on the list for the role he plays in importance. As far as Hines Ward, yes. Faneca, yes. I mean, I can't deny those guys are Hall of Fame players. Ahead of him, Troy's a Hall of. Who's the third?
AB.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't know if I'd put AB up there. I'd put Watt, maybe Harrison ahead of him. Where do you have Harrison?
7.
Bob, how about Hayward? Are you forgetting he's played football for about 20 years?
No, I know. I'm just trying to. I mean, okay, you caught me off guard here. I'm trying to think of all the guys. Yeah, I mean, I would put AB out of that top 5. I would put him more of the 8-9 role and replace him with either Watt, Harrison, or even Cam Hayward. But I just think AB, and I say that knowing that I think his 6-year run was as good as any we've seen. But just the way it all broke down, everything about that, still, I think affects me a little bit.
Who would you put 1, Ben or Polamalu?
I would put Ben 1. I still would. I think the quarterback is the most important player on the field, and when, so.
Malsey had him
Polamalu,
14th.
obviously. What's that?
Malsey had him 14th.
Ben? Did he really?
No, he didn't. But Malsey just hates Ben, of course.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I know. I was going to say that's letting your personal feelings affect your list. Can't do that, can you?
All right, Bob. Great stuff. We'll talk again next week. Thank you.
All right, Boney. I'll see you. And Donnie, have a good day. Thanks.
All right, Donnie. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by Southfields Kia Peters Township. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Coming up next, a special edition of PM Team Power Rankings, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 weeks from today, the beginning of Steelers training camp at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Chris Muller here, and I'm always impressed by expertise, by people who display that easy confidence when talking about what they do for a living. You know what I mean, right? When someone is so well-versed in their craft that they speak about it with total authority and can answer any questions you have. Well, roofs are a pretty big deal, and so if you need a new one, wouldn't you want to trust it to the absolute best? That's MHI Roofing. Xavier from MHI came to look at my roof. He answered literally every question I had about the minor bits of damage he found and about some of the less than stellar methods that were used to install the roof when my house was built. And he gave me an honest expert opinion about the future of my roof, both in the short and long term. What more could you ask for? When you choose MHI, you'll get a customer concierge team to answer your questions, and their installers will install a perfect roof the first time. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider at the PGA Tour, Hickory Heights Golf Club, MHI Roofing, and Brookline.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for PM Team Power Rankings. No Mulsey today. Donnie back in Green Tree. I'm at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Speaking of Donnie, check out his sit-down with Pat Fryermuth on our YouTube page, 93.7 The Fan. Breaking bread. They had a nice Italian meal together. It was splendid. It was terrific. Brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread. They get into a variety of things, not just football. He runs the gamut with one of the most popular Steelers. Well, we've been doing these rankings lists because before you know it, training camp will be here and we'll be balls to the wall when it comes to Steelers talk day and night. And the trade deadline's still weeks away. And it's not like anybody knows any of the guys that the Pirates are going to draft with the 6th pick, and it's just frustrating to even talk about them, again, having to pick early in a draft, given the fact that they're 6 years into a rebuild. So we've made some of these quarter-century lists. The most unique one was something we touched on yesterday. If you looked at the Steelers over the last 25 years, 2000 to 2024, not just the best 25 games, but what was the best game every year? And producer Jermichael Finley made the list. And so I wanted to go over it, Donnie, and critique it with you. Starting with last year, he put the Steelers' dramatic Mike Williams touchdown to beat the Commanders 28-27, number one. I disagree. I would have gone with the Steelers' home win over the Ravens, the Tucker missed kicks, the Boswell bombs, the stopped two-point conversion at Acrisure. Whenever you beat the Ravens, it means more. They're a great team. So were the Commanders last year, but we didn't necessarily think that at the time. It was the midpoint of the season. They were good. Didn't look like they were an NFC Championship good. So I would pick the Ravens game from last year. You?
See, I'm on board with Greg, and I said that yesterday. I'm going with that Washington game.
2 years ago, he went with the Steelers beating the Ravens the last game of the year, or the second to last game of the year. My bad. Oh, no, that was the last game. Yeah, that's the last game of the year. My fault. When you had Ben connect with Ray. Wait, do I have things in order? He did this out of order.
No.
No?
2023, the Steelers beat Baltimore 17-10, and then that next day,
yes,
the Titans beat the Jags.
That was in the rain. That was the Mason Rudolph game.
Yes.
My fault. That was the Mason Rudolph game in the rain where Deontay had the long touchdown, and then they made the playoffs the very next day to cap that 3-game winning streak at the end of the year.
See, I actually disagree with him on this one.
What's better from that season?
I think the week before when they played Seattle. I think I'd go with that game. Because I think that, too, I know that wasn't the one that, got them in. It certainly kept them alive. It also actually had me thinking, this team is going to make the playoffs. like things are going to roll their way. They just went into Seattle, a team in a similar spot as them. They win a game on the road. Najee looked great. Rudolph looked great. Pickens made that acrobatic catch. That actually had me feeling like they were going to have the ball roll their way, which it did.
Yeah, I think all three of those games are close. I think you could even take Rudolph coming in after so many people dogged him like me and said he stunk, and then he lit up Cincinnati in his first game as a starter. And then they played Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer because it was right around Christmas on that Saturday. You know what? I'm actually going to put that one because of like the storybook feel of it, of him coming off the bench after being much maligned and winning that game. 2022, Finley went with Pickett to Najee to beat Baltimore. That was the penultimate game of the year. That was when it looked like Kenny had the clutch gene, and he came to the sideline, and Tomlin patted him on his helmet and said, Kenny effing Pickett. But I would actually pick the Christmas Eve game against the Raiders, the immaculate reception night after Franco had passed away, and there was another last-second drive to beat them. That would be my pick from that year.
Yeah, you actually had me convinced with that one because I think I was feeling the same way as Finley. The other game I threw out there was the beginning of that season when the Steelers had the game in Cincinnati, because that's the same season, 2022.
Yeah, that's Minka Fitzpatrick being a baller.
Could be considered, but I do think
Burrow's worst game ever.
Yeah, I do think you said storybook ending for the game in 2023. I think that one certainly did against the Raiders.
2021, Steelers are massive underdogs and win against the Bills in Week 1. That's when Watt came off the couch and dominated, and Ben made some big plays, and they beat Josh Allen. That was Finley's pick for that year. I like two games more than that. I like the last 2 weeks. I like Ben's final home game, and I like him beating the Ravens to put the Steelers into the playoffs with the Ray McCloud play that I mistakenly brought up earlier. But I would go with Ben's final home game as the signature game from that season.
I thought of Ben's game. I thought of that same Ravens one. I can't say I disagree with his pick, though, because I certainly did not
So is that what you're picking?
I think I'll go with him on that one. I certainly did not expect the Steelers to walk into that game and actually win against Buffalo. I know you could almost say, like, okay, it's low stakes because it's Week 1, but every game is so meaningful. That game was great.
2020, the COVID year, when they started 11-0, Finley goes with when they clinched the division and came back from a huge deficit to beat the Colts 28-24. Phillip Rivers and the Colts in that game, where Ben looked like he was dead the 3 games prior when they lost 3 in a row, and had a throwback game to win.
I'm going to disagree with him on that one. I mean, that was like their last fun game because of how bad that season finished.
I like the Eagles game.
So I was going to say the one at Baltimore.
They scored 38.
The one at Baltimore.
Oh, is that when Minka broke up the ball at the goal line?
Yeah, and you had the Bob Spillane pick 6 in that game.
Yeah.
I think Highsmith may have had an interception as a rookie.
Man, you're like, it feels like, given like past Steelers glory years, like the last few years trying to find the best game is like scraping the bottom of the barrel, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. I mean, in like 08 and 05, there's like, especially 08, there's like a ton of good games to choose from. What would I go with here? You know what? Ultimately, I'm going to agree with Greg and say that the Colts game is the best one. Just because it did clinch the division and they looked offensively, they put it all together in the second half, and it looked like they might be able to carry it over into the playoffs, and they got blown out by the Browns. 2019's a funny year because that's when Duck took over for Mason because Ben was out. And Finley said the best game from that season was when they beat the Chargers 24-17 on Sunday Night Football. That's when Devin Bush picked up a fumble. Oh, man.
I like that
best
one.
Game from that year?
So I'm thinking of a couple from that year. One of them being The one against the Colts where I think Vinatieri missed a field goal by like 70 yards to possibly win the game.
It looked like he had like a broken controller on like Madden and just missed it like way to the left.
Yeah,
or whatever it was.
Minka had a pick six that was nearly the whole length of the field. The Rams game the week after that was pretty good, but that
would be my pick.
Here's one that was, I think, the most satisfying to me. When they got their second crack against Cleveland at home.
And Hodges beat Baker?
Yes.
I'm going to pick
James
that, too.
Washington made a great grab.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. Because that was like the nail in the coffin for that, for that whole regime there, I felt like. Actually, that's not true because Baker came back and won the Super Bowl the next year. Didn't that loss get people fired, though? Am I right about that? Did Hugh Jackson?
I mean, there's so many times that Browns coaches have gotten fired after a Steelers game. It is tough to pick.
2018, Finley went with the Steelers beating the Patriots late in the year when Joe Hayden picked off Tom Brady. I would agree with that. 2017, he went with Steelers 39, Ravens 38 late in the year. I disagree. I would pick the game they won in Cincinnati. Wait, am I looking at the right year here?
Yeah,
I would pick the game they won in Cincinnati when Shazier got hurt and they made that huge comeback when Juju blew up Vontaze Burfict.
Man, that was such a fun season. I mean, I know they got out of a lot of those games by the skin of their teeth, and they should really thank Boswell for being 13-3. But like just looking at some of the games that year.
So what would you pick then?
I think I would go with the Baltimore one narrowly. But man, they had a great run of games there. Like the Green Bay game, AB made a remarkable catch along the sideline for a Boswell field goal to follow. Cincinnati, obviously all the adversity there, and they were down big at halftime. Baltimore, they're down big in the fourth, and Lev Bell goes off. I think I'd go with that Baltimore one.
2016, they got all the way to the AFC Championship game, but Finley went with the Immaculate Extension win. I would agree with that. I would put that. I think that's a more memorable game than the Boswell field goal fest or the blowout win against the Dolphins in the wild card round. You agree?
I would agree, yeah.
2015, Steelers playoff win in Cincinnati. Vontaze Burfict, Pac-Man Jones, A.J. McCarron, Ben on a bum shoulder. Yep. 2014, Steelers-Ravens, he picked Ben 6 touchdowns for the second week in a row. I agree with that. I think he nailed that one.
See, we mentioned this yesterday, or we talked about this game yesterday. I think I'm going with the one against Indy, just because I think from an individual quarterback game, it's one of the best I've ever seen from anybody. 40 of 49, 522, 6 touchdowns.
They scored 51 points.
But, I mean, hard to
followed it up
pick
the
a
next
loser
week
between
against
those
Baltimore.
two. Yeah.
Yep. 2013, they went 8-8. Finley picked the game they played in the snow in Green Bay in Week 16. Rodgers was out. Matt Flynn played. The final score was 38-31. It kept the Steelers' playoff hopes alive. I've already said that, but it's worth repeating. I agree with that. It was kind of a weak year in terms of like finding a great Steelers game, so I would pick that. And then the other 8-8 year, this is a no-brainer. Charlie Batch's game in Baltimore to beat the Ravens the week before Ben came back, and then they got Ben back, and they actually went into a tailspin. So those are the two 8-8 season signature games from those years. I would agree. 2011, he went Steelers 35, Bengals 7 to clinch the division. I disagree. I think it's when they beat New England in 2011.
Yes. I mean, because any time they beat New England, it was a big deal because it rarely happened.
And that was them beating Brady at Heinz Field for only the second time. 2006.
No, we're on 2010.
My bad. What am I doing here? 2010, Steelers-Ravens AFC Divisional Round, Antonio Brown's helmet catch. Yep, I put that ahead of the Jets AFC Championship game. I think you concur with that, Donnie.
Yes.
2009, Steelers-Packers, the buzzer beater. Mike Wallace at the horn. Onside kick because they didn't believe that their defense could stop Aaron Rodgers. What a great game that was. I agree. 2008, self-explanatory, Super Bowl 43. 2007, Finley said, crushing Baltimore 38-7 when Ben threw 5 touchdowns in the first half. He's right again. I agree with that. That's the year they lost to Jacksonville in the first round. You with me on all those?
Tomlin's first season. Yeah, I would go with that when I'm looking at these games now, and I would think like blowing out Baltimore and Ben doing what he did. I would go with that.
2006 is when they missed the playoffs, and he went with the Steelers beating the Bengals to keep them out of the playoffs in Week 17.
Santonio Holmes walk-off touchdown in overtime.
Man, I think he's right again. I do think
Finley's good at this stuff, man. He watches a lot of old Steeler games, like probably more than I do.
2005, he didn't go with Super Bowl 40. He went with the Steelers beating the Colts with the Vanderjagt missed kick and the Bettis fumble. I agree with him there.
Yeah, I think game for game, obviously one had bigger stakes, but one was a way better football game.
2004, he cheated, and he said either the Patriots win or the Eagles win. You also have the Doug Bryan missed kicks in the divisional round to get them to the championship game. But I would say, again, beating the Patriots and ending their unbeaten streak, Donnie.
Yeah, Halloween game, and that game was a lot further away than what the score indicated. Like, it was not as close as 34-20.
2003 is an ugly year. That's the last losing season, and he went Gilden passing L.C. Greenwood as all-time sack leader in a win against the Cardinals. I think it's when they beat Baltimore in Week 1 because there was still good vibes from the season before, and Maddox came out and threw 3 touchdowns, and they pasted the Ravens 34-15 at Heinz Field.
Man, what an ugly year that was.
But it got us Ben, so it was worth it.
Yep. 6-0 loss to the Jets in Week 15 that year.
I'm guessing you're agreeing with me and not like giving it because of a Gilden sack that really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, because there's so few to choose from. I mean, like the only I can just remember now. San Diego was terrible that year. They beat them up late in the season, and I know Palomalu had a big game that finally had people thinking, hey, they got something here. But I think I'd go with the one you picked.
2002 best game is obviously Steelers-Browns in the wild card, the huge comeback, Tommy Gunn, Northcutt's drop. 0-1, Steelers crushing the Ravens in the AFC divisional round, Elvis Gerback playing like garbage, the Steelers getting to the AFC championship game, Greg's right again. And then 2000, he went with the final game at Three Rivers. He's right about that too. So I agree with from these 25 years of games, I think he got 16 or 17 of them right, which is pretty good.
He did good.
That was PM Team Power Rankings. All right, coming up next, we're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Mulsey's off today. Ken Rosenthal is probably either the first or second biggest insider in baseball. I would say it could be a tie between him and Jeff Passan. He said the Pirates have 2 untouchables at the trade deadline. One of them is obviously Paul Skenes. The other I want to talk about, because I don't understand why this guy is untouchable. And I want to know if you agree or disagree with me on that. Steve Palazzolo also next hour from the 33rd team, regular on our show on the Minka trade and also what the Steelers should do with TJ Watt. 412-928-9370. Let's do a quick timeout, then a commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly sunny with isolated storms possible. Temperatures in the mid-80s. Patchy fog overnight with lows in the upper 60s. Starting off Friday with foggy conditions and isolated storms possible. Temperatures in the upper 80s and more showers and storms possible Friday night with lows in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, the last encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Reserved seats on sale now at HeinzHall.org or Heinz Hall box office.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's time to bet against the Yankees. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Seattle righty Brian Woo's been pretty decent against the Yankees, and this game is a coin flip in the Bronx. That should tell you something. I like the price on Woo. Let's go Seattle minus 110 at BetMGM to slow those Bronx Bomber bats. I'm Sammy Peep from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. It's July, hot and humid. You want to cool down in the shower? Only that silly plastic shower curtain keeps wrapping around your leg. Well, call Boulevard Glass and Metal for a custom glass shower enclosure right now. These are the same guys that install those large glass storefronts all around Pittsburgh. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com, or call 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East outbound, starting from Technology Drive and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And the Parkway West inbound is slow through Robinson Town Center. 28 outbound is congested from the Sarah Hines house. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins have made a trade. They have a warm body on defense. They get Matt Dumba, who played for the Stars last year. Long career before that with the Wild. He and a second-round pick, so really they're just taking the contract, to the Penguins for prospect Vladislav Kolyachonok. For more, go to 937thefan.com. That's a blockbuster, boys. Go to 937thefan.com to read more there. Right now, live from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Low of 69 tonight here in Pittsburgh. That's your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hey, you can find us anywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts on demand. Just search PM Team. A quick thought on this breaking trade with the Penguins. Elliot Friedman reported it. Matt Dumba, who played for a while with Minnesota, was good back in the day. He's now 31 years old. He will be this season. Not a scorer at all, not an offensive defenseman whatsoever. Dallas, a team that can actually win the Cup, just wanted to move the contract. It's $3.75 million this year. And they put a second-round pick with him just to get the money off the books. They get a Penguin Belarusian prospect, Vladislav Kolyachonok, back in the deal. He is 24 years old. He is also a defenseman. And let's see here. Last year, he played. He's the guy that the Penguins got off waivers from Utah. So I guess he's really not a prospect anymore. Played 12 games with the Penguins, 8 points. And when they got him off waivers from Utah, there was like some excitement over this guy because they thought he could be a good puck mover. That was his first year in the NHL. Before that, he had basically been an American leaguer with Phoenix before they became the Utah team. And was not a big scorer. Puck mover's fine, good skater, but had 8 goals on the blue line in 36. Actually, that's not bad. 8 goals in 36 games in 2024 in the American League. Year before that, had 3 in 71. So, very minor trade. It's just a warm body. It's just somebody to fill out the roster. That's all it is. Nothing spectacular. Nothing rivaling the reaction we'd get if Brian Rust or Ricard Raquel or something like that happened. So, right now, I would guess you've got Letang, Carlson, Pickering, Graves, obviously, stuck with that contract. They haven't been able to move any of the bad contracts. Carlson's still here. Graves is still here. Jari is still here, and I don't anticipate any of those guys being moved. Carlson has control over what happens with his deal. Speaking of trades, Ken Rosenthal, who's as big a name as you'll possibly find in baseball, he's been Fox's guy working World Series games and All-Star games for like 30 years. And MLB Network, he wrote in The Athletic recently that, or he said on his show, Foul Territory, that Paul Skenes and Andrew McCutchen are the only Pirates untouchables. My thing is, why would McCutchen be an untouchable? He's on a year-to-year contract. His family lives here. His kids are here. I get all that. There's no threat of him. If he wants to play baseball in 2026, you'd figure he'd come back and re-sign with the Pirates. Why not? Like you see in soccer, they loan players. You know, guys will get loaned out to other teams. Why not trade McCutchen to a team that can actually compete for a World Series and let him play the end of the season there and give the guy a chance to compete in October for the first time since he was with the Pirates? Now, he had a cup of coffee in the playoffs with the Yankees when he got traded there. That was the year after he left Pittsburgh, so he went to San Francisco. The Giants stunk. He got dealt at the deadline in 2017 to the Yankees, and they got knocked out of the playoffs by Boston, I think is my recollection or memory of that. He's never played Actually, that was the following. See, Giants, then that's right. Giants, and then the deadline. So that was 18, not 17. But he's never played in a CS. He's never played even in a championship series. He's never gotten really close to a World Series. I would guess he gets labeled an untouchable because it's mutual. I don't think the Pirates would ever do anything against Andrew McCutchen's will. So, saying, as an educated guess, that he doesn't want to get traded either, and that's why he's an untouchable. But I don't know. I'm basically the same age as Andrew McCutchen. I'm also not a professional athlete, though. You family and all those things, obviously, when you've got kids and you've got a wife and they live here, those are all big-time factors in this. But he's also an uber-competitive guy who's never won. And he is, I'm going to say it, he's the Pirates' best hitter. Cherington said on his show how in-demand hitting is. He's shown this year when Reynolds was hurt that he could actually go out there and, not kill you in the outfield. McCutchen told Jason Mackey, yeah, use me and abuse me. When I'm done playing, I want to basically have the tank on E and on empty, and I want to be able to say I've got absolutely nothing left. I don't know why he would be adamantly against a trade, especially if he was involved and there was collaboration there and, you talked him through it. I don't know if he has a formal no-trade clause, but if okay, the Yankees are interested in you, Andrew, do you want to go back there? The Mets, the Dodgers, I don't know, any of these teams. As Cherington said, one of the few things we agree on, everybody needs more hitting. And look, I don't think the Pirates would get a lot for him, but they'd get more for Andrew McCutchen than they would Isaiah Kiner-Falefa or Andrew Heaney or who else is on an expiring deal? Adam Frazier, Tommy Pham. I haven't seen a list lately. Donnie, try to find a list of the biggest names who are available at the trade deadline and scroll down until you find a hitter. And let's actually see if the guy who's considered the best hitter available at this trade deadline has better numbers than Andrew McCutchen right now. And we can check to see if the guy would be a rental or not. McCutchen would obviously just be for the second half of the season and then the playoffs. McCutchen right now is hitting .259, .339 OPS, .390 slugging, .729 OPS. League average OPS, I think, is .710 or .715. He's an above-average hitter. He's hitting for a higher average than he did in his first 2 years with the Pirates. .256 in 2023, .232 last year, up to .259. Power numbers aren't as high. Last year he had 20 home runs. He had 20 home runs in 120 games last year. That's really good. When he won the MVP in 2013, he hit 21 homers in 157 games. He hit 20 last year. I mean, I'm not comparing the two players. He was obviously way better in 13 as a complete player, but last year was as good of a power year from Andrew McCutchen from a home run standpoint as he's ever had. Did you find anything, Don?
So we got one here from The Athletic. Tim, it was a group of guys. Tim Britton, Aaron Gleeman, Chad Jennings. They put together a list of 40 players.
Yep.
That they think could be on the move, and they did rank them.
Okay.
So if you just want me to go...
Who's the number one hitter?
So Jarren Duran is their number one overall player.
Well, he's a young guy that's got years of control, so that, McCutchen would not be.
Alex Bregman, number two.
He was the MVP of the All-Star game last year. And Bregman's got years, too. He just signed, so they got Red Sox guys. All right, if they're available, they're better than Andrew. It would cost a lot more, though, too.
Eugenio Suarez.
He's got, 27 home runs this year, thereabouts?
Yeah, he's been a monster for a while.
Wow. But he goes hot and cold. He's people rip on O'Neal Cruz, rightfully so. I mean, he'll have years where he hits 200. 251 this year, 256 last year, so 198 is last year with the Reds.
Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles.
He's having a good year. All right, maybe McCutchen would be lower on the list than those guys, but so he would not be at the top. He'd be less expensive. I still think we could keep going here, and he would be among the top 10 hitters available at the trade deadline, but Ken Rosenthal is saying untouchable. Pirates won't even listen, and I do think McCutchen has a lot of say in that. I just don't understand, Donnie, why he wouldn't want to go somewhere else and play the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I like your point. I like the comparison there to soccer, because if he still wanted to finish the career here, then he
just
could
re-sign
always
back here next year.
Right, but I think maybe the worry, or maybe this builds into the belief of this is his final season, and he doesn't want to truly finish anywhere else. So just say, you know what, we'll ride it out. I know they're not going anywhere, but this is going to be it after 2025. And, I don't want to go somewhere and then just, sign a one-day contract with the Pirates. Maybe he doesn't want to do that.
No one knows exactly what's inside another guy's head and what his life experiences are, and et cetera. But in general, if I had never tasted a championship, I would rather try to hunt a World Series in my last year than just finish my career with the team I started with. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes. But, I mean, again, we really don't know what he's thinking. But I feel like it builds to that theory, that belief.
That's a good point. I didn't connect those dots and think maybe this is proof that he is just going to be done at the end of the year, because he's still. It's damning the rest of the roster and the organization, but I think he is their best hitter, Donnie.
I think he is, and I feel like, I don't know about all three of us, but I know that I for sure said he will end up being one of their three best offensive players by season's end, because that's how it's been the first 2 years of this reunion tour, and here we are again. Not only is he third, he is the best.
Power numbers aren't as good as Cruz, obviously, and Reynolds leads the team in RBIs, but Reynolds is hitting 227, and O'Neill Cruz after last night is hitting 204. And his OPS is now better than Cruz, and it's much better than Reynolds. Reynolds is having a dreadful year. Just an absolutely atrocious year for a guy now that's making big money.
His OPS is only 3 or 4 points better than Tommy Pham, I believe. Reynolds,
you're right. Pham is 658. And Pham didn't have an extra base hit for 2 months. Crazy. All right. Steve Palazzolo next on Watt and on the Minka for Ramsey trade. I haven't gotten his thoughts on that. I got to say Jonnu Smith's name, too, in there. And also who he thinks would make an offer for Watt. Who are the teams that would want him if push came to shove? Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, where they say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I am live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another loss for the Pirates last night. That is now 6 in a row. They've been swept in back-to-back series by the Mariners and now the Royals. They have 3 more before the All-Star break against the Minnesota Twins. That series begins tomorrow night in Minnesota. First pitch, 8:10. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts around 7, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey, and I want to tell you about Awaken 180, but I want to do it a little bit differently today because recently somebody reached out to me on social media to share a success story, not for themselves, but for one of their friends. So here's a little bit of what he had to say. A friend of mine started Awaken 180 after hearing the success stories of yourself and many others at the station, like Donnie Football. I wanted to share this because I couldn't be prouder of him and his journey. I'm really proud of his efforts to better himself, and I'm thankful for guys like all of you who give him the inspiration and give the inspiration to those who want to try. That is very cool. You hear something like that, it really does make a big difference. It puts a huge smile on my face. It certainly did when I first read it. There are tons of success stories like that out there. It's not just me. It's not just Donnie. It's other people. Success stories like the one you just heard. You can lose the weight even if you've tried and failed on your own. You just need to give them a call, 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Partly cloudy with a thunderstorm tonight, the low 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing brake lights on the Parkway West outbound starting from the county jail and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is congested from the 79 interchange, and the Parkway East outbound is slow from Technology Drive heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up in a half hour, the top 25 Penguins of the last quarter century with a special guest. Ray Fittipaldo next hour, too, on the state of the Steelers. Get his thoughts on all the Watt stuff that's out there right now. Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, one of the brightest minds in football, joining us right now. Steve, how did you grade Ramsey and Smith for Minka?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I think for the Dolphins, they knew they were getting rid of Ramsey, and when the league knows that, maybe you don't get anything in return. So I think from a Dolphins perspective, I think they're pretty happy as far as, hey, they got a pretty established player in Minka. But I think for the Steelers, they got better. I mean, I think this makes them better for this year. And I'm not saying this is an all-in year or anything, but when you have Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, if you're trying to maximize this season, I think they got better for this season. I think Jalen Ramsey can still play. I think that trio of corners, if Ramsey's still a corner and not dabbling at safety, having Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., and Jalen Ramsey, just incredible. And Ramsey's just an overall good football player. He could play in the slot. He played safety in college at Florida State as a freshman. He could do anything. And so I think Ramsey can still play. I think he makes them better defensively. I think he's an upgrade over Minka, even though it's not position for position. And so I think the Steelers got better. And when you combine that with how good their front five is, their pass rushers are. I mean, the Steelers, I already thought they had best in the league defense type of potential. And I think they even, improved that case with this trade.
Where would you play Ramsey?
I would still try to keep him at outside corner. I just don't know how you work that with Slay and with Porter. I mean, if he played inside at nickel, that would be fine. You've got Beanie Bishop there, but I think he could do it all. I mean, he gives you versatility. And look, the Steelers haven't really done this a ton in the past where they play matchup basketball where they're playing man coverage across the board, but you could do that. And then if Ramsey played in that late career Charles Woodson type of role where he was essentially the nickel back, but like an extra linebacker, run support type of player, Jalen Ramsey is outstanding at that. I mean, he's one of the best corners over the last few years of playing, I call it away from the ball, when he's not necessarily targeted, when he's blowing up screens, run support, whatever it might be. Ramsey's outstanding at all of that. So if he played this hybrid nickel linebacker type of role, I think he could have a lot of success. And when you look at trying to slow down Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and I mean, that's a type of player who could be extremely valuable. So I think in that nickel, close to the line of scrimmage type of role, Ramsey could be outstanding.
Is Ramsey a better corner than Minka is a safety at this point? I understand corner is more valuable than safety, but just strictly at what they do, is Ramsey better at his job than Minka is right now?
Yeah, I think he is, and not by a wide margin, but yeah, corner's more valuable, so that helps. I think Ramsey's better. The context there, Jalen Ramsey's a good, maybe not great, man coverage corner. I think he's at his best playing zone, eyes on the football. Like he'll get beaten every now and again. You know, DK Metcalf was running past him even just a few years ago, so they'll have some battles at practice, I'm sure. But I think Ramsey's still at his best, eyes on the football as a zone-heavy type of cornerback, which is why I think he could transition easily to safety or to, you know, to play more nickel or whatever it is, because he's done that. His Florida State career, he went from free safety to nickel to outside corner. 3 straight years of elite play, and then went off to the NFL and played more outside corner since that. So I think he could do it all, and I still think he's not, you know, too old or on the downswing. So I think Ramsey still a better corner right now than Minkah is a safety.
Steve, Jonnu Smith put up monster numbers last year. He broke Dolphins' tight end receiving records. The Steelers got him. They're not paying him a lot this year. It bumps up to $12 million next year. What is this guy? I mean, is he really, by the numbers, he was one of the best pass-catching tight ends in the NFL last year. Does the tape back that up?
Yeah, it's a strange career for Jonnu Smith. I mean, he looked like a really athletic receiving type of tight end early in his career. He went to New England for a year, and he was run blocking, and they weren't really using him properly. And even last year with the Dolphins, I think most fans, you know, the tight end position was kind of an afterthought in Miami until, you know, because of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and what they have outside. But Jonnu Smith became a legitimate threat last year, especially as Tyreek Hill was battling injuries and as teams took away the deep ball, and Tua was targeting him like crazy underneath. So, yeah, I think he's still a very good receiving weapon. I wouldn't, you know, force the ball to him a ton, but in a situation in Pittsburgh where you have Pat Freiermuth, you have Darnell Washington, who could be the just be the run blocking type of tight end. I think you just have some versatility to the offense, and Jonnu Smith is just a really nice receiving complementary piece underneath, especially with DK Metcalf, you know, doing a lot of the big play work down the field.
Steve Palazzolo with us, 33rd team. Steve, who do you think is the team that is most likely to contact the Steelers and call the Steelers about T.J. Watt? And even though they're saying we want to get a deal done, Schefter did say he expected teams to call, and he expected there to be dialogue as long as the deal isn't done. Who are the leading contenders here, candidates, to at least make contact with the Steelers to try to pry T.J. Watt loose?
Oh, man, I mean, all the best teams in the league, right? Teams that are trying to make a move. I think a team like Philadelphia, who just won the Super Bowl, and I don't know exactly how they would maneuver the cap situation, but they're geniuses at that. But Philadelphia lost some big-name players, and they're trusting some young players on that defensive line. It's probably the weakest on paper defensive line that the Eagles have had, and, you know, slightly different scheme and everything, but they have room. They have room for another pass rush type. I think you get, you know, a team like the Cardinals that's trying to make a move, and they already spent a ton on the defensive line, but, you know, they could be a team that could continue to add. I think any team that's trying to make a move for this year. I mean, Cincinnati's obviously in the division, and they're trying to figure out Trey Hendrickson. I don't think they would do anything. Buffalo, I would normally say, would probably play that game, but they've just loaded up. They're about 10 to 12 deep on the defensive line. And then, you know, is Kansas City in that market? Probably not. But again, any team that's big name trying to make a move. I'd say the Lions too. That's the biggest hole probably on the Lions is an edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and they've got their own big-time contracts they're going to be trying to fit in the cap over the next couple of years. So I don't know if they could pull that off, but I think the Lions, they've been crazy aggressive, and if they did that, having that 1-2 punch of Watt and Hutchinson would be outstanding.
If you were Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin, would you sign T.J. Watt to the following deal? 4 years, $168 million. That's $42 a year, and you guarantee $126.
Oh, I think that's just pushing it right now.
That's just above Garrett, who's guaranteed $124.
And I know earmuffs, guys, but I mean, I still think Myles Garrett's a better all-around disruptive force than T.J. Watt, and so I don't think I would go above that. And yeah, I think that'd be tough. It's just you're in this tricky situation where it's an Aaron Rodgers year right now. So how much do you want to go for it right now versus, you know, the future? I don't think that's a great move for the future. but it definitely maximizes your chances of making a run with Aaron Rodgers for this year. That's the tricky part about the whole T.J. Watt discussion.
Steve, what is the Myles Garrett is better than T.J. Watt thing based on when it's not stats? I know you hate stats, but it's not a numbers-based argument because Watt's numbers are all better than Garrett. So it comes down to an eye test thing, huh?
I think when you watch every snap, so the stats capture, if they play 900 snaps a year, the stats capture like 60 plays, 70 plays, right? If you're just looking at sacks and some tackles and a few, pass game, coverage type of plays. But when you watch 900 snaps, and mostly from a pass rushing perspective, Myles Garrett puts more of a strain on offensive tackles and offensive coordinators than any player in the league. And what the thing with stats is, from a pass rusher perspective, is you're depending on the quarterback to hold the ball a certain amount of time. You're depending on the coverage to be good or bad for you to get your stats. But when you watch those guys one-on-ones and how often Myles Garrett gets blocked one-on-one or with help, and how often T.J. Watt gets blocked one-on-one, Myles Garrett just doesn't get blocked as often. He just wins more often. And then what happens after you win the rep as an edge rusher is largely out of your control. Now, where T.J. Watt is, and this isn't diminishing T.J. Watt, like we're splitting hairs. They're both elite, outstanding players, and they have been since they entered the league. And what Watt is unbelievable at is, picking his spots. When he tries to win and finish, he wins and he finishes, and he does it at clutch times, and he's outstanding at that. But I'm saying snap for snap throughout the entire game, Myles Garrett garners more attention. I think he wins more reps. And he does it against left tackles. And Watt does it more against right tackles. And the NFL still puts their lesser pass protector at right tackle. So that's also a factor. I think Garrett has a slightly more difficult role when it comes to one-on-one pass rush reps.
Is Watt double-teamed less than Garrett? Do we have numbers on that to back that up? Or is that just something that Browns fans say because it helps the Myles Garrett argument for them?
I believe that's the truth. I'd have to see what PFF had. I know ESPN had different numbers. You got to know the context here. I think run game doubles should be out of the equation. Those aren't really game plan specific. That's like what happens within a scheme. But I believe I'll check with my friends at PFF and get back to you. They've got pass game double teams, and I believe Garrett gets more attention the way they track it. I don't trust the way ESPN tracks it, from what I've heard. But I think PFF has Garrett doubled more often than T.J. Watt.
Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, breaking down the big Minka Ramsey trade and what's next for T.J. Watt. Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you.
All right, the Fan is partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year. That's pretty cool. By providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. This is really important, guys. If you can do it, please. For details, go to 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Help these kids out. All right. Donnie has a headline, then he has a debrief. His biggest football topic of the day is next. But first, here he is with the latest in sports.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are just 3 weeks away from an NFL game. The Chargers and the Lions will meet in the Hall of Fame game at 8 p.m. on July 31st. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Greentree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yes, it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Miscellaneous Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. I am at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, hanging out with so many close friends here who are loving all the action. No Pirates game tonight, but they are taking in some afternoon baseball, some golf, some soccer here, and just having a absolutely outstanding time. Total Request Thursday is an hour from now. That's when you pick the topic. We give you 4 options. You vote. The 4 options today: Steelers trade buzz, Livy Dunn, $, best concert ever, weird Steelers rumor. Right now, Steelers trade buzz, the leader, but Livy Dunn in weird Steelers rumor still neck and neck there, making a go of things. That's an hour from now. You can go to my X page and vote. All right, Donnie, no Mulsey, so let's do it. Your biggest football topic of the day.
The debrief, July 10, 2025. Another list, Pony. Would you believe it? Another top 25 list of the quarter century. These babies are just coming out the wazoo.
Did you make this one?
No, I did not. This is one I saw on Twitter, put out there by Yahoo Sports, Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports.
Yeah.
The greatest 25 NFL teams since 2000. And I got to say, I disagree with a good bit of these, and I feel pretty good about the Steelers list I put out there, considering some of the spots that I see teams at on this list.
Oh, I thought you were going to use that as just another opportunity to rip the fact that I didn't have Heath Miller on my list, so I appreciate you.
I feel like
the low-hanging fruit there.
I feel like some of the spots here are just the classic rage bait that get put out there.
Well, the classic rage bait for me would be if they put the 2007 Patriots number 1 or in the top 5, even though they didn't win the Super Bowl. Is that what happened?
Well, what do you know? They are number 1, the 2007 Patriots.
Yeah. Stop. I mean, already it invalidates the entire list. You can't be number 1 if you don't win the whole thing.
And the 2019 Chiefs were number 2, and it even had some Chiefs fans in the replies saying, that wasn't even our best team. I hate them being number 2.
Oh, man.
Then he had the 2016 and 2004 Patriots at 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
The 2013 Seahawks at number 5. That rounds out his top 5.
Oh, man. So this is just, I have not gone and looked up anything here. This is just me in real time talking this out with you and just thinking, like, the teams that I would like group together and then try to sort them out here. I think 04 Patriots, even though they lost to the Steelers, got to be in that like hollowed group there. I don't have an issue with the 2013 Seahawks. Where did he have them?
Number 5.
I like that one.
And then he had the 2016 Patriots at number 3.
2016 Patriots, that's another good one. That's the team that beat Atlanta when they were down 28-3, right?
Yes.
So let me I'm going to just try to throw this out there. I'm going to say the 05 Steelers barely made the list. And I'm going to say the 08 Steelers. Wait, no, I'm going to flip that. I'm going to say the 08 Steelers barely made the list just because their defense was so dominant and Ben was a little bit older. And I'm going to say straight up the 05 Steelers didn't make the list.
The 05 Steelers did not make the list.
Okay.
And the 08 Steelers did, but I would say they're way too low on the list.
Okay, so I pretty much nailed that then. I'm going to say he had the 08 Steelers 19th.
17th.
Give me some teams he immediately put like ahead of them. Give me 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, those teams.
Okay, I'll give you 12 through 16. So the 2017 Eagles at 12.
Okay.
The 2010 Packers at 13. The 2014 Seahawks at 14.
They lost.
The 2001 Rams at 15.
They lost.
And the 2013 Broncos at 16.
They all lost.
And then
Seattle lost to New England. The 01 Rams got beat by the Patriots. And the 2013 Broncos, that would have been the year Baltimore went in there and upset them in overtime.
Mm-hmm. Right behind the 08 Steelers, he had the 05 Colts.
Yeah, you're right. This is definitely... When did rage bait become a term?
I don't know.
I feel like you've been using it a lot more lately. I feel like you referred to me as a rage baiter recently. Is that fair?
I feel like that and the engagement farming term that Malsey likes to throw out there.
So what's
are pretty
worse?
Interchangeable.
Is a rage baiter worse than an engagement farmer?
I feel like rage bait's probably worse.
Okay.
But I mean, you're phenomenal at getting reactions from people. The 02 Buccaneers at 19.
Man, the 02 Buccaneers, again, an epic defense that was quarterbacked by Brad Johnson.
Here's a wild one to me.
I'm listening.
So we didn't go through like his full 6 through 10. Number 9, he had the 2019 Ravens, who got blown out in the divisional round.
Yeah.
2 spots later, he has the 2000 Ravens.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Maybe the greatest defense of all time.
I'm going to I think the 08 Steelers are better than the 2010 Packers. For as ridiculous as Rodgers was in that game, I think if they play each other, I think the 08 Steelers beat them. And I would say, of that list of teams you had ahead of them, the one team that I really don't have a problem with, even though they were quarterbacked by Nick Foles, is Philly. They went 13-3 that year.
They still won it all, and Carson Wentz would have been the MVP if he didn't get hurt.
They won the NFC Championship game 38-7 against Minnesota, and they put 41 on New England and Belichick, and Foles out-dueled Brady in the biggest game, which the Steelers were never able to do. So I'm actually fine with that Philadelphia team being ahead of them.
You want to hear how he finishes things out, 20 through 25?
Not really, because it's just going to make me angrier, but go ahead.
06 Chargers at 20.
Mm-hmm.
2024 Lions at 21.
Okay.
The 2009 Saints at 22.
Okay.
The 2020 Bucks at 23. The 2015 Panthers at 24.
Oh, my God.
And then the 2022 Bills at 25.
Yeah, just horrible list. Just an atrocious list. Do you agree that the 08 Steelers are better than the 05 Steelers?
Yes, I would. The defense was better. I mean, both defenses were really good / great, but that 2008 defense is iconic, and I know it's a lot of the same names. It's just some of those guys are, they were better at by the time we got to 08. And I think Ben, even though the numbers didn't necessarily portray it, he was a better
for sure.
player than what they
Definitely.
had in 05.
Yeah. And the offense had opened up. All right. Thank you for a debrief. The Penguins have made a trade. There's a theory on why they did it that's floating around out there that I think you're going to want to hear. Speaking of the Penguins, our series of top 25s continues. The top 25 Penguins of the last quarter century with a special guest coming up next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I am live from the palatial Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place is filling up with people who are excited to watch some afternoon NBA Summer League. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So Giannis Antetokounmpo, when asked by the influencer Speed about staying in Milwaukee, said he'll probably stay. We'll see. And he loves Milwaukee. It's not exactly a rousing reminder of how committed he is to the Milwaukee Bucks. Look, I hope the guy stays. It's a great market. He's an amazing player, and loyalty's beautiful. But the fact is, Giannis is telling us he's eyeing an exit. I'm Bill Ryder.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's pittsburghgaragedoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, the last encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Reserved seats on sale now at HeinzHall.org or Heinz Hall box office.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence too. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch. It detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Guardian Protection. Smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
A Wild Things Weekend Home Series from July 11th through the 13th features fireworks presented by the Pennsylvania Lottery, Jimmy Buffett Night with a shirt giveaway thanks to Birch Foods, and Superhero Night with a lunchbox giveaway presented by Chrome FCU on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion, built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers include taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Did Dick Tarnstrom make your list?
He almost did, actually.
Are you serious?
He almost did, but no, he did not make it. He was like the crappier one. And I thought, wait a minute, what am I doing here?
All right, I guess I'll do the headline. Royals beat the Pirates 4-3 last night. 6 straight losses for the Buccos. Tommy Pham had 3 hits. They try to end the losing streak tomorrow night, Friday, 8:10 first pitch in Minnesota against the Twins. Final series before the All-Star break. North Shore Tavern leadoff show starts around 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Low of 69, that is your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Malsey's off, Donnie's back in Green Tree. I am at a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook for one more hour. Ray Fittipaldo going to join me in a little bit to talk about the TJ Watt saga and some more Steelers items like Donnie's top 25 Steelers of the last 25 years. That list made the rounds. Most people agreeing with it. One guy on Twitter said, why didn't Charlie Batch make the list? Another guy said, where's Ben? You can't make a list without Ben. And then you said, hey, idiot, I put Ben 1. So when you said that back to the guy, what was his rebuttal? Was there one? Did he pretend like he never made the comment? Did he delete it?
I just don't think he replied. I just said, my man, I put Ben at number 1. Just click on the list.
We do have a Penguins trade. Matt Dumba comes from Dallas, where he was overpaid at almost $4 million. Like the Pirates once upon a time stapled Ramirez and Maguire to Francisco Liriano's contract to get rid of him. In this deal, the Stars put a second-round pick with Dumba to free up the money to send him to the Penguins. Interesting theory floating out there. That now means the Penguins have 4 right-shot defensemen. Not to get too technical here, but usually you only want 3. And the Penguin internet scuttlebutt is they think this is a precursor to a Carlson trade. That you would have Letang, Dumba, and Clifton, who they picked up from Buffalo. And then Carlson would be the odd man out, although Clifton or Dumba could honestly just be your extra 7th defenseman because neither one of them is all that good. Donnie, where's Finley on this? Finley, doesn't he do a Dallas Stars podcast? We actually have someone in our building who covers the Dallas Stars on a day in, day out basis. He should text us and say this guy blows, or it's actually a good find by the Penguins at some point.
He's retweeted a couple of things, but he hasn't actually thrown anything out there himself.
Yes,
but that's a good point. Maybe I'll tell Greg to hop on with me for a few minutes later.
You should. Because isn't he going to be in the building?
He will.
All right, so your Steelers top 25, huge fanfare. We have another one tomorrow that we've already set up. I did the Pirates earlier in the week. You crucified me for putting Jason Bay way too low on the list, which a Pirates historian agreed with you on, Donnie. So I would say so far you've actually done a better job with these lists than I have. Malsey made a top 25 funniest Pirates. Was it funniest looking, or was it just it was just randos? It was basically just
you left it pretty open ended for him.
Yeah, I did, and you did the fattest Pirates.
Hefty Buccos.